Reborn in the primitive era, imparting the knowledge of agriculture, transmitting medical skills, and teaching martial arts, crafting bricks, constructing buildings, and fortifying cities, leading the tribe to rise upon the earth. As dawn breaks, the sun ascends, casting warm rays through the gaps between leaves, illuminating the small figure nestled in slumber within the cave. Sensing the piercing sunlight, Su Yin squints slightly, then raises a hand to shield his eyes from the direct glare. After a moment, accustomed to the brightness, Su Yin gradually rises from his bed of grass and weeds. Gazing around, he observes the expansive cave, exceeding 100 square meters, where over 100 primitive individuals, with slightly darker skin and already exhibiting features of modern humanity, lie sprawled upon the ground. In the center of the cave, however, there are no bodies resting. Instead, a collection of stone bowls, stone basins, and crude stone knives lies scattered, alongside the most essential sustenance for the primitive people. The provisions consist primarily of meat, chiefly fish, along with a modest amount of game. While the quantity is not particularly ample, it suffices to sustain the tribe's energy expenditure for a day's activities. At the mouth of the cave, a fire continues to burn, for nightfall is the most perilous time, and a blazing fire is sufficient to deter most dangers. Two robust adult males, clad in animal hides, sit at the entrance, occasionally adding firewood, ready to awaken their fellow tribesmen should a wild beast approach. Though the scene is familiar and the faces known, Su Yin senses an inexplicable shift in the atmosphere. Clenching his right fist, an unfamiliar emotion wells up within him. Indeed, something has changed. Today marks a new beginning. Su Yin is no ordinary individual hailing from a lineage of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. He has cultivated a profound appreciation for the art under the influence of his family. He has dedicated himself to this path, aspiring to make traditional Chinese medicine the cornerstone of his life. At just over 30, he has already made a modest name for himself in the field. His only lament is the absence of a woman by his side. He yearns for a partner who shares his passion for traditional Chinese medicine to traverse life with. Yet, fate is often capricious. One fateful day, as he was en route to work, an out-of-control truck careened down the road, wreaking havoc and resulting in a tragic accident that involved multiple vehicles, including Su Yin's own. In that split second when the truck collided with his car, darkness enveloped him, and he lost all sensation. Time became an enigma. When Su Yin next perceived the light, everything had transformed. He found himself not in a hospital ward but in a filthy, disordered cave, and he was no longer an adult but a newborn infant. Tragically, the infant's mother had succumbed to postpartum hemorrhage without receiving adequate care. Such occurrences are commonplace in primitive times, where human life is frail and vulnerable, subject to the perils of freezing, starvation, or illness. Even a minor ailment could spell doom, and a robust contagion could decimate an entire tribe. Reincarnation, transmigration, or perhaps a soul's rebirth. Su Yin is bewildered by the presence of his former lives' memories in the body of a newly born infant. This phenomenon is inherently abnormal. Having perished once, Su Yin embraced the notion of "since I have come, I shall make peace with it," and resolved to embark on a new chapter of life. Although Su Yin's mother in this incarnation passed away due to childbirth, the tribe's chief entrusted him to another woman within the tribe who was nursing, thereby granting Su Yin an adoptive mother and a slightly older sister, just a few months a senior. As for Su Yin's father in this life, his identity remains shrouded in mystery. He may have succumbed to death, or perhaps he still breathes. He could be the chief of the tribe or another individual entirely. But Su Yin finds himself unable to ascertain the truth. Days turned into weeks, and Su Yin sensed that fate was playing yet another jest upon him. Despite inhabiting his own body, he found his consciousness unable to wield control over this frail vessel. As time progressed, Su Yin still lacked dominion over this corporeal form, which paradoxically engaged in various activities autonomously. He could perceive the world around him through this body, yet he remained oblivious to the presence of another soul residing within. This body appeared to transform into a prison, confining Su Yin's spirit and severing his connection with the external realm, leaving him to quietly endure the experiences of the world through this physical entity. As time wore on, he grew accustomed to this existence, assuming the role of silent observer, quietly scrutinizing the world and the tribe. With the sun by day and the moon by night, Su Yin found himself unable to discern whether he was on Earth or in another realm. He could only infer the location of the tribe to be in the northern hemisphere of this planet, where the seasons were distinctly marked. The original tribe bore no name, for its totem was a serpent, and Su Yin referred to it as the Serpent tribe. The total population of the Serpent tribe hovered around 150 individuals, with the highest authority held by the shaman and the chief. The chief was responsible for the tribe's survival, while the shaman oversaw rituals, the transmission of knowledge, and healing practices. Although their powers differed, the shaman held a slightly elevated status over the chief. As an observer, Su Yin recorded the emergence of a new chief. On that fateful day, the chief led the adult male members of the tribe on a hunting expedition. Yet upon their return, the chief was found lifeless, his body devoid of significant wounds, suggesting he had succumbed to poison. With the chief's demise, the tribe could not remain leaderless. Under the shaman's guidance, the ceremony to select a new chief commenced. The process was straightforward, as only the strongest individual within the tribe defined by a fusion of martial prowess and wisdom could ascend to leadership. Following a series of non-lethal confrontations, the new chief emerged victorious, and the other tribesmen bowed in submission at his feet while the shaman crowned him. Among the Serpent tribe, the majority were minors. Males under 1.5 meters and females under 1.4 meters were classified as such, constituting over one-third of the tribe's total population. The second largest group comprised adult females, those exceeding 1.4 meters in height. Upon reaching adulthood, they began to bear children and were also tasked with foraging for sustenance, making up approximately one-third of the tribe's population. The third largest demographic within the tribe comprises adult males, defined as male members exceeding 1.5 meters in height. Upon reaching adulthood, they are eligible to procreate with adult females, and they also undertake the primary responsibility of hunting or fishing for sustenance. Hunting is a perilous endeavor, frequently resulting in fatalities among the tribesmen. Even the chieftain is not immune to this risk. Consequently, the number of adult male tribesmen is less than half that of adult females. The Serpent tribe does not adhere to a monogamous system. Mating rights are prioritized based on prowess, with the most capable individuals having the first choice of partners. The chieftain, naturally, is the first to select a mate. However, the chieftain must exercise discretion and refrain from claiming all adult females, lest he incite a revolt among the other adult males. Given the significant disparity in numbers between adult males and females, even the least formidable adult male is assured of a mate. Adult females are obliged to acquiesce to the selection unless their own strength surpasses that of their suitor. As for the shaman, he is also an adult male, but by virtue of his status and vocation, he remains without a mate. Chapter 2. A Primitive Tribe Part 2. The remaining fraction of the Serpent tribe consists of the elderly, the disabled, and the infirm. The Serpent tribe partakes in 2 meals daily, at dawn and dusk. During each meal, the chieftain assumes the responsibility of allocating food, first to the adult males, followed by the adult females and minors, and lastly, to the elderly, the disabled, and the sick. Whenever the tribe faces a shortage of food, the elderly, the disabled, and the ill are the first to be forsaken. They may receive a meager portion of sustenance, or perhaps none at all. Their presence in the tribe bears little significance. They are unable to hunt or gather fruit, essentially spending their days in a slow wait for the inevitable arrival of death. This delineates the demographic composition of the Serpent tribe, a primitive community that survives by hunting. In Su Yan's view, the shaman ought to be the most pivotal figure within the Serpent tribe. Beyond the rituals, the significance of the shaman is evident through the transmission of knowledge and the practice of healing. The passing of knowledge entails the use of written language, and healing can also be regarded as a form of knowledge. In the Serpent tribe, writing exists, and the shaman along with their disciples are the only individuals who comprehend it. Although it is referred to as writing, it cannot truly be classified as such. These symbols are more intricate than oracle bone script, resembling simplistic drawings instead. Su Yin can roughly infer their meanings, and perhaps, in the years to come, these characters will evolve into oracle bone script or traditional Chinese characters. This remains uncertain. On the walls of the cave, and upon the stone tablets piled in the corners, numerous inscriptions are etched. Some of these writings were left by former shamans, while others are the contributions of the current shaman. Collectively, they represent the knowledge heritage of the Serpent tribe, encompassing various subjects such as healing, hunting, and fishing. As long as the shaman continues to uphold the transmission of knowledge, the Serpent tribe will find it arduous to face extinction, resiliently striving to survive in this world. There exists both written text and spoken language, and the dialect of the Snake tribe bears a resemblance to a certain regional tongue that Su Yin had once encountered. For those solely proficient in Mandarin, comprehending the nuances of this dialect proves to be quite challenging. It took Su Yin several years of keen observation and educated guessing to grasp a general understanding of this unique language. The manner in which the members of the snake tribe communicate differs significantly from modern speech. Their expressions are exceedingly succinct, often conveyed through single words, frequently reiterated for emphasis. Through diligent observation, Su Yin gradually cataloged commonly used terms such as eat, hunt, food, sleep, hungry, cold, hot, big, and small. Moreover, the inhabitants of the snake tribe possess no names, nor do they adhere to any formalized written or spoken language. Hence, the concept of names is virtually non-existent, typically resorting to pronouns such as you, me, and him. However, during moments of boredom, Su Yin took it upon himself to bestow names upon them. Titles such as shaman, chief, and foster mother serve as both names and identifiers, while monikers like Big Mouth, Strong One, and Dark One were crafted by Su Yin based on their distinctive traits. The foster mother has two daughters, the elder named Little Flower and the younger Little Moon. For those lacking distinctive characteristics, Su Yin resorted to numerical designations, referring to them as number 1, number 2, and so forth. It appears they also lack a surname, and given their affiliation with the snake tribe, it could be aptly designated as she. The snake tribe exists in a state reminiscent of the Stone Age. Exhibiting considerable primitiveness, they do not engage in agriculture and rely solely on hunting, foraging for fruits, and fishing to fulfill their dietary needs. Particularly in the realm of fishing, the Serpent tribe lacks nets and resorts to using sharpened wooden sticks to spear fish in the water. Novices require an extensive amount of time to successfully catch fish, resulting in a notably inefficient fishing method. Furthermore, the pungent odor of fish renders it a less desirable option in their diet. Some tribe members would rather consume fruits than partake in fish meat. In many people's minds, primitive individuals are often envisioned as unclothed, filthy beings with thick hair, resembling wild gorillas. However, the primitive inhabitants of the Serpent tribe starkly contrast this stereotype. Despite residing in the Stone Age, the tribe's cleanliness stands out as their most prominent characteristic. Except for the lively children, one would never encounter an individual covered in dirt. The tribe members' appearance is akin to that of modern humans. They lack excessive body hair and adorn themselves with animal hides to protect vital areas. During the sweltering summer months, they even resort to wearing leaves. It is noteworthy that they not only don clothing, but also footwear. Perhaps due to the venomous insects on the forest floor, the tribe members wear rudimentary shoes, with some merely binding animal hides to their feet, while others prefer handmade grass sandals. Were he to return to modern society, Su Yin would undoubtedly become an authority on primitive cultures. However, for Su Yin, the sole regret lies in being merely an observer, unable to exert control over the body that confines his soul. He has never named this body, or perhaps he perceives it as an extension of himself, simply Su Yin, with the hope that one day he might reclaim dominion over it. In the 2 years following his birth, Su Yin was quite similar to the other children in the tribe, aside from his excessive drowsiness, which could be deemed typical for a child. However, as Su Yin gradually matured, the observer, Su Yin, discerned that this body might be that of a mentally challenged child, as it became evident that his intellect was markedly inferior to that of his peers. While the body grew, its intelligence did not flourish. It could only emit incoherent sounds and scarcely communicated in the language of the snake tribe. Were it not for the presence of his adoptive mother, it is likely that this body would have succumbed to fate long ago. Su Yin speculated that perhaps his existence was the reason Su Yin had become a child of diminished capacity. When Su Yin reached the age of 6, he fell gravely ill, a condition that even the shaman could not remedy. His health deteriorated progressively, rendering him emaciated, little more than skin and bones. The entire tribe seemed to have abandoned him, offering only a meager portion of food due to his male gender. The observer, Su Yin, felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. He understood that should Su Yin perish, he, too, would meet his end. Though he could only exist in this world as an observer for the time being, Su Yin was resolute in his desire to survive. While the tribe had forsaken Su Yin, his adoptive mother remained steadfast, providing him with meticulous care. Each time she procured food, she would first ensure Su Yin was nourished before consuming the remnant herself. Subsequently, the sisters Xiao Hua and Xiao Yu emulated their mother, sharing their food with Su Yin. Under the attentive care of his adoptive mother, Su Yin miraculously endured the harsh winter, and with the arrival of spring, his illness finally receded. Upon encountering Su Yin, the leader noted that, aside from a slight frailty, he was able to engage in play like any other child, thus restoring Su Yin's rations to their full allocation. As days turned into weeks, spring once again graced the land. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting a warm glow upon Su Yan's small face. Awakened from slumber, Su Yan gently clenched his right fist. From this day forth, the observer Su Yan was no more only the Su Yan of the Serpent tribe remained, or perhaps Serpent Yan. In reality, the surname she exists, albeit exceedingly rare. Reborn in the primordial era, he imparts knowledge of agriculture, medicine, and martial arts, engages in brickmaking, constructs buildings, and fortifies cities, leading his tribe to rise majestically upon the earth. As dawn breaks, golden rays of sunlight filter through the foliage, casting a warm glow upon the slumbering figures nestled within the cave. Sensing the piercing brightness, Su Yan cracks open his eyes slightly, then raises his hand to shield himself from the direct sunlight. After a moment, he acclimates to the luminous embrace and gradually sits up from the tangle of grass. Through the sun-drenched air, he surveys his surroundings. The spacious cave, spanning over 100 square meters, is strewn with over 100 primitive individuals, their skin slightly darkened, yet already bearing a semblance to modern humanity. In stark contrast, the center of the cave remains unoccupied, instead hosting a collection of stone bowls, basins, knives, and other rudimentary tools, alongside the most vital sustenance for the primitive folk. The provisions mainly consist of meat, predominantly fish, with a modest portion of game meat, sufficient to sustain the tribe's physical exertion throughout the day. At the cave's entrance, a fire crackles, its flames still fervently alive during the night. Peril lurks, and this blazing beacon serves to ward off most threats. Two robust adult males, clad only in animal hides, sit by the entrance, periodically adding firewood to the flames. Should a beast approach, they would assess the situation and determine whether to rouse their fellow tribesmen to defend against the impending danger. Though the scene is familiar and the face is known, Su Yan senses an intangible shift in the atmosphere. Clenching his right fist, an inexplicable emotion wells within him. Indeed, it is different now. Today marks a new beginning. Su Yan is not an ordinary individual. Born into a family steeped in traditional Chinese medicine, he has cultivated a profound affinity for this ancient practice through the influence of his family. He dedicates himself to it, committing to the path of traditional medicine for his lifetime. At just over 30, he has already garnered a modest reputation in the field, yet he harbors a singular regret: the absence of a woman by his side. Su Yan yearns for a partner who shares his passion for traditional medicine to journey through life together. However, fate is oftentimes capricious. One fateful day, as he commuted to work, an uncontrollable heavy truck careened wildly down the road, resulting in a tragic calamity that involved multiple vehicles, including the one Su Yan was driving. In the moment of impact, darkness enveloped him, and his consciousness faded away. Time passed, though its duration was indiscernible. When Su Yan next encountered the light, everything had transformed. He found himself not in a hospital ward, but rather in a filthy, chaotic cave. More shockingly, he was no longer an adult, but had reverted to the state of a newborn infant. Tragically, this infant's mother succumbed to postpartum hemorrhage, denied the necessary treatment to save her life. Such occurrences are tragically commonplace. In primitive times, humanity was exceedingly vulnerable. Individuals could perish from exposure to the elements, starvation, or illness. A minor ailment could easily prove fatal, and a robust infectious disease could decimate an entire tribe. Reincarnation, transmigration, or perhaps a rebirth through possession. Su Yan is perplexed by the existence of his past memories despite being reborn as an infant, a phenomenon that defies the natural order. Having died once, Su Yan chose to embrace the notion of when in Rome, do as the Romans do, preparing to embark on a new chapter of his existence. Although Su Yan's mother perished due to his birth, the chieftain of the tribe entrusted him to another woman within the community who was nursing at the time. Thus, Su Yan gained a foster mother and a sister, merely a few months his senior. As for the identity of Su Yan's father, it remained shrouded in mystery. He could be deceased, alive, the chieftain of the tribe, or perhaps someone entirely different. Regardless, Su Yan found himself unable to uncover the truth. Days passed, and Su Yan sensed that fate had played another trick upon him. Despite inhabiting his own body, he discovered that his consciousness could not exert control over this frail vessel. As time flowed on, Su Yan continued to lack dominion over his physical form, which, paradoxically, was capable of various activities. He could perceive the world around him through this body, yet he remained oblivious to the presence of another soul residing within. It was as though this body had morphed into a cage, confining Su Yan's spirit and rendering him unable to communicate with the outside world. He could only quietly endure the experiences life presented through this corporeal form. As time wore on, he grew accustomed to this state, becoming a silent observer, diligently watching the world and the tribe around him. By day, the sun cast its light, and by night, the moon illuminated the sky. Su Yan found himself unable to discern whether he was on Earth or in another realm. But by observing the sun's position, he could roughly deduce that the tribe was situated in the northern hemisphere of this planet, where the seasons were distinctly marked. The original tribe was nameless, for its totem was a serpent, which Su Yan referred to as the Serpent tribe. The total population of the Serpent tribe hovered around 150 individuals, with the highest authority held by the shaman and the chief. The chief was tasked with overseeing the tribe's survival, while the shaman was responsible for rituals, the transmission of knowledge, and healing. Though the roles of the chief and the shaman differed, the shaman's status was slightly superior to that of the chief. As an observer, Su Yan recorded the emergence of a new chief. On that fateful day, the chief had taken the adult male members of the tribe on a hunting expedition, only to return as a lifeless corpse, devoid of any significant wounds, suggesting he had been poisoned. In the wake of the chief's death, the tribe could not remain leaderless. Under the shaman's guidance, the ceremony to select a new chief commenced. The process was straightforward. Only the strongest individual in the tribe could ascend to this position, with strength defined as a combination of martial prowess and wisdom. Following a series of non-lethal combats, a new chief emerged, and the other tribe members bowed before him as the shaman crowned their new leader. Among the Serpent tribe, minors constituted the majority. Males under 1.5 meters and females under 1.4 meters were classified as minors, comprising over one-third of the tribe's total population. The second largest demographic was adult females, those exceeding 1.4 meters. Upon reaching adulthood, they could begin bearing children and were also responsible for gathering fruits as sustenance, accounting for approximately one-third of the tribe's populace. The third group in terms of population consists of adult males, specifically those male members who exceed a height of 1.5 meters. Upon reaching adulthood, they are permitted to unite with adult female members to procreate, while also undertaking the vital responsibilities of hunting and fishing to procure sustenance. Hunting is a perilous endeavor, often resulting in fatalities among tribe members, including the chief, which has led to a situation where the number of adult males is less than half that of adult females. The Serpent tribe does not adhere to monogamy. Instead, the selection of mates is determined by strength, with the most formidable individuals given priority in choosing partners. Naturally, the chief is the first to select a mate, but caution must be exercised, as he cannot claim all adult female members without risking a coalition of other adult males seeking to overthrow him. Due to the significant disparity in numbers between adult males and females, even the weakest adult male is able to secure a mate, while adult females must acquiesce to being chosen, unless their prowess surpasses that of the selected individual. As for the shamans, they too are adult males. However, due to their esteemed status and vocation, they remain without partners. Chapter 2. The Primitive Tribe Part 2. The remaining few members of the Serpent tribe consist of the elderly, the disabled, and the ill. The tribe partakes in 2 meals each day, with the chief responsible for the initial distribution of food to the adult males, followed by the adult females and minors, and finally to the elderly, disabled, and ill. Whenever the tribe faces a scarcity of food, the elderly, the disabled, and the ill are often the first to be forsaken. They may receive a meager portion of sustenance, or perhaps none at all. Their contributions to the tribe are minimal, as they are unable to venture forth to hunt or gather fruits, spending their days merely awaiting the inevitable arrival of death. This is the demographic composition of the Serpent tribe, a primitive community reliant on hunting for survival. In Su Yan's perspective, the shaman holds the most pivotal role within the Serpent tribe. Beyond the sacrificial rites, the significance of the shaman is evident in the realms of knowledge transmission and healing. Knowledge transmission encompasses the written word, and healing can also be classified as a form of knowledge. The Serpent tribe possesses a system of writing, with the shaman and their apprentices being the only 2 individuals in the tribe who comprehend it. However, it is a form of writing that transcends the complexity of oracle bone script. It resembles simplistic pictographs. Su Yan can vaguely decipher its meanings, pondering how many years it will take for this script to evolve into oracle bone characters or even into traditional Chinese characters. Such transformations remain uncertain. On the walls of the cave and on the stone slabs piled in the corners, numerous inscriptions are etched, some left by former shamans and others by the current shaman. These inscriptions constitute the knowledge heritage of the Serpent tribe, encompassing various subjects such as healing, hunting, and fishing. As long as the shaman continues to transmit knowledge, the Serpent tribe will find it exceedingly difficult to face extinction, resiliently struggling to survive in this world. Language exists alongside text, and the tongue of the Serpent tribe bears a resemblance to a dialect that Su Yin once encountered. It is rather challenging for those who only understand Mandarin to grasp the essence of their speech. Su Yin spent several years observing and, through a blend of deduction and guesswork, managed to comprehend the rudiments of this language. The manner in which the inhabitants of the Serpent tribe converse is markedly different from that of contemporary society. Their sentences are exceedingly concise, often encapsulated in a single word, which they frequently repeat for emphasis. Through diligent observation, Su Yin gradually cataloged commonly used expressions such as eat, hunt, food, sleep, hungry, cold, hot, big, and small. Furthermore, the people of the Serpent tribe do not possess names, nor do they have a standardized system of writing or language, rendering the concept of names virtually non-existent. They primarily refer to one another as you, me, or him. However, in moments of leisure, Su Yin whimsically assigned names to them. Names like shaman, chief, and nurturer serve as both identifiers and titles, while others such as Big Mouth, Strong One, and Dark One derive from their distinctive traits. The nurturer has two daughters, affectionately named Little Flower and Little Moon. For those lacking distinguishing features, Su Yin resorted to numerical designations, labeling them as number 1, number 2, and so forth. Perhaps a surname is also warranted given their identity as the Serpent tribe. They could fittingly adopt the surname Shi. The Serpent tribe remains entrenched in the Stone Age, characterized by its primitive existence. They do not engage in agriculture, relying solely on hunting, foraging for fruits, and fishing to meet their sustenance needs. Particularly in the realm of fishing, the Serpent tribe lacks nets, relying instead on sharpened wooden sticks to spear fish in the water. Inexperienced individuals often spend an inordinate amount of time attempting to catch fish, resulting in exceedingly low efficiency. Furthermore, the pungent odor of fish relegates it to a lesser status among their culinary choices. Some tribe members would rather indulge in fruits than partake in fish. Many envision primitive humans as unkempt beings, devoid of clothing and resembling wild gorillas. However, the primitive individuals of the Serpent tribe starkly contrast this stereotype. Despite existing in the Stone Age, a strong sense of cleanliness characterizes the members of the Serpent tribe. Except for the lively children, one would never encounter individuals in a state of disarray. The appearance of the Serpent tribe members is increasingly akin to that of modern humans. They do not possess abundant body hair. Instead, they don animal skins for protection in vital areas, and during the sweltering summer months, they may don leaves as attire. It is noteworthy that they not only wear clothing, but also footwear. Perhaps due to the venomous insects on the forest floor, the members of the Serpent tribe adorn themselves with rudimentary shoes. Some simply bind animal skins to their feet, while others prefer hand-woven grass sandals. If only he could return to contemporary society, Su Yin would undoubtedly emerge as an authority on primitive peoples. His sole regret lies in being merely an observer, unable to exert control over the body that confines his spirit. Su Yin has never bestowed a name upon this body. He believes it to always represent himself. Hence he identifies it as Su Yin. Perhaps one day, he will regain control over this vessel. In the 2 years following his birth, Su Yin, aside from his propensity for excessive slumber, resembled the other children of the tribe, appearing to be a typical child. However, as Su Yin gradually matured, he began to discern that this body might be that of a mentally challenged child, as it became increasingly evident that his intellect was markedly inferior to that of his peers. While his physique developed, his cognitive abilities did not flourish. He could only utter incoherent sounds, and had scarcely any grasp of the language of the Serpent tribe. Were it not for the presence of his adoptive mother, it is likely that this body would have perished long ago. Su Yin speculated that perhaps his own existence was the reason for Su Yin becoming a mentally impaired child. When Su Yin reached the age of 6, he suffered a severe illness that even the shaman could not remedy. His body weakened progressively, dwindling to little more than skin and bones, and it seemed that the entire tribe had abandoned him, providing only a meager sustenance due to his status as a male. The observer, Su Yin, felt an acute sense of urgency. He understood that once Su Yin succumbed, so too would he, as he could only inhabit this world in the guise of an observer for the time being. Nevertheless, he was reluctant to simply fade away. While the members of the tribe had forsaken Su Yin, his adoptive mother remained steadfast, tending to him with great care. Each time she received food, she would ensure that Su Yan was nourished before consuming the remnants herself. Subsequently, the sisters Xiao Hua and Xiao Yu emulated their mother, sharing their provisions with Su Yan. With the meticulous care of his adoptive mother, Su Yan managed to endure the harsh winter, and as spring arrived, the illness finally receded. Upon encountering Su Yan, the leader observed that despite his slight frailty, he could engage in play like any other child. Thus, he restored Su Yan's food allocation to its former abundance. As days turned into weeks, another spring arrived. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting a gentle glow upon Su Yan's cherubic face. Awakening from slumber, Su Yan instinctively curled his right hand into a gentle fist. From this day forth, the observer Su Yan was no more only the Su Yan of the Serpent tribe remained, or perhaps Serpent Yan. In reality, there exists the surname Shi, albeit exceedingly rare. Chapter 3. Awakening. Not long after Su Yan awoke, others began to stir as the sunlight streamed into the cave. The rhythm of day and night, resting at sunset and toiling at dawn, epitomized the natural habits of primitive people. Some, like Su Yan, sat in a pile of weeds lost in thought, while others stood and ventured outside to stretch their limbs in the open space. A few lively children gathered together, playfully wrestling. Su Yan's nominal sister, Xiao Hua, and younger sister, Xiao Yu, sat opposite each other, their small hands exchanging playful gestures, reveling in their merriment. Nearby, their adoptive mother leaned against the wall, her gaze soft as she observed the trio. The chief awakened, donning his ornate feathered crown anew, and rose to walk towards the central area of the cave where food was arranged. You, come here," he commanded, pointing at several individuals within the cave. The 4 adult male tribesmen, summoned by the chief's directive, promptly approached without the need for further instructions. They grasped the provisions on the ground and made their way towards the crackling bonfire outside. The discovery and utilization of fire hold monumental significance for the advancement of humanity and society. With fire, humans have fortified their ability to combat the chill of the climate, allowing them to roast food, engage in hunting, defend against wild beasts, illuminate their surroundings, dry damp items, and convert ice into drinking water. It can be asserted that the mastery of fire has extended the average human lifespan by at least a decade. Now, the members of the snake tribe aimed to transform raw fish into cooked sustenance using fire. They transported fish, each weighing at least half a pound, to the bonfire, skewering them with sticks about the thickness of a finger, angled towards the flames, occasionally turning the skewers, patiently awaiting the fish to roast. In addition to the fish, remnants of roasted beast meat from the previous night were also present, having cooled overnight, and were similarly skewered before being placed in the fire to reheat. The tantalizing aroma of food soon drew the hungry individuals to the bonfire. Su Yan, too, was pulled closer by Xiao Hua and Xiao Yu, with their adoptive mother closely following behind. Around the bonfire, children and some adults gazed intently at the food, occasionally licking their lips, their stomachs growling in hunger. Before long, the roasted beast meat was the first to be removed from the flames. The chief sliced the meat with a stone knife and placed it onto a broad leaf, ensuring there was enough to satisfy 2 adult appetites. After setting down the knife, he cradled the food in his hands and walked back into the cave. Su Yan understood that this was the chief delivering food to the shaman, who, along with his apprentice, typically refrained from dining with the rest of the tribe. Given his esteemed position, the chief always prioritized delivering food to the shaman first. A moment later, the chief emerged empty-handed from the cave, sitting beside the bonfire to enjoy the remaining roasted beast meat. Due to the rigid hierarchy, the other members of the snake tribe could only watch as the chief feasted. Several children nearly drooled at the sight, and even Su Yan felt an increase in saliva production, despite the roasted beast meat being far inferior to the delicacies of her past life. Shortly thereafter, the fish was deemed ready. The chief swallowed the last morsel of roasted beast meat, stood, surveyed the eager tribe, and declared, "It is time to eat." The starving tribe members could scarcely contain their excitement. A towering man named Dali, known for his immense strength, approached the bonfire and gathered the remaining roasted beast meat. Casually seizing a fish weighing over a pound, clutching the food, he squeezed his way out from the bonfire. Dali was the strongest member of the snake tribe, with the chief ranking second in strength. Though Dali's lack of intellect led to his defeat by the current chief in the previous contest for leadership. Following Dali, several other adult male tribesmen, characterized by fierce visages and distinctive features, stepped forward to claim enough food to satiate their hunger. Soon after, the adult female tribesmen also approached to gather their portions. When it came to the younger members, the adults distributed the food directly to them. Children typically consumed less than adults, so 2 or 3 would share a fish. Su Yan, Xiao Hua, and Xiao Yu shared a fish that weighed nearly 2 pounds. Their adoptive mother helped carry the food. And the four of them settled together in a corner of the open space, with Xiaohua and Xiaoyu fixated on the two roasted fish in their mother's hands. Their adoptive mother handed one large and one smaller fish to Su Yin and Xiaoyu, gently urging, "Eat." Eagerly, Xiaoyu took the slightly smaller yet still substantial fish, sinking her teeth into it. Su Yin hesitated for a moment before accepting the roasted fish, taking a bite from the meteor's side. The taste of unscaled, unseasoned roasted fish was foreign to her, and during her first encounter with roasted fish in her past life, she had felt nauseous from the memories of exquisite cuisine. Yet, she found herself unable to vomit, as her body was beyond her control. However, over the years, she had grown accustomed to the flavor of such roasted fish. Now, though she could control her body, she felt little reaction, viewing it merely as sustenance. While their adoptive mother and Xiaohua watched Su Yin and Xiaoyu eat, her demeanor remained relatively calm, whereas Xiaohua appeared eager, as if to say, "Hurry up and eat. I'm starving." Xiaoyu devoured the majority of her fish before reluctantly pausing, recognizing that her sister and mother had yet to eat. Su Yin also paused, having consumed just over a third of the fish, feeling only moderately full. In contrast, had this been the previous day, she would have continued eating until satisfied. Their adoptive mother, not questioning, took the leftover portion from Su Yin and handed it to Xiaohua, while she herself began eating the remainder of Xiaoyu's fish. After breakfast, and following a brief rest, most of the adult male members of the snake tribe gathered outside the cave. Armed with a variety of weapons, stone spears, stone axes, wooden clubs, and some even wielding mere stones. "Let us depart," the chief commanded, leading 19 adult male tribesmen into the wilderness to hunt, while a few remained behind to protect the tribe. It was spring, and with few fruits to gather, the adult female members of the tribe set off with sharpened wooden sticks to fish in the small river located over 200 meters to the south of the cave. Should the hunting party return empty-handed, they would also fish in the river. Chapter 4. The initial training in martial arts. Not long after the chief and the hunting party departed, nearly half of the adult female members of the snake tribe followed suit. Wielding their sharpened wooden sticks to fish in the river, including Su Yan's adoptive mother, with both the hunting and fishing parties gone, the combat capability of the tribe significantly diminished, although over 100 tribespeople remained. Most were elderly, infirm, or pregnant, leaving only 3 adult males. Nearly 30 adult females remained, but aside from a few capable of fighting, most were expectant mothers, their belly swollen. Fortunately, should an emergency arise, the adult females fishing nearby would quickly return. Outside the cave, pregnant women, the elderly, and the sick sat scattered on the ground, busily engaged in various tasks, some weaving grass ropes, others crafting grass shoes, and still others shaping stone tools. The tribe did not tolerate idleness. Even pregnant women, the elderly, and the infirm were expected to contribute. The younger children were exempt from labor, instead playing in groups, while several followed the fishing party to the riverbank for amusement. Originally, sisters Xiaohua and Xiaoyu wished to accompany them, but their mother intervened, insisting they remain behind. However, Xiaoyu and Xiaohua did not simply bask in the sun or engage in idle play. They foraged for flowers around the tribe's dwelling, adorning their heads with blossoms. Xiaohua, in particular, delighted in placing flowers atop her head, which inspired Su Yin to affectionately nickname her Xiao Huas for Xiaoyu. Her crescent-shaped eyes when she smiled gave rise to her name. In the past, Su Yin would frolic with the other children, occasionally being drawn into flower gathering by Xiaohua and Xiaoyu. Today, however, she remained dutifully in one spot, engaging in peculiar movements. In her previous life, Su Yin hailed from the Su family, a lineage steeped in traditional Chinese medicine for a millennium, having survived countless conflicts without losing its legacy, alongside medical knowledge. The Su family also preserved a unique martial art known as Su Family Fist. Despite its unassuming name, it was an authentic internal martial art capable of cultivating the kind of internal strength depicted in martial arts novels. According to ancestral records, practitioners of the Su Family Fist could take on 10 foes, or even 100. However, as time passed, no one could master the Su Family Fist to its fullest potential. In modern times, even the cultivation of internal strength became increasingly elusive, relegating the practice to mere techniques for exertion and health. A widely accepted theory among martial arts families suggested that ancient air contained a special element necessary for cultivating internal power, yet this element was in finite supply, diminishing with use. Consequently, martial arts gradually declined, culminating in an era where practitioners could no longer harness internal strength, leading to the complete deterioration of martial traditions. Su Yin found merit in this explanation. Although modern martial arts have waned, the Su clan has steadfastly upheld the tradition of martial practice. The Su-style fist is divided into 2 categories: the martial fist, 36 forms, and the literary fist, 36 forms. The martial fist is designed for combat, while the literary fist focuses on health and wellness. Even if one cannot cultivate internal energy, the techniques of force generation from the martial fist and the health benefits from the literary fist yield significant advantages. The children of the Su clan are initiated into martial arts from a tender age, and they are even required to memorize the few hundred characters of the internal cultivation techniques. Reborn into a primitive era, where beasts roam the earth and venomous creatures lurk beneath the soil, Su Yin realizes that strength is paramount. Thus, martial training becomes his optimal choice. Additionally, he uncovers an exhilarating revelation. In modern society, an adult male can typically lift about 50 kilograms. Those engaged in physical labor can, under normal circumstances, lift approximately 250 kilograms with two individuals. Notably, the adult females of the snake tribe can achieve similar feats. Not to mention the adult males who possess even greater strength. Su Yin speculates that the primitive diet, rich in meat, along with the incorporation of mysterious elements from the air during respiration, contributes to their superior physical prowess compared to modern individuals. Now that he has gained control over his body, Su Yin eagerly moves to an open area in front of a cave to practice the 36 forms of the literary fist. This marks his first attempt at the forms in this life. He stumbles through the complete set, panting heavily upon completion. Merely 8 years of age, and having suffered a severe illness the previous year. Su Yin can barely manage to finish the sequence once, feeling utterly exhausted at the thought of attempting it again. The more challenging martial fist is beyond his reach for the time being. The age-old maxim, the poor study literature while the rich practice martial arts, rings true. The impoverished dedicate themselves to scholarly pursuits, often enduring hardship for the sake of education. While martial training requires not only financial resources for mentorship, but also ample nutrition for the physical exertion involved. This is a luxury beyond the means of ordinary families. For Su Yin, the foremost requirement for martial training is to nourish his body adequately. However, as a minor, securing sufficient food within the snake tribe proves to be a formidable challenge. Should he engage in rigorous training, his dietary needs would surpass those of adult males, making it impossible for the tribe to provide the necessary sustenance. Moreover, martial training demands the use of various medicinal herbs for baths and dietary supplements to alleviate latent injuries and expedite progress. Without these, practitioners often succumb to the numerous hidden injuries they accumulate. Fortunately, Su Yin is still young, and his fragile meridians prevent him from cultivating internal energy, an endeavor that typically begins at the age of 12. Thus, the priority remains on building a strong foundation through proper nourishment. Though this still necessitates a considerable amount of food, food presents a considerable challenge for Su Yin. The snake tribe. Food is collectively owned. All provisions must be pooled together, and when mealtime arrives, the chief or an appointed individual distributes it. Children like Su Yin are allocated a fixed portion, unlike adult males, who can take as much as they wish. After completing a set of the 36 forms of the literary fist, Su Yin collapses onto the ground, resting while basking in the warm sunlight, his mind racing with thoughts of how to procure more food. Before long, Xiaohua and Xiaoyu arrive, hand in hand, bouncing with excitement. They adorn Su Yin's head with flowers, and Xiaoyu gently combs his hair from behind. Chapter 5, The Fishing Plan, Part 1, with her little hands acting as a comb. Xiaoyu meticulously tends to Su Yin's hair, untangling his long black locks. Xiaohua places flower after flower atop Su Yin's head, stepping back occasionally to admire their handiwork before returning to embellish him further. Together, the sisters seem determined to transform him into a handsome youth. Su Yin, however, is lost in contemplation about how to secure more food. He recalls that in the snake tribe, food is communal, and the spoils of the hunting and fishing teams are gathered and distributed at mealtime. This prompts a thought. While the food gathered by adults is communal, he remembers that when children find bird eggs or wild berries, they are permitted to snack on them without adult interference. This line of reasoning leads him to ponder whether the food obtained by minors would belong solely to them. Determined to test this hypothesis, Su Yin realizes he must first devise a method to obtain food from outside the snake tribe. Hunting is out of the question, as the jungle harbors numerous dangers, and the tribe typically operates in groups of several adult males, with solo ventures being rare, especially for a child like Su Yin. Foraging for fruit is also impractical, as it is spring and the trees are only beginning to bloom. Thus, fishing becomes the only viable option. As midday arrives, the fishing team returns, each member carrying at least 3 fish. They take a brief respite before heading back to the river in the afternoon. After their break, Su Yin's adoptive mother stands, spear in hand, ready to gather the group for departure. Su Yin quickly rises to follow her, prompting Xiaohua and Xiaoyu to do the same. Noticing their actions, their adoptive mother halts, turning to face the 3 children and raising her hand in a gesture for them to stop. Upon seeing her signal, the trio halts, with Su Yin displaying a stubborn expression, while Xiao Hua and Xiao Yu adopt pitiful looks. Return, their adoptive mother commands. Su Yin shakes his head, stepping forward to grasp her hand tightly. Observing his determination, she hesitates before reluctantly conceding. Though not her biological child, she has grown closer to Su Yin over the years than to her two daughters at 18 mealtimes. She ensures that Su Yin is fed first, often denying her own daughters in favor of him. In the jungle, areas near streams, rivers, and lakes are perilous, as wild beasts may approach to drink. Additionally, the rivers themselves pose dangers, not from ferocious amphibians like crocodiles, but rather from the fish, many of which possess sharp teeth and aggressive tendencies. Su Yin has noted the unattractive appearance of the fish brought back by the fishing team and struggles to identify them based on his prior knowledge. It is crucial to be cautious. Even when spearing fish, one must be wary of the possibility of a wounded fish biting back. Considering the inherent dangers, his adoptive mother is reluctant to allow the children near the river. Fortunately, the small river is not far from the snake tribe, and with nearly 30 adult women in the fishing team, she eventually agrees to let Su Yin accompany them, knowing other children will also be present. As long as they remain vigilant, the likelihood of accidents is minimal. Soon, the fishing team gathers, with nearly 30 adults and a dozen children making their way to the riverbank. Those who did not bring children disperse to find fishing spots, while those with children warn them to stay away from the water and not to stray too far. After issuing their warnings, they scatter to find suitable places for fishing. The river, no more than 5 meters wide and not exceeding 1 meter in depth, winds from west to east, its source and mouth unknown. The waters teem with life, primarily fish of various sizes, with some large enough to exceed the length of an adult's arm, while 1 or 2 kilogram fish abound, seemingly easy to scoop out. Observing the swimming fish and the tribe members fishing, Su Yin contemplates. The method of using sharpened sticks to spear fish is impractical. The adults possess greater strength and experience, yet their fishing efficiency remains low. Given his own limited strength and lack of experience, he knows he cannot expect to catch fish this way. A different approach is necessary. Common fishing techniques include spearing fish directly with a spear, using nets, or fishing with hooks. For Su Yin, spearing fish is the least feasible. Crafting hooks presents its own challenges. However, fishing with nets seems viable, but there are issues to address. The snake tribe possesses plant fibers, yet most are unsuitable for his needs, meaning he may have to weave the nets himself, requiring a certain degree of resilience and appropriate thickness. Having never woven a net before, Su Yin relies on his scant knowledge to explore the craft. As he ponders, he begins to sketch ideas in the dirt with a stick, contemplating the process of net weaving. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the fishing team, laden with the afternoon's catch, commenced their return journey. The once lively children, having exhausted their energy, lazily sat on the ground, reluctant to move, until their mothers gently urged them homeward. The hunting team, returning before the fishermen, had enjoyed a stroke of luck that day, having successfully hunted a mature spotted deer along with 2 small creatures whose names eluded them. The combined bounty of the hunting and fishing teams ensured that the entire Serpent tribe would have ample sustenance for 3 hearty meals, bringing abundant smiles to the faces of the tribe members. For primitive people, the joy of a full belly was paramount. The bonfire roared to life once more, and under the watchful eyes of the tribe, the skinned deer was skewered on a sturdy stick and placed above the flames. In no time, the tantalizing aroma of roasting meat wafted through the Serpent tribe's dwelling. Chapter 6. The Fishing Plan. Part 2. The laborious task of weaving a fishing net from nothingness is a daunting endeavor. While others may remain oblivious to the intricacies involved, Su Yin had first-hand experience of the challenges. The initial step of crafting suitable grass rope proved to be quite arduous, tempting Su Yin to abandon the net in favor of fishing with hooks. The earliest fish hooks, known as fish cards, were not crafted from metals like copper or iron, but rather constructed from segments of bone or branches. The line was affixed to the center of the bone or branch, and bait was wrapped around it before being cast into the water. When a fish consumed the bait, the angler would pull the line, ensnaring the bone or branch in the fish's stomach, leaving it no escape. Over time, this design evolved into the modern fish hook we recognize today. Despite fleeting thoughts of transitioning to hook fishing, Su Yin ultimately dismissed this notion, understanding that perseverance is essential in any endeavor. To relinquish a task simply because it proves challenging would lead to a life devoid of significant accomplishments. Furthermore, weaving a fishing net was not insurmountable. It merely required patience. The spirit of an adult resided within her youthful form. Impervious to the tedium of labor, was the process of weaving a fishing net any more tedious than studying traditional Chinese medicine? Su Yin sought suitable dry grass from the hay piles where her kin slept, settling in a sunlit clearing outside the cave to patiently braid the grass into rope. The rope for the fishing net must strike a balance. Not too thick, yet not too thin. It should withstand at least 7/10 of Su Yin's strength without breaking. Ensuring its suitability, the task of braiding the grass was not overly complex, as she employed the technique of intertwining 3 strands to form a finer rope, which she would then twist into a slightly thicker cord. Her kin also crafted copious amounts of grass rope for making grass shoes or binding items, with many ropes exceeding the thickness of her middle finger. Only a scant few were of the appropriate thickness. And obtaining them from her relatives posed its own challenges. As Su Yin diligently wove the grass rope, her younger sisters, Xiao Hua and Xiao Yu, occasionally wandered about but spent most of their time by her side. Initially curious, they observed Su Yan's work, even attempting to participate, but soon found the task rather dull and sought out more engaging activities. Her adoptive mother, during brief respites, would lend her assistance, working at a pace far exceeding Su Yan's own. After approximately 2 days, Su Yin accumulated a sufficient quantity of grass rope, signaling the time to commence weaving the fishing net. However, the net she envisioned was not the widely recognized type that unfurls like an umbrella when thrown, but rather a simple trap net. The materials for her rudimentary trap net consisted solely of rope and sturdy wooden sticks, not much thicker than Su Yan's wrist. She instructed her adoptive mother to divide the sticks into specified lengths, and then securely tied them together to create a rectangular frame measuring approximately 60 centimeters long, 30 centimeters high, and 35 centimeters wide. Subsequently, Su Yin wove a net from the rope across 5 sides of this rectangular frame, ensuring the mesh was not overly large so that most fish weighing around a pound could not escape once caught. After a series of modifications, on the evening of the 3rd day of her fishing venture, the net was complete, albeit a modest one, which she referred to as a fish trap. Given the abundance of fish in the stream, one could almost scoop them with a ladle. It was unlikely that her trap would fail to capture any fish. The only practical experience would confirm this. On the morning of the 4th day, Su Yin, carrying her lightweight trap, followed her adoptive mother as they made their way to the stream. Upon arrival, the members of the fishing team dispersed along the riverbank, preparing to cast their lines, while most of the accompanying children engaged in playful antics, with only a few watching the adults fish. Su Yin picked up the trap, which her adoptive mother had set down, and, under her watchful gaze, selected a suitable spot to gently place it in the water. The trap, standing about 30 centimeters high, sank completely beneath the surface, leaving only a thick rope tethered to its opening visible above the water. As she stood quietly by the riverbank, she noticed several small fish darting through the trap, as the relatively large mesh openings failed to impede their passage. A minute later, a fish, appearing to weigh around 1.5 pounds, swam directly into the trap. Before the fish could seek an escape route, Su Yin swiftly tugged on the rope, raising the opening of the trap upward. However, just as the trap emerged from the water, the fish adeptly wriggled free and escaped. Disheartened but undeterred by this initial setback, Su Yin recognized that failure was merely a stepping stone to success, and her confidence in trapping fish had notably increased with this first attempt. Observing Su Yin's determination, her adoptive mother relaxed, realizing that Su Yin intended to use the trap for fishing. Turning her attention to the river, she gripped the spear tightly, awaiting the opportune moment to strike. With a swift plunge, the spear pierced the water, narrowly missing a passing fish. Despite her considerable experience, her adoptive mother found the agile fish elusive, resulting in a low catch rate. Meanwhile, Su Yin initiated her second attempt. Within a minute, another fish, exceeding a pound in weight, collided with the trap. Once again, Su Yin quickly seized the rope, but as the opening of the trap broke the water's surface, the fish managed to escape yet again. This marked her second failure. The challenge of trapping fish demanded quick reflexes. One had to swiftly lift the trap's opening at the precise moment a fish entered, ensuring it had no chance to flee. The third attempt ended in failure, as did the fourth. However, on the 5th try, success. Su Yin pulled the trap onto the bank, revealing a fish weighing over a pound, thrashing desperately within the confines of the net. Struggling to escape through the mesh, her adoptive mother, momentarily distracted by Su Yin's efforts, caught sight of her success, her astonishment prompting her to halt her own actions and rush to Su Yin's side. Other adults and children nearby, drawn by the commotion, gathered around, their expressions a mix of curiosity and surprise. They marveled at how such a young child could successfully capture a fish using that peculiar contraption, especially since the entire fishing team had only managed to catch 2 fish thus far. Chapter 7. The Fish, Mined by Noon. The fishing team returned to the Serpent tribe's dwelling, and this time, there was a notable difference. Su Yin, as a miner, was triumphantly carrying 3 fish. Typically, it was the adults who bore the fruits of their labor, for food held undeniable significance within the Serpent tribe. And the more one brought home, the greater the respect they garnered. Su Yan's possession of 3 fish signified her ability to contribute to the tribe's sustenance, matching the efforts of her adult counterparts, which drew considerable attention. Upon their return, the tribe members gathered in the clearing, their eyes widening in astonishment at the sight of the fish in Su Yan's hands. those in the know quickly dispersed to share the news of Su Yan's fishing achievement. And she was met with approving glances from her peers, including a radiant smile from her adoptive mother at that moment. Amidst the growing excitement, a shaman emerged from the cave, adorned in animal skins. Feathers in his hair, and his exposed skin painted with vibrant stripes of red and white. Perhaps due to prolonged seclusion within the cave, the shaman's skin appeared slightly darker than that of other tribe members. Approaching a yellowish hue, beside him stood a slightly taller youth, the shaman's disciple, whom Su Yin had dubbed Xiao Dai due to his penchant for daydreaming in the clearing. As the shaman stepped into view, the previously boisterous tribe fell silent, all eyes turning toward him, yet none daring to meet his gaze. What was amiss? The shaman's raspy voice broke the stillness, inquiring about the commotion. A middle-aged woman, still clutching her catch, stepped forward. She was the leader of the fishing team, a respected figure among the adult females of the Serpent tribe and one of the chief spouses. Su Yin had not given her a name, merely assigning her a number, Snake 35. Pointing toward the fish in Su Yin and her adoptive mother's hands, Snake 35 addressed the shaman, saying, "He used the thing to catch fish." The shaman followed her. Taking note of Su Yin and the trap held by her adoptive mother, the shaman moved, approaching Su Yin and his adoptive mother, while the gaze of the clan's people followed his every step. Others dared not meet the shaman's eyes, out of both respect and fear, believing him to possess mysterious powers that allowed him to communicate with the deities who protected them, bestowing blessings upon their tribe. Su Yin, however, was different. After 7 years of observation, he had come to the conclusion that the shaman lacked any mystical abilities. The only distinction between him and the other members of the snake tribe lay in the shaman's possession of greater knowledge. As long as the shaman's lineage persisted without major mishaps, the snake tribe would continue to endure in this perilous world. Exchanging a brief glance with the shaman, Su Yin quickly averted his gaze. A mere glance sufficed. He too was required to maintain a semblance of respect towards the shaman. In that fleeting moment, Su Yin could discern the flicker of wisdom in the shaman's bright eyes. Upon reaching Su Yin and his adoptive mother, the shaman scrutinized the fish cage held by his adoptive mother, even extending his rough hand to touch it before turning to Su Yin and inquiring, "Did you make this?" "I did," Su Yin affirmed confidently. After receiving Su Yin's confirmation, the shaman nodded slightly and began to turn back towards the cave. As he passed by Snake San Wu, he instructed her to inform him when they set out for fishing in the afternoon. The shaman and his disciple vanished from the sight of the crowd, which seemed to collectively exhale in relief. In their eyes, the shaman was far more awe-inspiring than the chief. With the shaman's departure, the clansfolk resumed their usual activities, and Snake San Wu began to gather the catch from the fishing team. The members of the fishing team routinely handed over their fish to Snake San Wu. And before long, most of the morning's haul was neatly piled for communal sharing, leaving only the fish in Su Yan's possession. Noticing that Su Yan still held on to his fish, Snake San Wu approached him. "Give me the fish," she said, extending her hand towards him. Su Yan deftly evaded her grasp. "No, the fish is mine," he declared, concealing the fish behind him. This was a test of the snake tribe's dynamics. Observing Su Yan's actions, Snake San Wu felt a headache coming on. The fish was indeed Su Yan's catch, and as a minor, it was unprecedented for her to take food from a child. Just as she hesitated, Su Yan made another move. He divided the 3 fish into 2 portions, 1 fish in his left hand and 2 in his right. "This is yours, take it. This is mine." "I want to give it," he stated, presenting the 2 fish in his right hand to Snake San Wu while hiding the single fish back behind him. After a moment's contemplation, Snake San Wu accepted the 2 fish but refrained from demanding the remaining one from Su Yan. This small test seemed to yield a measure of success for Su Yan. However, the most crucial aspect remained gaining the chief's approval to retain his catch. With the fish in hand, Su Yan approached the smoldering bonfire. Seeking a stick, inserting it into the mouth of the fish and placing it over the flames to grill. Over the past few days, Su Yan had only managed to eat to about 80% of his capacity, sharing the rest with his adoptive mother, Xiao Hua, and Xiao Yu. Even foregoing his training. Su Yan's actions drew little attention. Everyone continued with their respective tasks. His adoptive mother sat nearby with Xiao Yu and Xiao Hua. Watching Su Yan as he cooked the fish, Xiao Yu's bright eyes were glued to the roasting fish, unconsciously placing her right index finger in her mouth. In his previous life as a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner and a solitary man, Su Yan had never favored takeout. He placed great importance on his dietary habits and preferred to cook for himself, occasionally experimenting with medicinal cuisine. Grilling fish was a simple endeavor for him. Lacking various seasonings, he simply aimed to cook it thoroughly. Before long, the fish was ready. Su Yan blew on the steaming fish before taking a bite, causing Xiao Hua and Xiao Yu to salivate in envy. The adults paid little mind to Su Yan's grilled fish, understanding that it was his catch. No self-respecting adult would snatch food from a child. For the minors, had Su Yan been holding bird eggs or small fruits, they might have attempted to take them, But the fact that Su Yin had caught fish like an adult made them perceive him as different, dispelling any thoughts of claiming his grilled fish. Soon enough, Su Yin finished half of the nearly 1.5-pound grilled fish, pausing to offer the remaining half to the wide-eyed Xiaoyu. Here, eat, he chuckled, ruffling her hair affectionately. Chapter 8, The Blessing of the Gods in the Afternoon. The fishing team welcomed 2 new members, the shaman and his disciple, Xiao Dai. The adults naturally spread out around the shaman and Xiao Dai as they walked. Su Yin and his fish cage were indispensable to the team. The shaman seldom left the tribe's dwelling, and when he did, it was for significant matters, such as today's outing prompted by Su Yin and his fish cage. In every tribe, adults held paramount importance, as they procured the vast majority of food, enabling the tribe's survival against the odds. Now, a miner wielding his own tool to capture food drew the shaman's attention. Indeed, he felt a sense of urgency to verify the authenticity of this occurrence. Necessitating a first-hand experience. At the riverbank, Su Yin stood at the forefront, carefully lowering the fish cage into the water. Beside him, the shaman attentively observed Su Yin's actions. Xiao Dai and the other members of the fishing team surrounded them, their priorities shifting as protecting the shaman took precedence over fishing. With a sudden splash, a fish weighing nearly 2 pounds collided with the cage. In a swift motion, Su Yin pulled the rope, causing the opening of the cage to rise to the surface. As the fish thrashed desperately within, unable to escape. A promising start, exclaimed the crowd, their excitement palpable. It was astonishing, particularly given Su Yin's youth. Su Yin drew the cage back to shore, and the shaman crouched beside him, examining both the cage and the struggling fish, tapping it lightly twice with his hand, already grasping the tool's function. Continue fishing, the shaman instructed Su Yin. Understood, Su Yin replied with a nod, seizing a stick as thick as an adult's finger, inserting it into the fish's mouth filled with sharp teeth, then tossing the fish on the ground after retrieving it from the cage. Returning the cage to the river, moments later, another fish darted into the cage, but as the cage began to rise again, the fish swiftly evaded capture, marking Su Yin's second unsuccessful attempt. Failure was to be expected. Having caught a fish on the first try was fortunate, and to achieve success twice in a row would have made Su Yin a master fisherman, or perhaps the cage a miraculous fishing tool. The shaman remained silent regarding the second failure, continuing to observe Su Yin's actions. Keep fishing. Third attempt. Failure. Fourth attempt. Failure. Fifth attempt. Yet another failure. Taking a deep breath, Su Yin steadied himself for the 6th attempt, which succeeded. Another fish was captured in the cage, and the excitement among the onlookers reached new heights. This cage was indeed a remarkable device for fishing. If a child could catch fish with it, how much more could the adults achieve? Although fish were considered the least desirable food within the snake tribe's diet, any food was better than going hungry. The quality of the food was secondary to the necessity of sustenance. Su Yin placed the cage on the shore, eager to extract the captured fish for continued fishing, when an unexpected event transpired. In an instant, the shaman knelt before Su Yin, or rather the fish cage he held, lifting his hands high and proclaiming loudly, "This is a gift from the gods to our tribe. We give thanks to our deity. We sing praises to our deity." Moments after the shaman knelt, the adults followed suit, dragging the children beside them into kneeling as well. Only Su Yin remained standing by the riverbank, feeling utterly perplexed, thinking, "I wove this cage. How has it become a divine gift?" In this surreal moment, Su Yin was at a loss for words. He understood that the deity referenced by the shaman was the tribe's totem, a wooden totem pole taller than an adult, depicting a long serpent, situated in the cave where the tribe members slept. During sacrificial events, the totem pole would be erected, and the shaman would chant incomprehensible songs and perform dances that struck Su Yin as quite ludicrous. After several minutes, the shaman ceased his praises, slowly rising to take the fish cage from Su Yin with great solemnity, holding it aloft. The surrounding clanspeople remained kneeling, afraid to raise their heads, as if fearing punishment for showing disrespect to the deity. The afternoon's fishing mission was momentarily halted. Under the shaman's escort, everyone returned to the tribe. As they walked, the shaman continued to murmur incantations, but Su Yin could not discern what the shaman was saying. The tribal dwelling is merely over 200 meters from the riverbank, yet a brief passage through the woods introduces an element of peril. Consequently, the fishing team must escort Wu, Xiao Dai, Su Yin, and the fish basket back to the tribe. Upon returning, standing before the cave, Wu once again raises the fish basket, which contains a nearly lifeless fish, eliciting the reverence of over 100 tribespeople who kneel in homage. Only Wu and Su Yin remain standing. Wu is certainly deserving of this posture, and Su Yin is also likely to be respected in such a manner, for none would dare compel her to kneel. Once the praise for the deity concludes, the fishing team departs towards the river to continue their endeavor, while the children who had been following them remain behind, gazing at Su Yin with eager eyes. Should Su Yin turn to face them, they would quickly avert their gaze, fearing to meet her eyes. Not only the children, but even the adults shy away from direct eye contact with Su Yin. Save for Xiaohua and Xiaoyu, two children closest to her, who manage a few fleeting glances before bowing their heads once more. Wu gently places the fish basket before the somewhat darkened totem pole and kneels in reverence. Xiaodai remains bowed on the ground, while Su Yin stands, carefully observing her surroundings. This marks Su Yan's first visit to the area where Wu conducts rituals, a place shrouded in dimness, yet illuminated by daylight enough for her to discern numerous pictographs etched upon the walls and irregular stone slabs strewn across the floor, many of which await Wu's inscriptions. The ground is adorned with several large animal hides, serving as beds and blankets for Wu and Xiaodai. In the snake tribe, even the leader rests upon a bed of grass, covered with an animal hide. After Wu completes her worship, she turns to Su Yin and utters the words. Shen X.Su Yin recognizes the first character as deity, while the second is unfamiliar, a peculiar sound she has never encountered before, leaving her uncertain of its meaning. Chapter 9. Teaching the Method of Crafting Fish Baskets Part 1. The signed contract has been sent. Status change expected by next Tuesday. Shen X, please impart the method for crafting fish baskets. The term fish basket, articulated in contemporary Mandarin, is one Su Yin has conveyed to Wu.in Wu's speech. Su Yin perceives a hint of reverence. Could Shen X signify a messenger of the divine? Despite her thoughts wandering, Su Yin affirms, certainly. Upon hearing Su Yan's response, Wu beams, a sight Su Yin witnesses for the first time. Even though the smile renders Wu's already streaked visage more grotesque, it reveals her genuine desire for the tribe's growth and prosperity. Under Wu's watchful gaze, Su Yin approaches the sleeping area of the tribe's people, selecting suitable dried grass from the ground to weave into ropes. After gathering a handful, she presents it to Wu, while Xiaodai observes intently. With an ample supply of grass in hand, Su Yin steps outside the cave. The gathered tribespeople turn their heads as they see Su Yin, Wu, and Xiaodai emerge, their eyes averted from Wu and Xiaodai. Resting instead on Su Yin. Wu strides forward, bellowing, he is Shen X. You must show respect to Shen X. The tribespeople, perplexed by the meaning of Shen X, intuitively lower their heads, unwilling to meet Su Yan's gaze. Su Yin places the dried grass down in a clearing and gestures towards three pregnant women whose bellies have begun to swell. You three, come here. Obediently, they shuffle closer. Su Yin hands each of them, along with Wu and Xiaodai, a handful of dried grass, keeping some for herself. Observe, choosing 3 strands of grass, Su Yin intricately weaves them into a slender rope, gradually elongating it before laying it down. She then crafts 2 other ropes of similar length, subsequently intertwining the 3 into a thicker cord. Holding the finished product aloft, she demonstrates its resilience by tugging at both ends. This is the type of rope we require. Wu inspects the rope with careful consideration before passing it to the others, who then attempt to replicate Su Yan's technique. However, their initial efforts clearly falter. The method Su Yin employs diverges significantly from the snake tribe's simpler, more rudimentary approach. While their grass ropes are hastily twisted, Su Yan's method demands precision and care, necessitating focused observation and diligent practice. As Su Yin continues to weave, she deliberately slows her movements, ensuring that the 5 onlookers can clearly comprehend her technique. They watch intently, etching her actions into their memories. Engaged in simultaneous observation and practice, it is Xiaodai who first succeeds in crafting a rope approximately resembling Su Yan's, albeit still lacking in refinement. Wu examines Xiaodai's creation, comparing it to Su Yan's, before patting Xiaodai's shoulder in acknowledgement, eliciting a goofy smile from the boy. Soon after, Wu masters the rope-making technique, while the 3 women take nearly thrice the time to grasp it. Encouraging them to persist, Su Yin departs to seek wooden sticks for constructing the framework of the fish baskets. Scattered throughout the snake tribe's territory are plenty of sticks, and within minutes, Su Yin returns with several suitable ones, placing them on the ground before rejoining the group in their rope-making. Approximately an hour later, the hunting party returns, reporting a meager haul of 2 animals, each progressively smaller than the last, a larger one resembling a honey badger, weighing no more than 20 kilograms, and a smaller, unrecognizable creature whose head has been crushed, weighing less than 5 kilograms. Once the inedible parts are discarded, little meat remains as the leader emerges from the woods. He is taken aback by the sight before him. Wu, usually not found outside, is now surrounded by tribespeople and a child. Engaged in an unfamiliar activity, he quickly approaches Wu. Wu halts her actions and, pointing at Su Yin, earnestly declares to the leader, he is Shen X. Shen X has bestowed upon us the divine treasure of fish baskets, enabling us to capture more fish. The leader's eyes widen in astonishment, and a newfound respect for Su Yin glimmers in his gaze. Shen X.Su Yin nods gently in acknowledgement, then resumes her task of weaving grass ropes. With the leader's involvement, the pace of crafting quickens, and as the sun sets in a crimson sky, the fishing team returns. Tribespeople add firewood to the bonfire outside the cave, intensifying the flames as dinner approaches. Su-yin pauses her work and instructs the 6 around her. Let us cease for today. We shall continue tomorrow. The 6 comply, and Su-yin gathers the ropes they crafted and the collected wooden sticks, returning them to the ritual area within the cave, instead of joining the others around the bonfire. Su-yin sits on the adjacent ground, gazing absently at the sky. The roasted beast meat was ready, its savory aroma wafting around the campfire. The children gazed longingly at the succulent meat, fully aware that they were not entitled to partake. Unless one day the hunting party returned with an abundant catch, the chief personally wielded a stone knife to carve the meat, while some tribesmen had previously gathered broad leaves to place beside the fire. The chief carefully laid the freshly cut meat upon the leaves. Moments later, he approached Su-yin, presenting a portion substantial enough to satiate an adult man, and gently set it down on the ground. Divine Messenger, it's time to eat. Su-yin nodded in response. The chief then turned to return, needing to deliver dinner to the shaman and little Dole in the cave. Su-yin reached down and picked up a piece of roasted meat from the large leaves. Bringing it to his mouth for a delicate bite, the unseasoned meat was passable, at least better than the roasted fish, which, with its scales unremoved and lacking spices, was quite unpalatable. As he savored the roasted meat, Su-yin reflected on his current status within the snake tribe. He had once been an ordinary child, but now held the title of Divine Messenger due to a mere fish trap. He speculated that his age and status were likely the reasons. How could a child possibly craft such an effective fishing tool? In modern terms, it seemed quite unscientific. The shaman had filled in the blanks. Attributing Su-yin's skill to divine instruction, the gods had chosen to impart the knowledge of the fish trap's creation solely to him, thus elevating him to the status of Divine Messenger. A position of great honor. Moreover, during his interactions with the shaman and the chief, Su-yin exhibited a maturity beyond his years, further convincing them that he was no ordinary child. From Su-yin's perspective, being the Divine Messenger was not without its advantages. He could enjoy superior roasted beast meat over the inferior fish, and within the snake tribe, he possessed greater autonomy to pursue various endeavors. If he could devise something beneficial for the tribe, his status as Divine Messenger would be further solidified, earning him more respect from the shaman and the chief, facilitating future reforms within the tribe. It was intriguing to consider that when he was merely an observer, he had contemplated ways to enhance the tribe's survival, and now he had the opportunity to put those thoughts into practice. By the campfire, several tribesmen had already collected their food and departed. Shortly after, his adoptive mother led the sisters, Little Flower and Little Moon, away from the fire. After a brief hesitation, they continued towards Su-yin. His adoptive mother felt somewhat flustered by her child's newfound esteemed status, yet maternal love compelled her to suppress her reverence. Little Flower and Little Moon, still innocent children, were oblivious to the significance of the Divine Messenger. They dashed to Su-yin's side, their bright eyes fixed hungrily on the roasted meat upon the leaves, their mouths nearly watering. Noticing his adoptive mother's unease, Su-yin slowly rose and took a few steps forward. Grasping her hand and saying, "Mother, please sit," she allowed him to lead her down, and although still anxious, she felt somewhat reassured by his hold. Sitting back on the ground, Su-yin took 3 pieces of meat from the leaves, distributing one each to his adoptive mother and the sisters. Little Flower and Little Moon eagerly began to eat, while their mother hesitated momentarily before taking a bite of the roasted meat. The chief had provided a generous portion, and even after sharing with his adoptive family, Su-yin would still have enough to fill his own belly. Tonight, he intended to practice his martial arts, and a full stomach was essential. Due to a recent illness, Su-yin's physique was somewhat frilier than his peers, necessitating nourishment. The sisters quickly devoured the meat Su-yin had given them, their gazes returning to the remaining pieces on the leaves. Su-yin swiftly covered the meat with his hands, indicating that it was not for them, as there was insufficient left for all 3 to be satisfied. Little Flower and Little Moon, crestfallen, accepted the roasted fish from their mother, sniffing the scent before reluctantly taking a bite, casting glances back at the roasted beast meat. After finishing their meal, Su-yin sat on the ground, allowing his food to digest, while his adoptive mother sat behind him, gently combing his hair, a gesture believed among primitive people to strengthen bonds of affection. Su-yin felt as though he had encountered this method of fostering closeness before. As night fell, the activities of the tribe's people diminished. They dared not stray too far from the campfire, aware of the potential dangers lurking in the darkness. Once his meal was digested, Su-yin stood and took a few steps aside, finding a small area suitable for his martial practice. As his elevated status meant there were fewer people around, beginning the initial stance of the Wen Quan, Su-yin's body gradually moved. Although the term fist technique was used, the Su family fist was not merely a singular style. Particularly the 36 forms of Wen Quan, which engaged the entire body. Su-yin executed the Wen Quan from slow to fast, and by the second round, his movements flowed more smoothly than the first. Each individual skeletal structure is unique, and practicing when Quan required slight adjustments to better suit oneself. After completing the first round, he felt a slight depletion of energy, his breathing quickening. After a brief rest, he commenced the third round, this time moving even slower as he adjusted the forms to align with his own skeletal structure. The following morning, after breakfast, Su Yin moved the ropes and wooden sticks he had left in the shaman's area of the cave outside. The shaman, Little Dull, the chief, and 3 women once again gathered around him. Su Yin crouched down, connecting several short ropes to create 2 long ropes, leaving a few short ones untouched. He then picked up the wooden sticks, measuring a distance with his fingers before handing one to the chief, instructing him to break it at the designated line. The stick was quite sturdy, and if Su Yin attempted to break it himself, it would prove very difficult, with a high likelihood of error. Following Su Yin's guidance, the chief effortlessly snapped the stick. Calculating based on the strength of construction workers in modern society, the chief's strength was at least double that. After several attempts, Su Yin acquired 12 sticks that met his specifications. He placed them on the ground, arranging 4 sticks into 2 nearly rectangular shapes, then securing them with rope, and finally connecting the 2 rectangles with the remaining 4 short sticks to form a rectangular frame. The newly constructed frame was comparable in size to the fish trap frame in front of the totem pole within the cave. Once the rectangular frame was completed, Su Yin began weaving netting around 5 sides of it with the rope, while the 6 individuals surrounding him watched intently. Interestingly, the chief had not taken the hunting party out today. Perhaps he had given advance notice, as half of the hunting party had already departed for the riverbank to fish. Drawing from the experience of his previous attempt, Su Yin completed the netting task in an hour and a half. After securing a rope to a blank section of 1 stick, a fish trap was successfully created. Su Yin presented the newly crafted trap to the chief and the shaman, who scrutinized it closely before comparing it to the one in the cave. The 2 traps were quite similar, eliciting smiles from the chief and the shaman, with Little Dull grinning along. "Gather around," the chief called loudly, and upon hearing his voice, the remaining 10 members of the hunting party assembled beside him. The chief had only heard from the shaman that the fish trap was a vital fishing tool, but had never witnessed its use. With the new trap completed, they needed to validate its efficacy at the river. Not only the chief, but also Su Yin, the shaman, and Little Dull would accompany him, as Su Yin was the only one in the tribe who had previously used a fish trap. The new trap required Su Yin's personal validation, and he also intended to teach everyone the method of fishing with it. Minutes later, they arrived at the river and casually selected a spot. Su Yin took the trap from the chief, holding it carefully while gripping the rope firmly, ready to catch fish. The onlookers stood silently, their eyes keenly observing his every move. A fish swam into the trap, and in an instant, Su Yin yanked the rope, attempting to swiftly lift the side of the trap without netting out of the water. Unfortunately, he failed. Before the trap could emerge, the fish nimbly escaped. In truth, Su Yin had only managed to catch 5 fish with the trap previously, and he had not yet fully mastered the technique, necessitating further attempts to grasp the nuances of fishing with it. The first attempt failed, the second attempt also failed, the third attempt was unsuccessful. But on the 4th attempt, he succeeded. After merely 4 tries, Su Yin captured a fish weighing over a pound, and if he continued to practice, he could nearly catch a fish every 3 attempts, and mastering the technique would only enhance his success rate. After discarding the fish from the trap, Su Yin resumed fishing, remaining calm despite the many eyes upon him. The first attempt failed, the second attempt failed, the third attempt failed, the 4th attempt failed, until finally, on the 5th attempt, he achieved success. Continuing the fishing endeavor, Su Yin fortuitously caught a fish on his 3rd attempt. "O divine messenger, teach me the art of fishing," the chief exclaimed, his mouth stretched in a perpetual grin upon witnessing Su Yin's swift capture of 3 fish with the fish trap. This time, he requested Su Yin's guidance in the craft. "Very well," Su Yin replied with a nod of agreement. After removing the fish from the trap, he handed it over to the chief and graciously relinquished his position. Grasping the rope, the chief lowered the trap into the water. "Listen closely," Su Yin instructed the chief. The chief, now at Su Yin's former spot, grasped the rope with his left hand and slowly submerged the trap until it touched the riverbed, where it rested quietly. Fish began to enter the trap, and the chief pulled on the rope. He remembered Su Yin's advice and focused intently on the clear waters surrounding the trap. After a brief moment, a fish swam into the trap, and the chief swiftly yanked the opening out of the water. However, as it was his first experience with the trap, although he possessed sufficient strength, his reaction was somewhat sluggish, and the fish managed to escape. Undeterred by his initial failure, the chief continued his attempts. He faced another setback on the 2nd try, a 3rd, a 4th, and a 5th, but on the 6th attempt, he succeeded. Extracting the trap from the river, he beheld the fish struggling within, grinning broadly. Those gathered around the chief joined in his delight at the sight of the captured fish. After removing the fish from the trap, The chief continued his practice, and with each passing attempt, his success rate improved. Once he had grasped the basic techniques, he encouraged others to try their hand at fishing with the trap. Throughout the remaining hours of the morning, Su Yin instructed several tribesmen, both male and female, on the art of using the fish trap, recognizing that while the hunting party primarily focused on hunting, the fishing team played a vital role in their sustenance. By noon, the group returned to the village, where the chief and the shaman once again raised the fish trap high, declaring it a divine artifact bestowed upon the tribe. They reaffirmed Su Yan's status as the divine messenger, demanding that all tribespeople show him the utmost respect and refrain from offending him, as his position was above even that of the chief and the shaman. The chief and the shaman decided that once the hunting party returned with their catch in the coming days, the tribe would hold a grand ceremony to express their gratitude to the gods. In the afternoon, Su Yin, the shaman, and the chief refrained from visiting the stream, leaving the second trap in the village. The chief gathered more tribespeople to learn the craft of trap making, recognizing that the snake tribe would require a substantial number of traps. The first step in crafting the traps involved braiding grass ropes, and already 7 individuals within the tribe had mastered this skill. They dispersed to teach others the technique, while tribespeople collected suitable dried grass from the cave, ensuring they had ample materials for at least a dozen traps. Chapter 12. The development of written language and the shaman's records as the divine messenger. Su Yin had begun to reap 2 significant benefits. Firstly, he received ample food at every meal, and if the hunting party brought back game, roasted meat was prioritized for him. Secondly, he no longer had to sleep on a pile of straw. Lying on soft animal hides was far more comfortable, especially considering the multitude of insects that would crawl about the straw while he slept, a thought that was utterly unsettling. The animal hides of the snake tribe, having undergone simple processing by the tribespeople, emitted no unpleasant odors. Little Huan and Xiaoye approached, eager to rest upon the hides, prompting the chief to scold them, only to be gently pushed aside by Su Yin. Another day dawned, and after breakfast, the chief set out with the hunting party, while the fishing team headed to the riverbank. Su Yin handed the second fish trap to his foster mother, reminding her that it was intended for fishing, not merely for decoration. The tribespeople lingering in the clearing had abandoned their earlier tasks, turning their attention to braiding the grass ropes Su Yin required. A few others busied themselves pulling grass from the nearby woods, which would be dried for crafting the ropes. Meanwhile, the shaman and Little Dai remained in the cave. Su Yin observed the shaman crouched before a blank stone tablet, etching primitive pictograms with a sharp stone tool, leaving behind a series of rudimentary symbols. Pictographic writing. This form of writing was not standardized. It was a simple representation based on the shaman's impressions of various objects. As long as the essence of the depicted item was recognizable, it sufficed. Most ancient civilizations began their written communication with pictographs, which gradually evolved into ideograms. Unlike phonetic scripts that utilize a limited number of letters to record spoken language, ideograms are more complex and challenging to learn, yet they convey a greater density of information. Pictographs from ancient Egypt, Hittite hieroglyphs, Sumerian cuneiform, ancient Indian scripts, and Chinese oracle bone inscriptions all independently emerged from the simplest drawings and patterns of primitive society. Many believe that due to the inherent complexity and learning difficulties associated with ideograms, they have gradually been supplanted by more easily learned phonetic scripts in most regions. This understanding, however, is flawed. Rather, it is the extinction of those civilizations that severed the transmission of ideographic writing. As one of the 4 great ancient civilizations, China has maintained an unbroken lineage of its written language, with oracle bone script representing the genesis of ancient Chinese. Should there exist other life-bearing planets in the universe, it is highly probable that civilizations akin to humanity would utilize a writing system reminiscent of Chinese characters, with languages similarly akin to Mandarin. Due to his studies in traditional Chinese medicine, Su Yin often perused ancient texts and possessed a considerable collection of medical literature. He was well-versed in traditional Chinese characters and had a substantial understanding of their earlier forms. Through comparative analysis and conjecture, Su Yin could discern what the shaman was inscribing on the stone tablet. The first 2 characters at the beginning of the tablet depicted a fish, followed by the character effing, which together symbolized a fish trap. The shaman was not only documenting the process of trap making using pictographs, but also sketching its general form. Given the shaman's extensive notes, it would likely take him at least 2 days to complete the engravings. Once finished, the stone tablet would serve as a repository of knowledge for the snake tribe, ensuring the method for crafting fish traps would not be lost as long as the stone and the shaman remained. As the shaman continued to etch on the tablet, Little Dai attentively observed that the shaman's apprentice. Little Dai was in a constant state of learning. For a successor to a shaman, the 2 most essential skills to master were ritual practices and writing. While the significance of rituals was self-evident, mastery of writing would enable him to access the tribe's entire body of knowledge, allowing him to record new insights and pass them on to the next successor. thus ensuring the continuity of shamanic tradition. In Su Yan's recollection, Little Dai exhibited peculiar traits, even more so than Su Yan had in the past. Initially, Little Dai enjoyed playful antics, but gradually, he preferred to sit quietly for hours, lost in thought. While other children engaged in play. At times, Su Yan wondered if there was a soul from another realm residing within Little Dai, but after prolonged observation, he found no evidence of any unusual abilities, dispelling his initial conjectures and diminishing his focus on the boy. Eventually, the extraordinary Little Dai was chosen as the shaman's heir, elevating his status within the snake tribe to just below that of the shaman and the chief, allowing him to enjoy life and garner envy from his peers. Even after becoming the shaman's apprentice, Little Dai often remained in a state of contemplation, pondering questions that the people of his era had never considered. Perhaps one day he would become a remarkable figure, etched into the annals of history. The cave remained dimly lit, and during the day, provided it did not rain or snow or face strong winds. The tribe's people seldom lingered within. Su Yan was no exception. Stepping outside the cave, he gazed at the tribe's people diligently braiding ropes in the clearing, and a wave of emotion washed over him. It would not be long before they could produce the ropes needed for crafting a fish trap. Motivated, Su Yan busied himself searching for suitable sticks to form the framework of the traps. He instructed the adults to break the sticks to specific measurements, while he gathered the braided ropes from the tribe's people. He then called upon the 3 women who had previously learned from him to join him in connecting the short ropes. The women observed intently as Su Yan tied 12 sticks together to form a robust rectangular frame, purposefully moving slowly so they could clearly see each step. Gradually, he began weaving netting onto the frame, and before long, a fish trap was completed. Su Yan handed the trap to the women, encouraging them to examine it closely and contemplate how to replicate its construction. For the next session, Su Yan planned to gather more ropes so that he could craft 4 traps simultaneously with the 3 women. Once he had taught them the intricacies of trap making, he would be liberated to attend to other matters. Chapter 13, The Great Leap Forward of Writing, Part 1. Before the totem pole, several fish traps and a large pile of fish were arranged on the ground. The shaman danced around the totem pole, performing peculiar movements while uttering incomprehensible phrases. This was a ritual held by the snake tribe to honor the divine gift of fish traps. As the ceremony approached its conclusion, the shaman, along with the leader, Su Yan, and Xiao Dai, knelt before the totem pole with all the members of the tribe, for the totem represented the deity, and Su Yan, merely a messenger of the divine, was not exempt from this act of reverence. Failing to pay homage to the deity could invite misfortune. Over the course of just over a day, the number of fish traps in the snake tribe increased to 7. 1 trap was placed before the totem pole and another reserved as a sample, while the remaining traps were allocated to the fishing team. With the introduction of these traps, even though the team members had yet to master their use, the efficiency of fishing significantly improved. By the 5th day since Su Yan crafted the first trap, the total count surpassed 20, allowing the tribe to procure ample food with just a morning's effort. Consequently, the hunting team, led by the chief, abandoned the relentless pursuit of daily catches, resulting in a marked decrease in the likelihood of injuries and deaths among its members. Given the tribe's rudimentary medical conditions, injuries posed a considerable threat. Excessive bleeding or infections could prove fatal. With sufficient food supply, even the elderly and disabled within the snake tribe could freely take what they needed from the communal fire, provided they did not waste. Taking only what one needs is an admirable tradition of the snake tribe that ought to be preserved. Yet, despite the abundance, a surplus of fish remained, inevitably spoiling and leading to waste. Fortunately, the tribe's members were not disheartened by this loss, as their food supply was ample. The challenge for the snake tribe lay in extending the shelf life of their food. It was only as autumn approached and temperatures dropped that the harvested food could be preserved for longer periods under cooler conditions. Su Yan was aware that salting food could significantly prolong its edibility, that astonishingly, the snake tribe possessed no salt, nor did its members consume it. This was perplexing, for modern knowledge acknowledges salt as essential for human development. A lack of salt could lead to various ailments such as fatigue, dizziness, blurred vision, and muscle spasms. How could the people of the snake tribe maintain their daily activities without it? After careful consideration, Su Yan surmised that the tribe's reliance on meat as their primary sustenance allowed them to obtain necessary nutrients directly from their diet, suggesting that widespread salt consumption might only emerge when humanity transitioned to an agricultural lifestyle. Without salt, the tribe was unable to preserve food, and while Su Yan contemplated sending the hunting team in search of salt, he struggled to communicate the concept to the chief. Although he could describe salt's characteristics, its salty, brown, or white crystalline form, the chief lacked comprehension of taste distinctions, only recognizing good and bad flavors. Youth proved to be a hindrance. Had Su Yan reached a height of 1.5 meters, he could accompany the hunting team to seek salt and gather herbs. For the snake tribe, injury and illness were formidable foes, and possessing herbs could enable Su Yin to heal them to some extent. Moreover, he could seek out crops suitable for large-scale cultivation. Fishing was an unreliable source of sustenance. And as the population of the snake tribe grew, so too would their food requirements. Eventually, the river could not sustain their expansion. In contrast, cultivating crops could provide a more stable food source, as land was abundant. And the cultivation of more land would yield greater harvests. At present, Su Yin stood at a mere 1.2 meters, and the prospect of reaching 1.5 meters remained uncertain. However, with a sufficient food supply, he anticipated maturing more quickly. The crafting of fish traps no longer demanded his attention. His days became a cycle of eating, sleeping, and practicing martial arts, leading to a newfound leisure. Yet, after just one day, he found such idleness intolerable. There were no entertainment activities to occupy his time, and joining peers in play was unlikely, as most children, save for the sisters Xiao Hua and Xiao Yu, were intimidated by his status as a divine messenger. After some contemplation, Su Yin resolved to engage in productive endeavors, such as modernizing the pictographs of the snake tribe into contemporary writing or creating pottery, with determination. He requested a large stone slab from the shaman and began etching characters onto the surface with a sharp stone. The characters were traditional Chinese characters relevant to daily life, such as big, small, person, many, few, sun, moon, 1, 2, 3, fish, meat, eat, meal, and hungry. Many of these characters retain the same form in both traditional and simplified versions. As Su Yin inscribed the characters, the shaman and Xiao Dai watched with curiosity. Some characters were familiar to them, while others were not, given the evolution from pictographs to traditional Chinese characters. When Su Yin filled one side of the stone slab with 2 by 2 centimeter characters, he paused to find the shaman and Xiao Dai captivated by the inscriptions, sensing an intrinsic allure in Su Yin's writing. The shaman's own pictographs were often inconsistent, with similar meanings depicted in varied forms. Su Yin gently nudged the shaman and Xiao Dai to rouse them from their reverie. Divine messenger, what are these characters? The shaman inquired in astonishment. Su Yin, inspired, conveyed that these characters were a gift from the deity. Known as writing. The term was pronounced in Mandarin, and both the shaman and Xiao Dai repeated the word after him, intrigued by its sound. Chapter 14. The Great Leap Forward of Writing, Part 2. Su Yin continued. The deity has also expressed a desire for more individuals to learn this writing. The shaman's eyes brightened, and he humbly bowed to Su Yin, requesting, "Please, divine messenger, impart this knowledge to me. Certainly, anyone can learn to write with me." Su Yin replied. The shaman and Xiao Dai became Su Yin's first students. He pointed to the characters on the stone slab, first explaining their meanings in the language of the snake tribe, and then reading them aloud in Mandarin twice before carefully inscribing them in the dirt with a branch. Stroke by stroke, with their existing knowledge, Su Yin found that after just 2 or 3 repetitions, they could recognize the characters, and with regular review, they would commit them to memory, within 2 or 3 days. The shaman and Xiao Dai would be able to master the characters on the first stone slab, but Su Yin could not dedicate all his time to teaching the shaman and Xiao Dai. An hour each day was sufficient. The remainder of his time was spent practicing martial arts and inscribing other characters on new slabs. The shaman had only 6 blank slabs remaining, 1 had already been used, leaving 5 for their educational endeavors. With over 90,000 Chinese characters and 3,500 commonly used ones, Su Yin did not need to inscribe all these characters at once. Instead, he focused on those relevant to the daily lives of the snake tribe. Nevertheless, even this task would require more than a few slabs. Additionally, both Su Yin and the shaman needed the slabs to record various other information, leading to a critical shortage of available stone. Su Yin requested the chief to seek suitable slabs from outside. This proved a simple task, and by the following afternoon, the hunting team returned with 5 slabs, each at least a foot square. In the days that followed, Su Yin divided his time into segments, the first for practicing martial arts, the second for inscribing new characters on the slabs, which required considerable thought, the third for teaching the shaman and Xiao Dai, the fourth for contemplating pottery-making techniques, and the fifth for instructing his second group of students. Su Yin pondered the intricacies of pottery production, as his knowledge on the subject was limited, necessitating a process of trial and error. Once he had a viable design, he would prepare to create pottery himself. The significance of pottery for the snake tribe was immense. It could be used for boiling water, significantly reducing the risk of illness compared to drinking untreated river water. Furthermore, pottery could be utilized for cooking meat and soups, as well as for storing food and water, serving a multitude of purposes. If Su Yin succeeded in producing pottery, it would elevate the living standards of the snake tribe and reduce the likelihood of illness among its members. However, the process would require time, and it was a task that Su Yin must navigate alone, as others could not assist him in teaching his second group of students to read and write. Su Yin had his own considerations. Previously, the Serpent tribe relied solely on pictographs for communication, their language being a rudimentary form of spoken word with a limited vocabulary. This simplicity often rendered the expression of certain concepts exceedingly difficult. For instance, when Su Yin sought salt from the tribe leader, his description of the substance was met with confusion, resulting in an inability to procure it. However, Su Yin possessed a sophisticated system of Chinese characters, far superior to the primitive pictographs, and replacing the latter with written language, as well as substituting their native dialect with Mandarin, became his optimal choice. Written language conveys knowledge and could propel the Serpent tribe towards a path of advancement. The first batch of students comprised Wu and Xiao Dai, the most academically inclined individuals within the tribe, capable of swiftly mastering the written characters in Mandarin. The second group consisted of 12 adolescents, both male and female, all exceeding a height of 1.3 meters. In the tribe, adults were preoccupied with various tasks such as hunting or fishing, and aside from Wu, the ability of other tribe members to engage in serious study diminished with age. Children were often more inclined towards play, making it challenging to cultivate a focused learning environment. Nevertheless, as they approached adulthood, their desire for play waned, allowing them to concentrate on their studies. Thus, Su Yin selected those adolescents for instruction, emphasizing the importance of literacy for the entire tribe, regardless of gender, as he believed every member should learn to communicate in Mandarin, even if only to a limited degree. The lack of standardized communication severely hindered the tribe's progress, and Su Yin aspired to foster the growth of the Serpent tribe. During a teaching session lasting approximately an hour, Wu and Xiao Dai's learning pace surpassed that of the second group by more than double. It must be noted that Wu demonstrated remarkable foresight by selecting Xiao Dai as his successor from among numerous youths, a choice that proved to be the best aside from Su Yin. Although Su Yin intended to impart literacy to all members of the tribe, Wu's mission was not entirely diminished. His primary role remained one of spiritual leadership and ritual. Fortunately, the current shaman was not a maniacal figure, focusing more on the tribe's development rather than consolidating his own power. Otherwise, Su Yin, being merely a child, would be in a precarious position, as the tribe would trust the shaman over an adolescent. As time passed, half a month slipped by, during which Su Yin diligently taught his two groups of students the intricacies of written language and Mandarin, while simultaneously devising methods for pottery creation. He utilized a large stone slab, inscribing the passage of days with a sharp stone. The seasons, spring, summer, autumn, and winter, were noted, and Su Yin, in his role as an observer, sought to record time accurately, reflecting on the thawing of ice and snow. He meticulously etched symbols into the stone slab, each representing 5 days. Su Yin instructed his 14 students to impart their knowledge of Mandarin to the other tribe members. Within just half a month, Mandarin began to take root within the Serpent tribe, yet a complete transition from their native tongue would require considerable time and effort. Su Yin's students had only grasped the basics of Mandarin, let alone the rest of the tribe. In that time, Su Yin formulated a rudimentary plan for pottery making, constrained by available resources, yet he recognized the necessity of experimentation. The initial stage of pottery creation involved sourcing red-brown clay from the riverbank, selecting a stone slab with a slightly raised back as a wheel, and gathering dry twigs and grass. With these 3 steps, the preparations for pottery making were complete, requiring the assistance of 2 tribe members. Su Yin positioned the stone slab, placing the raised side on the ground, and shaped a small ball of clay into a circular base, roughly the size of an adult's palm. Following this, he rolled the clay into flat, elongated strips, forming circular rings, which were then stacked to create a bowl-shaped pottery form. At this juncture, the 2 tribe members were called to action, squatting on either side of the slab, gripping its edges. Together, they exerted force, causing the slab to rotate counterclockwise. The speed of rotation was slow, but under the current primitive conditions, it was a necessary compromise, though Su Yin could have urged them to rotate the slab faster. Such instability would hinder the next stages of his work. Once the slab speed stabilized, Su Yin gently smoothed the exterior and interior of the emerging pottery form, culminating in a rather unsightly final product. Despite its imperfections, Su Yin felt a sense of joy. This flawed piece was a tangible creation, a testament to his efforts. After placing the first completed piece in the sun to dry, Su Yin continued with the next one. In these primitive conditions, he remained uncertain of the likelihood of successfully firing the pieces into pottery. Thus, he endeavored to create multiple forms for further experimentation. On the first day of pottery making, he produced a total of 16 forms, with the first taking the longest to complete and being the least aesthetically pleasing. However, as he practiced, his speed increased, and the quality of the pieces gradually improved. On the second afternoon, Su Yin divided the 16 dried pottery forms into 2 batches, laying dry twigs on the ground to prepare 2 firing sites. The 2 batches were placed atop the twigs, which were then covered before igniting the piles to fire the pottery. If all went well, the firing would continue until dusk. As the flames roared, Su Yin observed the pottery forms from a distance. He recalled that consistent temperatures were crucial for successful pottery firing, ideally achieved within a kiln for better control over the heat. Additionally, as he engaged in pottery making, Su Yin contemplated the concept of brick making. With the pottery forms completed, the creation of bricks seemed straightforward. Even rudimentary earthen bricks would suffice, as they could be used to construct a kiln. Furthermore, considering the limited space within their cave, which was shared among the tribe members, the addition of bricks could facilitate the construction of better living quarters. Such structures would offer some protection against the winter chill, especially if combined with earthen beds. Suddenly, a sharp crack interrupted Su Yan's thoughts. Emanating from the fire, the pottery forms were undergoing rapid transformations under the heat, but the uncontrolled flames jeopardized the quality of the pieces, which varied significantly. As time elapsed, the first pottery form, being the least robust, developed cracks and was destined to shatter completely. The sound of cracking intensified, and soon, the first form disintegrated. This marked the beginning of a cascading failure, as more forms began to succumb to the flames. After an hour, Su Yin instructed the tribe members to cease adding twigs to the fire, as there was no longer any need. All 16 pottery forms had been destroyed. Approaching dusk, he poked through the ashes, retrieving a nearly black fragment of pottery. While it could be referred to as pottery, it served no practical purpose. Only intact pottery held value. However, Su Yin noted that the shimmering fragments did capture the interest of his younger companions, who were eager to collect them. Unfazed, Su Yin offered the piece to Xiaoyu, encouraging her and her sister, Xiaohua, to search for more fragments in the ash pile. The remnants were cool to the touch, but the black soot could be messy, prompting Su Yin to use a stick to sift through the debris. The 2 sisters happily dug through the ashes, and soon other children, intrigued by their activity, joined in the quest for pottery shards. Su Yin glanced at the children frolicking in the ashes, shook his head, and turned away to find a place to sit, contemplating while waiting for dinner. Today's initial attempt at pottery had not disheartened him. After all, it is often said that failure is the mother of success. Each failure contributes to one's experience, and with enough attempts, success is bound to follow. Moreover, Su Yin now contemplated the significance of bricks and stones, which are even more vital than pottery. The process of creating earthen bricks is simpler and easily scalable. Constructing houses with them provides shelter, and building walls can protect against wild beasts. The utility of bricks is scarcely inferior to that of pottery. Su Yin resolved to postpone pottery making and focus on brick production, beginning with wall construction, then progressing to house building, and eventually establishing a kiln for pottery. The advent of fish traps had afforded many tribespeople additional free time, and Su Yin sought tasks to occupy them. Chapter 16. Brickmaking and wall building. The materials for bricks are readily available. During his pottery efforts, Su Yin had discovered clay by the riverbank, meticulously selecting the finest for his pottery. For bricks, however, he could utilize lower quality clay, which he could easily find upstream or downstream of the river. Additionally, to enhance the strength of the finished bricks, Su Yin mixed in gravel and straw. The site for brickmaking was conveniently located by the river, where he extracted clay with stone shards, incorporating the gravel and straw. He then shaped large lumps of clay into rectangular prisms approximately 10 centimeters high, slicing them into smaller bricks measuring 20 centimeters long, 10 centimeters wide, and 5 centimeters high, the dimensions he required. The open space of the snake tribe's dwelling spans around 5,000 square meters. To enclose their habitat, 3 walls must be constructed, necessitating a total length of at least 200 meters. Considering the foundation's depth, the overall height of the walls would reach around 2 meters. To ensure stability, the width of the walls should match the length of the bricks. Calculating this, a minimum of 80,000 bricks would be required for the entire enclosure. If the project were to be completed in 100 days, Su Yin would need to produce 800 bricks daily. Even with the full adult workforce of over 50 tribespeople, each would only manage to create about 16 bricks a day. However, this number is unrealistic. The tribe's labor force cannot dedicate the entire day to brickmaking, as they must also hunt and fish to meet their food needs. Fortunately, with the fish traps, the tribe's daily food collection time has been significantly reduced. After approximately 5 days, Su Yin and several adult women crafted around 300 earthen bricks, allowing them to dry on the ground. At this juncture, Su Yin faced a critical issue. Unlike modern cement bricks, which are durable against weathering, his earthen bricks would disintegrate with the next rainfall. Thus, firing the bricks became imperative for them to withstand the elements. Well, firing it is merely an additional step, given the thickness of the bricks. They would not shatter as easily as the poorly made pottery had. A new idea struck Su Yin. The earlier pottery had failed due to its inferior quality, and perhaps the fragility was due to the thinness of the pieces. If he crafted thicker bricks, the chances of success would greatly increase. Nevertheless, the priority remained the firing of the earthen bricks to construct the enclosing walls. In Su Yin's memory, countless instances of beasts approaching the snake tribe's dwelling during both day and night flooded back. At night, the tribe's people slept in the cave, with a blazing fire at the entrance to deter any intruding creatures. However, during the day, if a beast were to attack, those active in the open could face fatal consequences. Erecting a brick wall around the open space would significantly mitigate the threat from all but tree-climbing predators. Thus, constructing the brick walls became Su Yin's foremost objective, relegating pottery to a secondary concern. With several roaring bonfires, 300 bricks were placed in batches among the flames, burning from dawn until dusk. Thankfully, he had gathered ample firewood from the forest beforehand, ensuring the fires could be maintained for such an extended period. The next day, Su Yin retrieved a cooled brick from the ashes, finding it much sturdier after a day of exposure to the flames. It showed minimal signs of wear even when splashed with water. This was sufficient. Along the edge of the open space, Su Yin, accompanied by a few adult women from the tribe, dug a rectangular pit, slightly wider than the length of the bricks and about 30 centimeters deep. After excavating the pit, they laid a layer of moistened bricks at the bottom, followed by a diluted clay mixture as adhesive between the first layer of bricks. They then offset the next layer, continuing this process until all the earthen bricks were utilized. The result was a wall measuring 70 centimeters long, 1 meter 70 high, and 20 centimeters wide. Su Yin pushed against the wall with moderate force. Finding it stable and immovable. It was not yet time to test the wall's strength. They would wait until the clay dried completely, at which point the adults would personally assess its durability. 2 days passed, during which Su Yin diligently taught 2 groups of students the written language and common speech while awaiting the drying of the wall. On the afternoon of the 3rd day after the wall was built, the hunting party returned with a 50-kilogram catch. Su Yin invited the leader and the shaman to observe the brick wall. He demonstrated a forceful push against the wall before allowing the leader to take his place. Applying pressure with his hands, the leader exerted some force, and the wall did not budge. Increasing his strength, he soon noticed the wall leaning slightly. Upon stopping, the leader paused to catch his breath, evidently not having exerted his full strength. This was unsurprising, as Su Yin understood that the leader possessed strength far surpassing that of an average adult in modern times. If transported to the present, he would undoubtedly be considered a strong man. Su Yin motioned for the leader and shaman to crouch down as he sketched a rudimentary map of the snake tribe's dwelling, outlining the open space and marking the locations of several beasts outside. His aim was to ensure the leader comprehended the need for the wall to encircle the open area, preventing any beast from entering. After Su Yin's thorough explanation, the leader grasped the concept. Realizing that increasing the wall's dimensions would render it unpushable even by him, the leader and shaman both understood that with a wall in place, the tribe would be safeguarded from beastly incursions. Chapter 17. The Great Project. Due to the successful creation of the fish traps, Su Yin had become a revered figure among the snake tribe, holding a status that surpassed even that of the shaman and leader. However, this did not grant him the authority to mobilize the entire tribe for a task such as brickmaking and wall construction. He could enlist a small number of adult tribespeople, but rallying too many would disrupt the tribe's daily life, likely leading to opposition from the shaman and leader. Even with his divine status, Su Yin remained a mere child in stature, lacking the ability to command complete trust from the others. Only through a joint decision from the shaman and leader could the entire tribe be mobilized. Thus, Su Yin first gathered a few individuals to produce the bricks and construct a short wall, intending to use this prototype to persuade the shaman and leader of the benefits of encircling the open space. He would also convey that the knowledge of brickmaking and wall building had been imparted to him by the divine. Ultimately, Su Yin's efforts bore fruit. The leader tested the short wall by pushing against it and examined the illustration Su Yin had drawn on the ground. After a brief contemplation, he and the shaman reached a consensus to mobilize the entire tribe in the endeavor of brickmaking and wall construction, thereby enclosing the primary activity area of the tribe and protecting against wild animal incursions. While walls could also be constructed from branches, Su Yin believed that such fences would be even more laborious to create. The snake tribe, existing in the Stone Age, faced significant challenges in utilizing stone tools to cut ample sturdy branches for a fence. Conversely, using thinner branches would likely result in a structure easily toppled by a beast's pounce, offering little defense. Thus, Su Yin, the shaman, and the leader unanimously agreed to build the brick wall, declaring this command in the name of divine will to the tribespeople and arranging for the primary labor force to consist of adults, with minors above 1 meter 30 also contributing minimally. In the forthcoming days, the hunting team will venture out for only 1 day within a span of 2 days, dedicating the remaining daylight hours to brickmaking and wall construction. The fishing team will engage in their daily morning catch, with the leftover time similarly allocated to the fabrication of bricks. those within the tribe who are unable to partake in extensive labor, such as pregnant women. The disabled, the elderly, and even children will be tasked with the final step of firing the bricks. This is a grand undertaking. To encircle the area where the tribe resides with brick walls, a minimum of 80,000 bricks will be required. Su Yin silently estimates a rough timeline for this monumental project in his mind. With spring already half over, the entire endeavor must be completed by early autumn, as the fruits will have ripened by then. In the absence of salt and with temperatures not yet dipping below freezing, many fruits can be stored for a significantly longer duration than meat as autumn approaches. The snake tribe will commence their gathering of fruits to stockpile for the winter months. By late autumn, as temperatures drop, the tribe will devote most of their time to fishing, striving to maximize their meat harvest in the shortest time possible. During colder weather, meat can be preserved for extended periods. If temperatures plummet below freezing, the meat will be frozen and remain unspoiled until the weather warms again. This year, the snake tribe anticipates approximately 150 days available for brickmaking and wall construction, which should suffice to complete the wall project. However, Su Yin remains preoccupied with the idea of building houses. The cave in which the snake tribe resides is exceedingly cramped, with the members crowded together in a poorly ventilated environment. Nearing the maximum capacity for habitation, constructing brick houses is the optimal solution, as brick structures provide better insulation against the cold compared to thatched dwellings. Moreover, the population of the snake tribe is quite sparse, with just over 150 individuals and only around 50 of those being able-bodied workers. The task of brickmaking and wall construction has transformed into a significant undertaking requiring full mobilization of the tribe. Should they succeed in erecting brick houses, the snake tribe could accommodate a larger population. While their growth rate is slow, they could swiftly increase their numbers through assimilation or conquest, thereby augmenting their labor force. Nonetheless, whether it be constructing houses or increasing the population, these tasks cannot be accomplished in the short term. Even the creation of pottery has been relegated in priority. The immediate focus must remain on erecting the walls. On the second day following Su Yan's completion of the short wall, the project formally commenced, with the hunting team remaining in the tribe for the day. Most of the adult laborers gathered by the small river, where those who had previously assisted Su Yan in brickmaking shared their knowledge with others. The tribe's people busied themselves along the riverbank with the clay, using stone knives or their bare hands to excavate the clay. Kneading large clumps and adding gravel and straw, they shaped the clay into uniform rectangular blocks, which were then cut into smaller, similarly sized bricks and left to air dry before being transported back to the tribe for the final firing process. The brickmaking process is straightforward. Quick learners grasp it on their first attempt, while those of more robust build, like Dali, require only a few demonstrations to master the technique. Transporting the bricks is labor-intensive, prompting Su Yin to utilize a very practical tool, the shoulder yoke, crafted from slightly curved, sturdy wooden rods. The bricks, weighing approximately 5 pounds each, can be easily carried in quantities of 100 by Dali. While other methods would limit transport to merely 20 bricks at a time, digging pits, laying bricks, applying mud, and continuing to stack bricks gradually increases the height of the wall. Everyone, including the shaman and the leader, joined in the effort. Although Su Yin, as the divine envoy, could abstain from labor, he took on the added responsibility of supervision, ensuring that the project proceeded without incident as the wall reached a certain height. The leader tested its sturdiness with a push, and upon realizing its resilience, he broke into a broad smile, envisioning a comforting scene, the tribe resting peacefully within the walled enclosure. However, when rain threatened, the unbaked bricks risked turning to mud. Upon seeing dark clouds, Su Yin promptly instructed the tribe to move the unbaked bricks under the cover of a large tree to minimize loss. Particularly during summer, increased rainfall could significantly delay the construction progress. Fortunately, with the tribe's efficiency in brickmaking improving, the project continued to advance positively, with hopes of completing the wall by the onset of autumn. Chapter 18. Busyness. The sweltering and rainy summer yielded to the first gentle breezes of autumn, marking the arrival of the season when leaves turned yellow and various fruits ripened. Some fruits had matured during the summer, while others remained unripe yet edible, their sweet and tangy flavors delighting the children. Adults would deliberately gather some of these unripe fruits to serve as snacks for the young ones. Autumn is the busiest season for the snake tribe. Having just completed the wall, the tribe scarcely found time to rest before embarking on their next task, fruit gathering. The most critical undertaking at present, the hunting team shifted from venturing out every other day to every 2 days. While the fishing team only needed to catch enough to meet the tribe's dietary needs, the remainder of their time was dedicated to foraging for fruits, which could be preserved for extended periods in the current temperatures. The forests surrounding the snake tribe's dwelling are abundant with various fruit trees. However, due to natural growth patterns, Many of the fruits are small and of lesser quality, with nearly half of the varieties being unpalatable. Barely suitable for satiating hunger, adults set out with animal skins to wrap the fruits, enabling them to carry more back to the tribe. Among the fruits recognizable to Su Yin are apples, pears, peaches, and others, alongside varieties that he does not know. The snake tribe's extensive history has endowed its members with knowledge regarding which fruits are delicious and which can be stored for longer periods. Apples can endure in normal temperatures for considerable durations, and several unfamiliar fruits also possess longevity, particularly a certain shelled variety with tender, white flesh that can last over 6 months, even when dried out due to moisture loss. It remains edible and palatable. Due to the limited space within their cave, the fruits collected by the snake tribe must be stacked outside. They first lay down a layer of dry grass on the ground, then pile the undamaged fruits atop, and finally cover them with another layer of dry grass. Autumn brings rain as well, requiring them to remove the grass for drying once the rain ceases. Before recovering with dry grass, days pass, and over the next 70 days, the accumulation of fruits outside the cave increases significantly. SUN estimates that the stockpile is sufficient for the entire tribe for over 2 months. The task of gathering fruits persists until late autumn, when temperatures begin to plummet. By then, the tribe has already swapped their leafy coverings for animal skins, and the cave floor is thickly layered with dry grass. The time for fishing has arrived. In the tribe's view, roasted meat is preferred over fruits, and fruits are more satisfying than fish, yet they understand that roasted meat is more filling than fish, and fish is more substantial than fruit. They cannot rely solely on fruits, for such a diet leaves one feeling weak and dizzy, lacking in vital salts. Thus, the snake tribe must also stockpile some meat. Hunting relies heavily on fortune, while fishing proves more reliable. By late autumn, the tribe will entirely abandon hunting, directing all able-bodied individuals to the riverside for fishing until the water freezes over. One crucial consideration is that while the fruits can be piled outside, the caught fish must be stored within the cave. Many carnivorous animals remain active in winter, and food is scarce. If the snake tribe were to leave fish outside, the odors would attract predators, placing them in peril. Consequently, during the harsh winter months, the tribe will remain within the cave, where the remaining space is occupied by fish, permeating the air with a persistent fishy smell, which they must endure. This year, the snake tribe exhibits remarkable progress. Adults by the river hold tightly to ropes, their eyes fixed on the water. Once a fish swims into the net, they swiftly pull the rope, demonstrating their mastery of the fishing technique, successfully catching a fish nearly every 2 attempts. When the fish are returned to the tribe, the leader contemplates storing them in the cave as before, but Su Yin interjects, pointing towards the area enclosed by the newly built brick wall. Realization dawns upon the leader. With the wall in place, the snake tribe no longer needs to confine the fish within the cave, for the wall's sturdiness ensures that only the largest beasts would be capable of breaching it. The only means for an intruder would be to climb a nearby tree and leap into the enclosed area. Most carnivorous animals are not adept at climbing trees, and those that can typically do not live in packs. Storing fish outside is an excellent strategy. Should a climbing beast fall asleep on a large tree and leap over the wall, its numbers would seldom exceed 3, with over 50 adult snakes in the tribe. They can effortlessly eliminate any intruding beasts at minimal cost, providing an ample feast for their kin. Soon, a substantial pile of fish accumulates in the clearing outside the cave, increasing rapidly to over 1,000 daily. With 50 adult laborers, it is quite simple for each person to capture 20 fish in a day using fish traps. Doubling that number would be a breeze. Days pass, and the bitter wind howls as temperatures plummet once more, causing the stream to freeze. The snake tribe abandons its last food accumulation efforts, retreating into the cave, while outside, a bounty of fruits, fish, and essential firewood piles up. A large stone blocks the cave entrance, shrouding the interior in darkness. Based on experience, fires cannot be lit in such a nearly enclosed space, but the cave's isolation protects against the frigid winter winds, wrapped in hay and animal skins. The tribe members need not fear the cold. In the gloom, the members either sleep or sit in contemplation, while the children engage in playful antics. However, the adults partake in an activity that causes Su Yin great discomfort, compelling him to cover his ears and shut his eyes, attempting to think of other matters or simply sleep. The leader spearheads this activity, focused on increasing the tribe's population, unabashed by the presence of others, with some even competing to see who can finish more quickly. At mealtime, the cave entrance is opened, and the members living near the opening prepare their food, seizing the opportunity to relieve themselves while the entrance is accessible, enduring the rest of the time in discomfort. Chapter 19. Driving away the wolf pack. After a heavy snowfall, the entire land appears blanketed in a thick layer of white, transforming the world into a winter wonderland. The large stone blocking the cave entrance is forcefully pushed aside, allowing the leader and several of the strongest male members of the snake tribe to step outside first, weapons in hand. Upon confirming the absence of danger, the leader permits others to leave the cave and roam within the enclosed area. This snowfall is the heaviest since winter began, with the accumulation outside surpassing a foot in depth. Adults leave deep footprints in the snow, while the lighter children leave only faint traces. Famished tribe members' first action upon exiting the cave is not to gather food, but rather to find a place to relieve themselves. Utilizing a rudimentary toilet comprised of short walls to shield their privacy and a pit to collect waste, before such a facility existed, prehistoric peoples also avoided soiling their surroundings, similarly disliking their waste. Stepping in it would evoke feelings of misfortune. Thus, prior to the advent of toilets, the snake tribe designated a specific area for this purpose. After relieving themselves, the adults set about preparing breakfast, under the leader's direction. They clear the snow from the cave entrance, gather firewood, and ignite a blazing bonfire. Several tribe members extract frozen fish from the snow to roast by the fire. In past winters, various fruits constituted the primary sustenance for the snake tribe. With fish being a rare delicacy. By winter's end, many tribe members would have lost weight, and although roasted fish cannot rival the taste of fruits, they must consume more to stave off hunger. This winter, however, presents a stark contrast. With an abundance of fish piled in the clearing outside, they could feast on fish until winter's end and still have plenty left over. The fruits have become the coveted delicacy. With everyone eager to secure a greater share, first filling their bellies with fish, then enjoying fruits as a delightful dessert, the leader strictly regulates the daily consumption of fruits, unwilling to deplete their supply before winter's conclusion. As a winter solely of fish would be quite arduous to endure, children delight in playing in the snow, scooping handfuls to hurl at each other, with sisters Xiaohua and Xiaoyu joining in. A lively bunch reminiscent of last year's Su Yan. Meanwhile, over a dozen adult male tribe members, armed with their usual hunting weapons, spread out around the clearing, vigilant against potential beast attacks, should a predator appear. They can swiftly alert the tribe to retreat back into the cave. For many non-hibernating carnivores, winter is the most challenging season, and snowfall only complicates matters further. As many animals hibernate, the snow obscures their tracks and scents, making it increasingly difficult to locate prey. Interestingly, hunters are more likely to encounter other hunters than their quarry. Unless in dire hunger, they generally do not fight amongst themselves. When two hunters clash, it is not uncommon for one to be injured or killed. With the wounded becoming prey themselves, outside the walls, countless beasts traverse the snowy landscape in search of traces of prey. Inside, the sounds of adults conversing and children playing may attract the attention of predators. And at any moment, a hungry tree-climbing beast might leap into the enclosed area to launch an assault. Humans lack sharp claws and teeth, and many wild animals view them as potential prey. Without weapons or companions, a human can easily become a beast's meal. As the fish is ready, mealtime arrives, and the tribe members collect their food, seeking spots to dine. Su Yan, along with his adoptive mother and the sisters Xiaohua and Xiaoyu, find a place in the snow to enjoy their roasted fish. The sounds of their tribe fade into the distance, while the aroma of grilled fish drifts on the breeze, drawing some predators closer. The first to stealthily approach the outer wall is a small pack of forest wolves, numbering over 10. They measure about 2 meters in length, including tails of 40 to 50 centimeters, standing over 80 centimeters tall, and weighing between 25 to 60 kilograms. Their fur a mix of silver gray and brownish gray. Their sharp claws and teeth reveal them as formidable hunters, silently drawn to the sounds and scents. As they circle the wall, hoping to catch a glimpse of their prey, one adult male tribe member, munching on roasted fish near the wall, perks up, sensing something amiss. He rises on his toes just in time to peek over the wall. Wolves! The wolves are coming! He shouts, spotting the pack drawing near. The wolf pack and the tribe are startled by his call, halting and staring at the exposed head, baring their sharp teeth in a display meant to intimidate. Inside the wall, the leader calmly directs the tribe. Children, into the cave. Adults, arm yourselves and follow me. Upon hearing the leader's command, the children quickly dash into the cave, not forgetting to take their food. For the wolves outside pose no immediate danger. When constructing the wall, Su Yan had anticipated the possibility of beasts leaping over. He considered raising its height or positioning it closer to the nearby trees, making it difficult for non-climbing animals to vault over. However, the snowfall has lowered the wall's effective height, leading Su Yan to resolve to elevate it further once winter concludes, ensuring it surpasses 2 meters, and perhaps even burn some surrounding trees to significantly bolster defenses against beasts. For now, the tribe must rely on their weapons for protection. Under the leader's orders, around 50 adults, armed, swiftly approach the wall. Hearing the commotion from within, the hungry wolves halt, uncertain of their next move. Mere moments later, heads begin to pop up over the wall, with tribe members hurling stones and thrusting spears at the wolves. The startled wolves, caught off guard, attempt to retaliate but find themselves overwhelmed by the tribe's swift counterattack. With pained howls, they retreat into the woods. Chapter 20. Midwinter. With the wolves driven away, new beasts arrive. The leader recognizes that remaining outside is no longer safe. Should the number of predators increase, the tribe's safety would be jeopardized, prompting him to order a retreat and make necessary arrangements. They cover the areas where food, especially fish, is stored with snow, ensuring that the food is stacked in piles, making it difficult for predators to detect. The bonfire is extinguished under a blanket of snow, and some fruits are brought back into the cave as a precaution. As the last tribe member enters the cave, the leader, Dolly, and the fierce-faced individuals move the large stone to seal the entrance, plunging the cave into darkness once more. Inside, the tribe members silently consume their food, listening intently to the sounds from the outside world. After a while, a large feline, suspected to be a leopard, leaped down from a tall tree and directly jumped into the open space enclosed by the wall. It roamed the area, sniffing at fish bones, perhaps due to the cold weather and the blanket of ice and snow. It failed to notice the food buried beneath the mounds of snow. With a few running jumps in the snow, it easily leaped over the wall and departed. With the absence of the voices of its kin and the scent of food, the number of beasts visiting the snake tribe's territory diminished significantly. Only a few animals would occasionally pass through, and it was only during the tribe's next meal that any beast would be lured over. This year proved to be remarkably fortunate for the snake tribe. Only 5 members met their demise, one being a disabled individual who succumbed to illness. Su Yin possessed medical knowledge, but lacked the necessary herbs to treat him. Another was a boy younger than Su Yin, likely falling victim to food poisoning. 2 even younger children, one possibly not yet a year old and the other between 2 and 3, perished due to illness. Lastly, a pregnant woman faced complications during childbirth, resulting in the loss of both mother and child. However, in the primitive era, even a newborn who did not survive beyond a day was not considered a life, let alone an unborn fetus. In such harsh conditions, the survival of an infant was largely a matter of luck. Adults, due to their frequent labor, maintained robust health, resulting in a low mortality rate during childbirth. The reality was stark and unforgiving. Yet Su Yin could only strive to change this in the days to come. He did not tally the infants that perished shortly after birth but focused on the new lives that emerged, 17 in total. After subtracting the 5 deceased members, the population of the snake tribe had reached 165. Children had become the primary demographic of the tribe, albeit with the highest mortality rate, surpassing that of the adults who ventured out to hunt. The death of children, while tragic, had become a norm for the tribe. Comparatively, the well-being of adults was paramount, as they were responsible for procuring food to sustain the entire tribe. The fact that not a single adult laborer had perished throughout the year was indeed a cause for celebration. Furthermore, the introduction of fish traps had entirely alleviated the threat of hunger. Within a single morning, the snake tribe could gather ample food, ensuring that even the elderly and disabled would not go hungry. The abundance of food in the autumn would allow the tribe to successfully weather the winter. Reflecting on past winters, the hunting teams had braved the biting cold in search of sustenance, often becoming prey themselves. The winter hunting expeditions were the most detrimental to the tribe's numbers, but this year, with sufficient food, there was no need to venture out into the frigid winds. The construction of brick walls provided protection against wild beasts. Despite the thick layer of snow reducing the height of the walls, they still served their purpose. Both the shaman and the leader recognized this without the need for Su Yin to voice it. The leader had already resolved to continue building the walls after winter, increasing their height, in the name of the divine. The fish traps provided an abundance of food, while the brick walls guarded the tribe's home from predators. Mastering these 2 techniques had brought about monumental changes for the snake tribe, ensuring rapid growth and prosperity. Witnessing the tribe's transformation, the shaman, leader, and all tribe members believed these were blessings bestowed upon them by their deity. The shaman planned to hold a grand ceremony after the winter thaw to seek divine protection for the snake tribe in the coming year. Su Yin, however, was skeptical of the divine. Yet, as a mere youth, it would take him approximately 4 more years to meet the tribe's standards for adulthood, assuming his physical growth continued at a rapid pace. Fortunately, the tribe now had a sufficient food supply. Without it, his development would inevitably slowed. In the snake tribe, a minor had little influence. Approaching the leader to voice concerns would likely result in being ignored. Unless one possessed considerable strength, a starving youth could hardly be expected to wield much power. Being regarded as a messenger of the divine was Su Yan's fortune. Under the guise of divinity, he could initiate further changes within the tribe. The fish traps and brick construction were merely the beginning. Future endeavors would include pottery, housing, and herbal medicine. In just a few months, Su Yin transitioned from an observer to fully embracing his new identity, feeling a profound sense of belonging. He possessed all the memories of this body, Experiencing no discomfort or disorientation. Su Yin even speculated that this body was originally his, and due to the phenomenon of transmigration, he had temporarily lost control, only to regain it as he adapted. In the dark cave, lying upon animal hides, Su Yin became a thinker, contemplating the actions he must undertake. When his physical development reached a certain stage, he would cultivate inner strength, rapidly enhancing his abilities, potentially even overpowering the leader to gain actual control over the snake tribe, guiding its growth according to his vision. This world was fraught with peril for primitive people, ferocious beasts, hunger, cold, disease, and more. The snake tribe could not rely on a non-existent deity to survive in such a treacherous environment. Humanity must depend on its own strength to endure. As winter progressed, the cold grew increasingly severe. If the tribe did not block the cave entrance, it was conceivable that someone might freeze to death by the following day. To stay warm, everyone huddled closely together, while lighting a fire in the confined space was a certain path to disaster. Chapter 21. The struggling tribe. The snake tribe was not the only primitive settlement on Earth. Surrounding it were various other tribes, each with differing populations, struggling for survival. In terms of numbers, tribes with fewer than 20 members were classified as microtribes, those with 20 to 50 as small tribes, 50 to 200 as medium tribes, 200 to 500 as large tribes, and those with over 500 as giant tribes. Additionally, tribes could be categorized based on their moral standing. Benevolent tribes treated their members well and were generally friendly towards other tribes, while malevolent tribes had strict hierarchies, were warlike, and sometimes resorted to cannibalism. The snake tribe was a benevolent group, boasting a population of 165, making it relatively large among medium tribes. Before agriculture reached a certain level of development, primitive tribes relied on hunting, gathering, and fishing, making it difficult to sustain large populations due to the extensive forests obscuring visibility. Interactions between tribes were infrequent. Even when some tribes possessed unique technologies, the lack of contact hindered the dissemination of knowledge. This also resulted in a multitude of distinct dialects among tribes, akin to the various regional dialects in China, rendering communication nearly impossible. The harsh winter was equally detested by other primitive tribes. Like the snake tribe, they busied themselves gathering food in the autumn, primarily focusing on easily stored fruits. More fortunate tribes managed to collect sufficient supplies before temperatures dropped significantly, allowing them to ration food until winter's end. Conversely, tribes with insufficient food supplies would prioritize the needs of healthy adults and children by reducing or eliminating rations for the elderly and infirm to ensure the tribe's survival. If food remained scarce, they would risk their lives hunting in the bitter cold, often attacking fierce beasts with sharp claws and teeth. The situation worsened after heavy snowfall, which concealed the scent of prey, making hunting perilous for those lacking sustenance. Yet, they had no choice. Failure to hunt would mean starvation for their kin and potential annihilation of their tribe, with some malevolent tribes resorting to cannibalism. Fortunately, such wicked tribes were rare. To the north of the snake tribe lay a minuscule tribe consisting of only 18 members, residing in a small cave, with no shaman and only 8 adults, including the leader, alongside 10 minors. They had no elderly or sick members to sacrifice during food crises. Now, with a food crisis looming once more, there were no elders or the ill to abandon. In the autumn, the young leader had led the tribe in gathering fruits, even bringing along older children, while the remaining children stayed behind to block the cave entrance with large stones. It was not until the first snowfall of winter that their foraging ceased. Observing the meager harvest, the young leader realized that the gathered fruits would hardly suffice for the entire tribe to survive the winter. They could only ration their supplies, attempting to maintain a state of semi-satiation to extend their endurance. As they gazed upon the dwindling fruits and meager remnants of meat in the cave, it became evident that their sustenance could not last much longer. A hunt was imperative. Without food, the tribe would perish. One by one, from starvation. At dawn, as the sun began to rise, the young leader consumed the last morsel of meat to regain some strength, then ventured outside with 6 other adults, leaving only children and a pregnant woman behind in their shelter. By mid-afternoon, the leader returned empty-handed with 5 of his companions, 2 of whom bore injuries from their encounter with a pack of wolves. During their hunt, they had encountered solitary carnivores but failed to capture any. Instead, they had been ambushed by the wolf pack, and in a selfless act, one member had drawn the wolves away, allowing the others to escape. The absence of prey coupled with the loss of a vital adult member and the injuries sustained by 2 others posed a dire threat to the small tribe, which now faced a crisis more severe than mere food scarcity. A single misstep could lead to their annihilation. In the darkness, the young leader contemplated the weight of his responsibilities. He remembered the fallen tribesmen, recalled the previous leader's dying wish for him to guide the tribe to survival, and tears welled in his eyes. With him, there were only 4 capable hunters left in the tribe, and without meat to restore their strength, the peril of hunting increased manifold. The tribe was in relative proximity to the Serpent tribe, with whom they had established a minor exchange, primarily for breeding purposes, as primitive man had learned the perils of inbreeding. It was certain that some members of the small tribe bore the blood of the Serpent tribe, just as some of the Serpent tribe may share lineage with this small group. There lingered a faint possibility that Su Yan's father hailed from this tribe. After much contemplation, the young leader resolved to seek assistance from the nearby Serpent tribe. The following day, he departed alone, instructing the second strongest member of the tribe to lead in his absence should he fail to return. The tribe's people watched him leave with a mix of sorrow and hope, understanding that their leader was risking himself to secure food for them. As he ventured into the woods alone, the dangers multiplied. A beast could easily claim him as its prey. He treaded cautiously, managing to evade wolves, hidden leopards, in the pursuit of the forest king, the tiger, until he finally reached the vicinity of the Serpent tribe. Upon arriving at the settlement, he was perplexed by the presence of a wall that had not existed during his last visit. Curiously, he approached the wall and peered inside. Despite the snow cover, he recognized the place as the Serpent tribe's habitat, evidenced by the varying footprints in the snow. After a moment's thought, he pressed his hands against the top of the brick wall and heaved himself over, rolling in the snow before rising and brushing himself off, then making his way toward the cave, which was now blocked by stones. Inside the cave, a tribesman sat listening intently by the entrance. The sound of the young leader's arrival had not gone unnoticed. The one-eyed man emitted soft warning sounds, prompting an immediate hush within the cave. The leader approached quietly, straining to listen to the sounds outside. The crunch of snow underfoot revealed that an animal was approaching the cave. As the figure drew nearer, the young leader knocked gently on the large stone blocking the entrance and quietly called out in a dialect unfamiliar to the Serpent tribe. If Su Yan were present, he would not comprehend a word, yet it was clear that someone was speaking outside. After analyzing the situation in his mind, the leader deduced that there was only one individual outside. Likely not an enemy, but rather someone searching for the Serpent tribe. He summoned Dali and Dehe, and together they pushed the stone aside, creating a small gap through which the leader glimpsed a disheveled figure. Once assured that the individual posed no danger, the cave entrance opened, and the leader, along with Dali, Dehe, and the one-eyed man, emerged to encircle the newcomer. The weary young leader babbled incoherently while gesturing wildly. The Serpent tribe leader reciprocated with gestures, as their languages were nearly incomprehensible to one another, relying on hand signs for communication. After some time, the Serpent tribe leader grasped the intentions of the disheveled young man. He was the leader of another small tribe that had interacted with the Serpent tribe, seeking food to help his people survive the winter. In the past, the Serpent leader would have turned him away, as their own food supplies were scarce. However, the Serpent tribe now found themselves with an abundance of food and had a reputation for kindness towards neighboring tribes. Though the Serpent tribe had enough food, the decision to share it was not solely the leader's to make. He returned to his tribe and consulted with the shaman and Su Yan regarding the matter. If both agreed, they could provide sustenance to this small tribe while also sharing information about their circumstances. After some deliberation, the shaman nodded in agreement, but Su Yan shook his head in refusal. Despite his youth, Su Yan's stature within the Serpent tribe was growing, and the leader respected his opinion, as Su Yan often represented the will of the divine. With Su Yan's dissent, the leader prepared to inform the disheveled leader of the refusal. Just as he was about to rise, Su Yan seized his arm, indicating he had something to say. Divine Envoy. Is there a matter at hand? The leader inquired, as the language of the Serpent tribe gradually evolved towards a more modern form of communication. Leader, our tribe requires more members. Might we consider integrating this small tribe into our own? Su Yan proposed. The term integrate was perhaps misleading. It implied a merger, yet this small tribe had little capacity to resist the Serpent tribe, especially given their current plight of starvation. Su Yan's suggestion caused both the leader and the shaman to ponder deeply. The extensive labor required to build the wall had consumed much of the Serpent tribe's time, and additional manpower could expedite the process. Relying solely on natural population growth would yield insufficient results within a year, particularly since many children did not survive to adulthood, their resistance to disease far weaker than that of adults. If the small tribe could be absorbed into the Serpent tribe, it would immediately add 3 men amongst 7 adult laborers, along with 10 children. The Serpent tribe lacked for food, and incorporating a mere 17 individuals posed no problem. Both the shaman and the leader considered it a viable idea. Yet the Serpent tribe had never experienced such an integration and were uncertain about its feasibility. With a hint of reluctance, the leader turned to Su Yan and asked, Divine Envoy, is this truly the will of the divine? The shaman's gaze shifted to Su Yan as well, understanding their indecision. Su Yan spoke with conviction. It is assuredly the divine will. Furthermore, the divine has indicated that similar methods may be employed to increase the tribe's numbers in the future. The collective sigh of relief escaped the shaman and the leader. We shall heed the divine will, they replied in unison, agreeing to attempt the integration of this small tribe into the Serpent tribe, with the leader tasked to carry out the details, stepping outside the cave. The leader approached the young tribesman. employing gestures to convey his message. The essence of his words was an invitation for the entire tribe to merge with the Serpent tribe, assuring them of equal treatment and abundant food for all. He emphasized the precariousness of the young leader's current situation, warning that without food, his people would face the dangers of hunting, likely leading to their extinction. Upon grasping the Serpent leader's intentions, the disheveled young man became agitated. Unwilling to consider merging his tribe with the Serpent tribe, in a fit of anger, he turned and fled, refusing to engage further with the Serpent leader, Dehe, and the one-eyed man attempted to intercept him. But the leader restrained them, allowing the young man to depart, hopeful that he would recognize the gravity of his tribe's plight. As the young leader fled, nearing the wall, his pace slowed, and tears streamed down his face. He understood that the Serpent tribe was his last hope. If he could not secure food from them, his people would either perish in the hunt or succumb to starvation and cold. What was he to do? He knelt in the snow, overcome with despair, and wept uncontrollably. If we were to consider age, this young leader is merely around 20 years old, bearing the weight of the entire tribe upon his shoulders. He must forge a path for his people to survive, and fatigue has begun to take its toll. Chapter 23, A Swift Integration. After a long while, the young leader wiped his tears and rose to his feet. Turning to approach the chief of the Serpent tribe, who still stood at the mouth of the cave, he had made a momentous decision. In the dichotomy of life and death, he chose life. He was willing to merge his tribe with the Serpent tribe in exchange for the survival of his people. The two leaders stood facing each other. The chief of the Serpent tribe extended his right hand, gently thumping the young leader's chest, before placing his hand on the young leader's shoulder in a light pat. This gesture signified recognition, a way for the chief of the Serpent tribe to acknowledge the young leader. Thereafter, they communicated through gestures until the young leader's stomach growled in hunger, prompting a cessation of their exchange. The chief of the Serpent tribe called upon his people to prepare dinner, opting for an early meal that evening. While the two leaders continued their silent dialogue, unbeknownst to him, the young leader observed the Serpent tribe members retrieving fruits and frozen fish from the mounds of snow, his expression one of astonishment. He could hardly believe that the Serpent tribe had left food out in the open. Did those snow mounds truly contain food? How could the Serpent tribe possess such an abundance? The young leader was left astounded. While the chief of the Serpent tribe beamed at his expression, ample food was indeed a testament to the tribe's strength. As dinner was prepared, the chief of the Serpent tribe presented 2 roasted fish and 2 apples to the young leader, gesturing for him to eat. After a moment's hesitation, the young leader accepted the food and began to eat. The two leaders had engaged in various exchanges, the most significant being the plan to relocate the young leader's tribe to the dwelling of the Serpent tribe. It was too late to make the journey that day, but the chief of the Serpent tribe promised to bring 2/3 of the able-bodied adults back with the young leader to his tribe's home the following day. If time permitted, they would return that same day. Otherwise, they would come back the next day, well prepared with provisions. 30 to 40 armed adults posed little threat unless they encountered 10 or more wild beasts simultaneously. Moreover, the current situation in the woods had seen the absence of venomous creatures, eliminating a significant threat to the people of the Serpent tribe. The chief had already shared this plan with Wu and Su Yin, both of whom expressed their agreement. They also met the young leader, with Su Yin assigning him the name Jian. Unfamiliar with the meanings behind Wu and the shaman's titles, Jian was oblivious to their significance, as his tribe had neither totems nor dedicated shamans. However, he noted the respectful demeanor of the chief in the presence of Wu and the shaman, understanding that their status exceeded that of the chief within the Serpent tribe. Before long, Jian had devoured all the food the chief had given him, letting out a satisfied burp. He had not had a full meal in quite some time, but the next moment, his thoughts drifted to his hungry tribesmen, and his expression turned sorrowful. Observing Jian's despondent state, the chief, squatting in the snow and nibbling on roasted fish, gently patted Jian's shoulder in a gesture of comfort. At dawn the following day, after breakfast, the chief set out with nearly 40 adult tribesmen, some carrying bundles of food, with Jian leading the way at the front of the group. By the afternoon of the third day, the chief returned with the group, originally intending to bring back 16 of Jian's tribesmen. But tragically, one of the 2 injured hunters had succumbed to an infected wound. The loss of 1 adult represented a significant blow to the Serpent tribe. Along the journey, they encountered numerous wild beasts, all of which were successfully driven away, resulting in no casualties. Excluding Jian, 15 newcomers joined the Serpent tribe. To facilitate their swift integration, the tribe's people busied themselves preparing dinner once the chief returned with them. A hearty meal was deemed an effective means to help them assimilate into the Serpent tribe. Jian's tribesmen, having just arrived in this unfamiliar territory, huddled in a corner, with children timidly hiding behind their elders. Jian could only offer them constant reassurances. When mealtime arrived, the chief, accompanied by several adult women bearing food, approached. Each adult and child received ample portions, and familiarity with the chief grew. having shared a cave the previous night, where they had tasted some roasted fish. After a long day's journey, weariness and hunger drove them to devour their food eagerly. When they first tasted the roasted fish, they found it delicious. For in their hunger, any sustenance was a feast. They temporarily set aside their worries about moving into a new home, focusing instead on filling their bellies. Indeed, a satisfying meal proved an excellent way for them to integrate into the Serpent tribe. If one meal was insufficient, a few more would surely do the trick. In this era, the pursuit of a full meal was paramount. If they could eat their fill every day, it would not be unreasonable to consider the Serpent tribe their new home. After a few days, Jian and his tribesmen had fully integrated into the Serpent tribe, attempting to learn the common tongue to better connect with their new community. The children played together, while the adult men engaged in friendly competitions of strength. Wu and the chief observed this harmonious scene, their faces beaming with joy, while Su Yin felt elated at the growth of the Serpent tribe. Jian was now merely an ordinary member of the Serpent tribe. His status inconsequential, yet he found immense satisfaction in witnessing his people no longer threatened by hunger. Jian and his tribe were fortunate. They had encountered such a friendly community in the Serpent tribe and had joined without the burden of food concerns. Outside, many tribes faced the specter of starvation, with some risking ventures into the wilderness to hunt, while others resorted to raiding neighboring tribes to secure their survival. In their desperation, some tribes even resorted to consuming the bodies of their enemies, while others turned to cannibalism. In this perilous world, evil was ever present, and weak tribes like Jian's were easily extinguished, becoming fodder for others. Fortunately, that dark chapter had passed. However, one matter weighed heavily on Su Yan's heart. The space within the cave had become increasingly cramped due to Jian and his tribe's arrival. The cave could not be expanded further. A misstep could lead to its collapse. In Su Yan's mind, a new resolution formed. Next year, they must construct several houses. Chapter 24. A new year as the ice and snow melted. Warm sunlight bathed the earth, signaling the end of winter and the arrival of spring, ushering in a new year. The ice and snow outside the cave had at last thawed, prompting both adults and children of the Serpent tribe to cheer and rush outside. Having spent the winter confined to the dark cave, they had endured discomfort, resorting to eating handfuls of snow to quench their thirst, but lacking clean water for washing. Now, they were free to run and breathe the fresh air. Jian and his tribe had been part of the Serpent tribe for a month, enjoying ample food and the kindness of friendly tribespeople, which facilitated their integration. With Jian and his tribe's addition, the Serpent tribe's population swelled to 181, comprising 1 shaman, 1 chief, 1 oracle, 26 adult males, 53 adult females, 88 minors, and 11 elders and disabled individuals. Compared to the previous year, the tribe had grown by 28 members, a significant advancement. Come, gather around, the chief bellowed from the open space, summoning all tribespeople to assemble in preparation for a trip to the riverbank for washing. After a winter spent in the cave, quenching thirst with snow was sufficient. But they lacked the means to cleanse themselves. Everyone was filthy, including Su Yin. Thus, when spring arrived, the Serpent tribe would collectively journey to the river to cleanse themselves. Even the elderly and disabled were included. Soon, all tribespeople gathered in the open area. The minors, expectant mothers, the elderly, the disabled, the shaman, Xiaodai, and Su Yin assembled in the inner circle, while the chief and the able-bodied adults formed a protective perimeter around them. A large procession of 181 individuals made their way slowly towards the river, located over 200 meters away. Upon reaching the riverbank, everyone began shedding their filthy, odorous animal skins, crouching down to scoop water from the river to wash away the grime, all while being cautious of fish nibbling at their hands. As winter had only just passed, the river water remained chilly, and many shivered upon splashing it onto their bodies. After washing their bodies, they rinsed their hair and the animal skins. Amusingly, as some washed their hair, fish would nibble at their locks, resulting in unexpected catches, causing uproarious laughter among the tribespeople. In the midst of their playful banter, the tribespeople completed their washing, energetically shaking off excess water before red-oning their skins. On the way home, the people did not allow themselves to relax, for breakfast awaited. Some tribespeople gathered dry twigs, and soon a bonfire blazed, with fish placed beside it to roast. The passing winter had left few fruits, yet fish remained plentiful. The warmth of spring envelopes the land. The fish are poised to spoil swiftly. After consuming this meal, the tribe members will resume their hunting and fishing endeavors, seeking fresh sustenance. The fish on the verge of decay will be discarded far from the snake tribe's habitation, for they could attract wild beasts if left too close, posing a grave danger to the tribe. Some members have ventured into the cave, which has grown filthy over the winter. Thus, a thorough cleaning is necessary, as no one desires to dwell in squalor. Even primitive beings are not exempt from this sentiment. The miners refrained from frivolous play, gathering instead at a certain wall outside the cave, where 2 distinct marks are visible, one high and one low. The upper mark stands approximately 1.5 meters from the ground, while the lower one is about 1.4 meters high. This location serves as the threshold for assessing the maturity of the tribe's youth. In the snake tribe, maturity is determined by height rather than age. Thus, even younger individuals may be deemed adults if they reach the requisite height. For instance, individuals like Dolly, who develop more rapidly, may be significantly younger than their taller peers. Minors are permitted to accompany the fishing team to the nearby river but must remain within the tribe's limits otherwise. For the surrounding woods are fraught with peril. Adults often find it challenging to evade dangers, let alone the youth, just as the tribe feels the confines of their small cave during winter. The minors, too, feel stifled by their limited surroundings over the years and yearn to explore the world beyond. Upon reaching adulthood, they can join the hunting or fishing teams, allowing them to witness the vastness of the outside world, a prospect they ardently desire. Even in the face of myriad dangers, each time the snow melts, the miners gather to measure their heights against the standards for adulthood, casting envious glances at those who have achieved the requisite height. Longing for their own maturation, Xian, pulled along by Xiaohua and Xiaoya, joins the throng at the wall to witness the spectacle. Each miner, convinced of their own height's compliance, steps forward to stand against the deep scratches on the wall. Eager to prove their maturity, some indeed meet the standards, while many still fall short to affirm their adulthood. One must gain the chief's acknowledgement. Only upon receiving his recognition do they attain true adulthood. Soon, the chief arrives and stands to the side. Those who have previously met the height requirement step forward once more, lining up to press their bodies against the wall. The chief gently places his hand on the head of each candidate, and upon verifying their height, he smiles and pats their shoulders, seemingly congratulating them on their newfound adulthood. The male standard is set at 1.5 meters, while the female standard is 1.4 meters. Ultimately, under the chief's witness, 3 males and 2 females attain adulthood this year, increasing the tribe's workforce by 5. The snake tribe will hold a coming-of-age ceremony for these 5 individuals. After the hunting team returns with their catch in a few days, a grand ritual will commence, during which the newly matured will receive blessings from a shaman representing the spirits. Once the chief departs, the other miners gather beneath the wall, eager to assess how far they remain from the height of maturity. Xiaohua and Xiaoya stand at the designated mark for females, using 2 outstretched fingers to indicate their distance from the adult height. Previously, the snake tribe faced food shortages, hindering the physical development of the children. However, with ample food prospects on the horizon, the children will flourish, growing taller at an accelerated pace, and the number of newly matured individuals will increase significantly each year. Chapter 25. The ritual on the evening of the 4th day after the snow melts. The totem pole of the snake tribe stands resolutely in the center of a clearing, encircled by several roaring bonfires. A roasted deer, a dozen grilled fish, and numerous plump fruits are laid out before the totem, offerings from the snake tribe to the divine. Beside the food, a fish trap and a clay brick symbolize 2 techniques bestowed upon the tribe by the gods, which will alleviate hunger and enhance their defenses against wild beasts. The tribe members gather around, their eyes fixed on the center of the clearing as the ritual commences. A shaman, clad in animal skins and barefoot, adorned with alternating red and white stripes across his body and face, leaps into the center, chanting incomprehensible phrases while performing a peculiar dance around the totem pole. The tribe members, though unable to decipher the shaman's words or movements, remain attentively focused on the proceedings. The newcomers, Jian and his kin, watch with heightened curiosity, eager to assimilate into the culture of the snake tribe. Fortuitously, Jian's previous tribe lacked both shamans and rituals, for had they possessed such practices, their integration into the snake tribe would have been fraught with difficulty and potential conflict. Amidst the gathering, only Xian stands unperturbed, intrigued by the shaman's performance. Xian suspects that the shaman himself may not comprehend the meaning of his utterances or the significance of his dance, likely a legacy passed down through generations. Ordinary tribe members remain oblivious, accepting the shaman's mysterious words and actions, which cloak him in an aura of enigma, as he is believed to communicate with the divine. In the snake tribe, all members, including the shaman and chief, regard Xian as capable of conversing with the gods, granting him a revered status. The shaman, the first of his kind to claim such communication, grapples with the knowledge that he himself cannot. He fears that admitting his inability would lead the tribe to perceive him as a deceiver, potentially resulting in his sacrifice to the spirits. Years of doubt about the existence of deities have plagued him, but he suppresses these thoughts. As a shaman, he must not harbor skepticism. It is the divine protection that sustains the tribe. Should the gods forsake them, their existence would swiftly dwindle. Only upon Xian's emergence as a true communicator with the divine does the shaman find solace. Fearing that the gods might withdraw their favor, Suyen's presence convinces him that the tribe is indeed blessed and a brighter future awaits. The shaman rationalizes his own limitations. Only one may converse with the divine. And since Suyen possesses that ability, the shaman's inability is only natural. The ritual continues. After performing a series of unusual dances, the shaman approaches the totem pole, first grasping the fish trap and clay brick. Continuing to chant his unintelligible praises for the gifts bestowed upon the snake tribe, he kneels before the totem, and as he does so, all members of the tribe follow suit, bowing in reverence to the spirits. After several rounds of kneeling, the shaman rises, now holding a stone bowl filled with a crimson liquid, likely the blood of the day's catch, perhaps mixed with other offerings. Dipping his fingers into the bowl, he paints a streak of blood across his face before dancing around the clearing, flicking droplets of blood onto the kneeling tribe members. After completing a circuit, he returns to the totem pole. And the next phase of the ritual begins. The chief leads the 5 newly matured individuals, 3 males and 2 females, into the center, forming a horizontal line. The shaman, still holding the stone bowl, dances around them, chanting his enigmatic phrases. Stopping before the first individual, he marks their face with blood, then proceeds to the second, third, fourth, and fifth, leaving a crimson trace upon each visage. This ceremony marks their coming of age. A rite every mature member undergoes, with the blood markings, the shaman's dance, and incantations imparting courage and strength. The 5 newly matured individuals wear expressions of fervor as the ritual nears its conclusion. It is time for Suyen, the divine messenger, to take the stage. With determination etched on his youthful face, he strides toward the totem pole, turning to face the assembly. The divine decree resounds. Increase the height of brick walls. Construct dwellings. Expand the tribe's numbers. Learn the art of writing. As the divine messenger, Suyen proclaims the will of the gods in plain language. Upon his declaration, every tribe member, including the shaman and chief, kneels in reverence toward the totem, while Suyen remains steadfastly standing. The snake tribe's belief in the divine is a notion Suyen cannot alter, a sentiment that, to modernize, may seem foolish. Only by possessing a wealth of knowledge can humanity comprehend that there is no deity governing this world. Reliance solely rests upon oneself. At present, these primitive individuals have yet to acquire substantial knowledge, and they remain in a state of continuous learning. It is entirely plausible to enlighten them about the absence of divine beings. Suyen, feeling powerless, does not intend to embark on any transformative endeavors at this moment. Instead, he plans to leverage his identity as a divine envoy to guide the development of the Serpent tribe until he reaches adulthood and possesses sufficient strength to attempt to seize control of the tribe through force. Following the conclusion of the sacrificial rites, the tribe's people rejoice with jubilant cheers and proceed to partake in their evening meal. The offerings made to the gods, naturally unconsumed by any deity, will be distributed by the chieftain to the tribe's people the following day. In the Serpent tribe, wastefulness of food is strictly forbidden. Chapter 26. The unsightly ceramic molds. After a grand sacrificial ceremony, the Serpent tribe returned to their daily lives. The hunting team ventured out every other day, while the fishing team dedicated their mornings to catching fish. The remaining labor force of the tribe was primarily engaged in excavating soil along the riverbank to manufacture bricks. The construction of brick walls represented the tribe's inaugural project of the year, aimed at augmenting the existing wall's height to prevent terrestrial beasts from leaping over it. Suyen anticipated that the final height of the wall would exceed 2.5 meters, as the current height stood at 1.7 meters, necessitating an additional 0.8 meters. To accomplish this, at least 30,000 bricks would be required. Last year, the tribe expended an entire summer and half a spring to produce over 80,000 bricks, achieving a wall foundation height of 2 meters. This year's project to elevate the wall would demand at least half the effort compared to the previous year, and given the tribe's people's proficiency in brickmaking, Suyen expected the project to be completed before the end of spring. Moreover, Suyen harbored another plan. Due to the wall's proximity to the forest, some tree-climbing beasts could leap over the wall by using the tall trees as leverage. Suyen intended to wait until the wall enhancement project was completed and the rainy season arrived. On an overcast day, he would set fire to a portion of the forest outside the wall, ideally incinerating the trees from the Serpent tribe to the riverbank. This would allow the tribe's people to approach the riverbank with greater assurance, as they could discern potential dangers from a distance and evade them in advance. Once the forest was burned, the rain would extinguish the flames, preventing the fire from spreading, and the tribe would gain ample usable land. The newly cleared land could expand the living space of the tribe, and should they fortuitously discover any crops, they could cultivate them in the cleared areas. The plan to ignite the forest would have to wait for the rainy season. If a fire were to be set now, and no substantial rain followed for a prolonged period, the forest surrounding the tribe would be utterly destroyed, complicating the hunting endeavors of the tribe's hunters. and potentially endangering them from other tribes engulfed by the flames. The tribespeople had become adept at brick-making and wall construction, no longer requiring Su Yin's oversight for the wall-heightening project. Apart from practicing martial skills and teaching two groups of students to read and speak Mandarin, Su Yin turned his attention to pottery making. Last year, during his initial attempt at pottery, Su Yin faced failure. As all the ceramic molds shattered in the flames, leaving only a scattering of glossy fragments coveted by the children, the sisters Xiaohua and Xiaoyu, with Su Yin as their supporter, possessed the most ceramic shards among the children. There were indeed adults who admired the pottery fragments, yet they felt disinclined to compete with the children for them, instead watching with envious eyes as the children fought over and shared the shards. During his pottery-making attempts, Su Yin reflected on brick-making. In comparison, the latter proved to be of greater importance. Consequently, he temporarily set aside pottery-making to focus on brick production, though he never relinquished the desire to create pottery, continually envisioning the process in his mind. Having learned from his initial failure, Su Yin was ready to embark on his second attempt at pottery-making, equipped with newfound experience and careful consideration that in his first attempt. The ceramic molds had been rather thin and uneven. The molds were placed directly into the fire, where the temperature was difficult to control, resulting in their eventual shattering. For the second attempt, Su Yin planned to construct a kiln using bricks, allowing for better temperature regulation than a simple fire pit, thereby increasing the likelihood of successful pottery production. Additionally, this time, the molds would be significantly thicker and larger, albeit appearing rough and unrefined. However, these robust molds would enhance the success rate during firing, making them less prone to breakage. With these improvements, Su Yin enlisted several adult tribespeople to assist in his second pottery-making endeavor. He began by constructing a simple vertical kiln near the southern brick wall. The kiln featured a hollow chamber, nearly spherical in shape, with a diameter of approximately 1.5 meters and a height of about 1 meter. The upper portion left an opening through which the ceramic molds would be placed and sealed with bricks. Below the chamber, there was a space designated for the fire, allowing flames to enter through openings and heat the molds. After 4 days, Su Yin, accompanied by 3 female tribespeople, successfully constructed the kiln. Subsequently, he began crafting the ceramic molds, selecting the finest clay. This time, instead of using a slightly convex stone slab, he chose a broad, flat stone to serve as a base. After spreading the clay on the stone, he commenced the creation of the first mold. Su Yin personally took charge of the process, while the 3 tribespeople observed attentively and assisted with various tasks. Soon, a circular mold with a diameter of approximately half a meter and a thickness of about 2 centimeters took shape. Following this, Su Yin rolled a piece of clay into a strip with a diameter of about 2 centimeters and spiraled it upwards along the edge of the mold until reaching the rim. Finally, he smoothed the interior and exterior of the mold with a stone. The result was a cylindrical mold, measuring half a meter in diameter and approximately 40 centimeters in height, which was left to dry in a cave. This completed mold appeared remarkably sturdy, albeit rather crude and unsightly, failing to align with Su Yin's aesthetic sensibilities. Nevertheless, to produce usable pottery, he resolved to create these unrefined molds to enhance the chances of success. After placing the mold in the cave, the shaman circled around it, observing its form. From its appearance, the shaman could surmise some of its potential uses. As Su Yin explained, this requires firing to be completed and can hold water. Upon hearing this, the shaman was astounded, speculating that this was yet another technique imparted to the divine envoy by the gods, affirming their favor upon the tribe. Outside the cave, Su Yin continued his work on the molds, this time encouraging the 3 tribespeople to engage more actively in the pottery-making process, ensuring they could each independently create their molds. Chapter 27. Ultimate Success After 2 Days of Labor. Su Yin and the 3 tribespeople produced 4 large molds, each with a diameter of about 1 meter and a height of approximately 40 centimeters, along with 7 smaller bowl-shaped molds suitable for adult-sized hands. After allowing these 11 molds to dry, the final firing process was set to commence. On that morning, following breakfast, Su Yin set to work with the 3 tribespeople. This marked their first attempt at firing pottery in the kiln, where they placed 1 large and 1 small mold inside and sealed the opening with bricks. They then added kindling to the designated fire area beneath the kiln, ignited it, and initiated the final firing process. Throughout the firing, they continually added fuel to maintain a stable flame, ensuring the internal temperature of the kiln remained consistent. The entire firing process lasted throughout the day, concluding just before dusk, as the flames beneath the kiln gradually extinguished. The following morning, once the heat had dissipated, they would open the kiln to inspect the molds and determine whether the firing had succeeded. During the firing, Su Yin heard no sounds of shattering, yet he remained uncertain about the outcome, fearing that the molds might have shattered in his absence. After breakfast the next day, Su Yin directed the tribespeople to open the kiln chamber that had cooled down. To his relief, he observed that both the large and small molds retained their shapes. Had they succeeded? Unfortunately, not quite. As the tribe's people carefully extracted the larger mold, Su Yin noticed several cracks adorning its surface, suggesting that continued firing would likely result in complete destruction. In contrast, the smaller mold exhibited no signs of damage. However, its diminutive size rendered it less useful, serving merely as a bowl. Su Yin needed larger vessels for boiling water and cooking meat. Though this attempt had not yielded the desired results, several molds remained to be tested, and with each successive trial, success was inevitable. Su Yin instructed his clansmen to continue placing a large pottery blank and 2 smaller pottery blanks into the kiln chamber, securing it with earthen bricks for continued firing. He then returned to the cave with the successfully fired pottery bowl, presenting it to the shaman. Although Su Yin perceived this initial successful bowl as rather crude and unattractive, within the context of the snake tribe, it was certainly superior to the far more rudimentary stone bowls. The shaman accepted the bowl, examining it closely, and as his rough hands grazed its surface, the bowl transformed in his eyes into a treasured artifact. The shaman smiled broadly at Su Yin, conveying his deep appreciation for this gift. On the third morning, upon opening the kiln chamber to retrieve the 3 pottery pieces, Su Yin noticed the cracks on the largest vessel, indicating another failure. However, he felt no despair, for this setback revealed a glimmer of hope for future success. The cracks were fewer than those in the first attempt, marking a commendable improvement. With more precise control over the kiln's temperature and a touch of luck, the large pottery piece might yet be successfully fired. As for the 2 bowls that had been successfully fired alongside it, one was given to the chief, while the other was bestowed upon Jian. Jian and his kin had already integrated into the snake tribe, despite his limited strength preventing him from attaining a high status. His people continued to heed his commands. Within the tribe, only Su Yin, the shaman, the chief, and Jian held authority over others. As Jian and his kin further assimilated into the tribe, they would eventually shed their former tribal identities, embracing their roles as members of the snake tribe. On the 4th morning, the pottery from the 3rd firing emerged from the kiln. Noticing the cracks on the large vessel, Su Yin understood that this attempt had also failed. Compared to the previous attempt, the cracks had diminished significantly, allowing it to potentially hold water for cooking. Yet, this was insufficient. Su Yin desired a complete vessel, and such a subpar product would not suffice. He retained the 2 successfully fired bowls for himself, his adoptive mother, and the sisters Xiaohua and Xiaoyu, as they served well for holding water or food. On the 5th morning, the pottery from the 4th firing was retrieved. If not for a careful inspection, Su Yin might have believed that this large vessel was a success. However, upon closer examination, he discovered some subtle cracks, even at the base. This large flawed piece could no longer serve to hold water. Yet it was suitable for storing meats. Rather than discarding it like the previous failures, he decided to make use of it. With all the pottery blanks utilized, Su Yin set about crafting new ones. This time, the 3 clansmen worked diligently, producing 6 large pottery blanks and a dozen smaller bowls within 2 days. Su Yin assured them that once the bowls were fired successfully, he would gift several to them. The 3 women beamed with joy, for in their eyes, these bowls were precious treasures, rare within the tribe, reserved only for the priest, shaman, chief, and a select few. A few days later, the new batch of pottery blanks was dried and ready for firing. This time, Su Yin decided to tempt fate by placing 2 large pottery blanks and 4 smaller bowl blanks into the kiln. On the new day, the pottery from the 5th firing was unveiled. Among the 2 large vessels, one bore several fine cracks, while the other appeared relatively intact, devoid of visible flaws. However, the absence of cracks did not guarantee success. Su Yin instructed 3 clansmen to fetch a jug of water from the nearby stream using the larger vessel. Despite its cracks causing it to leak slightly, they soon returned with the water, and Su Yin carefully directed them to pour it into the seemingly intact large vessel. After filling it, he meticulously examined it for any signs of leakage, even having the clansmen lift it to check the base. After a thorough observation, Su Yin finally confirmed that this vessel was indeed whole, with minimal cracks, suitable for boiling water or cooking pork. As he gazed at the filled vessel, a smile of triumph illuminated Su Yin's youthful face. Chapter 28. Boiling water. The snake tribe was now blessed with a complete large pottery vessel, and the clansmen quickly discovered its primary utility. In the night, thirsty tribe members scooped water from the large vessel with their pottery bowls, finding it exceedingly convenient. Previously, the combined capacity of all stone bowls and basins in the tribe could not rival even a third of this large vessel's capacity. Thirsty clan members had to endure their discomfort until they could muster the resolve to drink a small amount of water. Now, they could finally quench their thirst freely, observing his tribesmen drawing water from the large vessel. Su Yin shook his head in exasperation. The water had been drawn directly from the river, which undoubtedly harbored countless bacteria. Regular consumption of river water could lead to illness, particularly among vulnerable children. Many young ones perished due to this very reason. The following morning, Su Yin took 3 clansmen to conduct the next kiln firing, leaving one behind to tend the fire. He and the other 2 set about constructing a simple stove. The stove was easily fashioned using 9 earthen bricks, arranged into 3 stacks, either parallel or perpendicular, leaving one side open for the fire. This rudimentary stove would serve to heat the large pottery vessel. After filling the large vessel with water, they added kindling beneath it, and as the flames flickered, the water's temperature gradually rose. Watching this scene unfold, an idea sparked in Su Yan's mind. A lid for the large vessel would expedite the boiling process. As the lid would not come into direct contact with the flames, it could be crafted from wood. However, given the tribe's reliance on stone tools, creating a wooden lid might take considerable time. A more convenient solution would be to make a pottery lid. With that thought in mind, he set to work. One clansman attended to his fire, while the other fetched clay from the river. Before the clay was returned, the water in the large vessel had already begun to boil. They ceased adding kindling, waiting for the flames to extinguish and the temperature of the vessel and water to decrease. Once the clay was back, under Su Yan's guidance, they swiftly crafted 2 circular lids resembling the base of the large vessel, complete with clay handles. Su Yan personally fashioned the handles, striving to ensure they would withstand lifting the lids after firing. In the evening, the kiln was opened. Both large vessels bore slight cracks, rendering them flawed and suitable only for food storage. Failure was a common occurrence. The previously successful large vessel had been a stroke of luck, and Su Yan could not guarantee success with every firing. Fortunately, even flawed vessels had their uses, so the time spent was not in vain. Remarkably, the bowls remained intact, and Su Yan distributed one to each of the 3 women who had diligently assisted him. They accepted the bowls with utmost care, cradling them as if they were treasures. Fearful of any damage, as the first month of spring drew to a close, Su Yan, adhering to the customs of his previous life, divided the year into 12 months, 3 for spring, 3 for summer, 3 for autumn, and 3 for winter, with the last month encompassing the remaining days. During this month, the construction of the Snake Tribe's heightened walls progressed significantly. Nearing completion. It was anticipated that by the end of the 2nd month of spring, the wall construction would conclude, paving the way for housing development. In this period, only 1 child under the age of 1 passed away. The hunting team's frequency of excursions diminished due to the wall construction, yet the fishing team consistently gathered ample food. Consequently, the hunting team did not need to exert themselves fully during hunts, resulting in reduced casualties. Over the month, only 3 hunters sustained injuries, with one suffering a slightly more severe wound. Fortunately, there was no infection, and recovery was expected within a fortnight, while the other 2 experienced minor injuries that began healing the following day. Su Yin remained tirelessly engaged in pottery making, ultimately increasing the number of intact large vessels to 5, with more than enough small bowls to provide each member of the Snake Tribe with at least one. Satisfied with the quantity of large vessels, on the day before dinner, Su Yin instructed his clansmen to move one filled with water to the fire pit. The water being freshly boiled, as the tribe gathered around the fire for dinner. The shaman was also invited from the cave. Pointing to the large vessel, Su Yin spoke to the clansmen. The spirits have revealed to me that river water is tainted, and prolonged consumption leads to illness. We can purify the river water through boiling, enabling us to drink safely and maintain our health. This had been communicated to the shaman and chief beforehand. Upon hearing Su Yan's words, the shaman and chief immediately knelt on the ground. Followed by the other clansmen, we heed the divine message. For the people of the Snake Tribe, the words of the divine are absolute, and they adhere strictly to the divine decrees. Those who defy such edicts are cast aside by the gods. To ensure that their kin have access to cool boiled water at all times, they typically prepare 2 barrels of it. Once one barrel is emptied, they promptly boil more water, and before retiring for the night, they ready another 2 barrels in the cave. It is not merely a matter of hydration. Su Yin has also experimented with boiling fish and game meat, but after a single attempt, he abandoned this method due to the lack of spices, finding the flavor unsatisfactory compared to grilling, which left him feeling quite disheartened. He yearned for salt, spices, a bowl of rice, and a steamed bun, having been a connoisseur of culinary delights in his past life. The monotony of roasted fish and game meat in this primitive era was increasingly unbearable, igniting a desire to relive the gastronomic experiences of his former life. Salt, spices, and grains may lie hidden in the forest beyond the Snake Tribe's territory. Yet, being underage and bearing the identity of a divine envoy, it was already a challenge for Su Yin to venture to the riverside, and his kin were utterly reluctant to allow him to brave the perils of the woods. Su Yin had contemplated instructing the hunting and fishing teams to seek the items he needed in the forest during their expeditions, but he soon discovered the difficulty in conveying the precise nature of what he sought to his tribesmen. Asking them to bring back samples of every plant from the woods would be a cumbersome task, as the wild grasses dominated, along with numerous poisonous flora. Thus, he resolved to wait until he reached adulthood and gained sufficient strength to pursue his needs. Chapter 29. The Pioneering of. The emergence of large ceramic vessels held significant importance for Su Yan. Throughout history, humanity has cherished cleanliness. Primitive people, too, valued hygiene. Barring the winter months when they were confined to their caves. Unable to tidy up or maintain personal cleanliness, they would swiftly cleanse their living spaces and themselves once the cold season passed out of course. Early humans had not yet adopted routines, such as washing their faces and hands each morning, or cleansing themselves before and after meals, but they maintained a level of cleanliness they deemed acceptable. The people of the snake tribe would occasionally journey to the riverside for bathing. However, Su Yan found this experience quite unpleasant. The mixed bathing of men and women without attire was one concern, but the very act of bathing was laborious. The river teemed with fish that posed a degree of aggression, deterring the tribe from wading into the water. The aquatic creatures were fierce, but once they were on land, they could be easily dispatched. Due to the presence of fish, people resorted to scooping water with their hands to pour over themselves, a method that proved exhausting. After Su Yan successfully crafted ceramic bowls, the tribe could utilize them to fetch water for bathing, a marked improvement over using hands. Nevertheless, whether employing hands or ceramic bowls, the process remained inconvenient for Su Yan. He even contemplated creating an oversized ceramic vessel to serve as a bathtub, but accomplishing this would require a larger kiln and considerable time, rendering such an endeavor impractical. Ultimately, he settled for a successfully fired large ceramic vessel. Choosing the northeastern corner of the enclosure, he designated a small area using branches and animal hides, gathering 3 intact large ceramic vessels and 2 with minor cracks. Enlisting the help of several tribesmen, mobilizing his kin for the purpose of bathing was undeniably a groundbreaking initiative for Su Yan. He utilized the flawed vessels to fetch water from the river, pouring it into the intact ones placed over the fire to boil. Once the water reached a rolling boil, he transferred it into another intact large ceramic vessel, adding cool water to temper the temperature until it was full. 2 tribesmen then carried it to the designated area he had prepared. Su Yan then indulged in the delight of bathing. No, washing himself. As the first to enjoy a hot bath, Su Yan inadvertently blazed a new trail. After bathing, although his skin remained dark, he felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over him, a profound comfort incomparable to the exhausting method of splashing water over himself by the riverbank. Yet the bathing ritual did not conclude there. Su Yan still had to wash his hair. His long, black hair cascaded to his shoulders, and with the assistance of his foster mother and the sisters Xiaohua and Xiaoyu, it seldom appeared disheveled. Recalling that wood ash was a viable means to cleanse hair, abundant in the snake tribe, he decided to experiment, preparing ample water as it was said that washing with wood ash required multiple rinses. Bowing over the filled large ceramic vessel, his hair submerged in the water, he gently massaged his scalp, gradually applying the black wood ash and scrubbing vigorously. Once he felt it was sufficiently cleansed, he submerged his hair once more for a thorough rinse. After discarding the first bucket of murky water, a second bucket of hot water was brought forth, and he continued washing until, after the third rinse, he finally felt his hair was clean. He then twisted his hair to wring out excess water before seeking out Xiaohua and Xiaoyu. Seated on the ground, the sisters crouched behind him, using their fingers as a makeshift comb to meticulously groom his now lustrous locks. Su Yan's glossy hair brought them joy, eliciting peals of laughter akin to the sound of bells. After a brief while, he bound his hair with a slender grass string, no longer allowing it to fall freely over his shoulders, where his skin a shade lighter and his animal hides replaced with a white robe. A handsome young hero might emerge, perhaps wielding a sword. In his past life, Su Yan relished tales of martial heroes, particularly as the Su family possessed a legacy of martial arts. He often practiced the Su family fist, aspiring to become a valiant knight, upholding justice and aiding the weak, redistributing wealth to the impoverished. In Su Yan's imagination, a knight stood tall and handsome, with a resolute countenance, long black hair cascading down, wielding a sharp sword, capable of scaling walls with the lightest of steps, leaving no trace in the snow. With his hair flowing in the wind, he had once adorned himself in the image of the hero he envisioned. Only the long hair remained elusive, for in that era, apart from the so-called artists, few men would maintain long hair, let alone a young Su Yan. Had he dared to grow his hair long, his parents would have admonished him. The unfulfilled dreams of his past life now presented an opportunity for realization in this one. Perhaps Su Yan could even cultivate internal strength. Whenever this notion crossed his mind, excitement surged within him. As he was still in his developmental years, he could not yet pursue such practices or validate his theories regarding internal strength. He would need to wait several more years. Meanwhile, Xiaohua and Xiaoyu continued to play with Su Yan's smooth, glossy hair, which had been washed with wood ash and warm water, the finest hair among the snake tribe. They were loath to release their hold, yearning for such splendid hair themselves. However, Su Yan's request for several tribesmen and multiple large ceramic vessels for a simple bath was a privilege reserved for him alone, along with the shaman and the chief. Even though Xiaohua and Xiaoyu shared a close bond with Su Yan, they could not partake in such luxury. They were limited to fetching water using ceramic bowls at the riverside, at most able to utilize a single large ceramic vessel due to Su Yan's influence in the snake tribe. The production of earthen bricks had not ceased, nor had the crafting of pottery. Both intact and slightly flawed large ceramic vessels held significant utility within the tribe. The perfect vessels could store and boil water, while those with minor cracks could be placed outside the cave to store winter fruits harvested in the fall. A far better alternative than leaving them in a pile of grass, as the chill of late autumn set in. The large vessels could also store fish and game meat, facilitating convenient preservation. Chapter 30. The Conception of Weapons, Part 1. The construction of the enclosure proceeded methodically, with an anticipated completion by the second month of spring. The task of pottery remained in the capable hands of the 3 tribesmen Su Yan had trained. For now, their numbers sufficed. Small bowl-shaped ceramics were already in ample supply among the snake tribe, prompting Su Yan to redirect their efforts towards crafting larger vessels and matching lids instead. Occasionally, he would lend a hand in creating plates, basins, and other ceramic forms, producing robust prototypes with a fair success rate. As for delicate pottery, without a certain level of expertise, it was impossible to achieve success at this stage, and Su Yan could only rely on time to gradually refine his skills. With ample free time for martial practice and teaching literacy in Mandarin, Su Yan busied himself with new endeavors. The fish traps ensured the snake tribe's food supply, brickmaking fortified their dwellings against wild beasts, and the boiling of water in ceramic vessels reduced the incidence of illness. These 3 innovations heralded significant transformation for the snake tribe that, if developments continued along this trajectory, in a decade or so, the snake tribe would emerge as the largest community in the region, with a population likely to exceed 500, perhaps substantially surpassing that number. Su Yan pondered deeply and sensed a significant flaw within the snake tribe, particularly regarding their weaponry. The armaments employed by the tribe were remarkably diverse, featuring stone axes made from sharp stone shards affixed to short wooden sticks, slender pointed stones attached to long poles forming spears, as well as crude wooden clubs and even unrefined stones. The mightiest weapon of the tribe, wielded by the strongest member, was a palm-sized stone. Each time he ventured out for a hunt, he would carry a leather pouch containing approximately 10 such stones, some stained with the blood of his quarry, a testament to his prowess. With his formidable strength, when he hurled a stone at prey, striking the head often resulted in instant demise or severe injury. Even a hit to the body bore a substantial likelihood of inflicting grave wounds, with shattered bones being a common outcome. Although not particularly astute, his skill in throwing stones was unrivaled within the snake tribe, rendering him the most contributive member of the hunting party. During daylight hours, the tribe engaged in various activities: hunting, fishing, brickmaking, pottery, and crafting fish traps. After dinner, when darkness enveloped the land, the people remained industrious, illuminated by the flickering flames of the bonfire. Primarily focused on maintaining their weapons, stones and wooden sticks were easily replaceable if found unsuitable, but the stone axes and spears, with their crucial stone attachments, required tightening with grass ropes for secure use. This task was typically completed post-dinner, allowing for a final check before the following day's hunt. After careful consideration, Su Yan recognized numerous deficiencies in the tribe's weaponry system, primarily the absence of defensive arms. The ramifications of lacking defensive weapons could be dire. Should the hunting party encounter a pack of wolves in the wilderness, they would be left to fend off the ferocious beasts armed solely with their offensive tools against the wolves' sharp claws and teeth. When faced with an attack, the hunters could merely dodge or attempt to shield themselves with their spears, axes, or wooden sticks, a strategy fraught with peril, as injuries from wolf claws could lead to infection and eventual death upon returning to the tribe. What the snake tribe urgently required was a shield-like defensive weapon. A shield, typically rectangular or circular in shape, would feature a handle on the inner side for ease of use. Materials such as wood, copper, or iron could serve as the primary components, with rattan also being an option. Rattan shields would be significantly lighter than those made from other materials, and given the current conditions, crafting rattan shields would be relatively straightforward, as suitable rattan could be easily found in the nearby woods. However, while it might be simple for Su Yan to gather the rattan himself, conveying the appearance of the rattan to the hunting and fishing teams posed a challenge, especially considering the nascent spread of Mandarin within the snake tribe. The time it would take to locate appropriate rattan remained uncertain. Regardless, Su Yin endeavored to describe the Rattan's characteristics to the frequently departing hunters, urging them to search for similar plants. He also contemplated the possibility of crafting clay shields. Lifting a large pottery lid, he noted its resemblance to a round shield. Nevertheless, he quickly dismissed this idea, recognizing that although the pottery shield appeared robust, it could be shattered with a single punch from an adult male of the tribe. Many beasts in the forest possessed strength comparable to humans and could easily break a pottery shield with a swipe of their paw, rendering such a shield largely ineffective compared to a more resilient Rattan one. Setting aside the concept of defensive shields for the moment, Su Yin shifted his focus to offensive weaponry, in the Stone Age. Prior to the advent of bronze, the weapons available to humanity were limited to those currently utilized by the snake tribe: stone spears, axes, wooden sticks, and stones. While stone axes and spears served primarily as melee weapons, stones were the only option for ranged combat. However, their effectiveness diminished with distance, with a maximum range of approximately 50 meters. The limitations of stones as a ranged weapon were significant, as their size dictated their power. Yet larger stones were cumbersome to carry, eventually leading to a situation where hunters would be left scouring the ground for usable stones. This train of thought led Su Yin to consider the introduction of bows and arrows as a form of ranged weaponry. The use of bows and arrows persisted until the widespread adoption of firearms in warfare. Bows and arrows offered numerous advantages over stones. Arrows were lightweight, allowing an individual to carry dozens at once, and their range exceeded that of thrown stones. However, Su Yin acknowledged that while bows and arrows had their merits, they also presented challenges. Stones were abundant and readily available, while arrows required careful crafting, and their rate of loss was high. Moreover, mastering the technique of archery was more complex than simply throwing stones. Ultimately, Su Yin resolved to forego the use of bows and arrows, primarily due to the tribe's current inability to produce standardized weaponry. While rudimentary bows could be made, their lack of precision would render them ineffective unless the tribe could mass-produce them, an impractical endeavor. Setting aside the notion of bows and arrows, it became clear that stones still held their position as the primary ranged weapon in the snake tribe. Yet, Su Yin was inspired by the idea of another ranged weapon: short spears. Unlike the longer spears predominantly used in close combat, short spears were designed for throwing. Featuring a sharpened end, it was conceivable that the ancestors of the snake tribe had once employed short spears for hunting. But the fragility of the sharpened ends, coupled with the impracticality of attaching sharp stones, led to the abandonment of this weapon in favor of stones for throwing. While the technique for throwing short spears could be mastered more easily than that for stones, the high rate of loss rendered them unsuitable for hunting. In Su Yin's mind, the revival of the short spear was not intended for hunting, but rather for defense against other primitive tribes. Both short spears and appropriately sized stones were to be stockpiled in the snake tribe settlement. No one could predict when another primitive tribe might launch an attack on the snake tribe. Though the tribe had constructed walls to fend off beasts, humans could still devise means to overcome such barriers. Should another tribe approach, the members of the snake tribe could stand behind their walls, armed with short spears and stones, ready to defend themselves. During their leisure, the tribe's members should also practice throwing both stones and short spears. Su Yin marked short spears and stones as priorities for resource accumulation. While the Rattan shields remained on hold, the stockpiling of short spears and stones was a feasible project, with hunting and fishing teams able to gather supplies on their return trips. As the height of the walls increased, the safety of the snake tribe settlement would likewise improve. With the completion of the wall construction, there would be no need for tribe members to retreat to caves at night. Instead, they could gather around the bonfire, engaging in their own activities while basking in its light. Once the wall was finished, the surrounding woods could be cleared, further fortifying the settlement against nighttime threats, eliminating the need for heavy stones to block doors or bonfires outside caves. Su Yin enlisted the shaman and the chief, informing them of the plans to stockpile stones and craft short spears, and elucidated the reasons behind these initiatives without invoking divine authority. Despite his youth and inexperience, his status as a divine messenger, coupled with the innovations he had introduced, such as fish traps, brick walls, and pottery, commanded the attention of both the shaman and the chief. Both were middle-aged, with the chief around 30 years old and the shaman slightly older. While Su Yin had not witnessed intertribal conflicts firsthand, the shaman and chief had experienced such events. One winter, another tribe had launched a sudden attack on the snake tribe, which retaliated fiercely, ultimately repelling the invaders, but suffering the loss of several adult members and numerous injuries, some so severe that they resulted in permanent disabilities, rendering individuals unable to hunt or fish again. The hunting parties had also encountered other tribes in the wilderness, leading to conflicts over game, which had resulted in injuries or fatalities among the tribe's members. In this world, The Serpent tribe must exercise utmost caution towards other primitive tribes, for they may unexpectedly become adversaries and launch an assault against them. As for Jin and his kin, who have integrated into the Serpent tribe, their clan is diminutive, comprising merely a handful of adults, thus posing little threat to the Serpent tribe. Wu and the chief contemplated the matter briefly before endorsing Su Yan's proposal, ultimately issuing a decree to the entire tribe. The tribe's people were instructed that upon their return from the outside, they should gather suitable stones to bring back to the tribe. After dining, should they find themselves with idle time, they were to fashion short spears. Additionally, during their leisure hours, both men and women, all adults, were mandated to practice throwing short spears and stones, while adolescents nearing adulthood were also to engage in such exercises. In the event of an enemy incursion, these youths would collectively constitute a formidable fighting force. Once the chief's command was proclaimed, all tribespeople expressed their compliance. In this era, survival hinged on the unity of the tribe. Straying from the group rendered one vulnerable and unable to endure for long. The Ultraman, being an integral part of the tribe, was expected to fulfill assigned tasks, especially since the chief's newly issued tasks were relatively straightforward, such as collecting stones, which required minimal exertion. Consequently, in the days that followed, many tribespeople returned from their excursions with stones in hand, which they would cast into designated areas upon their return, after the evening meal. If there were no other duties, they would utilize wooden sticks to craft short spears, ultimately storing them in the cave. While stones were resilient against the elements, the short spears required protection from the rain. Hence they were sheltered within the cave. As time progressed, and the second month of spring drew to a close, entering the 5th day of the 3rd month, the wall heightening project was completed. They awaited the rainy season to find an overcast day to ignite fires outside the walls, clearing portions of the forest to create open spaces. With the wall heightening concluded, the tribespeople continued to produce earthen bricks, as further construction of houses awaited. Chapter 32. House Construction, Part 1. Constructing a house is not as simple as erecting a wall. It is not merely a matter of stacking bricks like building blocks. Numerous factors must be considered, such as the size of the dwelling, waterproof roofing, insulation, and more. Su Yin had long completed the design, sketching plans on stone tablets. The standard dwelling for ordinary tribespeople measures 2 meters in width and 7 meters in length, appearing somewhat elongated. The heights of the walls also differ, with the front wall reaching 2.2 meters and the rear wall 2 meters. This discrepancy results in a slanted roof, allowing rain or snow to slide off efficiently. The house features a single entrance, 70 centimeters wide and 1.7 meters high, typically concealed with a large animal hide. There is no earthen bed within. Instead, a stove is constructed in the center using bricks, equipped with a chimney to prevent smoke from permeating the living space. This stove not only provides warmth, but also serves as a cooking facility, capable of boiling water in large pottery or roasting meat directly. The roof is of paramount importance. If constructed poorly, it risks leaking during rain or collapsing under snow, failing to insulate against the winter chill. Lacking axes or similar tools, wooden poles, the thickness of an adult's forearm, are employed as roof supports, spaced appropriately between the front and rear walls. Thinner sticks are then arranged perpendicularly, bound together with grass rope to form a complete framework. Next, large leaves, measuring up to 1 meter in length and 30 to 40 centimeters in width, are layered twice over the framework. Following this, a thick layer of dry grass is added, topped with another 2 layers of large leaves, and finally secured with 4 ordinary bricks per square meter, completing the roof. This structure significantly enhances rain protection and insulation. It can be said that the roof is the most challenging yet vital aspect of constructing a standard dwelling. The house is designed to accommodate 10 individuals, with approximately 3 people having space to move within every 4 square meters. While the maximum capacity may exceed 20, Su Yin also designed a special dwelling for himself, Wu, and the chief, measuring 3 meters in width and 4 meters in length. Slightly smaller than the standard house, the front wall stands at 2.1 meters, while the rear wall is 2 meters tall. The layout differs internally, with an inner wall dividing the space into 2 sections. The inner room, measuring 2.5 meters in width, and the outer room, 1.5 meters wide. Upon entering, one first encounters the outer room, followed by the inner room, with openings of 0.7 meters in width and 1.7 meters in height serving as entrances, similarly concealed with a large animal hide. The outer room features a stove connected to an inner wall, opposite which lies a 2.5 meter long and 1.8 meter wide earthen bed. Heating the stove will warm the bed, which includes a chimney for smoke ventilation. The construction of the earthen bed is intricate, necessitating the building of a 1 meter high, 2.5 meter long brick wall at a height of 1.8 meters, subsequently filling it with earth to a depth of 80 centimeters, ensuring it is compact. This requires a special type of brick, distinct from the ordinary ones, measuring 30 centimeters by 30 centimeters by 5 centimeters, with each special brick equivalent to 4.5 ordinary bricks. These larger bricks are laid flat on the earth, and ordinary bricks are placed vertically in pairs, maintaining distance between them to avoid contact. The special bricks are then laid atop these ordinary bricks, and the entire structure is smoothed over with earth, ensuring no gaps remain, thus completing the earthen bed. Additionally, a space of 25 centimeters by 20 centimeters must be reserved in the corner for the chimney. The roofing method for the special dwelling mirrors that of the standard house. Thus, the time required to construct one special house nearly suffices to build 2 standard houses, though the special house accommodates a maximum of 5, beyond which it becomes cramped. However, due to the presence of the earthen bed, the special house offers greater comfort. One can easily envision lying on a warm bed strewn with dry grass and animal hides during the cold winter, covered with an additional hide, making winter seem less daunting to Su Yin intends to construct only 3 special houses for himself, Wu, and the chief, while numerous standard houses will be built to house a greater number of tribespeople. Should the population of the Serpent tribe swell without adequate shelter, it would pose a significant dilemma, with designs for both standard and special houses complete, aligned with the current conditions of the Serpent tribe. The next step involves practical construction. They will first erect one dwelling as a test. Should any issues arise, they can be swiftly rectified. Once the first house solidifies, mass construction can commence upon the official completion of the wall heightening project. The house construction will follow immediately. As the first proponent of building houses, Su Yin will oversee the construction, participating alongside the tribespeople until the first dwelling is completed. Foundations are also essential. Su Yin marked a line 1.5 meters from the wall, leaving this distance for significant reasons. Initially, not all laborers from the Serpent tribe need participate in the construction. A maximum of 1/5 of the workforce suffices, while the remainder continues producing earthen bricks and erecting a low brick wall, 1.2 meters high, against the inside of the perimeter wall, which does not require a foundation. The purpose of this low brick wall is clear. Should enemies attack, the tribespeople can stand atop it, peering over the main wall to hurl short spears and stones at the assailants. It is impractical to place the back wall of the house directly against the perimeter wall or to utilize the wall as the house's rear, as the roof would not withstand the weight of an adult, risking collapse. Therefore, the house's construction must maintain a safe distance from the wall while also incorporating a low brick wall adjacent to it. Chapter 33. House Construction, Part 2. Approximately 1.5 meters from the perimeter wall, Su Yin outlined a rectangle measuring 7 meters in length and 2 meters in width. Subsequently, he drew a larger rectangle 20 centimeters away, encasing the smaller one. The space between the 2 rectangles would serve as the foundation. Su Yin commanded the tribespeople to excavate the earth in preparation for the foundation, ensuring a depth of at least 30 centimeters. Once the foundation pit was excavated, the tribespeople, following the methods used for constructing the walls, began layering the earthen bricks with clay, stacking them until the outline of the house emerged. It is noteworthy that Su Yin continues to use the length of the earthen bricks as the width of the walls in the houses. Compared to using the width of the bricks for the walls, the former provides better insulation during winter due to its greater thickness, much like the cave inhabited by the snake tribe, where even the thinnest wall exceeds the length of the earthen bricks. A large stone blocks the entrance, minimizing the cold's impact on the cave's interior. At the very least, the tribe members, clad in animal skins and lying on piles of hay, are spared from freezing to death. Although the insulation of the houses is somewhat inferior to that of the cave, the presence of a stove within the house increases warmth, making it perhaps more favorable for ordinary tribespeople to reside in the house rather than the cave. Su Yin directs 10 tribespeople to construct the first house for the snake tribe, while the other adult members continue their fishing and hunting tasks during the remaining daylight hours, dedicating their time to the production of earthen bricks. Additionally, Su Yin instructs the chief to lead a hunting team to gather materials necessary for building the house, such as thick wooden poles, slender sticks, broad leaves, and grass. The various materials brought back by the hunting team require processing, including removing small branches from the tree trunks and drying the leaves and grass for a period. In an unexpected turn of events, Su Yin discovers a valuable herb, the wassa, among the grass drying in the open. As a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, Su Yin is thoroughly familiar with the wassa, also known as tile flower. It is a biennial herbaceous plant belonging to the Crassulaceae family, widely distributed across various regions. The leaves of the wassa are alternate, spiny, and linear to lanceolate, forming a dense raceme that can reach a pyramid shape with a width of 20 centimeters. The flower stalk can extend up to 1 centimeter. With long oval sepals and red, lance-shaped petals, the plant blooms from August to September and bears fruit in September to October. The main effects of the wassa include cooling the blood, stopping bleeding, detoxifying, and healing sores, proving effective against conditions such as hemoptysis, epistaxis, dysentery, hepatitis, malaria, and more. While its value may be modest in modern times, in a primitive era, the wasa's worth skyrockets, rendering it almost divine. Carefully, Su Yin retrieves the wasa from the pile of grass and, before dinner that evening, presents it to the chief and other members of the hunting team, urging them to pay special attention to locating the wasa on their next outing. He instructs them not to harvest it immediately, but to wait until the wasa blooms. The chief and the hunting team members diligently commit the appearance of the wasa to memory, preparing to search meticulously for it during their next expedition. For the hunting team, finding the wasa is as effortless as collecting stones. However, Su Yin feels a sense of frustration regarding another item. He asked the hunting team to locate vines. While the hunting team did find some vines, they were deemed unsuitable, either too thin or lacking in toughness to be fashioned into shields. Su Yin can only hope they will soon find suitable vines, allowing the hunting team to equip themselves with shields capable of resisting the sharp claws of wild beasts. As the construction of the house progresses. After erecting the 4 walls, the next task is not to put on the roof but to build a stove within the house. This stove is square, with its base resting directly on the ground. While the other 5 sides are constructed from bricks. It features 3 openings, one on top, one at the front bottom, and one at the rear top. The top opening is the largest, allowing for the addition of kindling when the stove is not in use. And when lit, it can accommodate large ceramic vessels for boiling water or grilling meat. The front opening is specifically designed for adding kindling, ensuring that even when the stove is in use, it can be replenished as needed. A brick is prepared to cover the front opening should dense smoke escape from it. The rear opening serves as a smoke vent, constructed with bricks to create a flue extending outside, ensuring minimal smoke accumulates within the house. Soon, the smoke vent is completed, and the most crucial task remains, the construction of the roof. That if the roof is inadequate, rain will leak through, and winter winds will penetrate, making the inhabitants of the snake tribe reluctant to reside in the house, even if it means crowding into the cave. Building the roof requires 2 tools, a ladder and a stool. Both tools had already been prepared during the construction of the walls and are quite simple to make. The ladder consists of 2 long poles, at least as thick as an adult's arm, with a shorter pole secured at intervals using grass ropes. The stool differs from modern stools. It is constructed from 5 thick wooden poles, with 4 poles arranged in a crisscross pattern and secured with rope, topped with a remaining pole, resembling a rudimentary grill. Using the ladder and stool, the tribe's people can easily place poles across the front and back walls, binding slender sticks to create a roof framework. On this framework, 2 layers of broad leaves are laid, followed by a thick layer of hay, another 2 layers of leaves, and finally, bricks are placed on top to prevent the leaves from being blown away by strong winds. A piece of animal skin is then used to cover any gaps in the house, resulting in the completion of a standard dwelling for ordinary tribespeople. And on the 3rd day after the house's completion, Su Yin instructs several tribespeople to pour water on the roof using ceramic bowls from morning until night. After 3 consecutive days, only a few drops of water manage to seep through. Su Yin realizes that the house is suitable for habitation, although the insulation for winter remains uncertain. However, during the rainy season, the house proves largely leak-free. The next step is to commence large-scale house construction. With the success of the first house, the snake tribe begins extensive construction, undertaking the simultaneous building of 3 houses, 2 standard houses and 1 special house, each requiring approximately 7,000 earthen bricks. Once the first house is completed, it cannot remain unoccupied. The cave, currently housing 180 individuals, is already crowded. Apart from the shaman and Xiao Dai's position, everyone else sleeps almost shoulder to shoulder, with the chief and his mates squeezed together, and Su Yin nestled with his adoptive mother, Xiao Hua, and Xiao Yu. The decision regarding who will inhabit the first house is made personally by Su Yin, designating it for De Li, his mate, and their children. De Li is the second most paired individual in the snake tribe, with the chief having the most at 10 mates, all of whom are among the strongest 10 adult women in the tribe, including the leader of the fishing team. In the eyes of the snake tribe and indeed of primitive people worldwide, physical robustness is the epitome of beauty, regardless of gender. De Li has 5 mates, each of whom has at least 1 child, with the most prolific having 3. Some of the children have reached adulthood and formed their own families, no longer following their mothers. The reason it is De Li's mates' children rather than De Li's own is due to the societal norms within the tribe. If an adult male tribesman dies, his mate may be sought after by other adult males, thus becoming theirs, along with the deceased man's children. But if 2 adult males vie for the same woman, they must engage in a non-lethal barehanded duel under the watchful eyes of their peers, with the victor taking the woman and the vanquished relinquishing his claim. Women do not possess the right to choose their mates. They are chosen unless they are stronger than the men, a rare occurrence. Dali's 5 mates collectively have 9 children, and with Dali, they total 15 individuals. A standard house can comfortably accommodate 10 adults, making it quite feasible for 6 adults and 9 children to reside together. Thus, the first house of the snake tribe is designated for Dali's family, marking the first emergence of the concept of family in this world. Originally practicing communal ownership, the snake tribe takes a small step towards private ownership. Although this step may seem insignificant, it will ultimately lead to profound transformations. A family is fundamentally composed of a male head and a female head. Along with their children, together, they constitute a complete family. If any one element is missing, the family feels incomplete, and if only one individual remains, it no longer qualifies as a family, under the watchful gaze of the tribe. Dali's family moves into the first house of the snake tribe, eliciting curiosity from both adults and children alike, as they have always dwelled in caves and have never experienced living in a non-cave environment. The family of Dali is about to embark on this new experience. With robust limbs and a simple mind, Dali gazed at the house, a broad grin stretching across his face. His children frolicked in and out of the dwelling. While 3 of Dali's 5 spouses busied themselves adorning their home, the remaining 2 spouses were pregnant, their bellies already round with the promise of new life expected to arrive in autumn. The sensation of residing in a house compared to a cave was likely one of greater comfort. Although the cave was spacious, its entrance was small, preventing sunlight from illuminating every corner, leaving many areas damp and dim. For ordinary folk, living in such conditions could lead to illness. However, the primitive people possessed robust constitutions and faced little trouble, though it was hardly comfortable to sleep in such a dark and humid environment. The newly constructed house, however, offered a different experience. Despite its elongated shape that left many areas in shadow, it contained a stove, which, when lit, dispelled the moisture within. Dali's 3 spouses diligently laid hay across the floor and placed a hide of uncertain origin near the stove. This was Dali's resting place. Additionally, there were ceramic bowls for each family member, and Dali's weapons were stored in a corner. Anything that could reside within the family's home was considered their private property. Suyin eagerly anticipated the completion of a substantial number of houses so that families could each occupy their own space. The intimate affairs between adults proved to be a source of torment for Su Yin, necessitating earplugs for peace. If each family had its own house, they could conduct their business without concern for Su Yin's comfort. Provided there were sufficient materials, a batch of standard houses could be constructed in roughly 10 days, with occupancy possible 5 days post-construction. The second batch of houses for the snake tribe was still incomplete, as the 3rd month of spring drew to a close. On a particular morning, Su Yin noticed the sky was overcast, hinting at impending rainfall, and the snake tribe's arson activities were set to commence. After discussing with the chief and the shaman, and following breakfast, members of the hunting and fishing teams, each carrying a flaming branch, ventured toward the outskirts of the snake tribe's dwelling. Su Yin envisioned setting ablaze the woods within a 200-meter radius of the tribe, with the intent of clearing at least 100 meters of forest surrounding their home. The hunting and fishing teams proceeded carefully, igniting combustible materials from afar, eventually retreating behind the walls as flames engulfed the snake tribe's surroundings. There was no concern about forest fires occurring during the transition from spring to summer. Despite the verdant foliage, the ground remained littered with dried branches, leaves, and weeds, untouched by insects or bacteria outside the snake tribe. Roaring flames rapidly consumed the landscape, spreading outward while the walls of the tribe acted as a barrier, preventing the flames from encroaching further. The heat was oppressive, and thick plumes of smoke billowed into the sky, perhaps catching the attention of nearby primitive tribes. The moisture in the flora was quickly evaporated by the inferno, serving as fuel for the relentless blaze, which consumed everything in its path until it was abruptly quelled by a torrential downpour. Chapter 35. An unexpected visitor. As the deluge fell, the roaring fire, after a valiant struggle, was forced to retreat, shrinking until it was extinguished. The devastation left in its wake was nothing but heaps of ash. The rain persisted from morning until night, finally subsiding in the early hours. The following morning, Su Yin emerged from the cave, taking a deep breath as the foul air from the cave left his lungs, replaced by the refreshing outside air. The family residing in the first house of the snake tribe was also awake early, with Dali's children playing joyfully in the clearing, inquiring about the house. Su Yin learned that it occasionally leaked a drop or two, but this did not significantly affect their living conditions. It was rather expected that the combination of leaves and hay would not be entirely watertight. Having entered the rainy season, the snake tribe seized the opportunity on this clear day to expedite the construction of houses. With the recent rain leaving the forest muddy, the hunting team remained inactive. Meanwhile, Su Yin, accompanied by several adult tribesmen, strolled outside the walls. The area between the snake tribe's dwelling and the river, where they had previously set fire to clear land, was now a focal point for their efforts. Guided by the path leading from the river to the dwelling, the fire had consumed at least 100 meters of forest on either side, leaving only ash and charred stumps, extinguished by the downpour. As noon approached, a hunting party of 18 primitive individuals from a deer totem tribe, referred to as the Deer Tribe, advanced toward the Snake Tribe's dwelling. They were one of the nearer tribes, having recently relocated to the area. The Deer Tribe had previously been a large community of over 300, but had suffered devastating losses due to a sudden epidemic. After the epidemic, they faced an attack from two rival tribes, leading to further casualties. The Deer Tribe, now diminished to around 150, was in a precarious situation. Knowing their vulnerability, they hastily appointed a new leader and decided to migrate to escape their dire circumstances. On the first day of their decision, the next morning, the entire Deer Tribe left their longtime home, carrying whatever they could. Along the way, they relied on hunting for sustenance, yet many perished during the arduous journey. Eventually, they settled near the Snake Tribe's territory, constructing rudimentary shelters from branches, leaves, and grass as they had no caves to inhabit. Many children and adults succumbed to the cold winters, further depleting their numbers to just over 100. One day, numerous members of the Deer Tribe spotted thick smoke rising in the southwestern sky, speculating a fire. They were not overly concerned, believing the impending rain would extinguish any flames, although they remained wary of wild beasts fleeing the blaze. The downpour quickly quenched the fire, leaving no trace of smoke. The following day, the Deer Tribe's leader led a hunting party toward the site of the previous day's fire. Unfortunately, their luck was poor, and they failed to capture any game. Approaching midday, they neared the area of the fire, where they encountered a brick wall, an unfamiliar sight prompting their curiosity to venture closer. As they approached, a member of the Snake Tribe happened to peek over the low wall. Spotting the approaching Deer Tribe, both parties froze in surprise, but the Snake Tribe member quickly shouted in alarm, "Enemies, we are under attack." The sound alerted the adult tribesmen within the walls, who swiftly armed themselves and rushed toward the eastern wall. While the Deer Tribe stood bewildered, unsure of what to do, driven by curiosity, they had not anticipated encountering a larger tribe than their own behind the wall. Not long after, a line of several dozen figures emerged atop the eastern wall of the Snake Tribe. Armed with short spears and stones, they aimed at the hunting party of 18 from the Deer Tribe, positioned not far away, upon seeing such a sudden appearance of numerous individuals on the wall. The leader of the Deer Tribe felt a jolt of alarm in his heart, realizing that the situation was dire. Confronted with a formidable number, he contemplated retreating with his hunting team, however, with their weapons aimed at them. Retreating could invite an attack. Thus, they were compelled to raise their own weapons in defiance. Typically, when two tribes encounter one another, unless one party is particularly aggressive, they do not engage in senseless conflict after all. A belligerent tribe is destined for destruction. The Deer Tribe is not known for its combative nature, nor is the Snake Tribe. The members of the Snake Tribe stood upon the low wall, waiting for their leader to issue the command to attack the adversary. Yet, the leader gazed at the opposing group, hesitating to give the order. Chapter 36. Wisdom and Fate. The leader recognized these unexpected visitors. He had encountered them several times in the woods over the past 2 years with his hunting team, and no conflicts had ever arisen between them. On one occasion, the opposing party had injured a prey but was subsequently cornered by the Deer Tribe's hunting team. However, as the Snake Tribe had no shortage of food, and to prevent a clash between the two hunting teams, the leader returned the prey to the Deer Tribe. The leader of the Deer Tribe was astonished to see the Snake Tribe voluntarily return the prey, considering that the Snake Tribe's hunting team outnumbered theirs and was composed of more robust individuals. This act fostered a bond of friendship between the two hunting parties, and thereafter, they would not remain silent upon encountering one another. On several occasions, the Snake Tribe's hunting team even assisted the Deer Tribe in their hunts. "Lower your weapons. I am familiar with them." Upon confirming the identities of the visitors, the leader instructed his kin to lower their arms. He placed his hands on the wall, exerted a gentle force, and leaped over. Following him, several adult males from the Snake Tribe also jumped down, unwilling to let their leader face the situation alone. Lest an unforeseen event occur, the leader of the Deer Tribe recognized the leader of the Snake Tribe and understood that they had arrived at the home of the Snake Tribe. They were not enemies. He quickly ordered his followers to lower their weapons, ceasing to point them at their friends. The leader of the Snake Tribe approached with a broad grin, extending his right arm in a gesture of embrace. The leader of the Deer Tribe reciprocated, and the two leaders shared a hearty embrace, parting only after a few moments. Embracing is a manner of expressing camaraderie among close friends, while gently thumping one another's chests is a slightly less intimate form of communication. Ordinary friends can simply exchange smiles. This illustrates the depth of the relationship between the leaders of the two tribes. The leader of the Snake Tribe, by virtue of his position, ranks just below the shaman and the divine envoy in his tribe. making him the third in command. With the remaining tribesmen considered his subordinates. He shares a good rapport with some of his subordinates, such as Dali, who rarely embrace but instead exchange light thumps on the chest. After their embrace, the leaders began to communicate through gestures. The leader of the snake tribe gleaned that the deer tribe's hunting party had come to investigate the aftermath of a recent fire and had unexpectedly discovered the home of the snake tribe. Following this understanding, the leader of the snake tribe extended an invitation for the deer tribe to visit. The hunting mission of the deer tribe had yet to be completed, and without a successful hunt, they would face hunger. The leader of the deer tribe had not intended to visit the snake tribe but planned to continue the search for prey. However, under the persistent invitation of the snake tribe's leader, he reluctantly agreed to accompany him to the snake tribe. The leader of the deer tribe was intrigued by the wall surrounding the snake tribe and inquired about its purpose. Due to the language barrier between the two tribes, they could only communicate through gestures. The leader of the snake tribe struggled to convey the wall's significance through gestures and ultimately explained that it served to defend against wild beasts, simultaneously vocalizing its name, wall. The leader of the deer tribe repeated the pronunciation several times, gradually getting closer to the snake tribe leader's intonation. Through this explanation, he comprehended the purpose of the wall. Prior to their migration, the deer tribe had constructed a fence from branches around their dwelling to deter wild animals, which had proven somewhat effective. Now, having settled in a new location, the deer tribe again invested time in building a perimeter around their new abode. However, the branch fence provided insufficient defense, easily torn apart by wild beasts. The sturdy and towering wall before him was a stark contrast. With it, the snake tribe was largely insulated from animal incursions, and even humans would expend considerable effort to scale it. The leader of the snake tribe guided their guests around the wall, eventually arriving at the southern side, where the sole entrance, a grand gate, was located. Approximately 2 meters wide, it was constructed from thick wooden poles bound with rope. Upon entering the snake tribe's dwelling, the leader of the deer tribe was captivated by two sights: the houses being constructed by the snake tribe and the abundance of pottery scattered throughout. As the shaman and Su Yen approached, flanked by numerous tribesmen, the leader of the snake tribe took the deer tribe leader to greet them. The term shaman was familiar across most tribes, but the leader of the deer tribe was unaware of the meaning of divine envoy. However, recognizing that his friend grouped them together, he understood their esteemed positions. He bowed slightly to the shaman and Su Yen, signifying his respect. Su Yen had not scaled the low wall earlier, and even if he had wished to do so, his tribesmen would have obstructed him. Thus, he was unaware of the deer tribe leader's appearance until now. The leader of the deer tribe bore a square face, with roughly 10 centimeters of somewhat disheveled short hair, and a thick beard that enveloped his broad mouth, in comparison to the leader of the snake tribe. He appeared slightly shorter and less robust. Su Yen speculated that the leader of the deer tribe was somewhat less powerful than his counterpart. After the leader of the snake tribe introduced the deer tribe leader and recounted how they had met, Su Yen bestowed upon him the name Yuan, meaning fate, symbolizing the connection between the deer tribe and the snake tribe. Additionally, he renamed the leader of the snake tribe Ji, meaning wisdom, as he was among the more astute individuals within the adult population, having once defeated Dali through wisdom to become the leader. After understanding the situation, the shaman turned to return to the cave to attend to his duties. During this time, he recorded the techniques for pottery making and was now documenting the construction of houses. Utilizing the written language imparted by Su Yen, if there were aspects that could not be expressed in writing, he would continue to employ pictographs. Su Yen chose not to return to the construction of the houses, but instead followed Ji and Yuan, eager to observe the deer tribe's hunting party and to gather further insights into their circumstances. Chapter 37. The Trade of Salt and Pottery. Upon closer inspection of the 18 members of the deer tribe's hunting party, it was evident that they bore similarities to their leader. Most notably, they all sported short hair, likely due to the inconvenience of long hair, which they had chosen to cut in this context. The notion of physical appearance being a gift from one's parents and the deep respect for one's body was less emphasized. Thus, the choice of hairstyle was a matter of personal preference. The members of the deer tribe favored longer hair. It was common for their hair to reach shoulder length or even waist length. Those with exceptionally long hair often found it burdensome and would secure it with ropes. Ji and Yuan wandered through the dwellings of the snake tribe, with Yuan's subordinates trailing behind, observing their surroundings. Yuan expressed particular interest in the houses and pottery of the snake tribe, while Ji carefully explained these two elements to him. Through Ji's explanations, Yuan learned that the members of the snake tribe primarily resided in caves. But as their population grew, the caves became increasingly cramped, necessitating the construction of houses for habitation. As Yuan surveyed the houses of the snake tribe, he contrasted them with the crude dwellings constructed from branches, leaves, and grasses that his tribe currently inhabited. The disparity was stark. The houses of the snake tribe provided protection from rain and shelter for living, while the makeshift homes of the deer tribe could scarcely withstand inclement weather, offering little warmth during the winter months, resulting in several deaths among children and adults alike. A thought arose in Yuan's mind. How fortunate it would be for the deer tribe to possess such sturdy homes. He also examined the pottery, deducing its purpose as excellent vessels for holding water. In the deer tribe, they relied solely on a few stone basins and bowls for water storage, which collectively could not match the capacity of a single large stone vessel. Yuan yearned for the deer tribe to possess sturdy dwellings and to acquire pottery capable of holding abundant water. However, he found himself unable to approach his deer friend to request the construction methods for the houses or the pottery. On several hunting expeditions, the snake tribe had rendered assistance to the deer tribe, and Yuan felt he had yet to repay that kindness. Xu Yin discerned Yuan's longing for the houses and pottery through his gaze. While pottery was relatively easier to discuss, the construction of houses posed a significant challenge. Without Xu Yan's guidance, a tribe would have to painstakingly experiment over decades to replicate the houses of the snake tribe. Pottery, on the other hand, was simpler. Although the techniques for firing pottery were complex and not easily taught, the small size of the pottery made it feasible to simply take it away. Reflecting on this, Xu Yan suggested to Ji, the leader, to inform Yuan that he could exchange items that the tribe lacked for the pottery. Ji agreed, and he and Yuan communicated through gestures, indicating that Yuan could trade for the snake tribe's pottery. Upon learning he could acquire pottery, Yuan's face lit up with joy, but he soon hesitated, unsure of what he could offer in exchange. In this era, food was of paramount importance to primitive people. Yet the deer tribe struggled to meet their own food needs, let alone provide offerings to trade with the snake tribe. Furthermore, if the deer tribe were to present something useful to the snake tribe that they themselves did not possess, it could serve as a bargaining chip for pottery. Yuan pondered deeply, but could not identify a suitable item for trade. Suddenly, he tapped his forehead. As if a realization had struck him, he retrieved a small pouch made of animal hide from the grass rope tied around his waist. Unveiling a brownish crystal mixed with earth, Yuan gestured to Xi, indicating for him to follow his lead. He dipped his right index finger into the crystal and tasted it. Xi imitated Yuan's action. But upon tasting it, he spat it out in disgust, quickly grabbing a clay bowl to drink water and cleanse his palate before returning to Yuan. He glared at Yuan, gesturing frantically to indicate that the substance was toxic and inedible. Yuan shook his head vigorously, gesturing that it was indeed a good item that could provide them with strength. Ji appeared skeptical of Yuan's explanation. Nearby, Xu Yin, having observed the unfolding events, formed a bold hypothesis. The crystal contained within Yuan's pouch was salt. Salt was vital for humans. Although its consumption surged with the advent of agriculture, it held significant value even now for the snake tribe. The salty flavor could serve as a seasoning, and salted foods could be preserved for extended periods. While salt also helped maintain physical stamina, the people of the snake tribe relied on consuming meat, fish, and animal blood to replenish their salt intake, enabling them to sustain their daily activities. However, continuous vigorous exertion led to rapid fatigue. Necessitating rest, the consistent intake of salt would alleviate such exhaustion during strenuous activities. Uncertain if the crystal was indeed salt, Xu Yin decided to sample it himself. "Leader, I must try this substance," he insisted. "No. It is toxic and cannot be consumed." Ji protested against Xu Yan's recklessness. "That I must eat it. It is likely the salt that the gods have guided us to find." Reluctantly, Ji could not dissuade Xu Yan, who had previously urged Ji to seek out salt, a concept that the tribe struggled to comprehend, leading to the matter being abandoned. Xu Yan cautiously dipped a small amount of the crystal onto his tongue, only to immediately spit it out. Ji promptly offered him a bowl of water, which Xu Yan used to rinse his mouth, finally banishing the unpleasant taste. After Xu Yan's personal trial, it was confirmed that the brown crystal was indeed salt, albeit impure and tainted with other unpleasant flavors. Once assured of the substance's identity, Xu Yan turned to Ji and stated, "This is salt. Our tribe needs it. Exchange it for pottery." Ji nodded, indicating his understanding. Among primitive peoples, some were honest and straightforward, while others were cunning. Ji, possessing considerable wisdom as the leader of the snake tribe, ultimately managed to secure a small clay bowl in exchange for all the salt Yuan had. While outsiders might view Ji's actions as unscrupulous, Xu Yin considered this a fair transaction. Pottery held little value within the snake tribe, just as salt was of minimal worth to the deer tribe. The exchange benefited both tribes, and Yuan carefully wrapped the acquired clay bowl in animal hide, treating it as a treasure. He and Ji agreed that Yuan would return in a few days with more salt to trade for additional pottery. After spending some time in the snake tribe, Yuan departed with the hunting team from the deer tribe. As their day's hunting task remained unfinished, they were likely to face hunger, resorting to salt water for sustenance. Chapter 38. The temptation of delicacies following Yuan's departure. Ji returned to his duties, embodying the principle of leading by example as a chief. Su Yan also busied himself, needing to purify the impure salt obtained from Yuan. The unrefined salt was unpalatable, and Su Yan found it impossible to consume, while Ji had initially rejected it. Only after understanding the benefits of salt would she endure its unpleasant taste. Su Yan's task was to purify the impure salt, transforming it into fine, snow-white salt, effectively eliminating its undesirable flavors. The method for purifying the impure salt was quite simple. Su Yan procured 2 large clay bowls capable of holding a liter of water. He filled one bowl with approximately 1 liter of water and then poured all the impure salt, roughly 4 ounces, into it, allowing the salt to dissolve gradually. The impurities settled at the bottom or floated on the surface. Considering the solubility rate, around 100 grams of water could dissolve 36 grams of salt, thus 1 liter of water was adequate for 4 ounces of impure salt, once the salt was fully dissolved. The next step was to remove the impurities from the salt water, which was straightforward. By placing a slightly thicker grass rope along the edge of the clay bowl, ensuring no gaps remained, Su Yan could slowly pour the salt water from one bowl to another, effectively filtering it. If one filtration was insufficient, he would repeat the process until nearly pure salt water was obtained. He then placed the filtered salt water on the stove, adding firewood to evaporate all the moisture, leaving behind fine salt devoid of any unpleasant taste. By evening, Su Yan had managed to collect less than 2 ounces of fine salt, which he carefully set aside. As the time for dinner approached, a fire was lit in the clearing. During the previous spring and summer, the male tribesmen had prepared the evening meals, but now this task had shifted to the female tribespeople, who skewered fish onto wooden sticks and placed them near the fire. Su Yan selected a fish weighing over 2 pounds, laid it on a stone slab, and used a shard of stone to scrape off the scales meticulously. Once most of the scales were removed, he sprinkled a pinch of salt over the fish and proceeded to roast it over the flames himself. Before long, several women responsible for grilling fish turned their attention to the one in Su Yan's hands. Drawn by a tantalizing aroma distinct from their own cooking, they sniffed appreciatively, intrigued by the alluring scent. Those further away could not perceive the fragrance, as it mingled with the scents of other grilled fish. Without scales, Su Yan's fish cooked more rapidly, and as it neared completion, he applied another sprinkle of salt, unable to resist the urge to swallow in anticipation. The fish, now devoid of scales and seasoned with fine salt, was indeed extraordinary. Once fully cooked, Su Yan eagerly began to eat, grateful that mealtime had yet to arrive, allowing him to indulge without the envious gazes of his fellow tribespeople upon his delectable feast. In no time, he had devoured the entire fish, licking his lips as he savored the delightful flavors lingering on his palate. As the evening meal was prepared, the tribe gathered to eat, following the customary order of adult males, adult females, children, the elderly, and the disabled. Su Yan picked up a fish weighing over 1 pound, sprinkled salt atop it, and returned it to the fire for a brief roast, allowing the salt to meld with the fish's flesh. With the roasted fish in hand, he approached Ji, who was sitting on a clay brick, gnawing on a piece of fish, and offered it to him, saying, "Try this. It's delicious." Skeptical yet intrigued, Ji accepted the roasted fish and took a bite. The moment the tender meat entered his mouth, he recognized a stark difference from the fish he had previously consumed. Although Ji did not yet comprehend the concept of flavor, he knew that the roasted fish Su Yan had offered was far superior. He devoured the fish with fervor, finishing every morsel. "Divine messenger, do you have more?" Ji inquired, licking his lips. "Yes, I do. Your fish is mine," Su Yan replied. Ji entrusted a roasted fish, half-eaten, and another untouched, to Su Yan. Taking the fish, Su Yan approached the fire, and under Ji's watchful gaze, he first warmed the 2 fish slightly in the flames to enhance their heat. Then, he produced a small pouch containing fine salt from his belongings, pinched a bit, and sprinkled it over the fish. After briefly roasting the fish once more, he handed it back to Ji. Upon tasting a bite of the fish he had left earlier, Ji found its flavor comparable to that of the salted fish Su Yan had just prepared, and he joyfully indulged in the meal. Ji was merely the first to enjoy this delicacy. Soon after, Wu, Xiao Dai, Yang Mu, Xiao Hua, and Xiao Yu also savored the salted fish. Ji, Wu, and Xiao Dai were able to partake due to their statuses, while Yang Mu, Xiao Hua, and Xiao Yu benefited from their close relationship with Su Yan. The fine salt Su Yan possessed was limited, insufficient to provide for the entire tribe, catering only to a select few. Uncertain when he might next trade for salt with the snake tribe, Su Yan pondered the likelihood that the snake tribe could also discover sources of salt, as the deer tribe had managed to do so. She found it hard to believe that the substance Su Yan had added to the fish was the salt traded earlier from Yuan, as that salt was likely impure, whereas the salt he had just used was refined and pure. vastly different in quality. Su Yin informed Ji that incorporating salt into roasted meat would enhance its flavor. Inspired by this, Ji resolved to lead a hunting party the following day, eager to taste the salted roasted game. He recognized the importance of salt. Though he was yet unaware of its role in sustaining energy, he understood that it made food far more palatable, with the snake tribe not lacking in food. Their pursuit naturally leaned towards seeking tastier options. Ji determined to acquire more salt in the future, aiming to trade with Yuan's tribe or, ideally, to discover a source of salt himself, now familiar with the appearance and flavor of salt. He felt confident in recognizing it should he encounter it. The next day, Ji returned with the carcass of a leopard, though one member of his hunting team had sustained a minor injury during the hunt. The salted roasted meat indeed tasted exceptional, causing Ji to eat heartily, much to the delight of Xiao Hua and Xiao Yu, who also indulged. Chapter 39. The second trade with the deer tribe, Ji developed a fondness for salted roasted game. Leading his hunting team on nearly daily excursions, although daily successes were not guaranteed. This time they fortuitously discovered a type of vine suitable for crafting shields. Su Yin instructed the hunting team to collect more of this vine during their next outing. Intending to weave rudimentary shields, the vine had multiple uses, not only for crafting shields but also baskets and even shoes. Currently, Su Yin wore shoes made from this vine, a superior option compared to grass sandals. Particularly in summer, as animal hides were not practical, days had passed since the first trade with the deer tribe. Despite only 7 individuals in the snake tribe having consumed salt, Su Yan's supply dwindled swiftly. He eagerly anticipated the second trade with the deer tribe. Having tasted salted food, he knew he would find unseasoned meals far less appealing. During this time, 2 standard houses constructed by the snake tribe neared completion. Awaiting a few days of drying before they could be inhabited. Su Yin needed to decide which tribe members would reside in the new houses. The largest household within the snake tribe belonged to Ji, who had 10 spouses, including their children. It was evident Ji's household constituted approximately 1/6 of the tribe's total population, though it was unclear how many of those children were of his bloodline. As he became the tribe's leader only after Su Yan's birth. Ji's household was the largest, followed by Dali's, with the third being the families of Fierce Face and One-Eyed, each with 3 spouses. Fierce Face had 6 children, while One-Eyed had 5, making their households quite sizable. It would be inefficient to house Fierce Face and One-Eye's family separately. Thus, Su Yin decided to accommodate 2 more families, Dezue's, with 2 spouses and 3 children, and Dahe's, with 2 spouses and 4 children. Fierce Face and Dezue would share one house, while One-Eyed and Dahe would share another, each comfortably housing 16 individuals. The 2 families living together would not cause conflict. Having previously cohabited in a cave without issue. In a few days, the cave would lose 32 inhabitants, finally allowing for a more spacious environment. After a short while, the unique house would also be ready, enabling Su Yan to move in. Just as Su Yan's supply of salt neared exhaustion, Yuan returned with the hunting party from the deer tribe after a 6-day interval. Coincidentally, Ji had remained in the tribe that day instead of hunting. The deer tribe's settlement was not far from the snake tribes, and Yuan arrived around noon after combining hunting with their journey. This time, the hunting party had no intentions of hunting but headed directly to the snake tribe's residence. As the morning passed, Yuan and his party soon reached their destination, possibly due to their early departure. She greeted his good friend Yuan with a wide smile, and they embraced joyfully. Previously, Yuan had exchanged a small pouch of salt for a small ceramic bowl from the snake tribe, which had been claimed by the shaman upon returning to the deer tribe. Becoming a treasured item, Yuan recounted the transaction with the shaman, revealing that this treasure could be traded for salt and even larger treasures. The shaman eagerly approved Yuan's proposition to exchange salt for pottery with the snake tribe. As the deer tribe possessed ample salt and would gladly trade for valuable ceramics. In the following days, Yuan continued hunting to procure food for the deer tribe, while half of the adult female population and some soon-to-be adults gathered salt for trade with the snake tribe. After 6 days, Yuan and his people arrived at the snake tribe with 3 large bundles of salt, aiming to exchange them for as many pottery items as possible, particularly large ones. The trade was facilitated once again by Ji and Yuan, who engaged in animated conversation and gestures, as the language barrier between their tribes posed a challenge. From their dialogue, Su Yin discerned that Yuan sought to trade the 3 bundles of salt for 5 large pottery pieces and 20 ceramic bowls. Although Ji and Yuan were friends, Ji represented the interests of the snake tribe and could not agree to such a trade, especially since complete large pottery pieces were highly valued in the snake tribe. Although many large pottery pieces existed, most were flawed and cracked, unsuitable for holding water. Yuan mistakenly believed the abundance of large pottery indicated low value, while Ji demonstrated the disparity by filling a flawed piece with water. After a heated debate, Yuan ultimately secured 2 large pottery pieces, 1 intact, and 5 assorted bowls in exchange for his 3 bundles of salt. Satisfied, Yuan departed the snake tribe with 7 valuable pottery items. Having exchanged what held little worth for the deer tribe for treasures of significant value, both parties felt they had profited from the transaction, ensuring the prospects for future trades remained bright. As the snake tribe had yet to discover a source of salt, the 3 bundles of salt weighed over 100 kilograms. Su Yin summoned tribe members to fetch water from a nearby stream. Dissolving the impure salt and filtering out the impurities before boiling it down. He calculated that at least 400 liters of water would need to evaporate to purify all the impure salt, yielding a minimum of 50 kilograms of fine salt, sufficient for the entire snake tribe for some time. If the deer tribe's trading frequency remained short, the snake tribe could retain some salt as well. Chapter 40. The shield attention was given to the crafting of shields, as the vines needed for their construction were rare, which is why the search had taken so long. The impure salt obtained from the deer tribe was entirely refined into fine salt and stored into 2 large pottery pieces. Gazing at the pristine white salt within, Ji beamed with delight. Having come to value salt immensely after days of consuming salted food, it had become an indispensable part of his life, with the snake tribe's newfound abundance of salt. Future trades with the deer tribe would ensure daily access to this essential seasoning for all tribe members. In the beginning, they merely believed that food seasoned with salt was more palatable. Gradually, they also realized that their daily labors left them less fatigued, which was just one of the myriad benefits of salt. Furthermore, salt plays a crucial role in preserving food, allowing it to be stored for extended periods. Typically, the snake tribe would consume their daily catch of fish and game within 2 days, never allowing it to extend into a 3rd day, as food would spoil by then, leading to illness from consuming tainted provisions. The ancestors of the snake tribe had long understood this principle. With salt, however, the situation was different. Salted food could be preserved for much longer. Any surplus from their daily foraging could be cured with salt, ensuring that in the event of prolonged rain preventing them from foraging, they would have salted provisions to rely on. Additionally, as winter approached, if they had salted their food, they could prepare for the cold months well in advance, alleviating the frantic rush to gather supplies in the autumn. Nevertheless, the supply of salt available to the snake tribe was still insufficient, allowing them to cure only a limited quantity of food. They needed to engage and trade with the deer tribe to acquire more salt or seek out potential sources themselves. The deer tribe had successfully located sources of salt, and the snake tribe could do the same. If necessary, they could discreetly investigate where the deer tribe collected their salt. Time progressed, and after another rainy day, the first of the special dwellings for the snake tribe was completed. In a few days, Su Yin would move into this new abode, accompanied by his adoptive mother and the sisters Xiao Hua and Xiao Yue. Su Yan's adoptive mother had a partner, an unremarkable man of average strength among the adult males of the snake tribe, who appeared honest and loyal but was somewhat taciturn. Su Yin assigned him the identifier Snake 28. Since giving birth to Xiao Yu, his adoptive mother had not conceived again, based on Su Yan's observations. It was likely due to the poor sanitary conditions of the era. She had suffered an infection during childbirth that rendered her infertile. Even if Su Yin had access to sufficient medicinal herbs, curing her would be exceedingly difficult, especially given the scarcity of available remedies. Several other women in the snake tribe shared a similar fate to Su Yan's adoptive mother, unable to bear children. However, their inability to reproduce did not diminish their worth. They contributed to the tribe through their labor. Robust adult women were far more capable than newly adult males. It was anticipated that once Su Yin settled into his new home, the construction of 2 additional standard dwellings for the tribe would soon be completed, allowing all members of the snake tribe to vacate the caves by the end of summer, having discovered suitable vines. Su Yin, along with his adoptive mother and a few other adult women, endeavored to weave vine shields. Women possessed greater dexterity than men, and most of the woven items in the snake tribe, such as grass ropes, sandals, and baskets, were crafted by them, while men primarily engaged in more physically demanding tasks. Weaving the vine shields was not overly complicated, if one could construct a basket from vines. They could also create a shield. After several attempts, they produced a suitable shield for the hunting party. The shield was circular, with a diameter ranging from 0.5 meter to 1 meter. The vines were remarkably resilient. Yet to prevent them from being torn by the claws of wild beasts, the shields were made with 2 layers of vines, increasing their thickness while maintaining a light weight that did not hinder usage. Soon, one shield was completed. Su Yin presented it to Ji, explaining its purpose. Upon understanding that the shield was designed to protect against the claws of beasts, Ji was elated. However, the shield had yet to be tested in battle, and Ji insisted on personally conducting a trial. That he summoned Li and instructed him to hold the shield with his left hand to protect his body, while Ji thrust his spear at the shield. Ji was taking advantage of Li's simplicity. Anyone with a clearer mind would recognize the inherent risks of this test. Should the shield fail to withstand the spear's thrust, Li could be injured. After the shield's completion, Su Yan conducted a preliminary assessment of its defensive capabilities. With Ji's weaponry, unless it was a finely honed metal weapon, it would be quite difficult for the crude stone weapons of the snake tribe to penetrate the shield's defense. So he did not intervene. The test commenced. Ji and Li stood in the center of the area, Ji wielding a stone spear, while Li held the vine shield to protect his upper body. With curious onlookers gathered nearby, I'm ready to begin, Ji informed Li. All right, Li replied, his demeanor earnest. Bang! The stone spear struck the shield with force, and Li stood firmly in place, with no damage apparent on the shield, save for a slight indentation where the spear had impacted. Clearly, Ji had not exerted his full strength. Ji withdrew the spear and, in an instant, thrust it again toward the shield. Li remained steadfast. But this time the spear penetrated the shield, damaging it significantly. It was evident that Ji was applying genuine force this time, but it was uncertain how much. Caution is advised, Ji warned Li, indicating he would increase his strength further. Understood, Li replied earnestly. Bang! The spear struck the shield with the speed of lightning, causing Li to take a half step back. The spear had created a hole in the shield. The first layer had been breached, and the second layer was also damaged. If she had applied even greater force, the shield might have been fully penetrated. The test concluded, and Ji examined the shield. Carefully inspecting the 3 points of impact from his strikes, a broad smile emerged on his rugged face. Ji had mimicked the attack of a beast's claw, exerting full force on the final strike. Yet the shield had withstood the assault, demonstrating its significant utility in defending against beast attacks. While some beasts possessed strength exceeding Ji's, it was unreasonable to expect the shield bearer to remain immobile. When faced with a beast's attack, they merely needed to retract their bodies slightly, reducing the force of the impact on the shield. Primitive humans possessed considerable combat experience in their struggles against beasts. Ji approached Su Yan, respectfully stating, Divine Messenger, we require the vine shields. Chapter 41. Daily Life. Currently, if Su Yan were to assert in the snake tribe that he was not a divine messenger and could not communicate with the gods, the tribe's people would be incredulous. Since last year, Su Yan had brought forth innovations such as fish traps, earthen brick walls and houses, pottery, exquisite salt, and now the vine shields. If an ordinary adult tribesman had even one innovation, it might not raise eyebrows. They would still be deemed an ordinary person. However, someone like Su Yan, still not of age yet possessing numerous innovations that brought substantial changes to the snake tribe, was undeniably extraordinary. He was a divine messenger, bestowed with knowledge by the gods to lead the snake tribe toward advancement. The transformations within the snake tribe had solidified their belief in Su Yan as a divine messenger, carrying out the will of the gods. Even the tribe's highest-ranking shaman and leader showed him respect upon meeting him. Su Yan relished this identity as a divine messenger. It granted him significant influence within the tribe, enabling him to guide their development to a degree. Ji's need for vine shields was met with Su Yan's agreement, but he insisted that Ji lead the hunting party to gather more vines. The greater the quantity brought back, the more shields could be woven. Without sufficient vines, Su Yan felt powerless. The following day, Ji led the hunting party out, taking along the tribe's only slightly damaged vine shield. When they returned in the afternoon, although the hunting party did not bring back any game, they returned with a substantial number of vines, enough to craft more than 5 shields. Days later, the first special dwelling of the snake tribe was finally ready for occupancy. Su Yan, along with his adoptive mother and the sisters Xiao Hua and Xiao Yu, moved into the new home. Both the special and standard dwellings were designed for insulation, featuring only an entryway and no windows. The standard dwelling consisted of a single room with a hearth for light and warmth, while the special dwelling, divided into 2 rooms, was rather dim inside. However, it primarily served as a sleeping area, and the darkness of the room was less of a concern during sleep. The most significant feature of the special dwelling was the heated bed, measuring 2.5 meters long and 1.8 meters wide. Capable of accommodating 4 adults, including Su Yan, his adoptive mother, and the 2 sisters. His adoptive mother busied herself moving straw, animal skins, pottery, and other items into the house, with several female tribespeople assisting. Aware that this abode was for the divine messenger, Xiao Hua and Xiao Yu curiously explored the dwelling, occasionally climbing onto the heated bed to feel its warmth, even in summer, as the stove provided some heat to the bed. Ji and the shaman had previously experienced the wonders of the heated bed. Understanding the immense comfort it offered during winter, once covered with animal skins, there was no need to fear the cold. Su Yan informed Ji and the shaman that he intended to construct 2 more such dwellings for them to inhabit. Ji happily accepted, but the shaman hesitated. Having lived in the cave adorned with carvings and totem poles, the shaman was reluctant to leave behind the intricacies of his home, seemingly understanding the shaman's hesitation. Su Yan reassured him that living in the dwelling did not preclude him from returning to the cave to tend to his affairs whenever he wished. The shaman quickly nodded in agreement. The construction of specialized houses is far more troublesome than that of standard houses. The time required to build a standard house is nearly equivalent to that needed for constructing 2 or more standard houses. Furthermore, a specialized house accommodates merely 4 adults, whereas a standard house can house up to 10, resulting in specialized houses being reserved for those of elevated status within the snake tribe, while ordinary members must dwell in standard houses. This disparity often leads to discontent among the tribespeople, who believe that such arrangements align more closely with their societal standings. As the second batch of standard houses neared completion, Yuan arrived for the 3rd time with the Deer Tribe's hunting team, bringing an ample supply of salt. However, this time, Ji was absent from the tribe, having ventured out hunting with his team. Disappointed not to see his good friend, Yuan understood the necessity of conducting the trade. The snake tribe dispatched the resident Big Mouth to negotiate the exchange with Yuan. Lacking understanding of the trading dynamics between the 2 tribes, Big Mouth was fortunate that Su Yan was well informed. Following a similar exchange ratio as before, the snake tribe traded 1 intact and 2 flawed large pottery vessels, along with 10 ceramic bowls, for all the impure salt Yuan had brought. After the transaction concluded, Yuan gazed in awe at the increasing number of houses in the snake tribe. Longing for similar structures in his own tribe, Su Yan conveyed to Big Mouth to inform Yuan that the construction of such houses was arduous and could not be imparted to the Deer tribe. However, the snake tribe welcomed the Deer tribe to relocate, promising to build more houses and sharing the unique attributes of these dwellings. They were waterproof, insulated, and equipped with a fire pit for warmth. Yuan's admiration for the snake tribe's houses grew, yet he felt powerless to bring them back to his own tribe or to agree to the relocation of the Deer tribe. Ultimately, he departed with a visage of disappointment. As days passed, despite the ongoing rainy season, the construction of houses in the snake tribe continued methodically. Each time a new house was completed, some tribespeople residing in the caves were relocated, resulting in a dwindling population within the caves. Even Ji moved into the second specialized house once it was completed. With 10 spouses and an even larger number of children, Ji found it impossible for one specialized house to accommodate everyone. Eventually, he, along with Shi Sanwo, merely the nominal leader of the fishing team, and her 3 children, moved into the specialized house. Ji's other spouses and their children remained in the caves, expected to move once the remaining tribespeople had settled into the new houses. Wu and Xiao Dai would be the last 2 individuals from the snake tribe to relocate into the houses. During this period, Yuan periodically brought salt to the snake tribe to trade for pottery. The timing varied. Sometimes he returned every 6 or 7 days, while other times, more than 10 days elapsed between visits. Nevertheless, he consistently brought a substantial quantity of salt, which not only satisfied the salt needs of the entire snake tribe, but also allowed for food preservation. The Deer tribe developed a fondness for pottery, even discovering a method to stew meat with salt in large pottery vessels, fostering an increasing appreciation for these items. Unable to produce pottery themselves, they relied on trading with the snake tribe, as they had an abundance of salt. Additionally, Tung Dun became prevalent within the snake tribe, with every member of the hunting team equipped with shields of various sizes. Along with a reserve supply, the transformation within the snake tribe brought smiles to Wu's face, and they even conducted more rituals than in previous years. Chapter 42. Conflict in a certain clearing within the jungle. 2 groups encircled a severely wounded wild boar, glaring fiercely at one another. One group comprised 20 members of the snake tribe's hunting team, led by Xi, while the other consisted of 18 hunters from a neighboring tribe that revered the tiger. The 2 factions engaged in heated disputes over the ownership of the prey. That we caught it first, so it belongs to our tribe, bellowed the tiger tribe's leader, gesticulating wildly. It is clearly ours. We killed it, countered Ji, equally animated. The argument escalated, with both leaders insisting on their claims, and the members of both hunting teams raised their weapons, creating a tense standoff that suggested an imminent clash. After several exchanges, neither Ji nor the tiger tribe leader could establish clear ownership of the boar, and they ultimately resolved to settle the matter in a more primal fashion. Both leaders cast aside their weapons, prompting their respective teams to do the same. With a roar, the 2 groups collided, engaging in a brutal melee, fists and feet striking with resounding thuds. Despite being outnumbered, the tiger tribe's fighters displayed remarkable ferocity, proving to be nearly as fierce as their snake tribe counterparts. The battle raged on, with Ji and the tiger tribe leader locked in a stalemate. Minutes passed, and soon the tiger tribe began to tire, their strikes losing power and their movements slowing. In contrast, The snake tribe members maintained their energy, deftly evading attacks and countering with precision. After nearly 10 minutes of fierce combat, fueled by Xi's furious shout, the tiger tribe leader was once again thrown to the ground. Struggling to rise, but overwhelmed by exhaustion, he found himself pinned beneath Xi, gasping for breath. With the defeat of their leader, the fate of the tiger tribe's hunting team was sealed. As one by one they fell to the ground, unable to continue in less than 15 minutes. Only the snake tribe members remained standing, while the tiger tribe lay vanquished. The tiger tribe leader, filled with rage and humiliation, pounded the ground in despair, feeling the weight of his tribe's disgrace. Xi surveyed the scene, astonished by the outcome. While he had anticipated a favorable result, he had not expected such an effortless victory. Was it a testament to his own growth and strength, or a reflection of his opponent's decline? He could not discern. Xi had yet to connect the victory to the salt consumption that had enhanced the physical stamina of his people. Unlike before, when they would tire after vigorous exertion, the snake tribe members could now endure longer periods of strenuous activity before needing to rest. This newfound vitality had significantly accelerated the construction of their houses. As the rainy season drew to a close, the entire tribe had already settled into the earthen brick dwellings. Though construction continued, the pace had slowed, and Xi led his hunting team daily. Today's events had caused Xi considerable frustration. The boar had been their discovery. After wounding it, it had fled wildly, only to be struck down by a powerful blow to the head from a stone, just as the snake tribe approached to claim their prize. The tiger tribe hunting team arrived swiftly, asserting their claim over the boar. Despite the snake tribe being the first to spot and slay the creature, the tiger tribe leader arrogantly insisted it was theirs. Xi, unwilling to concede, instigated the conflict. Although both tribes had previously interacted and the tiger tribe was not inherently malevolent, they were known for their arrogance, making such disputes unsurprising. Consequently, the snake tribe seldom engaged with them, and their hunting teams had never communicated directly. Ultimately, the tiger tribe's attempt to seize the snake tribe's hard-won prey ignited Xi's ire, prompting him to teach them a lesson. Both sides were not inherently hostile. They adhered to customary practices by discarding their weapons and fighting barehanded. Even in defeat, injuries remained minor, with fatalities being exceedingly rare. Now, with the tiger tribe laid low by the snake tribe, their leader had no choice but to concede. Upon witnessing the tiger tribe leader's surrender, Xi released him. The defeated leader struggled to rise, seated on the ground, visibly dejected. This loss had dealt a severe blow to his pride. Ignoring the tiger tribe leader, Xi called upon his own team to divide the spoils, one half for them and the other for the tiger tribe hunting team. Having just engaged in a skirmish, it is now noon. And given the current state of the tiger tribe's hunting team, the likelihood of securing prey today appears exceedingly slim. The exhilaration of the recent encounter was a welcome experience for Xi, who had not engaged in such a contest for quite some time. When sparring with his kin, Xi refrained from exerting his full strength. Today, however, he relished the opportunity to fight wholeheartedly. Xi is not overly benevolent, but he decided to share half of the spoils with the tiger tribe as a fee for their training session, as the snake tribe is not in want of food. After the prey was divided, the snake tribe's hunting team departed with their share, and before leaving, Xi reminded the tiger tribe's leader to hasten their departure, as the scent of blood would attract other beasts. The tiger tribe leader gazed in disbelief as the snake tribe's hunting team took their share and left the remaining half for them. Pondering the oddity of Xi and his tribe. Chapter 43. The unveiled gathering. The conflict with the tiger tribe did not significantly impact the snake tribe. Rather, the exhilarating battle uplifted the spirits of the hunting team members. As the rainy season passed, autumn arrived, ushering in a flurry of activity for the snake tribe as they busied themselves gathering provisions for the winter. In truth, the harvest of fruits had commenced at the end of summer, primarily led by the adult females, who crafted baskets from vines to collect their bounty. These fruits were ultimately stored in large clay pots set aside in a corner at this juncture. The snake tribe possessed not only these fruits as reserves, but also fish that Su Yin had instructed his tribe to preserve with salt, along with a modest amount of game meat, sufficient to sustain the tribe for nearly half a month. The gathering of fruits continued, but this morning, having already partaken in breakfast, the tribe's people refrained from hunting or foraging and instead flocked to the riverbank to cleanse themselves. While it was customary for the snake tribe to regularly wash at the river, this occasion came less than 4 days after their last cleansing at the river. They scrubbed themselves thoroughly, rinsing their animal skins multiple times to eliminate any lingering odors. Afterward, they meticulously groomed each other's hair and adorned themselves with trinkets, evoking a sense of preparation akin to a courtship. Indeed, there was a palpable atmosphere of courtship, yet the reality diverged significantly from such an event. For on this day, an unveiled gathering was set to commence. The Unveiled Gathering serves as a means for various primitive tribes to engage in intertribal exchanges. Many long-established tribes have recognized a concerning trend. When continually seeking mates within their own tribe, offspring tend to be frail, and those who survive are often weaker and less intelligent due to inbreeding. Consequently, these tribes gradually discovered the benefits of intermarrying with other tribes to introduce new bloodlines, thus alleviating the issue. While the term intermarriage may be misleading, as modern perceptions imply a woman marrying a man and subsequently living with him, in primitive times, the dynamics differed significantly. An adult female is a crucial component of a tribe, and they would never permit their women to marry into another tribe. Instead, they adopted a different approach, borrowing males for procreation. Unpregnant adult females from the tribe could participate in the practice of seeking out adult males from other tribes, and their partners would not object, even if the tribe's leader's partner was among the unpregnant. However, this arrangement was limited to that day, undertaken for the greater good of the tribe's development. At all other times, the sanctity of their own spouses was paramount. Through the Unveiled Gathering, adult males from 2 or more tribes engage in physiological exchanges with unpregnant adult females after the gathering concludes. There are no further ties between the parties involved, and any children born belong to the tribe of the female, who will not face any discrimination within her tribe, thereby enriching the tribe's bloodlines. This year, the Snake Tribe, whose strength has been steadily increasing, is hosting the Unveiled Gathering at their dwelling place. In total, 4 tribes are participating, including the Snake Tribe's old neighbors, the Rabbit Tribe and the Mountain Tribe, as well as the Deer Tribe, which has frequently traded with the Snake Tribe this year. All 4 tribes are of medium size, with the Snake Tribe being the most formidable, boasting a population of over 170. The Deer Tribe follows with over 120. The Rabbit Tribe has over 90. And the Mountain Tribe is the weakest, with just over 70 individuals, positioning them as relatively feeble among medium-sized tribes. To prepare for the Unveiled Gathering, the Snake Tribe amassed a substantial amount of food, including fruits, fish, and game meat, ensuring that their guests would be well fed for the significant matters to follow. Yet, faced with this situation, Su Yin wished to seclude himself within his dwelling, avoiding the shameless individuals eager for the gathering. Meanwhile, the curious sisters, Xiao Hua and Xiao Yu, were eager to witness the event, but Su Yin restrained them from going outside. Observing the sisters, Su Yin made a silent vow never to allow them to participate in such gatherings after reaching adulthood. Despite the gathering's importance for the tribe's development, he contemplated alternative solutions, such as merging other tribes into the Snake Tribe. A bonfire was erected in the clearing of the Snake Tribe's dwelling, and the tribe's people positioned clay pots filled with food beside it, ready to commence roasting as soon as the guests arrived. By mid-morning, Yuan and the Deer Tribe members were the first to arrive, comprising 10 men and 20 women. Similar to the Snake Tribe, they had thoroughly cleansed themselves, donning clean animal skins and adorning themselves with various self-styled ornaments, including colorful feathers in their hair. The disparity in numbers between men and women was striking. This was not unique to the Deer Tribe, as the Snake Tribe experienced the same imbalance. Hunting, a perilous endeavor, was predominantly undertaken by men, resulting in a higher mortality rate among male tribe members. Consequently, the number of adult females in a tribe typically exceeds that of adult males. This Unveiled Gathering was no exception, with far fewer men participating compared to women, necessitating that one man select 2 women to ensure all were paired. Otherwise, some women would remain unselected. Fortunately, as the Snake Tribe hosted the gathering, they had 30 adult males, including Xi. If necessary, they could all participate, ensuring that no adult female from the visiting tribes would return unchosen, as those left without selection would face scorn upon their return. Shortly after the Deer Tribe's arrival, the Mountain Tribe appeared with 6 men and 14 women. After a short while, the Rabbit Tribe, the most distant, arrived with 9 men and 15 women. With all 4 tribes gathered, the Unveiled Gathering commenced. The Snake Tribe members not participating busied themselves with roasting food, while the women from the 4 tribes found spots in the clearing to sit, able to take fruits from the fire and sample the roasted game and fish as they became ready. The participating men could begin seeking out women of interest, engaging in conversation, replenishing their energy with food, and ultimately finding a secluded corner for activities deemed unsuitable for the young. Chapter 44. The Unveiled Gathering continued. However, all the adult males present at the Unveiled Gathering remained merely observers for the time being, as their tribal leaders had yet to make selections. Xi, Yuan, and the leaders of the Rabbit and Mountain tribes stood together, watching the proceedings, only to soon feel the gaze of their respective tribespeople upon them. She smiled broadly and gently patted Yuan's shoulder before striding forward to seek his desired companion, with Yuan and the other leaders following suit. In modern aesthetics, a woman's desirability is often measured by her slenderness. ample bosom, and curvaceous form. In stark contrast, the primitive tribes favored robust adult females, believing that such pairings would yield strong offspring. Before long, Ji's gaze fell upon a formidable adult female from the mountain tribe, her physique rivaling even the stronger males of the snake tribe. To Ji, she was the epitome of beauty. With his target in sight, Ji approached confidently and at that moment, Dolly, who had been wandering in search of a suitable partner, also approached, having set his sights on the same woman. Standing before the object of their mutual interest, the two men locked eyes, neither willing to yield. In cases where two or more men desire the same woman, a contest of strength ensues, with the victor claiming the fair maiden, while the defeated must seek another. Dolly, though not particularly astute, recognized Ji's superior strength and, faced with the choice of pursuing the woman or enduring a confrontation with Ji, hesitated, contemplating retreat. Yet, Ji withdrew even faster than Dolly, placing a reassuring hand on Dolly's shoulder and casting him a knowing glance before turning away to seek another woman. Left behind, Dolly scratched his head in a daze, unable to comprehend why Ji, who was stronger than he, would relinquish the woman to him. Convinced of Ji's good intentions, Dolly approached the woman with a silly grin. Women, in this context, possess no power of choice. They can only be chosen. Even if they resist the advances of the men who select them, the overwhelming strength of most men renders such resistance futile. Ji continued his pursuit of a woman who piqued his interest. Recently, both he and Dolly had set their sights on the same lady, a fact witnessed by many of their tribesmen. They were taken aback when Ji graciously yielded, allowing Dolly to claim her. However, they harbored no suspicions, simply believing that Ji had willingly relinquished her to them. If she had not stepped aside, she would undoubtedly have belonged to him. Yet, Ji's thoughts diverged from this narrative. During their previous contest for the chieftaincy, Ji's strength had slightly lagged behind Dolly's. However, Dolly's lack of cunning allowed Ji to leverage his intelligence and physical prowess, ultimately depleting Dolly's stamina and defeating him to seize the title of chief. Now, however, the circumstances had shifted. Ji had discovered that consuming salt enhanced one's endurance. Should Ji and Dolly engage in another fierce battle, he estimated his chances of victory to be a mere 50%. Or perhaps even less. As the leader of the Serpent tribe, Ji was compelled to uphold his image as the strongest among his people. To be vanquished by Dolly in full view of the tribe would undoubtedly undermine his authority. Thus, Ji sought to avoid a direct confrontation, knowing that while victory would be commendable, defeat would be catastrophic. Unbeknownst to him, Dolly too had hesitated. Had she delayed further, Dolly would have retreated first. One could only wonder what expression Ji would have exhibited had he been aware of this prospect. Before long, Ji set his sights on another target, a woman from the deer tribe, younger and slightly less appealing than his initial choice, yet still quite lovely. Intriguingly, she was one of Yuan's companions. On the other hand, Yuan had also selected a woman, who, remarkably, happened to be one of Ji's companions as well. From a distance, Ji and Yuan exchanged knowing glances with their respective partners, seemingly wishing each other well in their pursuits. Exhibiting no signs of jealousy, a scene reminiscent of ancient Chinese officials exchanging concubines. In the primitive era, concepts of familial ethics were virtually non-existent. Siblings could become mates and bear offspring without hesitation. Even Su Yin had grown accustomed to this reality, accepting that such norms would gradually evolve. As the leaders of the four tribes completed their selections, the male members participating in the unrestricted gathering commenced their own pursuits of desired women. The most beautiful had already been chosen by the four chiefs, Dolly momentarily forgotten, leaving the remaining men to vie for those of slightly lesser beauty. Amidst the competition, men from the same tribe who recognized their inferior strength withdrew early, leading to a contest amongst members of different tribes. Onlookers stepped back to create a space for them to engage in combat. Each battle attracted a throng of spectators, including those from the Serpent tribe who refrained from participating in the gathering. Most primitive individuals revered strength and celebrated victors. Cheers erupted with each clash, and the triumphant embraced their fair maidens while the defeated rose from the ground, catching their breath before seeking their next target. Despite their losses, they bore no ill will. After all, they were not the strongest in their tribes. Upon venturing out, it was hardly surprising to be bested by members of other tribes. In fact, such encounters often fostered unexpected camaraderie. As time wore on, it became evident that the Serpent tribe was the most prominent at this gathering. In most battles involving their members, victory was consistently theirs, a fact that came as no surprise. The Serpent tribe enjoyed an abundance of food and traded for salt with the Deer tribe, which, despite having salt, lacked sufficient food. The Rabbit and Mountain tribes, devoid of both, clearly fell behind in average strength. However, the number of women at the gathering far exceeded that of the men, ensuring that each man could at least engage with a woman. Men and women paired off, merrily feasting on food brought from the bonfire. Aside from the women of the Serpent tribe, the others from the remaining tribes seldom had the chance to eat their fill. Faced with such an abundance, they eagerly consumed as much as they could. A sentiment mirrored by the men from the three tribes. The casual availability of food highlighted the Serpent tribe's might, leading the leaders of the deer, rabbit, and mountain tribes to silently commend their luck in having the Serpent tribe as neighbors rather than a more malevolent one. Chapter 45. The strategy of assimilation. The strength of a tribe can be categorized into hard and soft power. Hard power is the most tangible, represented by the number of capable adult males within a tribe. More men equate to greater strength. Additionally, adult females and near-adult children contribute to this power. Soft power, on the other hand, pertains primarily to food resources to ensure a tribe's survival. Sufficient food is essential. Without it, a tribe cannot endure. An ample food supply also fortifies the health of its members, indirectly enhancing their combat capabilities. Furthermore, shelter, tools, and weapons also fall under soft power. The deer tribe, having engaged in frequent trade with the Serpent tribe, possessed a deeper understanding of its strength compared to the rabbit and mountain tribes. They knew better than to challenge the Serpent tribe. The rabbit and mountain tribes had limited interaction with the Serpent tribe, but the unrestricted gathering allowed them to witness its might firsthand. The combined population of the rabbit and mountain tribes paled in comparison to that of the Serpent tribe, creating a significant disparity that left their leaders feeling no inclination to compete. Historically, unrestricted gatherings held in other tribes or by the Serpent tribe did not provide food. They lacked sufficient provisions even for their own members. Hence, participants would exchange pleasantries and return home without sharing a communal meal. This gathering's provision of food was a decision made by Su Yan, intended to showcase the Serpent tribe's abundance, instilling in others a perception of its strength and an understanding that it was not to be trifled with. This would lay the groundwork for future conquests and assimilation of neighboring tribes. Within the dim confines of a dwelling, Su Yan firmly grasped the hands of the sisters, Xiao Hua and Xiao Yu. Seated together on a heated brick bed, he wished to shield their innocent minds from the tumult outside. "Brother, I want to go outside to play. Brother, let me out, please." Indeed, they both called him brother. The sisters persistently pleaded with Su Yan. Yet he remained resolute. "No, you two are not permitted to leave the house today." With Su Yan holding their hands tightly, they could not escape. After a while, they ceased their struggles and sat beside him. Treating his soft hair as a toy, occasionally styling it in various ways, Su Yan allowed them to play with his hair as he pondered strategies for assimilating other tribes to rapidly increase the population of the Serpent tribe. If the Serpent tribe boasted a larger population, they could expedite projects like constructing walls and dwellings, freeing up time for other endeavors. Currently, the Serpent tribe's numbers were too few. Relying on natural growth yielded an annual increase of merely 10, which was already a generous estimate. Each year brought new births, yet also witnessed the tragic loss of children and adults for various reasons, resulting in only a modest net gain. The most effective means of rapidly increasing the Serpent tribe's population lay in assimilating other tribes. However, this was no simple task. The most straightforward method of assimilation involved military conquest, but such endeavors often met with fierce resistance. The tribes spoke different languages and worshipped distinct deities. The most likely scenario would entail the annihilation of all adult males from the conquered tribe, with the surviving women and children absorbed into the victor's ranks. Yet, such violent methods would also incur casualties among the Serpent tribe, while quick, military conquest was the least desirable option, prompting Su Yan to set it aside for now. Instead, he considered Jian and his kin, who had integrated into the Serpent tribe over the past 6 months, fully embracing their new identity and contributing to its prosperity. He recalled the harsh winter when Jian's tribe faced severe food shortages. Unable to survive the season, the outside world posed significant dangers, rendering hunting arduous and fraught with peril from predators. In desperation, Jian sought food from the Serpent tribe, knowing that they would not easily part with their resources. Food was crucial for every tribe, and Jian had little to offer in return. Without sustenance, his tribe faced starvation or death at the hands of beasts during hunts, leading to its eventual extinction. In the perilous choice between life and death, Jian resolutely opts for survival, leading his kin to join the Serpent tribe. They managed to endure, despite the dissolution of their original clan. Su Yan presents Jian with a compelling rationale. The continuation of their bloodline, tribe, equates to lineage. As long as Jian and his people thrive and procreate, their ancestral blood will never fade. In Su Yan's perspective, the most effective method of annexation is through voluntary integration, as demonstrated by Jian's clan. However, for other tribes to willingly join the Serpent tribe, they must first confront a life-or-death crisis that compels them to seek refuge. The threat of mortality is a complex matter, living in these times. Any tribe could face such peril. The deer tribe's most pressing danger lies in the biting cold of winter, lacking caves for shelter. Their members reside in rudimentary huts crafted from branches and leaves. And when winter descends, the risk of freezing to death rises significantly. An exceptionally harsh winter poses a grave threat to the deer tribe, though the rabbit and mountain tribes have access to caves. They, like the deer tribe, face food shortages, unlike the serpent tribe, which has access to ample sustenance. If the three tribes fail to secure enough food during autumn, they must venture into the treacherous wilderness to hunt. Their situation mirrors that of Jian's tribe. However, the larger hunting parties of the rabbit, mountain, and deer tribes allow them to confront small wolf packs and single beasts without fear, even taking the initiative to hunt. In Chapter 46, the strategy of annexation continues. Should the deer, rabbit, and mountain tribes find themselves deprived of food during a frigid winter, their survival will be jeopardized. The serpent tribe's current gathering. An abundance of food is presented, leaving a lasting impression of the tribe's resources in the minds of the attendees. When their own supplies dwindle, they may recall the serpent tribe and seek assistance, facilitating further integration. However, this method of voluntary assimilation, while potentially fruitful in times of crisis, requires more time and a stroke of luck compared to the immediacy of military conquest. The fortunate circumstances surrounding Jian's tribe enabled their seamless incorporation into the serpent tribe. But similar luck is necessary to integrate other tribes. Besides the threats of cold and hunger, other dangers loom, such as disease. The serpent tribe's strength surpasses that of the deer, rabbit, and mountain tribes. A severe outbreak could considerably weaken them. Much like the once mighty deer tribe. To mitigate this risk, it is fortunate that intertribal contact is infrequent, reducing the likelihood of disease transmission. Moreover, the emergence of a fierce, aggressive tribe in the vicinity could pose a significant threat, potentially even stronger than the deer tribe. Under such external pressure, the serpent, deer, rabbit, and mountain tribes might have no choice but to unite against this common enemy. The serpent tribe, being the most powerful, would gain the upper hand in this alliance, gradually assimilating the others or transforming the coalition into a new entity. With the serpent tribe maintaining absolute control, contemplating this, Su Yin sighed, acknowledging that aside from forceful annexation, alternative methods would not yield swift results and must unfold gradually. At that moment, a cacophony of fervent sounds erupted outside, leaving Su Yin exasperated by the intrusion. Reluctantly, he fashioned 2 tufts of grass to muffle the noise, but the ruckus persisted. Sisters Xiao Hua and Xiao Yu, intrigued by the commotion, paused their activities to listen. With Xiao Hua nearing adulthood in 2 years, her curiosity about the adult world was piqued. Although the room was dim, Su Yin could discern the sisters' expressions, prompting a wry smile as he prepared more grass tufts to cushion their ears. However, the discomfort of having the grass stuffed in their ears elicited resistance from them, necessitating a diversion to capture their attention. As he played with the sisters, an idea struck him. He led them outside, where the darkness was mitigated by the glow of the fire. Sitting by the hearth, he took a long strand of Xiaohua's hair, tied it at both ends, and began to create various shapes, successfully captivating their interest. With their sparkling eyes fixed on his hands, he introduced them to the game of string figures, sharing new patterns that elicited joyous laughter from the sisters. Children, after all, should be shielded from the complexities of adult matters and instead encouraged to engage and play. Su Yin successfully imparted the game to the sisters, foreseeing its popularity spreading among the youth of the serpent tribe in the coming days. Meanwhile, the sounds outside intensified, signaling the latter half of the gathering as participants, replenished with food, began to engage in activities to expend their energy. As the gathering wound down, the leaders of the 4 tribes convened to converse, employing gestures alongside their respective languages due to the language barrier. During their exchanges, Ji proposed that if the rabbit and mountain tribes possessed items unavailable to the serpent tribe, they could bring them for trade. The serpent tribe's specialty, pottery, had already facilitated exchanges with the deer tribe, who bartered salt for ceramic wares. Even though the deer tribe had acquired considerable pottery, it remained a valuable commodity, often reserved for warriors as a mark of status. In addition to pottery, the serpent tribe possessed 2 other items of lesser significance: fish, primarily a food source, and rotten goods, such as shields and baskets, which could be traded. The deer tribe had previously exchanged salt for rotten goods, though they ceased after a few transactions, likely due to attempts at crafting their OWNAS. The gathering concluded. Ji reiterated Su Yan's message to the other tribe leaders, offering assistance in times of trouble, to which the leaders of the rabbit and mountain tribes nodded in agreement. Chapter 47. The Tragic Fate of the Tiger Tribe, Part 1. To the west of the Serpent tribe lies the Tiger tribe, named for its totem. The distance between the two tribes, at a hunting pace, would take approximately 3/4 of a day to traverse. The Serpent tribe had previously interacted with the Tiger tribe, but severed ties upon discovering their arrogant demeanor. This year, during late summer, a conflict arose between the hunting parties of the two tribes over a shared prey. Ultimately, the Serpent tribe's hunters, although unarmed, subdued their Tiger tribe counterparts and claimed the kill. Yet, they chose to take only half of the spoils, leaving the remainder for the Tiger tribe. The leader of the Tiger tribe, rather than expressing gratitude for the shared bounty, harbored resentment over the defeat. He believed that the exhaustion from prolonged hunting had contributed to their loss, and he remained determined to reclaim their honor at the first opportunity. In the ensuing days, the leader of the Tiger tribe frequently led his hunting party eastward, yearning for another encounter with the Snake tribe's hunters to demonstrate their superiority. However, as autumn had set in, most primitive tribes were preoccupied with gathering fruits to prepare for winter, the Snake tribe included. Consequently, their hunting party was also engrossed in foraging, leaving no opportunity for the Tiger tribe to cross paths with them, due to the leader's constant forays into the wilderness. The Tiger tribe's harvest of fruits was significantly diminished compared to previous years. Typically, the food stockpiled by the Tiger tribe in autumn was barely sufficient to last through a winter, and this year was no exception. By the time the leader contemplated the food scarcity, it was already winter, prompting him to urgently rally his people to gather provisions. Yet, the dropping temperatures rendered it increasingly perilous for primitive humans to remain outdoors for extended periods, and heavy snowfall blanketed the land in a shroud of white. At this juncture, the Tiger tribe's food reserves could only sustain them for the majority of winter, leaving them with a severe food crisis looming over the remainder. To procure sustenance, it seemed the hunting party would have to brave the bitter cold. Recognizing the precarious situation, the leader felt a profound sense of regret, yet it was futile. They would have to wait until the harshest winter days had passed before venturing out again. As time passed, the coldest days of winter eventually waned. The leader, observing the dwindling food supplies, resolved to go hunting the following day, opting to consume some meat to replenish his strength at evening. Countless tribes shared the same plight as the Tiger tribe, making similar choices to brave the cold and danger in search of food. Some hunted wild beasts, while others preyed upon rival tribes, the most savage and ruthless cannibalistic foes of the land. The next day, the leader set out with a hunting party of rejuvenated members. The fortunes of the Tiger tribe fluctuated. On some days they succeeded in hunting multiple game, while on others, they returned empty-handed. Despite the occasional hunger pangs, the tribe managed to persevere, though injuries and fatalities among the hunting party were becoming increasingly common. To maintain efficiency, the leader reluctantly integrated some strong, non-pregnant female tribespeople into the hunting group. One morning, the leader ventured out with a hunting party of 20, but unfortunately, luck was not on their side. By noon, they had failed to secure any game, and one member sustained a minor injury. Determined to press on, the leader decided to advance further, knowing that if no game was found soon, they would have to return. The winter wilderness posed great dangers, but the night was even more perilous, necessitating a timely return to the tribe before darkness fell. As they forged ahead, the leader suddenly halted, spotting a large group ahead, possibly another tribe's hunting party, vastly outnumbering them with 30 or even 50 members. Simultaneously, the leader of the unknown tribe also paused. Having detected the presence of the Tiger tribe's hunting party, a wave of anxiety washed over the leader. Despite the distance, he could discern that he had never encountered this hunting group before. Having previously encountered nearly all neighboring tribes, the sudden appearance of an unfamiliar hunting party unsettled him. With their numbers overwhelming and composed entirely of adult males, while his party consisted of both genders, the prospect of conflict left the Tiger tribe at a distinct disadvantage. Retreat. The leader signaled to his companions, who promptly obeyed and turned back. He remained at the rear, cautiously observing the advancing unknown tribe. As the Tiger tribe began to move, the unfamiliar group also surged forward. Typically, when two unfamiliar tribes' hunting parties crossed paths, they would diverge, avoiding confrontation. However, this unknown tribe was advancing towards the retreating Tiger tribe, their pace quickening. Sensing the encroaching danger, the Tiger tribe's leader urged his party to hasten their pace. But as they sped up, so too did their pursuers, who seemed intent on closing the distance. Run, the leader shouted in their native tongue. Responding to his command, the members of the hunting party sprinted forward, desperate to outpace their relentless foes. Despite their efforts, the gap between the two parties narrowed alarmingly. Suddenly, a spear whizzed past the leader, a clear indication of their hostile intent. Chapter 48, The Tragic Fate of the Tiger Tribe. Part 2, More spears were hurled. Yet none found their mark, as the dense jungle foliage made it exceedingly difficult to strike a moving target. It appeared the unfamiliar tribe's hunters recognized this. ceasing their projectile assault and fervently pursuing the tiger tribe. The distance between them steadily diminishing. Without a viable solution to evade their pursuers, the tiger tribe faced a dire fate, poised for a battle that could lead to their complete annihilation, even if they mounted a counteroffensive. Inflicting losses upon their assailants, the latter showed no signs of retreating, driven by their relentless pursuit. What to do? As he ran, the leader contemplated possible strategies to shake off the enemy. Should they split up? This was hardly an ideal choice, as the enemy's greater numbers would allow them to pursue in multiple directions. With no viable plan to escape unscathed, the leader resolved to sacrifice a portion of his party to buy time for the others to flee. Inevitably, those left behind would face certain death. He recalled a previous hunting expedition where a member had drawn the attention of a small wolf pack, allowing the rest to escape. This situation mirrored that perilous encounter. The tiger tribe consisted of 20 members, 12 males and 8 females, one of whom was injured. The leader hastily conveyed his plan, and moments later, the injured man alongside the 8 women slowed their pace. Eventually coming to a stop, they exchanged glances, tears threatening to spill as they gripped their weapons tightly. Recognizing their imminent fate, they understood their importance to the tribe paled in comparison to the men. Especially since more adult females remained in the tribe, the injured male would only hinder their escape. Accepting their destiny, they resolved to fight valiantly for the tiger tribe, though their adversaries outnumbered them by more than fourfold. They bravely charged forward, striving to buy their kin more time. One woman fell, pierced by multiple spears, collapsing helplessly into the snow. Meanwhile, the leader and the remaining 10 raced forward, unwilling to look back, desperate to shield themselves from the grim reality of their comrades' demise. As the leader grappled with guilt for failing to protect his tribe, he knew he must survive. The loss of these 11 individuals would spell dire consequences for the already dwindling labor force of the tiger tribe. Thanks to the sacrifice of those 9 brave souls, the leader and his remaining companions finally eluded their pursuers, the threat fading from view. They understood that their fallen kin had likely perished, igniting a thirst for vengeance, yet they felt powerless. Winding through the wilderness, the leader, accompanied by 10 tribespeople, eventually returned to their home. The sight of only 11 survivors evoked a somber silence among the tribe. Many eyes glistening with unshed tears. Death had become a tragic norm for the tiger tribe, yet life must continue. In the quest for survival, the following day, the leader again led his people into the hunt. This time with a diminished party of 15 days passed, and the tiger tribe seemed to reclaim a semblance of normalcy to avoid another terrifying encounter with their foes. The leader opted to steer the hunting party away from the west, directing them instead toward the east or south. On that afternoon, the leader of the tiger tribe returned with the hunting party, fortunate enough to have captured a prey weighing nearly 100 kilograms. However, as they approached their dwelling, just over a mountain's distance away, the leader unexpectedly discovered a jumble of tracks in the snow, unmistakably belonging to their own kind. This area was perilously close to their settlement, and upon observing the chaotic prints on the ground, the leader exhaled a sigh of relief. The tracks indicated that these individuals had not proceeded towards the tiger tribe's residence or any other direction, but had instead retreated from afar. Yet, the very presence of these tracks signified that the tiger tribe's abode was no longer secure. If these prints belonged to their enemies from before, and should the adversaries discover the tiger tribe's settlement, it could spell disaster for them. Prior to this autumn, the tiger tribe might have gathered all their strength to confront such a ruthless foe, with a substantial chance of repelling them. Now, however, the tribe was weakened, unable to stand against their fierce enemy. Their only option upon encountering them would be to flee. Concerned for the safety of his tribe and apprehensive that the hunting party's tracks could lead the enemy to their location, the leader decided to take a longer route back to the tiger tribe's dwelling. Only upon seeing their home intact did the leader finally feel a sense of relief. Upon returning to the tribe, he approached the shaman and conveyed the situation regarding the tracks discovered near their territory. The shaman's expression darkened with worry, fully aware that the current state of the tiger tribe meant that any encounter with the enemy could lead to their demise. The tiger tribe was now so fearful that they dared not even light a fire to roast their game, worried that the smoke would attract their foes. What could be done? The area surrounding the tiger tribe's home had become unsafe, and they were unable to confront their brutal enemies. The only course for their survival was to relocate. This decision was reached jointly by the shaman and the leader, and no member of the tribe dared oppose it. The next morning, after breakfast, all members of the tiger tribe set forth with their belongings towards the northeast. However, the presence of many children and pregnant women slowed their pace. The leader, accompanied by all able-bodied adults, armed themselves and spread out around the group for protection. As the tiger tribe departed their home in the afternoon, a group of uninvited guests arrived at the site. They observed the remnants of habitation and the scattered tracks leading northeast. Instead of following, they made the abandoned cave of the Tiger Tribe their temporary base. The deserted dwelling of the Tiger Tribe had now become their forward operating base, and perhaps, in the future, the Snake Tribe's hunting party would encounter them. Chapter 49. This winter is not too cold. Su Yen had once contemplated that the emergence of a fierce outsider tribe might unite the Snake Tribe with several neighboring tribes, ultimately increasing their population. Little did he expect that the vicious tribe would indeed arrive, and even more surprising was that the first to suffer their attack would not be the Deer Tribe or the Rabbit Tribe, but rather the Tiger Tribe, with whom the Snake Tribe had a tenuous relationship. Winter had not yet passed, and the Tiger Tribe had already lost over a dozen of their members, all of whom were vital adults. In stark contrast, the Snake Tribe experienced a comfortable winter, having relocated from their uninhabitable caves to habitable and warm shelters. Although the insulation of the houses was slightly inferior to that of caves, the ability to have a fire compensated for the shortcoming. The warmth from the stoves created a significant temperature difference between the inside and outside, making it immensely comfortable to reside in such houses. Far superior to the caves, for Su Yen, the shaman, and the wise, their special accommodations were even more luxurious, with the heated Konga blaze, lounging on thick layers of grass and animal hides, and covered with another layer of fur. The chill of winter was scarcely felt. Even the wise lay lazily on the Kong, reluctant to leave the warmth. This winter, few tribes in the world could rival the comfort of the Snake Tribe. The towering brick walls securely enclosed their settlement, and numerous wild beasts, drawn by the sounds and smoke from within, could only circle the walls, unable to breach their defenses. Occasionally, members of the Snake Tribe would gather at the walls, armed with spears or stones, to target the nearby beasts, and on fortunate occasions, they could enjoy a fresh roast. The sturdy walls served as a protective barrier, safeguarding the entire Snake Tribe from wild animal incursions. Moreover, during daylight, unless weather conditions were exceedingly harsh, 12 adult members would take turns in pairs, stationed at various points along the walls to keep watch, while the Snake Tribe need not fear beasts. They were wary of other primitive tribes. Although it was challenging for wild animals to scale the walls, rival tribes could devise ways to do so, posing a greater threat to the Snake Tribe. With their safety within the walls assured, on sunny days, members of the Snake Tribe would engage in outdoor activities, with children playing and having snowball fights, a stark contrast to their previous years spent in caves. Safety was paramount, yet food was equally essential. For the Snake Tribe, procuring food was a straightforward affair. They had gathered ample supplies during the autumn, enough to last until the end of spring. Their provisions primarily consisted of fish, followed by fruits, with meat being the least abundant. Additionally, they had some preserved foods, mainly fish, with a smaller portion of meat. While the taste of cured meat was distinct, it did not quite compare to freshly roasted fare. However, its longevity made it invaluable for year-round storage. With the introduction of salt, this winter, fruit was no longer the most sought-after food. Salted roasted fish emerged as the primary sustenance, replenishing energy more efficiently than fruits, which seemed to have taken on the role of dessert. As the tribe members had moved from caves to individual homes, and each room contained a stove, cooking and dining were no longer communal activities, but took place separately in each household. During meal preparation times, individuals would venture out to gather sufficient food from a designated spot before returning to their homes to cook using their stoves, enjoying their meals immediately upon completion. It is worth noting that while the Snake Tribe had ample food, they remained conscientious not to waste any. The food for the shaman and Shao Dai was prepared by other tribe members. The combination of imposing walls, abundant food, and warm housing allowed the Snake Tribe to lead a life distinctly different from that of other tribes this winter, comfortable, leisurely, and carefree. Should small tribes witness the living conditions of the Snake Tribe, they might eagerly vie to join their ranks. In contrast, other tribes struggled through the winter with insufficient food, risking perilous hunts, and teetering on the brink of extinction. Such a life was fraught with hardship, making the prospect of joining the Snake Tribe far more appealing. In this land, small tribes with fewer than 50 members found it exceedingly difficult to survive, often facing extinction. The medium-sized tribes surrounding the Snake Tribe demonstrated this, as many small tribes had perished in various crises. For instance, even after Jian and his kin integrated into the Snake Tribe, his former tribe had vanished. Only tribes with populations exceeding 50 could thrive and propagate in this realm. Moreover, medium-sized tribes faced challenges in merging with others, as nearly all possessed their own shamans and deities. Xu Yan had devised a potential solution to this issue, but that shall remain unspoken for now. Medium-sized tribes exhibited greater resilience against various crises. Although their living conditions were far inferior to those of the Snake Tribe, they maintained a high level of cohesion, with members working together to survive. Just like the Tiger tribe, when faced with an impending crisis, its members were willing to sacrifice their lives to buy time for others to escape. Perhaps only in the face of extinction would it be feasible for medium-sized tribes to merge into the Snake tribe. Another heavy snowfall arrived, blanketing all traces in the forest, including those of the Tiger tribe's migration. This snow presented both an opportunity and a crisis for the Tiger tribe. The evidence of their exodus was concealed beneath the snow, making it exceedingly difficult for their enemies to track them. Yet, amidst this snow, the Tiger tribe, now distanced from their dwelling, remained without any shelter to shield them from the biting cold. It was uncertain how many of their members would succumb to the bitter winter in the days to come. Originally, the Tiger tribe numbered fewer than 110 individuals, and their population continued to dwindle. One could only lament the misfortune of the Tiger tribe, even with the luck to evade their enemies. Their encounter with such a foe was their greatest calamity. Chapter 50. The first clash. The snow fell throughout the day, gradually ceasing only by the late evening, leaving the entire land cloaked in ice and snow, which had not entirely melted throughout the winter. In the early morning, the members of the Tiger tribe, huddled together beneath a great tree for warmth, gradually awakened. Yet, one adult and 2 children remained stubbornly asleep, destined to continue their slumber. The remaining tribespeople consumed the last morsels of their food, and feeling parched, they resorted to eating snow to barely replenish their strength before resuming their journey, seeking to distance themselves from their fearsome adversaries. The location was not far from their former dwelling, and at the pace of the hunting party, they could reach their previous home within half a day's time, if they quickened their steps. A third of the daylight would suffice. The Tiger tribe needed to advance further. They could not afford to linger here. Meanwhile, in the cave that served as the dwelling of the unknown tribe's hunting party, its members began to stir. They kindled a fire, preparing breakfast. Terrifyingly, their sustenance was neither fruits nor beastly flesh, but rather a frozen human corpse. If the leader of the Tiger tribe were present, he would undoubtedly recognize the body as belonging to a female tribeswoman who had fallen behind during their retreat. This hunting party of the unknown tribe had resorted to cannibalism, revealing themselves as a tribe of flesh-eaters. One could not help but feel a sense of relief for the Tiger tribe. Although they had unfortunate encounters with a tribe of cannibals, they had miraculously evaded the hunting party's pursuit. The heavy snowfall had concealed the tracks left by the Tiger tribe during their migration, making it exceedingly difficult for the cannibals to trace them. Simultaneously, the members of the Serpent tribe commenced a new day, when the adults opened the animal skin coverings that blocked their dwelling's entrance. The children were the first to dash outside, clad only in a single layer of animal hide. They had become accustomed to the biting cold of winter and were unafraid, merrily playing with their companions until their little hands and feet grew frostbitten, prompting them to return indoors to warm themselves by the fire. The adults followed suit, with some women heading to the food storage to prepare breakfast, while the men ventured out into the snow to stretch their limbs. After enjoying their breakfast, the cannibal hunting party, who had temporarily resided in the cave of the former Tiger tribe, packed their belongings and proceeded to the site where they had discovered the traces of the Tiger tribe's migration. Intent on following the trail, however, following the heavy snowfall, all signs left by the Tiger tribe had vanished, leaving the hunting party leader at a loss. He could only rely on the clues gathered the previous day to guide them northeast. Indeed, the leader of this cannibal hunting party was not the chief of the cannibal tribe, but the leader of the hunting party itself. To the west of the Tiger tribe's former territory lay a large cannibal tribe, boasting a population of over 300, with hunting parties of around 40 individuals, allowing them to form multiple hunting groups. This formidable tribe was the undisputed ruler of the region, while they primarily hunted wild beasts for sustenance. They revealed their true nature when encountering other primitive tribes, displaying their sharp fangs and mercilessly attacking. Indifferent to their own casualties, they would shred any discovered primitive tribe, killing or capturing their kin for food. If sufficient provisions were available, they might even retain adult females as breeding vessels. They viewed not only their adversaries as food, but even the deceased or severely injured of their own tribe. For the cannibal tribe, hunting fellow humans was often more straightforward than pursuing wild beasts. Discovering a primitive tribe was akin to a bountiful harvest, sufficient to sustain the entire cannibal tribe for many days. Especially during the food-scarce winter, which was their most active season for hunting other primitive tribes. As noon approached, and the sun ascended high in the sky, its rays warmed the ground, making it the most suitable time for activity throughout the day. In the Serpent tribe, most individuals ventured outside to bask in the sunlight. Along the 3-sided brick wall, 6 tribespeople stood in pairs, their gazes fixed on the distant woods, ever vigilant for any potential enemies. Slackness was utterly unacceptable. According to the ancestral knowledge inscribed on the tribe's stone tablets, the Serpent tribe had once harbored lazy individuals. However, since the shaman and chief decided to expel those who shirked their duties into the wilderness to fend for themselves, such complacency had become rare. Behind the western wall, Big Mouth and his partner stood guard atop a low wall, their eyes scanning the woods across from them, occasionally sweeping the area to catch any unusual movements. Suddenly, Big Mouth's partner tugged at his arm and pointed westward, whispering, "Look over there. It seems there are people." "Where? Where?" Big Mouth responded, following the direction of his partner's finger. Indeed, it appeared there were figures in the distance. Rubbing his eyes vigorously to ensure clarity, Big Mouth confirmed the presence of individuals across the way to prevent a potential ambush. He began striking two short wooden sticks together. The sound quickly resonated throughout the Serpent tribe settlement, serving as a warning signal of an approaching enemy. All adult males and non-pregnant adult females sprang into action, swiftly arming themselves and gathering behind Big Mouth and his partner at the western brick wall. "Big Mouth, where are the enemies?" Xi inquired, standing beside Big Mouth atop the low wall while the other tribespeople remained behind it. Over there, Big Mouth pointed to where he had spotted the figures. Following his gesture, Xi indeed saw not just one or two, but a dozen individuals, and their numbers were increasing. Remarkably, those in the woods, initially unseen by Big Mouth, were not the neighboring hunting party, but rather the cannibal hunting party pursuing the tiger tribe's migration. Chapter 51. The initial clash continued. A heavy snowfall had obscured the traces left by the tiger tribe during their migration. Perhaps the snow had made it easy to lose one's way. The cannibal hunting party had failed to locate the tiger tribe's path, and instead stumbled upon another primitive tribe's dwelling. This, however, was fortuitous for them. The hunting party leader quickly called for his men to advance, preparing to attack this newly discovered tribe, uncertain of their numbers but aware that conquering them could yield a bountiful supply of food, potentially sustaining them through the winter. The leader, the strongest and wisest of the hunting party, swiftly organized his nearly 40 men, designating 10 to remain hidden and avoid detection, while the rest would feign being a passing hunting party from another tribe, maintaining an air of non-aggression towards the Serpent tribe. They planned to circle around and launch a surprise attack from behind, while those left behind would prevent any prey from escaping. From Xi's vantage point, 100 meters behind the brick wall, the seemingly hostile group, upon discovering the Serpent tribe settlement, chose not to advance but instead headed northward. Not enemies. Xi pondered. He was no fool. Even if they were not adversaries, the Serpent tribe could not afford to relax. Who knew if they might turn back for a sudden strike? If they were indeed enemies, the Serpent tribe would be in grave danger. Once the suspicious group vanished from sight, Xi ordered his tribespeople to return to rest, ensuring their weapons remained at hand. He also increased the number of sentinels on the three-sided brick wall from 2 to 4, demanding constant vigilance. Should any enemies approach, they were to raise the alarm, and the tribespeople would rush to provide support. Approximately 30 minutes later, the cannibal hunting party leader, having circled around the mountain where the Serpent tribe's cave was located, arrived at another side, spotting a large clearing and noticing the presence of guards. He decided to approach the wall stealthily, taking advantage of the visual blind spots. The 4 sentinels stationed on the eastern wall remained unaware of how close the enemies were. In a moment, the hunting party leader found himself next to the wall, staring in astonishment at its height that he stood in a non-blind spot, and the next moment, the sentinels of the Serpent tribe spotted him. "Enemies! There are enemies!" they cried. Upon hearing the alarm, the Serpent tribe's guards quickly converged on the sound, while the cannibals realized their prey had detected them. However, they did not retreat. Instead, they braced themselves for a challenging hunt. Anticipating significant casualties, rapidly, the cannibal hunting party gathered at the wall, devising strategies to scale it. Suddenly, 3 short spears and a fist-sized stone were hurled into the crowd. 3 anguished screams echoed as 2 adversaries were struck by javelins, while another was struck by a stone. Among them, only the foe pierced in the head by a javelin suffered grievous wounds and was on the brink of death. The remaining 2 enemies, one hit in the thigh and the other in the abdomen, sustained moderate injuries. The sudden assault inflicted significant damage on the cannibal tribe's hunting party, nearly rivaling the losses they had endured during their previous encounter with the tiger tribe, 8 women and 1 man. This was unforgivable. The captain of the hunting party immediately seized a javelin and hurled it at a member of the snake tribe, who was partially exposed above a brick wall. Whoosh! The snake tribe member adeptly crouched to evade the javelin, which sailed over the wall and landed on the roof of a house behind it. Before the cannibal tribe could execute their next move, Xi and a dozen tribesmen suddenly emerged over the brick wall, launching a barrage of javelins and stones at the cannibal hunting party. Dodge! Dodge! The captain's face turned pale with fear as he shouted loudly in the cannibal tribe's tongue, his body instinctively seeking refuge. No need for the captain's command. Upon witnessing the incoming javelins and stones, the hunters were aware of the need to evade. However, clustered together, they collided with one another in a chaotic scramble, some tumbling to the ground. Their ranks a disordered mass. In the next moment, javelins and stones rained down upon them. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of javelins piercing flesh resonated, mingling with the thuds of stone striking bones in the ominous crack of fractures. Ah, ah, ah. As numerous javelins and stones struck the crowd, a cacophony of anguished cries filled the air, a scene too gruesome to behold, before the captain could rally his unscathed troops for a counterattack. More Snake Tribe warriors emerged from the eastern brick wall, unleashing a new barrage of dozens of javelins and stones upon the beleaguered hunting party, exacerbating their losses. The captain, while dodging the incoming projectiles, focused on the plight of his subordinates, only to be met with a harrowing sight. Under the relentless assault of javelins and stones, the hunting party suffered catastrophic casualties. Bang! A heavy stone struck, and a hunter, already howling in pain from a javelin wound to his thigh, was then struck on the head, his skull shattering like an egg, blood and brains splattering everywhere on the brick wall. The Snake Tribe warriors relentlessly hurled javelins and stones at their adversaries. Some adults and nearly adult children stood at the base of the low wall, passing javelins and stones to those stationed above. The Snake Tribe possessed an ample supply of these weapons. Retreat! Retreat! The captain shouted urgently to his men as he himself began to withdraw, constantly dodging the incoming javelins and stones. He noticed the hunting party captain and forcefully threw his javelin, grazing the captain's left arm. Realizing he was injured, the captain hastened his escape. He had no desire to lose his life here, and as for his subordinates, if they perished, so be it. Those among the hunting party who were uninjured or only slightly wounded, upon seeing their captain flee, also turned to escape. Yet, under the Snake Tribe's relentless assault, more and more fell. After a brief span of time, the remaining enemies managed to evade into the blind spots of the Snake Tribe's watchful eyes along the wall. The Snake Tribe, after hurling a few more javelins and stones at the fallen enemies sprawled in the snow, finally ceased their assault. Chapter 52. Reflections after battle. The battle was not yet concluded. 10 individuals, concealed within the western woods, faintly heard the cries of anguish ahead, mistakenly believing it to be an attack from their own. After some deliberation, they decided to join the fray and dashed from the forest toward the Snake Tribe settlement. There are enemies, and there are also enemies, 10 in total. The members of the Snake Tribe had learned to count. The 4 watchmen at the western wall, including Big Mouth, promptly spotted the 10 emerging foes and raised the alarm, calling for reinforcements. Though 10 enemies were not a formidable force, she immediately dispatched 15 warriors to the western wall, accompanied by some unseasoned youths to assist in relaying javelins and stones. As the 10 enemies drew nearer, the defenders on the wall increased from 4 to 19, unleashing a volley of javelins and stones toward the approaching foes. Primitive humans possessed keen eyesight, easily discerning the incoming projectiles. Even a simple-minded brute like Dali recognized the danger. The 10 enemies instantly turned to flee. However, the javelins and stones were swifter, resulting in 4 of them being struck, 2 lightly wounded and 2 grievously injured. The lightly wounded enemies, alongside 6 unscathed companions, fled desperately while the 2 severely injured lay on the ground, awaiting death's embrace. The assault did not conclude there. After the first wave of javelins and stones, a second wave was launched from the western wall, targeting the retreating foes. This time, 2 more enemies were struck. One, previously lightly injured, was knocked down by a stone, while another was hit in the thigh by a javelin, only to be pierced again in the back by a subsequent javelin. Unable to rise from the ground, soon, a third wave of javelins and stones descended. This time, the enemies had distanced themselves somewhat, and only one, lagging behind, was struck by multiple javelins and fell heavily. Out of the 10 adversaries that charged, only 5 managed to escape, one of which sustained a minor injury. The toll on the eastern wall was dire. Nearly 20 bodies lay in the blood-soaked snow, some already lifeless, while others clung to existence. Ji refrained from sending his tribesmen to clean up, as he could not ascertain whether more enemies lay in ambush outside. This was sufficient. Even those enemies who survived the snowy battlefield, though not dead, were injured and unable to move swiftly. The scent of blood would attract wild beasts, and they would ultimately become prey. Ji kept his tribe hidden behind the brick wall a while longer, and upon observing several wild animals approach, he finally allowed his people to return and rest, leaving 4 tribesmen at each wall to maintain vigilance. This had been a flawless battle, harnessing the advantages of the brick walls. Javelins and stones, the Snake Tribe effortlessly routed their foes, allowing only a handful to escape, while the remaining enemies, regardless of their fates, would ultimately fall to the beasts. Upon learning the details from Ji, Su-yin sighed in relief. For the snake tribe, the greatest peril was not from beasts but from their own kind. Thanks to the 3 walls surrounding the snake tribe's settlement, the formidable barriers thwarted the enemy's advance, enabling the tribe to strike from a position of superiority. One could only ponder how the scenario might have unfolded had those walls not stood in their way. Even if the snake tribe could repel their foes, they would have suffered substantial casualties, significantly weakening their own strength, potentially leading to their annihilation in future encounters. Although this time the enemies were vanquished, the snake tribe could not afford to lower their guard. Not only did they need to maintain watch during the day, but they also had to send sentinels at night. Perhaps the next assault would come under the cover of darkness, though such a likelihood seemed slim. Beyond the heightened danger of nighttime, the limitations of vision played a role as well. After all, aside from the autumn and winter months when some fruits could be foraged, it was challenging to find other food, particularly vegetables. Nighttime conditions severely impaired visibility, drastically diminishing combat effectiveness compared to daylight. The attack on the snake tribe prompted Su-yin to engage in deeper contemplation. Why had such enemies chosen to assail the snake tribe? From where did they hail? Had they annihilated the tribes inhabiting the vicinity? During autumn, Su-yin had mused about the possibility of an external formidable enemy prompting an alliance between the snake tribe and others, with the snake tribe taking the lead and ideally relocating other tribes to their territory, thereby facilitating the gradual integration of those tribes and a swift increase in the snake tribe's population. Now, an enemy had indeed materialized, albeit one shrouded in mystery. Su-yin remained uncertain whether the current situation was advantageous or detrimental. Perhaps this unknown adversary represented a tribe of immense strength, surpassing the combined might of the snake, deer, mountain, and rabbit tribes. The few dozen individuals that had appeared were merely a fraction of their total strength. Would the fleeing enemies return to summon reinforcements to attack the snake tribe again, with fewer than 60 capable adult warriors within the snake tribe, evenly divided between men and women? If the enemy were to launch a sudden offensive with 100 adults, the likelihood of the snake tribe withstanding such an assault would plummet to 50% or even lower. It would be beneficial to unite with the deer, mountain, and rabbit tribes, even though these tribes were significantly weaker than the deer tribe. Their combined strength would effectively double that of the snake tribe. The current predicament, however, was the frigid winter, with the land blanketed in ice and snow. It would be challenging for the snake tribe to send envoys to contact the deer, mountain, and rabbit tribes. If too few were dispatched, they might encounter danger. If too many were sent, fewer would remain to defend against potential enemy incursions, which could spell disaster for the snake tribe. Now, all that could be done was to hope that the attacking enemy was not overwhelmingly powerful and that the losses inflicted upon them by the snake tribe had significantly diminished their strength. In that case, the snake tribe would have little to fear, even if the enemy attempted another assault. From now on, the hunting teams of the snake tribe must exercise caution during their expeditions. Should they inadvertently encounter a rival tribe's hunting party without the protection of sturdy walls, their only option would be to flee. As night fell, the 3 prominent figures of the snake tribe, Su-yin, Wu, and Shi, remained awake, consumed by concern for their tribe's precarious situation. As the leaders of the snake tribe, they bore the weight of contemplating the future. If even they could not find solace in the face of such threats, the tribe's prospects would be bleak. Chapter 53. Encounter with the Tiger Tribe, Part 1. Days passed in trepidation, but as the feared enemy failed to reappear, Su-yin, Wu, and Shi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Allowing themselves a peaceful night's rest, time flowed on, and the frigid winter gave way to the thaw of spring. The people of the snake tribe had not forgotten the harrowing encounter with the unknown enemy. Their presence remained a constant threat. After deliberation, the trio resolved that, following a hearty breakfast the next morning, Ji would lead 9 tribesmen on a mission, not to hunt, but to visit neighboring tribes familiar with the snake tribe, to ascertain their well-being and inform them of the emerging peril posed by an unknown, malevolent tribe. That on the first day, Ji set his sights on the rabbit tribe, located to the north of the snake tribe. Despite the small party of 10, Ji had meticulously selected his companions. While they may not have been the strongest among the adult males, they were undoubtedly among the swiftest runners in the forest. In the face of potential confrontation, combat was not the optimal choice. Even if victory seemed plausible, engaging the enemy could lead to unnecessary casualties. Retreat remained the wisest course of action. Ji and his companions advanced swiftly towards the rabbit tribe's settlement, remaining vigilant for any signs of danger. As morning waned, they finally reached the outskirts of the rabbit tribe's habitation, where the sounds emanating from within assured Ji that all was well. He led his group directly into the settlement. Abandoning any pretense of stealth, the rabbit tribe's sentinels soon spotted them. Intruders, there are enemies approaching, cried out the lookout in the rabbit tribe's dialect. In short order, over 20 individuals gathered, the majority being adult females. with only a handful of adult males and a few near-adolescents among them. The absence of the tribe's leader indicated that the hunting party had ventured out, leaving the settlement under the watch of the remaining members. Though the rabbit tribe aimed their weapons at Ji and his group of 10 adult males, their numerical advantage emboldened them, and they showed no signs of fear. Halt. This is the rabbit tribe. Outsiders are not permitted to approach. A leading male called out as the distance between the two groups narrowed to mere meters, though Ji had little understanding of the rabbit tribe's language. The tone was unmistakably hostile, clearly perceiving his party as a threat. Ji raised his hands, signaling his companions to cease their advance while he moved forward alone. The rabbit tribe, noting his solitary approach, felt less threatened. One of the sentinels thought Ji's face seemed familiar. He had previously accompanied the rabbit tribe's leader to the snake tribe for a gathering. Gestures served as a universal language among primitive tribes. Although imprecise at times, they allowed for rudimentary understanding. Through a series of hand signals, Ji communicated with the sentinel, who soon realized that Ji was indeed the leader of the snake tribe and had come to convey important news. Many from the rabbit tribe had attended the prior gathering, and while only 2 males remained, the women who had also participated recognized Ji. Under the leadership of Wu, the rabbit tribe welcomed their guest with respect. As the strength of the rabbit tribe was significantly inferior to that of the snake tribe, had their leader been present, Ji would have been received by him. However, with the leader away, Wu stepped in to honor Ji appropriately. For it would be disrespectful to have ordinary tribespeople attend to him. Ji, having never interacted with Wu before, simply needed to relay the critical information regarding the attack on the snake tribe in the 3rd month of winter, which had ended in their triumph. He urged caution, suggesting the enemy might originate from the west. That Wu expressed profound gratitude for this vital intelligence, acknowledging that the rabbit tribe could not assume they would fare as well against the enemy as the snake tribe had. Additionally, Ji reassured Wu that the rabbit tribe could seek assistance from the snake tribe whenever necessary, emphasizing their willingness to support allies in times of need. After imparting this crucial information, Ji took his leave, departing with his 9 companions, mindful of the time, as they needed to return before nightfall on the following day. Ji set out once more with his companions, this time targeting the mountain tribe to the east of the snake tribe. The distance to the mountain tribe was slightly less than that to the rabbit tribe, allowing Ji and his group to arrive sooner. Much like the previous visit, the mountain tribe's leader was absent, having gone hunting, and she was received by the tribe's shaman, to whom he relayed the same warnings. On the 3rd day, Ji and his companions embarked towards their final destination, the deer tribe located in the northeast of the snake tribe. However, after traversing nearly half the morning, they stumbled upon a newly established tribe. Given that Ji had previously scouted the surrounding areas, he was surprised to find this unknown settlement, which appeared to have been recently established, as indicated by their rudimentary dwellings crafted from branches and leaves. Cautiously, Ji observed this new tribe from the thicket, instinctively feeling they were not the same adversaries who had attacked the snake tribe in the 3rd month of winter. He decided to abandon further scrutiny and continued on to the deer tribe. Upon arrival, he discovered that the deer tribe's shaman was also away on a hunt, but he conveyed the pertinent information to the tribe's remaining members before taking his leave. The discovery of this new tribe weighed heavily on Ji's mind. He remained uncertain whether they bore goodwill or hostility, necessitating careful consideration of their intentions. Chapter 54. Encounter with the Tiger Tribe, Part 2. On the return journey from the deer tribe, Ji again sought to observe the newly arrived tribe, aiming to gather intelligence on their numbers, age distribution, and strength. While it remained ambiguous whether they were benevolent or malevolent, he noted that they had also dispatched a hunting party. Just as Ji prepared to withdraw with his companions, a commotion erupted from the opposite side of the thicket. He quickly urged his people to remain concealed and assess the situation. Before long, a group of nearly 20 adults emerged from the woods, triumphantly carrying 4 catches, 1 large and 3 small, into their settlement, eliciting cheers from within. Ji deduced that this tribe's hunting party had returned successfully, but their composition suggested that their strength was likely inferior to that of the snake tribe, perhaps even weaker than the deer tribe. With the hunting party included, their estimated population was around 100, less than double that of the snake tribe. She noted a familiar figure among the hunting party's leaders. It seemed they had crossed paths during a conflict the previous summer. This realization provided Ji with some reassurance that this tribe was not inherently hostile. After gathering this information, Ji returned to the snake tribe, but the time spent in the vicinity of the tiger tribe delayed their return until dusk. Over the span of 3 days, she confirmed the continued existence of the rabbit, deer, and mountain tribes, warning them of the emerging threat and advising vigilance. The unexpected revelation of the tiger tribe, situated between the snake and deer tribes, posed a dilemma. Their nature remained ambiguous, neither wholly benevolent nor hostile. She shared his findings with Su Yin and Wu, And the trio commenced deliberations on how best to approach the situation with the tiger tribe. Su Yin quickly identified a significant consideration in light of Xi's revelations. Why did the tiger tribe suddenly relocate to this area? Much like the deer tribe, it is improbable that they would abandon their comfortable homes unless a significant upheaval compelled them to do so. The tiger tribe's situation is likely similar. Moreover, considering the unexpected attack on the snake tribe by an enemy during the third month of winter, it is plausible that the tiger tribe also faced this adversary, forcing them to migrate and potentially suffering personnel losses in the process. Su Yin shared this hypothesis with Wu and Xi, who nodded in agreement, acknowledging the possibility of a connection between the two tribes' circumstances. If the tiger tribe's relocation indeed stemmed from the same enemy, the subsequent actions would be more manageable. Su Yin had been contemplating ways to augment the snake tribe's population, and the arrival of the tiger tribe presented an opportune moment. If they could successfully absorb the tiger tribe, the combined population of the snake tribe would swell significantly, providing ample manpower. Under Su Yan's leadership, a plan swiftly took shape, initially aimed at encouraging the tiger tribe to migrate to the snake tribe's territory, ultimately seeking to integrate them fully. However, this plan posed challenges, as the tiger tribe was a medium-sized group with its own shaman, knowledge, and beliefs. According to the strategy, Xi would lead a hunting party of 20 adult males northeast, ensuring they did not approach the tiger tribe's settlement directly but rather sought encounters with their hunting parties led by the tiger tribe's chief. A direct approach to the tiger tribe's territory would undoubtedly alarm the inhabitants, particularly those left behind during the chief's absence. Once the tiger tribe's chief returned with his hunting party, it was conceivable they would consider relocating once more. Su Yin aimed for Xi to encounter the tiger tribe's hunting party, ideally engaging in a skirmish to subdue them, followed by Xi relaying a fabricated tale of the snake tribe encountering and repelling an enemy, thereby urging caution upon the tiger tribe's chief. Should the tiger tribe's relocation indeed be prompted by a shared enemy, the chief would likely be receptive to Xi's counsel. After Xi's 2 victories against the tiger tribe's chief, the latter would remember Xi's words, allowing Xi to persuade him to relocate the tiger tribe to the snake tribe's territory, uniting the two tribes to stand against their common adversary. The specifics of this persuasion would depend on Xi's improvisation. In recent years, the construction of houses and fortifications had consumed much of the snake tribe's time, primarily due to their insufficient population and adult labor force. Wu and Xi concurred with Su Yan's plan to integrate the tiger tribe, ultimately achieving a rapid increase in the snake tribe's population, despite both tribes being shamanistic, possessing a legacy of knowledge, and adhering to spiritual beliefs. The presence of Su Yin, a divine envoy, made the prospect of the snake tribe absorbing others considerably feasible. On the third day following the plan's establishment, Xi set forth with his hunting party towards the tiger tribe's settlement, targeting the tiger tribe's hunters. The rationale for not commencing the plan immediately was straightforward. On the first day, Xi led the hunting party on a legitimate hunt, yielding 2 prey. The following day, the snake tribe held a grand ceremony, a traditional springtime rite to beseech blessings from their deity, marking the coming of age for newly matured tribesmen. Su Yin, as the divine envoy, delivered a proclamation from the deity to increase the population and construct dwellings. Currently, the snake tribe had reached its developmental limit due to a shortage of adult labor. Although food was plentiful, the number of adult laborers directly correlates with a tribe's military strength. The more adult laborers there are, the stronger the tribe's capability. In conflicts between tribes armed with similar weaponry, stone spears, axes, and clubs, the decisive factor often lies in numbers. If the snake tribe could muster enough adult laborers, they would no longer need to fear the unknown enemy, allowing Xi and his hunting party to operate without trepidation. In this primitive world, every tribe's actions are driven by the necessity for survival. Attributes such as benevolence, malevolence, or wickedness serve merely as simplistic classifications of behavior, devoid of any significant importance. Benevolent tribes extend friendship to others, while malevolent tribes are warlike, and wicked tribes engage in cannibalism. Chapter 55. Population and Daily Life. This year marks the 10th year of Su Yan's existence in this world, signifying his age at a virtual decade. The abundance of food has spurred rapid physical development, with his height reaching 1.35 meters, surpassing that of his sister. It is anticipated that within 2 years, Su Yin will meet the adult standards of the snake tribe. 2 years ago, the snake tribe's population stood at 153. Last year, it grew to 181, including 17 members from Jin and his kin. Now, the population has reached 198 for 2 consecutive years. The snake tribe has experienced rapid population growth. With limited medical resources, childbirth remains a perilous endeavor for adult females. Successful deliveries result in the survival of both mother and child, while failure leads to the loss of both. Even a modicum of luck may only preserve one. Infants and children possess significantly weaker immunities than adults, making them the demographic most susceptible to mortality. However, over the past 2 years, thanks to abundant food and the practice of drinking boiled water, while infants and children still constitute the largest group of fatalities, their mortality rate has decreased, contributing to the snake tribe's swift population increase. Presently, forecasts suggest that the snake tribe's population may exceed 210 by next year, qualifying them as a large tribe, albeit among the weaker factions. Among the 198 members of the snake tribe, excluding Su Yin, Wu, and Ji, there are 32 adult males, 57 adult females, 96 minors, and 10 elderly or infirm individuals. Minors remain the most significant component of the population, comprising nearly half, indicating the tribe's vast potential for growth. Given sufficient time, the snake tribe is poised for continuous development. The adult male and female labor force totals 89. Although nearly half of the females are pregnant and unable to perform strenuous tasks, reducing the effective adult labor force to just over 60, nearly evenly split between genders. In the absence of external threats, this adult labor force would suffice to ensure the tribe's survival. However, the looming presence of an unknown enemy necessitates an increase in numbers. Su Yin has thus set his sights on the tiger tribe, which has recently relocated approximately a quarter of a day's journey from the snake tribe's territory. The tiger tribe's population is around 100, providing substantial labor potential. Should the snake tribe successfully absorb the tiger tribe intact, their total population could surge to 300, significantly enhancing their strength. In recent days, Ji has led hunting parties northeast from the snake tribe, with the primary goal of seeking encounters with the tiger tribe's hunters. However, the vastness of the jungle renders an encounter within a few days improbable. Ji has directed his hunting party closer to the tiger tribe's settlement, where they are more likely to encounter returning hunters. During this time, Yuan has brought his people to conduct the first trading exchange of the year between the deer tribe and the snake tribe, primarily exchanging salt for pottery. Yuan expressed gratitude to the snake tribe for informing the deer tribe about the emergence of a hostile tribe in the area. The trading relationship between the snake tribe and the deer tribe has now persisted for nearly a year, with the deer tribe exchanging salt for various pottery items, although their needs remain unmet, leading them to seek further exchanges this year, particularly for complete large pottery pieces. The deer tribe has learned to preserve food with salt and to boil water, increasing the importance of large pottery in their daily lives. While flawed large pottery is acceptable, intact pieces are scarce within the snake tribe. At the outset of trading last year, the snake tribe was able to offer complete large pottery items, but their availability has dwindled, primarily leading to exchanges of flawed pieces or smaller pottery items. Last winter, while confined indoors, Su Yin contemplated improving pottery-making techniques and devised a promising method. The primary challenge in producing pottery lies in managing the flame temperature. Stabilizing this temperature could significantly enhance the success rate of pottery production. Ultimately, Su Yin concluded that using charcoal for firing pottery could provide a more stable burning temperature, potentially increasing the likelihood of success and allowing for the creation of thinner pottery. In summary, charcoal is a porous solid fuel resulting from the incomplete combustion of wood. However, producing charcoal requires effort. First, a larger brick kiln must be constructed, followed by placing segments of wood inside. After heating for a period, the kiln must be sealed completely to await the transformation of wood into charcoal. Through the intricate processes involved, the endeavor bears a striking resemblance to the art of pottery crafting, albeit with considerable complexities and exertion. The existing pottery within the snake tribe suffices for their current needs. Typically, they only require a handful of pieces for trading with the deer tribe. At this moment, the production of charcoal is not a necessity, though it will be essential in the future for the metallurgical pursuits of copper and iron. Should coal remain elusive, charcoal will be their only means of heat. As days unfold, the snake tribe has settled into a routine existence. Ji consistently leads the hunting team, while the fishing team dedicates their mornings to their catch, reserving the remainder of the day for the construction of shelters. It is prudent to be prepared. Currently, there is adequate housing for all tribe members. However, Su Yin contemplates the absorption of neighboring tribes, which would inevitably increase the population, necessitating additional housing. It would be imprudent to wait until the population surges to commence construction. Previously, the adults of the snake tribe had scant leisure time during the day. The hunting teams were preoccupied with their pursuits, while the fishing teams focused on their catches. Even those who were pregnant contributed to tasks such as weaving grass ropes, crafting grass shoes, and refining stone tools, leaving no time for idleness. Now, with sufficient food obtained with minimal effort, some tribe members find themselves with an abundance of free time. Rather than idling, they might as well construct additional dwellings for future use. As the adults toiled, Su Yin remained equally busy, meticulously scheduling his days. He once naively believed that the process of making charcoal was merely a matter of burning wood and extinguishing it with water. A brief search revealed the complexity of the procedure, leaving him speechless. Chapter 56. The Young Girl Development Plan. Teaching literacy to students constitutes a daily responsibility for Su Yin. Last year, he instructed Wu, Xiao Dai, and 12 other tribe members, all under the height of 1.3 meters and yet to reach adulthood, in the art of writing. Over the course of 6 months, even with a modest goal of learning 5 characters a day and periodic reviews, they mastered the essential characters relevant to their lives. Henceforth, they need only to revisit their studies in their free time to retain their knowledge, although their current use of written language may be limited. These individuals will form the foundation of the snake tribe in the future, where literacy will undoubtedly prove invaluable. Su Yin envisions a time when they could teach others, spreading literacy beyond his own efforts. Furthermore, the dissemination of Mandarin during this learning process is crucial, as the tribe's previous vernacular was severely limited, often failing to articulate many concepts. The written language and Mandarin that Su Yin teaches are governed by established rules, rendering the world's complexities expressible through these forms of communication. With last year's students having graduated, Su Yin has recruited another cohort, comprising 4 boys and 5 girls, all still under 1.3 meters in height. Among them are the sisters Xiao Hua and Xiao Yu, bringing the total to 11. The elder sister Xiao Hua has surpassed the height requirement, while her younger sibling Xiao Yu has yet to do so. But Su Yin has included her nonetheless. Written language serves as a medium for recording thoughts, exchanging ideas, and embodying language through symbols. The most effective path to acquiring knowledge is to first learn to read and write. Reflecting on the previous autumn's unveiled gathering, Su Yin felt a surge of anger, not due to the adults' indiscriminate mating behaviors, but rather at the naive curiosity exhibited by the sisters towards such matters. In the context of their era, it is easy to label the primitive lifestyle with terms like ignorance, backwardness, and rudeness. Events such as the unveiled gathering, where communal bathing occurred, were particularly disheartening, and Su Yin felt powerless to intervene. With Xiao Hua approaching adulthood, he was determined to prevent her from becoming just another selection for a mate among the adult males, an outcome he found intolerable. Perhaps he harbored a protective inclination towards the sisters, and thus devised a plan to cultivate them, aiming to liberate them from the limitations imposed by their society. The acquisition of literacy was merely the first step. During their leisure time, Su Yin would impose strict guidelines on the sisters, such as avoiding exposure in the presence of other males, maintaining cleanliness, and refraining from loud outbursts. While he did not expect them to become paragons of virtue, he deemed it essential for them to grasp certain modern sensibilities. In addition to imparting knowledge, Su Yin intended to teach the sisters the fundamentals of Su-style boxing for self-defense. While mastering martial arts might be too challenging at their current stage, they could begin with the basics of literary boxing, progressing gradually over time. Interestingly, there existed an unspoken rule within the snake tribe allowing women the right to choose their mates, contingent upon their strength. However, due to inherent physical disparities and the prioritization of adult males during times of scarcity, few women possess the prowess to select their partners. In the rare instances when a woman's strength surpassed that of the tribe's leader, it could lead to a shift in power dynamics, allowing her the freedom to choose her mate. Conversely, should a man oppose her selection, he risked being incapacitated and carried away. The concept of choosing a mate weighed heavily on Su Yin's mind. Having lived 2 lifetimes, he feared that, through the lens of modernity, he might end up alone like Wu. Yet, the thought of Xiao Hua and Xiao Yu resurfaced in his mind. Their lack of significant blood relation to him allowed for the possibility of a successful mentorship, ultimately leading to a perfect union with them as partners. Determined, Su Yin resolved to cultivate the sisters effectively. In the ensuing days, Xiao Hua and Xiao Yu endured rigorous training. Each morning, they studied writing alongside their peers, followed by individual lessons on general knowledge, and concluded their afternoons with Su-style boxing instruction. The elder sister Xiao Hua adapted relatively well, nearing the age of maturity, while the younger Xiao Yu found it challenging to focus. Often distracted by her desire to play, Su Yin remained unyielding. Failure to study resulted in punishment. He wielded a wooden stick, striking her palm without mercy. For the sake of their future, he steeled himself, leaving a red mark on Xiao Yu's hand, prompting tears to flow for the first time. Despite her reluctance to study and desire to play, each attempt to escape led to her being caught and punished again, leaving her no choice but to surrender and comply with her lessons. Over time, Xiao Yu's apprehension towards Su Yin grew, causing her to shy away and hide behind her sister or their adoptive mother, avoiding eye contact with him. In contrast, Xiao Hua diligently absorbed all the knowledge imparted by Su Yin, driven by a belief in the correctness of learning whatever her brother taught. Perhaps having her sister as a companion encouraged Xiaoyu to take her studies more seriously. As the frequency of her punishments diminished, gradually her fear of Su Yin subsided, and she no longer shunned his presence. Chapter 57. Another defeat within the forest, the chief of the tiger tribe, grinning widely, led his hunting party back to their settlement, their faces illuminated with joy. The sight of 2 large game animals they brought along elucidated the source of their mirth. The bounty was sufficient to provide 3 hearty meals for every member of the tiger tribe. An immense blessing for primitives. As they approached their dwelling, the chief felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. However, upon rounding a bend and catching sight of an opposing group, his smile vanished, replaced first by a wary expression that swiftly morphed into anger. The realization struck him. The team he faced was none other than the hunting party from the snake tribe, led by Ji. Initially, the chief's wariness was tinged with anxiety, fearing that an adversarial force had come to confront them. Yet, upon recognizing Shi, who had bested him in their previous encounter, his countenance darkened in fury. The chief had long sought retribution since their last clash, which had plunged the tiger tribe into peril during the winter months. They had faced a formidable enemy during their hunts, forcing the tribe to relocate, with some members tragically lost to the unforgiving snow. All of this was attributed to the leader of the tiger tribe, who, upon seeing the intelligence, could not contain his anger. The leader exclaimed, and upon hearing his words, the members of the tiger tribe's hunting team set down their 2 catches, gripping their weapons tightly and gathering around their leader. On the opposite side, upon finally encountering the tiger tribe's hunting team, Ji's lips curled into a slight smile. After waiting for over 10 days, he had finally found them. Ji gestured for the Serpent tribe hunting team to advance alongside him. Moments later, the 2 teams stood face to face, armed and poised for confrontation, with the tiger tribe leader and Ji positioned between them. The leader's expression remained one of fury as he shouted and gestured wildly, while Ji simply smiled at him. Without further ado, the command was clear: battle. The members of both tribes discarded their weapons, and in the next instant, they clashed in a chaotic melee. Fists met feet, and some engaged in grappling on the ground amidst the tumult. The leader of the tiger tribe naturally faced Ji, who deftly evaded his powerful punch, countering with a swift kick. The serpent tribe consisted of 21 adult males, while the tiger tribe boasted 23 members, with 12 adult males and 11 adult females. Although the tiger tribe outnumbered their opponents by 2, the serpent tribe was composed entirely of adult males, while the tiger tribe included a significant number of females. Initially, both sides appeared evenly matched, but within mere moments, the tiger tribe began to falter, showing signs of struggle under the serpent tribe's onslaught, particularly in the duel between Ji and the tiger tribe leader. The latter's strength slightly exceeded that of Ji. Ji did not aim to directly absorb the brute force of the leader's attacks. Instead, he awaited the leader's stamina to wane before making his move. Within just a few minutes, the endurance of the tiger tribe members rapidly diminished. While the serpent tribe maintained their energy, the tide of battle was about to turn. Fall down. Ji's roar resonated as he tackled the tiger tribe leader from behind, sending him crashing to the ground. The leader, refusing to yield, sprang back to his feet, only to be thrown down again by Ji. This continued until he lay breathless and incapable of rising. At that moment, the conflict between the 2 tribes had effectively concluded. Only the members of the serpent tribe remained standing, while the tiger tribe lay exhausted on the ground, having suffered minimal injury but rendered incapable of rising due to sheer fatigue. The tiger tribe leader glared at Ji with fury, his earlier good spirits from a successful hunt shattered by this encounter. Having lost the fight, he was now faced with the prospect of relinquishing their prey, which was a bitter pill to swallow. Yet, there was nothing he could do. Having lost both skirmishes, he could only seethe in silence. If Ji were privy to the leader's thoughts, he would likely find them amusing. The serpent tribe was not in need of food, for they had ample supplies. While game was indeed delectable, it required seasoning. Raw meat could hardly compare to grilled fish. A benevolent tribe, the serpent tribe had no habit of seizing the spoils of others. The members of the serpent tribe stood patiently, awaiting Ji's command. After a brief pause, Ji noticed the tiger tribe leader regaining some strength and extended his hand to assist him. However, the leader swatted Ji's hand away, refusing his offer of help, and attempted to push himself up from the ground. Unfortunately, his strength had not returned sufficiently, and he collapsed again. Ji reached out once more, but the leader ignored him, kneeling beside him. Ji grasped one of the leader's hands, but the leader resisted, unwilling to be aided. Yet, weakened from exhaustion, the leader was unable to escape Ji's grip. Their gazes met. The leader's eyes burned with anger while Ji's radiated sincerity. Ji gestured with his left hand, indicating he would help him up, and with his right hand, he exerted strength to lift the leader. The tiger tribe leader, clearly reluctant to accept assistance from someone he had just fought, exerted all his regained strength to resist, but Xi's efforts managed to lift him slightly off the ground, only for him to tumble back down again. Undeterred, she continued to look at the leader with earnestness and grasped his left hand once more. Trying to pull him up, the leader continued to resist, not wishing to be lifted. After several attempts, Xi finally succeeded in getting the leader to his feet, albeit with visible reluctance and diminished anger. Observing their leader's actions, the members of the Serpent tribe also helped the nearest members of the Tiger tribe to rise. After a short while, the Tiger tribe leader regained more strength, swayed slightly, and moved toward the location of their catch, arriving beside the two animals after several moments. Looking at the prey with evident reluctance, the leader grasped one and dragged it towards Xi. "Here, take it," he said, throwing the catch at Xi's feet with a gesture of unwillingness. Xi shook his head. "No, my tribe has ample food and requires none of your catch." The Tiger tribe leader insisted. "Take it and stop talking." Xi reiterated, "I truly do not need it." The leader pressed, "Are you certain?" Xi affirmed, "Absolutely. Just leave it." The Tiger tribe leader, pleased, retrieved the prey he intended for Xi, momentarily forgetting his earlier anger. Xi inquired, "Isn't your tribe supposed to reside in the west? How did you end up here?" The leader's anger resurfaced, not directed at Xi, but rather at the enemy responsible for the suffering and losses inflicted upon his tribe, compelling them to relocate. Having fought Xi twice and gleaned that his tribe was not malevolent, the Tiger tribe leader felt a peculiar bond towards him and thus recounted the troubles they faced with their adversary. As he spoke, his hands involuntarily clenched into fists, only to be released in frustration that he yearned for vengeance but felt utterly powerless. Xi listened intently, his respect for the divine envoy growing as the Tiger tribe's plight mirrored the accounts of his own tribe. Xi surmised that the enemy the Tiger tribe encountered was the same one that attacked the Serpent tribe. Contemplating the situation, he realized that had the enemy indeed pursued the Tiger tribe, given their strength, they would likely have been annihilated. The enemy tribe was nearly 40 strong, while the Tiger tribe's adult labor force barely numbered that, excluding pregnant females. Just as the Tiger tribe leader was finishing his account, Xi's expression shifted to one of surprise, interrupting him. "My tribe faced an attack in the winter from an enemy with 40 members. Fortunately, we discovered them beforehand and were able to repel the assault. The enemies who attacked my tribe, could they possibly be the same ones your tribe encountered?" "Indeed, they are," the Tiger tribe leader confirmed, his eyes blazing with fury as he yearned to consume those foes. "Calm down," Xi urged, placing his hands on the leader's shoulders to ground him. After a few moments, the leader steadied himself. Xi continued, "Your tribe is not far from my own, and if that enemy could discover my tribe, they will soon find yours as well. Your tribe is in grave danger. Thank you for the warning. I will return to lead my tribe to safety," the Tiger tribe leader declared, preparing to head back. Xi grasped his arm, saying, "Do not rush back. That if you return and your tribe moves without caution, if the enemy pursues you again, it will lead to disaster. Your tribe has pregnant women and children. It is only a matter of time before they are caught. What can be done then? Is my tribe doomed?" The leader lamented that my tribe has successfully repelled this enemy before, but we were fortunate to detect them in advance. Without prior warning, even if we could resist, we would suffer heavy losses. However, if our tribes unite, we possess the strength to confront this foe together. The leader of the Tiger tribe inquired, "Unite?" Xi replied, "Indeed, let us unite. As long as your tribe relocates adjacent to mine, when the enemy reemerges, our two tribes can join forces to confront this threat. Furthermore, your tribe will have the convenience of seeking my assistance whenever needed." The first part of Xi's suggestion was commendable, but the latter part stirred a deep yearning within the Tiger tribe leader. Having been defeated by Xi twice, he harbored dreams of overcoming him once. If the tribes were in close proximity, he could challenge Xi at any moment, perhaps achieving victory next time. After a moment's contemplation, the Tiger tribe leader reluctantly shook his head that I must consult the shaman. "I cannot decide alone." Xi reassured him, "No matter, inquire with your shaman, and let us meet here at the same time tomorrow that I hope your tribe can make a choice by then." The Tiger tribe leader agreed. As their conversation concluded, Xi and the Tiger tribe leader waved farewell and departed with the leader of the Snake tribe. Once their figures vanished into the woods, the Tiger tribe leader turned back, carrying two hunted creatures towards his dwelling. Upon returning, he approached the shaman and recounted the reappearance of the enemy, which astonished the shaman. The enemy had inflicted great losses upon the Tiger tribe, and now their resurgence necessitated a relocation to a more distant area. The Tiger tribe leader continued narrating the events of the day, including his altercation with Xi and the proposition of an alliance. The shaman listened intently, refraining from interruption. However, when the topic of uniting the two tribes arose, the shaman fell silent. The prospect of an alliance between the Tiger and Snake tribes was indeed promising. The Tiger tribe could not withstand the enemy alone, While the snake tribe could barely hold its ground if they united, both tribes would be free from concern regarding the foe. Yet, this required the tiger tribe to settle next to the snake tribe. A concept unprecedented in tribal history. The proximity posed challenges, particularly concerning hunting grounds and, more importantly, safety that no one could predict when a neighbor might turn into a predatory wolf. As the elder and sage of the tiger tribe, the shaman had the responsibility to guide his people towards survival in this precarious world that a misstep could lead to their demise. Thus, he found himself in deep contemplation regarding whether to migrate to a more distant land or to become neighbors with the snake tribe. Chapter 59. A decision is made the following morning. The shaman of the tiger tribe queried the leader, "What are your thoughts on that tribe?" The leader responded, "They are not a malevolent tribe. Their leader is admirable and possesses greater strength than I." The shaman had scarcely slept the previous night, pondering this critical matter that could determine the fate of the tiger tribe. His inclination leaned towards the unification of the two tribes. The inquiry posed to the leader in the morning further solidified this inclination. Agreeing to unite the tribes also implied consent for the tiger tribe to relocate beside the snake tribe, whose strength significantly surpassed that of the tiger tribe. The presence of such a formidable neighbor could be either a boon or a bane for the future of the tiger tribe. Therefore, the shaman temporarily refrained from making a decision and requested the leader to invite the snake tribe leader for a visit, intending to converse personally with him in the afternoon of the next day. After concluding a hunt, the tiger tribe leader led a hunting party to the site of the previous skirmish with the snake tribe's hunting team, where Ji and his hunters were already waiting. Upon meeting, they exchanged friendly gestures, a precursor to a potential embrace should their camaraderie deepen. The tiger tribe leader stated, "The shaman wishes to meet you." Ji replied, "Now?" The leader affirmed, "Yes, follow me." Soon, both parties arrived at the modest dwelling of the tiger tribe, a place Ji had previously observed. Underneath a large tree, crude shelters constructed from branches and leaves served as homes for the tribe, barely offering protection from the rain and utterly ineffective against the cold. The deer tribe, which had relocated to this area in recent years, initially resided in similar rudimentary structures. They did not build with bricks, but rather sought a suitable hill to excavate a cave for their entire tribe to inhabit. Digging a cave was no small task. The deer tribe had to hunt daily, making it a lengthy endeavor to create a dwelling that could accommodate all members. Currently, the available cave space could barely house a dozen individuals. Had the snake tribe not intervened, the tiger tribe would likely have followed suit, seeking a hill to excavate a cave, as they believed caves provided the best refuge against the elements. The shaman of the tiger tribe met with Ji, inquiring about the potential alliance between their tribes. After a thorough conversation, the shaman did not reach a conclusion but eventually expressed a desire for the tiger tribe leader to visit the snake tribe's settlement. Ji readily agreed that on the third morning, the tiger tribe leader remained in the tribe while the hunting party was led by the second strongest male member of the tiger tribe. As the morning progressed, Ji and the snake tribe hunting team arrived at the tiger tribe, escorting the leader and two others back to the snake tribe settlement by midday. It was the tiger tribe leader's first visit to the snake tribe's residence, and he was filled with curiosity about their surroundings. Towering brick walls that shielded from rain, warm brick houses, and pottery capable of holding water. Ji refrained from introducing the snake tribe to the tiger tribe leader. As they were contemplating an alliance, both Su Yin and the shaman emerged to greet the tiger tribe leader. Upon their first encounter, the tiger tribe leader impressed Su Yin as robust and powerful, even more so than Ji, albeit slightly less than Su Yin bestowed upon him the name Biao, signifying strength and resonating with the tiger's essence that in ancient Chinese cultural texts. Biao is a mysterious creature ranked between tigers and leopards, often referenced alongside tigers in classical literature. According to folklore, Biao represents the surplus cubs of a female tiger. While Ji showed respect to the shaman of the tiger tribe, Biao reciprocated this respect towards the shaman and the divine envoy of the snake tribe. Despite grappling with the notion of a minor's authority over the shaman, nevertheless, Biao was determined to maintain a favorable impression in front of the snake tribe. After their introductions, the shaman and Su Yin withdrew, allowing Ji to guide Biao through the tiger tribe's dwelling, explaining the various aspects that piqued Biao's interest. As Ji articulated his explanations, Biao was left astounded, yearning for his tribe to possess such a splendid living environment, a life that seemed beyond imagination. Ji reassured him, "There is no need for envy. Once our tribes unite, what my tribe possesses, yours shall also have." Inspired by Ji's words, Biao embraced him in excitement. As afternoon approached, Ji led the snake tribe hunting team to escort Biao and his companions back to the tiger tribe. Once they returned, Ji did not linger and promptly returned to the snake tribe. Upon his return, Biao hurried to the shaman, recounting all he had seen in the snake tribe, including Ji's promise that what his tribe had, the tiger tribe would also possess. After Biao finished speaking, the shaman fell into a contemplative silence, leaving Biao to depart. After a night of reflection, the shaman finally reached a decision. He summoned Biao and declared, "I agree to the union of our two tribes." Upon hearing this decision, the tiger tribe leader displayed a calm exterior, yet internally rejoiced, for relocating beside the snake tribe would enable him to challenge Ji at any time. Chapter 60. True Neighbors. In the afternoon of the fourth day, Biao met Ji at their usual spot. "My tribe is willing to unite with yours," he proclaimed. Ji welcomed the sentiment, stating, "Together, our tribe shall render that enemy powerless. When will your tribe move next to mine?" Biao replied, "The sooner, the better. Let us move tomorrow." Concerned about the looming threat of the enemy, he desired a swift relocation to fortify their alliance, unaware that the previous assault on the snake tribe had left the enemy severely weakened. With only a handful escaping, Ji assured him, "My tribe will prepare food and lodging for yours." After a brief exchange, they returned to their respective tribes. Biao, however, dismissed Ji's last comment, assuming the provisions would be minimal. Upon returning to the tiger tribe, he instructed his people to pack their belongings, preparing for their move the following morning. Ji returned to the snake tribe, sharing the good news with Su Yin and the shaman, who both smiled with joy. The first month of spring is swiftly drawing to a close, and at long last, the meticulously devised plans can progress to the next phase. Once the tiger tribe relocates here, there will inevitably be a means to integrate them into the snake tribe or even merge the two tribes. Within Su Yan's mind, a concept has begun to take shape, one that, if executed smoothly, would effortlessly resolve the challenges of uniting the two tribes. To ensure that the newly arrived members of the tiger tribe feel the warmth and camaraderie of the snake tribe, housing and sustenance are of paramount importance. Regarding accommodation, it is anticipated that the tiger tribe will comprise around 100 individuals, necessitating the snake tribe to vacate at least 8 standard houses for their habitation. Currently, the snake tribe possesses 3 special houses and 16 standard ones, with 1 standard house newly constructed this year. Among these, 5 standard houses remain unoccupied. Given the requirement for 8 standard houses, the snake tribe must free up 3 additional houses. Ultimately, Su Yin, Wu, and she collectively decided to clear the 3 closest vacant houses on the southern side, temporarily relocating the inhabitants to a cave until the new houses are ready for them to return. Among those needing to move are Ji's spouse and children. As for the provision of food, the solution is straightforward. The entire fishing team will mobilize, ensuring that by midday, they will have caught sufficient fish to feed everyone from both tribes. The urgency lies more with the housing issue. If the houses are not addressed today, it may become too late. While daylight still lingered, Ji organized the tribe members to tidy up the 5 previously vacant houses, preparing the interiors for warmth and comfort by stoking the hearths and laying down straw on the floors. The 3 occupied houses that need to be vacated also require their inhabitants to hastily move their belongings to the cave, ideally spending the night there. Under Ji's direction, the entire snake tribe became industrious. As the night passed, the following morning saw the members of the snake tribe rising early, eager to present their best selves to the incoming tiger tribe. Groups of villagers, clutching an array of pottery, made their way to the nearby stream to cleanse themselves thoroughly. Even Wu and Xiao Dai joined in, leaving only Su Yan, Xiao Hua, and Xiao Yu behind in the tribe. After nearly a month of training, Su Yan had made significant progress with the sisters, notably in their modesty before other in the southeast corner of the snake tribe's dwelling. There stood a smaller structure than the standard and special houses, specifically built for Su Yan and the sisters as a bathing area, furnished with a large ceramic vessel to hold bathing water. The 3 would often frequent this bathing area, indulging in the luxury of cleanliness more frequently than the other tribe members. Su Yan had once considered inviting his foster mother to use the bathing area, but ultimately dismissed the idea, recognizing that her habits as a middle-aged woman would be difficult to alter. In contrast, the younger sisters were more malleable to change, and any reluctance could be remedied with a firm hand. After bathing and enjoying breakfast, Ji led the hunting party toward the tiger tribe's dwelling to welcome them. Meanwhile, the other members of the snake tribe busied themselves with fishing and maintaining cleanliness within their own settlement, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the tiger tribe. Before midday, Ji and the hunting team reached the tiger tribe's location, where the members were already prepared for the journey ahead. Upon arrival, Ji respectfully inclined his head to the tiger tribe's shaman and embraced Biao, one of their leaders. "Is your tribe ready?" Ji inquired. "Ready and able to depart at any moment," Biao replied. Very well, let us set forth. A substantial procession began to move, comprising pregnant women, children, and a few with disabilities, whose pace was considerably slower, often requiring assistance. The adult laborers of the tiger tribe had various items to transport, including their totem pole, knowledge tablets, and an assortment of stone vessels. Ji assisted in carrying these burdens while discouraging the tiger tribe members from transporting their rudimentary, yet cumbersome stone tools. Upon reaching my tribe, you shall find better provisions, Ji assured them. Although the tiger tribe members were reluctant to part with the implements they had painstakingly acquired or crafted, Biao, after a moment's contemplation, instructed his people to relinquish the stone items, aware that the snake tribe possessed superior pottery. Following Biao's command, the tiger tribe members set down their stone bowls and plates, accumulating them in a designated spot, planning to return for them if necessary. The journey proceeded smoothly, and by mid-afternoon, the group finally arrived at the snake tribe's settlement. Su Yin and Wu emerged to greet them. Upon meeting, the shamans of both tribes exchanged solemn nods, each recognizing the other's status, though the tiger tribe's shaman regarded Su Yin with skepticism, as his divine status held little weight among them. This lack of respect did not irk Wu and Ji, as Su Yin had foreseen this behavior and had previously advised them accordingly. After the introductions, Ji beckoned the tribe members to assist the tiger tribe in unloading their belongings within the protective walls of the settlement. As a large crowd surged into the snake tribe's domain, the population, which had previously numbered around 200, now swelled by over 100 newcomers, leading to a noticeable increase in density. Fortunately, the spacious enclosure, 100 by 50, could comfortably accommodate the additional inhabitants. As the tiger tribe members entered the snake tribe's settlement, expressions of astonishment and curiosity adorned their faces as they beheld the remarkable differences of this new home. The towering walls, more comfortable housing, and ample water vessels marked the snake tribe as a truly distinct community. The tiger tribe's shamans scrutinized the interior, eager to see firsthand the conditions described by Biao during their previous visit. Author's note: the protagonist is not without flaws. In response to numerous comments in the review section criticizing the protagonist's actions, I wish to clarify that the main character is merely an ordinary individual, possessing only a modicum of medical knowledge and martial skills. They lack experience in fishing, pottery, brickmaking, or construction, rendering their ignorance quite normal. All actions taken thus far have stemmed from the protagonist's limited knowledge and their own conceptualizations, which, while not the simplest or most effective methods, are nonetheless feasible for achieving their goals. As an ordinary person, the protagonist is prone to errors and failures. Perfection is not attainable. That I appreciate your understanding and support for this imperfect character. Currently, updates will occur twice daily at 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. On the first day of release. 10 chapters totaling 20,000 words will be posted. Subsequent updates will reach a maximum of 10,000 words daily, contingent on meeting the expected performance targets. Additionally, a readers group has been established, 731,354,478, for any inquiries, and I will respond as promptly as possible. Chapter 61. True Neighbors, continued. In the reviews, some comments may mislead newcomers, and I will selectively delete them. My apologies to those whose comments are removed. It seems this issue has led several readers to remove this book from their shelves, which is disheartening. Previously, Ji had informed Biao that accommodations and food would be arranged for the tiger tribe, but Biao had not taken it seriously, assuming the snake tribe would provide only rudimentary shelters and limited food, leaving the rest to the tiger tribe to manage. Presently, Ji led Biao to a row of houses, revealing, these 8 houses are designated for the tiger tribe's use. Biao gaped in disbelief, unable to fathom that Ji would allocate the residences of the snake tribe for the tiger tribe's habitation. During his last visit, Biao learned from Ji about these houses, which had become a refuge for the snake tribe after vacating the caves. It was evident that life within these houses was far more comfortable than in the caves. Having been forced to flee and relocate, the members of the tiger tribe had previously endured rudimentary shelters crafted from branches and leaves, struggling against the elements. Now, the prospect of residing in houses even more comfortable than caves left Biao profoundly moved. As the tiger tribe members discovered they would inhabit these houses, they curiously encircled the structures, their hands exploring the solid walls. Excluding the shaman and Biao, the tiger tribe comprised 16 adult males, 33 adult females, 49 children, and 3 elders or individuals with disabilities, totaling 103 members. Last winter, their population had exceeded 150, but due to harsh conditions, enemy pursuits, and the necessity to relocate, they had suffered a significant decline, reducing their numbers by a third and severely impacting their strength. Had the previous enemy not strayed and instead pursued the tiger tribe, it is quite conceivable that the tiger tribe would no longer exist. Comprising a total of 103 individuals, the tiger tribe has been allocated 8 standard houses. Among these, one is occupied by the tiger shaman and his disciples, within which are housed the tribe's most vital totem pole and stone tablets containing an array of knowledge. The remaining 101 members, including their leader Biao, are dispersed across the other 7 houses, each accommodating approximately 16 individuals, thus avoiding any sense of overcrowding. The arrangement mirrors that of the snake tribe, with families residing together in a single dwelling. As the members of the tiger tribe entered their assigned homes, curiosity compelled them to explore their surroundings, while the snake tribe's members accompanied them. Gesturing to elucidate the situation within the rooms, special attention was called to the fireplace, where caution was urged to prevent any mishaps that could engulf the entire house in flames. Once all the tiger tribe members were settled and had tidied their abodes to their liking, Ji approached Biao, carrying a substantial collection of pottery, which included both large jars and various sized bowls. Presenting them to Biao, she remarked, "This is what I promised you. What my tribe possesses, yours shall have as well." Overwhelmed by the sight of the pottery, Biao found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Once Biao's emotions had somewhat stabilized, Ji collaborated with him to distribute the pottery among the tiger tribe members. Each house received a complete large jar, primarily intended for storing boiled water, allowing for easy access to hydration during the night. Additionally, all tribe members exceeding 1 meter in height were given a bowl, with adults receiving larger bowls and minors smaller ones. The tiger tribe members regarded their new bowls as priceless treasures, cradling them with utmost care to avoid any accidental damage, for even the slightest imperfection would cause them great distress. Indeed, these bowls were a far cry from the crude stone bowls they had discarded, and their memories of the latter faded as they focused solely on their new pottery since entering the snake tribe's dwelling. The tiger shaman had spoken little, often silently observing the joyful expressions of his people, unable to suppress a sigh of contemplation. In the central clearing of the snake tribe settlement, 6 bonfires blazed brightly, as the tribe's members busily transported food from their storage to be roasted over the flames, sprinkling a touch of salt for flavor. The primary fare consisted of fish caught by the tribe's fishermen earlier that day, alongside a modest supply of cured meats, pickled fish, and leftover fruits from winter. The bounty amassed by the 6 bonfires was so abundant that even 300 individuals could not finish it all. Meanwhile, the tiger tribe members, still adjusting to their new surroundings, caught the enticing aroma of the cooking food, involuntarily swallowing as their hunger grew. Since their escape and relocation, only the hunters had enjoyed a full meal, and after a long day of travel, they found themselves particularly famished. Ji retrieved 2 sizable roasted fish from the bonfire, and as he approached Biao, he handed one to him. The concept of fish was rather foreign to Biao and the rest of the tiger tribe. She gestured invitingly, demonstrating how to eat, before taking a hearty bite of his own fish, which elicited a longing swallow from Biao. After hesitating briefly, Biao brought the fish to his lips and took a tentative bite. Though ordinary fish can taste rather fishy, this salted version was quite palatable, even rivaling the flavor of unsalted cured meats. After sampling it, Biao was pleasantly surprised and began to eat voraciously, crunching the bones without hesitation. Unlike the snake tribe children, who would carefully spit out the bones, soon, both she and Biao had finished their fish, and as evening approached, Ji encouraged Biao to invite his tribe members for dinner. With the food readily available by the bonfires, Ji and Biao primarily communicated through gestures, often relying on interpretation to bridge their understanding. When Biao informed his people that they could freely take food from the bonfires, they were astonished, their mouths agape in disbelief. In both the tiger tribe and the earlier days of the snake tribe, food had been distributed uniformly, with only shamans, leaders, and hunting team members able to eat their fill, while the rest barely scraped by. Now, however, they were permitted to help themselves. Had the snake tribe truly amassed such an abundance of food? Indeed, since the inception of the fish trap 2 years prior, the snake tribe had ceased to worry about sustenance. While the traps had their drawbacks, such as deteriorating within days, the process of crafting them was not arduous, allowing even pregnant women, who could not engage in strenuous labor, to contribute. The snake tribe lacked for neither traps nor food. Upon witnessing the vast spread of food by the bonfires, the tiger tribe members gaped, unfamiliar with fish, but recognizing the delicious aroma as food, a delightful bounty. Both Biao and Ji continued to beckon their respective tribes to partake in the feast, ensuring to send some provisions to the shamans and their disciples, who remained indoors. The divine envoy, Su Yin, dined outside with her adoptive mother and the sisters Xiao Hua and Xiao Yu. The snake tribe had grown accustomed to a system where each could take as much as they desired, focusing on satisfaction rather than excess. The tiger tribe, having previously struggled with hunger, initially approached this new system with caution, taking only small portions before returning for more, perhaps due to their past experiences. Many continued to eat even after feeling full, only settling down once they had consumed every last morsel. Having recently relocated, the tiger tribe members felt somewhat reserved among the snake tribe, who were still strangers to them. Unless necessary, they seldom engaged in conversation, as the environment felt less free than their own territory. This reticence was particularly evident among the adults, while the children, innocent and playful, quickly found companionship despite the language barrier. They engaged in games, mimicking adult wrestling and sharing flowers, attractive stones, and other treasures as the sun dipped below the horizon. Signaling the onset of darkness, the tribes dispersed to their respective homes. Ji organized 6 individuals, 3 men and 3 women, into 3 groups to stand guard along the walls, responsible for monitoring the surroundings throughout the night. Since the enemy's prior attack on the snake tribe, it had become standard procedure to maintain vigilance during the night. Observing Ji's actions, Biao inquired about the arrangements, and Ji candidly explained the necessity of night watch. Biao's eyes ignited with a flicker of hatred upon hearing of the enemy. Biao asserted that his tribe was now united with the snake tribe and residing in their territory. Thus the tiger tribe would also participate in the night watch. Ji concurred. Initially, Biao intended to assign 3 of his own members to replace the snake tribe's guards, but she advised against this, suggesting that the tiger tribe, unaccustomed to such duties, would benefit from shadowing the experienced snake tribe members instead. Persuaded by Ji's reasoning, Biao acquiesced and quickly summoned 3 of his tribe members to accompany the snake tribe's guards. As night fell, neither the snake tribe nor the tiger tribe members felt sleepy, lingering awake. Illuminated by the warmth of the fire, adults groomed their children's hair to pass the time, while some in the tiger tribe cautiously examined their new pottery. Meanwhile, peculiar sounds emanated from the residences of the snake tribe. With the promise of regular meals and the comfort of their new quarters, the men of the snake tribe anticipated a season of abundance. As the night deepened, the sounds of activity gradually ceased, and the weary tribespeople slipped into slumber. Among them, Su Yin remained awake, as did the shamans and Ji, given the recent move of the tiger tribe. The snake tribe still harbored uncertainties about their newly formed alliance, aware that a single misstep could jeopardize their integration. As the 3 leading figures of the snake tribe contemplated these concerns, Biao had already succumbed to sleep, while the tiger shaman's eyes remained bright, devoid of any hint of drowsiness. Compared to the serpent tribe, the tiger tribe possesses a limited understanding of them. Today, the experiences encountered have left the members of the tiger tribe utterly astonished. The towering walls, the abundance of food, the water-holding pottery, and the cozy dwellings. All of these marvels have left the tiger tribe in a WTO encapsulated in a single phrase. The serpent tribe has treated the tiger tribe with unparalleled kindness, embracing them as if they were their own kin. Observing their well-fed kin grinning broadly, the tiger shaman's heart is filled with unease. The alliance between the serpent and tiger tribes necessitates the relocation of the tiger tribe closer to the serpent tribe's habitat. Initially, the tiger tribe had no desire to cohabit with the serpent tribe. The tiger shaman contemplates the prospect of establishing a new home after the move. Yet, they now reside within the serpent tribe's territory, which provides a comfortable living environment. The tiger shaman wonders if the tribe would willingly leave the comforts of the serpent tribe's abode to construct a new settlement nearby. Uncertain of the outcome, he hesitates to take action. Had he foreseen the current predicament, he would have surely opted against the alliance, preferring to relocate to a more distant area. Sleepless nights have plagued the tiger shaman since the emergence of the serpent tribe. In contrast to his wisdom, the tiger tribe's leader, Biao, is sound asleep, revealing his inadequacy as a leader. Though strong, Biao's intellect is notably inferior, comparable only to an average tribesman, lacking the foresight necessary for leadership. After Biao led the hunting party against the serpent tribe and was defeated, he continues to venture out in search of the serpent tribe's hunters during the busy autumn harvest season, demonstrating his lack of judgment. Fortunately, the tiger tribe has the guidance of the tiger shaman. Without him, the tribe would likely face frequent hunger. The following morning, after breakfast, Ji and Biao led the joint hunting expedition of the serpent and tiger tribes, comprising a total of 35 adult males, 23 from the serpent tribe and 12 from the tiger tribe. This marked the first joint hunting venture, where the primary focus was on fostering cooperation rather than merely hunting. Both tribes faced an enemy of uncertain strength, and the combined hunting party matched the number of assailants from the last attack on the serpent tribe settlement. No one knew if the enemy would return with greater force. The joint hunting party faced the risk of encountering enemies, and without brick walls for protection, they could suffer heavy casualties. If either the serpent or tiger tribe had acted independently, they would likely have had to flee upon meeting the enemy. Shortly thereafter, the serpent tribe's fishing team arrived at the riverbank with their fishing gear. Most adult laborers from the Serpent tribe had their tasks, while many of the newly arrived adult males from the Tiger tribe joined the hunting expedition, leaving the remaining able-bodied individuals uncertain of what to do. As the adult women from the Serpent tribe approached the river, some women from the Tiger tribe followed suit, eager to lend a helping hand. Subsequently, pregnant women and the sick from the Tiger tribe accompanied their Serpent counterparts to learn how to weave grass ropes, vine shoes, baskets, and fish traps. While the adults busied themselves, the children played carefree within the confines of the Serpent tribe settlement. Under the watchful protection of the walls. As Su Yin prepared to teach, he was struck by an idea upon observing the children from the Tiger tribe. Moments later, he summoned 11 near-adult children from the Tiger tribe, 6 boys and 5 girls. Aware of Su Yin's esteemed status within the Serpent tribe, these children obediently followed him to the side of his dwelling, where 11 minors from the Serpent tribe were already seated in anticipation of his arrival, including the sisters Xiao Hua and Xiao Yu. Adjacent to the wall of Su Yan's abode stood a half-meter-high platform constructed of mud bricks, upon which a stone tablet inscribed with the learning material was placed. "You all sit over here," Su Yan instructed the Serpent tribe's students, gesturing for the Tiger tribe's youth to sit closely beside them. Su Yan intended to teach the 11 students from the Tiger tribe. Believing that the fusion of the two tribes should commence with language and writing, the Tiger tribe's youth, bewildered yet compliant, settled next to their Serpent tribe peers, eager to follow the divine messenger's lead. As Su Yin began the lesson, he raised his right hand, extending his index finger. Point 1, he pronounced, prompting the 11 students from the Serpent tribe to echo him. The Tiger tribe students, still uncertain of their role, watched attentively. Point 1 boy among the Tiger tribe, slender and dressed in somewhat soiled animal skins, finally grasped Su Yan's intent. With his bright, dark eyes shining, he received a nod of encouragement from Su Yan. Following his lead, the other Tiger tribe students quickly understood, joining in the chant. Point 1, they echoed, their voices gradually synchronizing. Next, they would learn 2.4 primitive people. Numbers are among the simplest of concepts. And though Su Yin was unfamiliar with the specifics of the Tiger tribe, he was well versed in the numerical expressions of the Serpent tribe in their oral tradition. The word for 1 sufficed, while 2 or 3 would require repetition of the term. Without spoken language, they could use their fingers to represent numbers from 1 to 10. A method common among primitive tribes. However, expressing quantities exceeding 10 posed a challenge, as humans lack 11 fingers. Perhaps resorting to their toes for a total of 20, the Tiger tribe students understood the meaning of Su Yan's outstretched fingers without the need for lengthy explanations. Counting from 1 to 10 became their first lesson, while writing would be reserved for a subsequent lesson. Nearby, as Su Yin instructed the students, the Tiger shaman and his disciple emerged from the dimness of the dwelling. Shielding their eyes from the blinding sunlight, they took a moment to adjust before surveying their surroundings. The sight of the Serpent tribe's strength took root in the Tiger shaman's heart, igniting a sense of foreboding for the future of his own tribe. With each step, he and his disciple wandered through the Serpent tribe settlement, imprinting their observations in their minds, unsure if the Tiger tribe could ever secure a prosperous future. Where lies the future of the Tiger tribe? Though the Tiger shaman felt a surge of anger within, he refrained from displaying it. After all, this was the territory of the Snake tribe, and the Tiger tribe still resided here. Should he be the cause of a conflict between the two tribes, the safety of his people would be at stake. Su Yin noticed the arrival of the Tiger shaman and waved to Xiao Hua, who promptly stood up and walked to his side. Su Yin instructed Xiao Hua, teach them to count. I have matters to attend to. Xiao Hua replied, of course. Su Yin had been providing Xiao Hua and her sister, Xiao Yu, with special tutoring. If one were to rank their performance, Xiao Hua's achievements stood at the pinnacle among her peers, thus making it a simple task for her to instruct the students of the Tiger tribe in counting. After giving his instructions to Xiao Hua, Su Yin turned and approached the Tiger shaman, who stood before him. The elder and the youth locking eyes. Su Yin gestured with his hands and asked, do you have something to discuss? The Tiger shaman responded, why do you teach the children of our tribe your language? Sensing the ire in the Tiger shaman's words, Su Yin replied, this is not merely our tribe's language, it is the language of the divine. He pointed skyward, indicating that in both the Snake and Tiger tribes, the heavens represented the divine. Is it not the language of your tribe, but rather the language of your tribe's deity? The Tiger shaman's expression reflected disbelief. Both he and the Snake shaman shared a similar confusion regarding the deity venerated by their tribe. They had always believed their predecessors could communicate with the divine, yet in their own tenure, such communication seemed impossible. The Tiger shaman had pondered whether even the former shaman had merely pretended to converse with the divine. Now, faced with Su Yin, who claimed to communicate with the divine, the Tiger shaman felt bewildered. Could it truly be possible for one to converse with the gods? Su Yin continued, no, this is not merely the language of our deity. It is the language of all the deities that your tribe, my tribe, and all tribes revere. Listening to Su Yan's words, the tiger shaman and his disciples gaped in astonishment, unable to discern the truth of Su Yan's claims. The tiger shaman, unable to communicate with his tribe's deity, found it difficult to judge the veracity of such statements. Su Yan pressed on. Let me share an astonishing truth. In reality, the deities worshipped by your tribe, my tribe, and all tribes are, in essence, the same. This deity possesses boundless powers in myriad forms, appearing as flora and fauna alike. The tiger shaman trembled, overwhelmed by Su Yan's revelations. The thought that the deity worshipped by his tribe might be the same as that of others was staggering. Recognizing the enormity of what he had just proposed, Su Yan understood that such a concept was indeed extraordinary and could leave anyone reeling. The tiger shaman required time to reflect, and Su Yan gestured to one of his disciples to assist the elder back to his dwelling for rest. Obediently, the disciple helped the tiger shaman back to their home. As the tiger shaman departed, Su Yan chose not to resume teaching counting to the students. He noted that Xiaohua was managing well with her task, and thus, he proceeded toward the dwelling of the snake shaman. The theory that all tribes worshipped the same deity had taken Su Yan over 6 months to conceive, and the tiger shaman was the first to hear of it. To ensure the rapid growth of the snake tribe's population, the best strategy was to assimilate and merge with other tribes. Smaller tribes struggled to survive in this world. They either swiftly perished or evolved into medium-sized tribes. In the future, the snake tribe's primary targets for assimilation would at least be medium-sized tribes. Each medium-sized tribe had its own deity, and differing beliefs could complicate the merging process, potentially leading to unforeseen consequences. Thus, Su Yan crafted a theory to facilitate the integration of other tribes, positing that all tribes worship the same deity. In Su Yan's vision, there existed but a single deity, omnipotent and boundless, who had created the very world they inhabited. His ultimate goal was to persuade others that the deity revered by the snake tribe was merely one of many manifestations of this singular divine being. To this end, Su Yan devised a final image of the deity, a dragon. The dragon, an extraordinary creature from ancient Chinese mythology, symbolized auspiciousness. It was said to be capable of appearing and vanishing at will, varying in size and form, and to command the winds and rains. The records of the Grand Historian recounts how the Yellow Emperor, after defeating the Flame Emperor at Banquan, united various tribes in a collective effort against Qiyu, ultimately achieving victory after 3 years of conflict. Following this, an even greater innovation occurred. Despite his absolute authority, the Yellow Emperor did not impose his tribe's totem upon others, but instead convened a meeting at Fushan, allowing each tribe to depict their totem's distinctive features into a unified symbol, marking the cessation of hostilities. This new totem represented creatures of the air, land, and water, forming an amalgamation that defied naming. In earlier times, the ancestors wove bamboo into cages for containing birds and beasts. Since this new totem encompassed characteristics from various tribal totems, it was aptly named cage, which later evolved into the modern conception of the dragon, following the establishment of the unified dragon totem at Fushan. The tribes of Central Plains embraced this common symbol, heralding the dawn of a unified Chinese civilization. Hence, the Chinese people are known as descendants of the dragon. Although the records of the Grand Historian provides an immaculate explanation of how the non-natural dragon became the ancestor of the Chinese nation, discoveries of dragon imagery at prehistoric cultural sites have rendered this narrative inadequate. From the era of unrecorded history to the Shang and Zhou dynasties, dragon motifs adorned vessels and patterns, exhibiting various forms, winged, wingless, horned, and hornless, evolving over time into the modern dragon image. In the 21st century, it is widely accepted that the dragon evolved from a snake, yet such variations held little significance for Su Yan. The dragon was on the verge of being conceived through his efforts, destined to gain increasing acceptance in the future. The dragon, a deity and totem, required a distinctive representation, despite Su Yan's assertion that it could manifest in countless forms, including flora, fauna, and other identities. According to the interpretations by Song dynasty scholar Luo Yuan in Area E, the dragon was described as having antlers resembling a deer, a head akin to a camel, eyes like a rabbit, a neck like a snake, a belly like a clam, scales resembling fish, claws like an eagle, paws like a tiger, and ears like an ox. The Ming dynasty's compendium of Materia Medica states that its form has 9 similarities: a camel-like head, deer-like antlers, rabbit-like eyes, ox-like ears, snake-like neck, clam-like belly, carp-like scales, eagle-like claws, and tiger-like paws, with 81 scales on its back, embodying the number 9, and its voice resembling the sound of bronze. The Song dynasty artist Dong Yu described the dragon as having deer-like antlers, a cow-like head, shrimp-like eyes, a donkey-like mouth, a snake-like belly, fish-like scales, phoenix-like feet, human-like whiskers, and elephant-like ears. This depiction has garnered considerable recognition in the 21st century, based on the current situation of the snake tribe. Su Yin envisioned the dragon as possessing deer-like antlers, a camel-like head, rabbit-like eyes, a donkey-like mouth, a snake-like belly, fish-like scales, eagle-like claws, tiger-like paws, and ox-like ears. The tiger tribe had nearly become indistinguishable neighbors to the snake tribe. Alongside the deer tribe, rabbit tribe, and mountain tribe, which maintained excellent relations with the snake tribe, the tiger tribe was set to be the first to merge with the snake tribe, followed by the deer tribe. Rabbit tribe and mountain tribe. Su Yan's theory that all tribes worshiped the same deity had taken shape by the end of the previous autumn, yet the challenge lay in delineating the dragon's image, which proved to be a significant obstacle for him. Su Yin was not an artist and lacked the requisite tools. He resorted to using a charred stick to outline the dragon's form on stone slabs. A winter passed without him producing an image that met his approval, leading him to concede his lack of artistic talent. Nonetheless, he persisted in his efforts. Outside the dwelling where Su Yin resided, 3 stone slabs lay ready for him to sketch the dragon's likeness. Once he completed a depiction on all 3 slabs, he would wash away the one he deemed least satisfactory and continue drawing on that slab. Even if the images on the slabs failed to satisfy him, resembling more of a lizard than a dragon, Su Yin could still present a version of the dragon to impress others. Now, as Su Yin made his way to the dwelling of the snake shaman, he recognized the astonishment that had overtaken the tiger shaman due to his words. Su Yin was determined to share the notion that all tribes worshiped the same deity with the snake shaman as well. Soon, Su Yin arrived at the doorway of the snake shaman's dwelling, where the animal hide that had previously obstructed the entrance had been rolled up. From the threshold, he could clearly see the snake shaman and his disciple, Xiao Dai, seated at the far end of the outer room on 2 clay bricks, engrossed in carving something into the stone slab before them with their stone tools. As Su Yin entered the house, it seemed that the snake shaman and Xiao Dai were so absorbed in their task that they remained oblivious to his arrival. Shaman, Su Yin called out 3 times, each utterance more emphatic than the last, until the third shout finally roused the shaman from his trance. It is the divine envoy. What brings you to me? The snake shaman turned around, and upon seeing Su Yin, quickly rose to his feet. Xiao Dai hastily followed suit. As it was customary for a disciple to stand when addressing a shaman, Su Yin replied, "Indeed, I have something of great import to share with you, but you must remain calm as you hear it." "Understood," the snake shaman responded. "The divine has revealed to me that the deity worshipped by our tribe, as well as those revered by the tiger tribe and all other tribes, is but one and the same. There exists only a singular God in this world, whose powers are vast and whose forms are manifold. He may manifest as flora and fauna, and while his appearance may differ among tribes, they are all mere incarnations of the same divine essence." Communicating this revelation with words proved far simpler than through gestures. Su Yin conveyed this message to the snake shaman, who, unlike the tiger shaman, did not react with excessive astonishment, but instead fell into a contemplative silence. This demeanor slightly surprised Su Yin. While neither the snake shaman nor he possessed the ability to communicate with the divine, the remarkable abilities Su Yin had demonstrated led everyone to believe that he could converse with the deity, including the snake shaman. Consequently, Su Yin held a revered status within the snake tribe. Now, as Su Yin shared this profound insight, the snake shaman was unable to ascertain its veracity. However, he leaned towards believing it was true, trusting that the divine envoy would not deceive him. After a moment of reflection, the snake shaman broke his silence, saying, "Divine envoy, I comprehend." "That is good to hear," Su Yin replied. "I have just imparted this knowledge to the shaman of the tiger tribe, who, for the time being, is unable to grasp its significance. Should he come to understand by tomorrow, I shall allow you to witness the true visage of the divine." "Understood, divine envoy," the snake shaman said succinctly. Although his words were few, Su Yin sensed that, while the snake shaman believed him, he remained profoundly astonished by the revelation. However, the snake shaman's reaction was markedly more composed than that of the tiger shaman. After all, with Su Yin as the divine envoy, the snake tribe was favored by the divine, and thus, it would not face calamity, but rather thrive and prosper. As the encounter concluded, Su Yin departed, while the snake shaman returned to his clay seat, lost in contemplation, a state that extended to his disciple, Xiao Dai, who also fell into deep thought. Chapter 66, The Dragon God and the Dragon Totem, Part 2. The tiger shaman once again found himself sleepless. Having endured several nights of insomnia due to the snake tribe's continuous disturbances, the first sleepless night was prompted by the snake tribe's proposal to unite and relocate the tiger tribe beside them. The second night was filled with anxiety over the snake tribe's excessive kindness towards the tiger tribe. and the third was a result of Su Yan's astonishing pronouncements as the highest authority within the tribe. The shaman held the knowledge and traditions of the community, responsible for communicating with the divine and conducting the rituals honoring the deity they revered. Should a tribe's leader perish, a new one could be elected. But the loss of a shaman could threaten the very survival of the tribe. Yet, every shaman has grappled with the same doubts. Why am I unable to communicate with the divine? Has the deity forsaken our tribe? Do gods truly exist? These uncertainties festered within the shaman's heart, secrets they dared not share, even with their disciples. The snake shaman bore such doubts, as did the tiger shaman. Perhaps in the end, they would each convince themselves that the divine was real, that it continued to protect the tribe, and that they could communicate with it. The truth, however, was known only to them. They were uncertain of the divine's existence, yet they were acutely aware of their inability to engage with it. Their understanding of the divine was built solely on conjecture. Now, a voice proclaimed that there existed only one God, omnipotent and manifesting as the deities worshipped by all tribes. Such declarations were nothing short of earth-shattering for the tiger shaman, shaking the very foundations of generations of belief within the tiger tribe. Many tribes held firm in the belief that their deity was the sole god of the world. What then of the deities worshipped by others? Su Yan's assertion that the world harbored but one god, with the others merely as avatars, provided a compelling explanation. The tiger shaman's thoughts began to shift from disbelief to a gradual acceptance, although he could not reconcile the transformation as swiftly as the snake shaman had. As noon approached on the following day, after instructing 22 students from both the snake and tiger tribes in the art of writing, Su Yan concluded his lessons with the sisters Xiao Hua and Xiao Yu. Noticing that the tiger shaman had yet to seek him out, he understood that the shaman remained troubled and unresolved. Su Yan made his way to the tiger shaman's dwelling, intending to continue their dialogue, only to find the shaman asleep beside the hearth, attended by his disciple. The tiger shaman, being among the elder members of both tribes, was in his 30s, possibly nearing 40, while 40 might still be considered middle-aged in modern times. It was regarded as elderly in this primitive era, where few lived beyond that age. After several consecutive sleepless nights, even the most robust individual could not withstand the toll. Yet, when fatigue took hold, the tiger shaman understood that his tribe depended on him and that he must endure for their sake. Su Yan quietly exited the dwelling, refraining from disturbing the tiger shaman's slumber. Later that afternoon, upon the shaman's awakening, Su Yan returned to the residence. This time, the tiger shaman sat by the hearth, gazing blankly at a stone slab inscribed with various drawings, with his disciple beside him. "Shaman, shaman," Su Yan called out twice, the pronunciation consistent between the snake and tiger tribes. The tiger shaman stirred from his reverie, his response slightly delayed. Upon realizing Su Yan's presence, he rose with the assistance of his disciple and approached the doorway where Su Yan stood. Perhaps due to the precious stone tablets containing the tribe's accumulated knowledge that filled the tiger shaman's abode, he had never permitted anyone from the snake tribe inside, nor had he yet acknowledged Su Yan's status. The tiger shaman was reluctant to allow Su Yan to see the knowledge recorded on the tablets, as they were the tribe's most treasured possessions, not to be disclosed to outsiders. "What brings you here?" the tiger shaman inquired. Su Yan replied, "To continue our previous discussion." Standing at the threshold of the tiger shaman's dwelling, Su Yan and the shaman resumed their dialogue through gestures, the topic naturally gravitating towards the divine. Su Yan aimed to persuade the tiger shaman of the singularity of the deity worshipped across all tribes, and the shaman listened attentively, occasionally posing questions to Su Yan. "Since we worship the same god, why do those malevolent tribes attack us?" the tiger shaman queried. "The divine is omnipotent, yet we are insignificant. Thus, the deity does not concern himself with our fates," Su Yan explained. Throughout their exchange, the tiger shaman exhibited a remarkable calmness compared to the previous day, avoiding the excessive agitation he had shown before. After their conversation, Su Yan remained uncertain whether the seemingly impassive tiger shaman had accepted the notion of a singular deity worshipped by all tribes. Nevertheless, he held faith that even if the shaman did not fully comprehend today, he would come to accept it in time. The unique divine framework Su Yan was constructing was impressively coherent for this era, and persuading others to embrace it was merely a matter of time. On the third day, when Su Yan returned to converse with the tiger shaman, he noted a slight improvement in the shaman's demeanor, indicating a gradual shift in his mindset. Soon, it would not be long before he acknowledged that all tribes revered the same god by the fifth afternoon. After concluding yet another discussion with the tiger shaman, Su Yan took his leave, and the shaman, supported by his disciple, returned to his dwelling. In the tiger tribe's tongue, the shaman asked his disciple, "What are your thoughts on this matter?" The disciple replied, "Shaman, did the divine not communicate this to you?" "No." The tiger shaman shook his head. "There should not be so many gods in this world. Ultimately, The disciple refrained from directly answering the shaman's question, as he had yet to become a shaman himself. Lacking the authority to converse with the divine or to comment on it, the tiger shaman sighed, echoing his disciple's sentiment. Indeed, how could there be so many gods, if the deities of other tribes were false? Then what of his own? Perhaps it would be better to accept that there existed only one god. After 5 continuous days, the tiger shaman found himself increasingly swayed by Su Yan's words. Additionally, a more sinister thought crept into his mind. He had never once communicated with the divine throughout his life. If Su Yan's claims were false, and the result was divine wrath, then even in death, he wished to understand whether the deity truly existed. This had become the greatest aspiration of every shaman as they approached death, yet even in death, they remained incapable of discerning the existence of the divine. That evening, Ji and Biao returned with the hunting party, prompting the tiger shaman to summon Brao and share the revelation that the deity worshipped by both their tribe and the snake tribe was, in fact, one and the same. Biao was taken aback upon hearing this declaration, yet given that it originated from Hu Wu, he harbored no skepticism towards the words spoken and quickly came to accept the matter. Much like Su Yan revealing the concept of the one god system to Shi Wu and Ji, both of whom embraced it wholeheartedly, Su Yan's esteemed status within the snake tribe was the primary catalyst for such unwavering belief. Chapter 67, The Sacrifice to the Dragon God Part 1. The day following Hu Wu's disclosure regarding the one god, the united hunting party of the snake and tiger tribes remained idle. With the leaders, Su Yan, Shi Wu, Hu Wu, Ji, and Biao, gathered together. The 4, with Su Yan at the center, displayed a measure of reverence towards him. Su Yan already held a unique position as a divine envoy within the snake tribe. After Hu Wu and Biao embraced the one god system, their recognition of Su Yan's divine status intensified. Shi Wu and Hu Wu merely served as representatives of the deity, while Su Yan was able to communicate with the divine essence, clearly establishing his superiority in stature. With the acceptance of the one god system, the barriers between Shi Wu, Hu Wu, Ji, and Biao gradually diminished. Indeed, faith was the greatest obstacle to the integration of disparate tribes. Yet Su Yan's one god system adeptly addressed this issue. He led the 4 into his abode, where at the far end of the outer room stood 3 stone slabs. Each slab originally bore the likeness of a dragon. But now only one remained, the one Su Yan found most appealing, though it still fell short of his satisfaction. The depiction was of a dragon, yet to Su Yan, it resembled a fearsome 4-legged lizard. Albeit with an oddly horned head, he had attempted to illustrate a dragon with features reminiscent of a deer's antlers, a camel's head, a rabbit's eyes, a donkey's mouth, a snake's abdomen, fish-like scales, eagle's talons, tiger's paws, and cow-like ears. Regrettably, Su Yan's artistic skills were insufficient to fully capture the dragon's essence, but it sufficed for the purpose of deceiving others. The outer room was somewhat cramped, accommodating 5 individuals rather snugly. Su Yan instructed Ji to remove the stone slab depicting the dragon from the dwelling. Ji effortlessly relocated the slab outside, allowing Shi Wu, Hu Wu, Ji, and Biao to clearly observe the dragon's representation for the first time. The sight evoked a unique sensation in Shi Wu and Ji, as the central figure was a serpent, adorned with additional features that transformed it into a dragon. Although Su Yan's artistry was lacking, it enabled Shi Wu and Ji to discern the serpentine aspect within the dragoness form. Once, the dragon's depiction included tiger-like paws, but alas, Su Yan could not adequately render this detail, leaving Hu Wu and Biao unaware that the dragoness paws were akin to those of a tiger. Su Yan bowed deeply before the stone slab, for it represented the divine image, and as a divine envoy, he owed respect to the deity. Observing Su Yan's gesture of reverence, Shi Wu, Hu Wu, Ji, and Biao promptly knelt before the stone slab, acknowledging that while Su Yan need not kneel, they must pay homage to the deity. After a considerable moment, the 4 arose, yet they dared not gaze directly at the dragon's image on the slab. Instead, stealing glances. Su Yan spoke to them in the divine tongue. Dragon, you may honor it as the dragon god, or divine dragon. Dragon god, the 4 echoed reverently, although Hu Wu and Biao had yet to learn the divine language. They grasped from Su Yan's words that dragon referred to the deity, with Shi Wu and Ji's pronunciation as a guide. Hu Wu and Biao imitated their sounds. Dragon god, it possesses the body of a serpent, the antlers of a deer, the head of a camel, the eyes of a rabbit, the mouth of a donkey, the ears of a cow, the scales of a fish, the talons of an eagle, and the paws of a tiger. Su Yan elaborated. Among these 9 creatures, aside from the camel and donkey, they had encountered all the others, allowing Shi Wu and Ji to understand the dragon's general appearance through Su Yan's description. Hu Wu and Biao did not comprehend Su Yan's words, but Ji skillfully illustrated the various creatures using gestures, demonstrating remarkable aptitude. When Ji mentioned that the dragon god possessed tiger-like paws, Hu Wu and Biao's eyes sparkled with realization. Did this not imply that the tiger held significant importance to the dragon god? And that the tiger tribe enjoyed the deity's favor? However, they were overthinking. Even if this were the case, countless tribes revered the tiger as their totem. Who could say which tribe the dragon god would favor? If the dragon god truly protected the tiger tribe, then why did they suffer so? At best, it provided Hu Wu and Biao with a psychological comfort, and Su Yin had no intention of elaborating further. The dragon god has revealed to me that we should host a grand sacrifice to proclaim to our tribes that the dragon god is the sole deity of this world, and that the gods we worship are merely manifestations of his essence. Henceforth, the dragon god shall bless both our tribes, Su Yin continued, reiterating his message to Hu Wu and Biao through gestures. Upon hearing Su Yin's words, Shi Wu and Ji eagerly prostrated themselves before the dragon on the stone slab. Following Ji's gestures, Hu Wu and Biao mirrored their enthusiasm, kneeling in reverence to them. Su Yan's proclamation was a divine oracle. The dragon god would bless the snake and tiger tribes, and naturally, the four were overwhelmed with joy and humility. Su Yin, though accustomed to such displays, felt a twinge of helplessness. He had briefly entertained the notion of uniting the two tribes into a singular dragon tribe through divine decree, yet reconsidered. Hu Wu and Biao had only just begun to accept the one god system. Rushing the integration of the two tribes might lead to complications, so it would be prudent to delay the union until they had become more harmonious in their interactions. As the excitement among them subsided, they dispersed to undertake their tasks, for the dragon god had commanded a grand sacrifice, and preparations must commence immediately. Paramount among these was the totem pillar. The snake tribe's pillar depicted a serpent, while the tiger tribes bore a tiger. Now, they required a pillar adorned with a dragon. In addition to the totem pillar, they had to prepare food for the sacrifice, tidy the living quarters of the snake tribe, and cleanse themselves of any impurities. Su Yin even instructed Ji to invite members from allied tribes to join the grand sacrifice, laying the groundwork for future unity. Most tasks were manageable, but the creation of the dragon totem pillar would be the most arduous, likely taking half a month to complete. Neither Shi Wu nor Hu Wu wished to present a poorly crafted totem to the assembly, with the time allocated for crafting the totem pillar. Other preparations, including extending invitations to neighboring tribes, could be accomplished concurrently. Under the leadership of the tribal elders, a bustling atmosphere enveloped the snake tribe settlement. Chapter 68. The Deer Tribe. Another day dawned. As dawn broke in the Deer Tribe settlement, some clansmen were already stirring, preparing breakfast. They placed several large ceramic pots atop a rudimentary stove, adding water before igniting a fire beneath. Soon after, other tribesmen brought forth the morning's provisions, including leftover game meat, wilted wild greens, some plant roots, and, most importantly, salt. As the saying goes, one eats from the mountains or the waters. Unlike the snake tribe, which had a small river nearby teeming with fish, one of their staple foods, the deer tribe's hunting party often faced unpredictable fortunes. On fortunate days, they might procure an ample supply of game. On less fortunate days, they might not catch even a single rabbit. To stave off hunger, the deer tribe was compelled to seek sustenance wherever they could find it. Fruits from plants constituted a primary food source for the deer tribe, but these were scarce in spring, only becoming available in late summer and autumn. Consequently, the clansmen were left to scavenge for edible options, though unpalatable. Non-toxic wild greens and plant roots became staples. Many tribesmen lost their lives to poisoning in the quest for safe, edible plants, a grim legacy chronicled by the deer shaman and passed down through generations. The game meat, wild greens, and plant roots were cooked together in the large pots, seasoned with salt. This dish became a frequent meal for the deer tribe. When game was plentiful, they would enjoy roasted meat. When it was scarce, they resorted to boiling everything in one pot. It is noteworthy that the salt consumed by the deer tribe was a product of their learning from the snake tribe, mastering the art of producing refined salt. This superior salt was far better than the inferior, impure variety they often traded. However, due to the distance from their water source, the deer tribe could only produce limited quantities of refined salt, sufficient for their own needs. While resorting to inferior salt in trades with the snake tribe, before long, the meal was ready. The clansmen approached with their ceramic bowls. The adult males were first to fill their bowls from the large pot of soup. The serving clansmen used long sticks to extract pieces of game meat from the pot and place them into the adult males' bowls before ladling in the soup containing wild greens and plant roots. Once all the adult males had finished their meals, it was the turn of the adult females and minors. By this time, the large pottery was nearly devoid of meat, leaving only a scant portion for the adult females and even less for the minors. The adult females, however, were able to gather a bit more wild vegetables and plant roots than the minors. When it came to the elderly and the infirm, should the deer tribe find itself short on food, they might be limited to a mere bowl of salted broth. After breakfast, Yuan, accompanied by several adult males, began to pack their belongings, as today marked the day for trading with the snake tribe. The trading intervals between the deer tribe and the snake tribe had settled to approximately 10 to 15 days. Such frequent exchanges threatened to disrupt the deer tribe's hunting activities, yet they were in dire need of pottery from the snake tribe. Thus, a 10 to 15-day interval proved to be a prudent choice. Pottery had grown increasingly vital for the deer tribe, particularly the large vessels. An intact large pot could be utilized for storing water, simmering soup, or even preserving food, while flawed large pots could serve to hold fruits. The hunting team led by Ji had discovered several areas resembling salt flats, but the stark contrast to the inferior salt brought by the deer tribe was evident. One could merely be termed salty earth, while the other was deemed substandard salt. This distinction underscored the vast difference in quality, given the availability of inferior salt from the deer tribe. The snake tribe would not expend effort to extract salty earth for salt production. In a bid to foster the deer tribe's reliance on pottery, Su Yin had specifically instructed Ji to inform Yuan about the benefits of pickling food and boiling water for soup, thereby establishing a strong dependency on large pottery. However, the deer tribe lacked the means to produce pottery themselves and could only continue to trade salt with the snake tribe for these essential items. Fortunately, the extraction of salt was a relatively straightforward task for the deer tribe, allowing them to gather enough within 10 days to exchange for at least 3 flawed large pots and some earthen bowls. The quantity of intact large pots available from the snake tribe was limited, and over the course of a year, the deer tribe could acquire only a handful. Both intact and flawed large pots were of paramount importance to the deer tribe. And the trading with the snake tribe continued unabated as Yuan prepared to set off with the hunting team. The 7 groups of hunters carried skin bundles filled with inferior salt, while the remaining members armed themselves. Encircling the 7 to ensure swift reaction in the event of danger. It was quite an intriguing sight to see the hunters of the deer tribe clad in woven shoes, wielding shields in one hand. A testament to their resourcefulness in replicating the simple vine products traded from the snake tribe, a matter the snake tribe took little notice of. Set forth, Yuan called to the members of the hunting team, leading the way with his weapon in hand. Upon hearing their leader's command, the other members followed Yuan out of the deer tribe settlement. The remaining tribespeople, including adult females who were not pregnant and some near-adult children, did not remain idle. They sought wild vegetables and plant roots in the vicinity. Those who stayed behind, aside from a few small children, were expected to contribute to the tribe, even the infirm, engaging in tasks such as weaving grass ropes and crafting vine shoes. Like other tribes, the deer tribe did not harbor idlers. Every individual was required to contribute their strength to the community. Meanwhile, Yuan and the hunting team advanced swiftly towards the snake tribe settlement. With Yuan included, the hunting team comprised a total of 19 individuals, a considerable force in the jungle. Unless faced with a pack of wild beasts, solitary animals would typically refrain from targeting the deer tribe's hunters. Should they attack, it was more likely that they would become prey themselves. Beasts residing in the jungle, having encountered primitive humans, understood that these beings, though lacking sharp claws or teeth, were formidable adversaries. As such, unless starving, wild animals would avoid confrontation with humans. Yuan and the deer tribe moved with haste, eager to reach the snake tribe for trade. Upon completion of the transaction, they would not linger long, as Yuan intended to hunt on the return journey, with members carrying pottery following closely behind. Chapter 69. Yuan's surprise. As the morning wore on, Yuan and the hunting team arrived at the outskirts of the snake tribe settlement. Following established customs, Yuan and his group emerged boldly from the thickets, traversing the charred clearing towards the snake tribe's abode. However, just as they stepped out from the underbrush, they were spotted by 2 sentinels stationed behind the wall. Unable to ascertain from a distance whether they were friend or foe, bang, 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 the sound of wood striking wood echoed as a warning. Upon hearing the noise, all laborers within the settlement hastily armed themselves and gathered towards the eastern brick wall. Ji and Biao had ventured out hunting with the united hunting team of the snake and tiger tribes, leaving only a handful of adult males from both tribes behind, while numerous adult females remained. Within moments, over 20 adult laborers from the snake and tiger tribes had assembled behind the wall. As Yuan and his companions drew nearer to the brick wall, an unsettling feeling washed over him. He called out loudly in the divine tongue, "Friends, friends, friends." The term friends was one of the few phrases Yuan had learned, serving as a signal between the deer and snake tribes. Upon hearing this, the individuals behind the wall visibly relaxed, and as Yuan and his hunting team approached, they recognized their visitors. Confirming there was no threat, the snake tribe members signaled to the tiger tribe individuals to return to their duties. It was the friends of the deer tribe come to trade. Dahe, who remained in the settlement, stepped forward with several male tribesmen to greet Yuan and his group. Yuan recognized Dahe and the two exchanged friendly fist bumps on each other's chests as a greeting before Dehei led them into the Snake Tribe settlement. Upon entering the wall, Yuan surveyed the interior of the Snake Tribe and suddenly halted. Why are there so many unfamiliar faces? He pondered, his mind filled with questions. Due to frequent trading, Yuan was somewhat familiar with the Snake Tribe. However, with the recent arrival of the Tiger Tribe coinciding with the trading intervals, he was taken aback by the presence of so many strangers, a situation that sparked both confusion and concern in his heart. Noticing Yuan's pause, Dehei gestured to inquire what was amiss. Yuan replied, "I don't recognize her, him, or her." Dehei responded, "They are not from our tribe. They belong to another tribe." "Another tribe?" Yuan echoed, his thoughts racing. Dehei, being somewhat simple-minded, struggled to convey complex matters through gestures, and Yuan found it challenging to comprehend in the divine language. Just as Dehei appeared at a loss, Su Yin approached. Typically, when she was absent, other tribesmen would attend to Yuan's needs, but when it came time for trading, Su Yin took the lead. Noticing the commotion at the entrance, Su Yin approached to discern the situation. Seeing Su Yin arrive, Dehei, now visibly anxious, sighed in relief. "Divine Messenger, I cannot explain it to him," he said to Su Yin. Su Yin waved her hand, indicating, "Allow me." Dehei stepped back a few paces. Is there an issue? Su Yin gestured to Yuan. Yuan responded, "Esteemed Divine Messenger, how is it that your tribe has members from another tribe?" Su Yin explained, "Previously, my tribe informed yours of the emergence of a hostile tribe in this area, one that has attacked both my tribe and yours. In order to withstand this threat, my tribe and theirs have united to resist this malevolent force." Su Yin's gestures conveyed a wealth of information that would have been nearly impossible for the simple-minded Dehei to articulate. As Yuan observed Su Yin's movements, he began to grasp the meaning behind her words and nodded in understanding. "I see," Yuan replied. Su Yin nodded in agreement before continuing into the Snake Tribe settlement, ensuring the entrance remained clear for the comings and goings of both the Snake and Tiger tribes. Once they reached a clearing, Yuan instructed his companions to set down the 7 bundles of inferior salt and open them to reveal the contents. Su Yin examined the inferior salt, assessing its quality. For flawed large pots, along with tin bowls or dishes, she stated. Yuan's expression fell. The Deer Tribe's primary desire was for intact large pots. Even if these salts could secure just one intact pot, it would suffice. Unfortunately, Su Yin had strictly regulated the distribution of intact pots to the Deer Tribe, thereby elevating their value and rarity. I agree to the trade, Yuan declared without haggling. If she had been present, Yuan might have negotiated, but in the presence of Su Yin, he felt little need to bargain, especially as her offered price seemed fair. The transaction proceeded, and Su Yin instructed her tribespeople to bring forth a selection of pottery for the Deer Tribe to choose from. Afterwards, she stood beside Yuan, engaging him in conversation. One more matter, Su Yin began. In a little over 10 days, my tribe and theirs will host a grand ceremony, and I invite your tribe to participate. Inviting the members of my tribe to join the sacrificial ceremony held by your tribe alongside theirs. Yuan displayed a look of astonishment at Su Yin. "Yes, will your tribe send someone?" "Yuan, is it permissible for outsiders to participate in the ceremony?" Upon hearing Yuan's response, Su Yin realized that he had achieved his goal. Su Yin, it is indeed possible. The deity has revealed to me that there is but one God in this world. The God worshipped by my tribe, the God revered by their tribe, and the God honored by your tribe are all the same. This divine entity possesses boundless power and manifests in myriad forms. It may appear as flora and fauna, or as the creatures of the skies and earth. There is no issue with your tribe's participation in our sacrificial rites. Upon hearing Su Yin's proclamation, Yuan was as astounded as the previous shaman of the Tiger Tribe. Fortunately, Yuan was not responsible for the ceremony, and thus remained somewhat composed, though his disbelief was evident as his mouth gaped open in astonishment. It is difficult for anyone to remain calm upon first hearing the concept of a singular deity. Such a declaration is nothing short of revolutionary. Su Yin chose not to pursue the conversation further. The concept of a singular deity was not something Yuan could comprehend in a short time, and no matter how much he spoke, Yuan would be unable to absorb it. Even as Yuan departed from the Serpent Tribe, he bore a look of confusion. Chapter 70, The Sacrifice to the Dragon God Part 2. On the journey back, Yuan was uninterested in hunting. By the time he returned to the Deer Tribe in the evening, the hunting party had failed to catch any game. Fortunately, the Deer Tribe had reserves of preserved food, along with wild vegetables and roots gathered by the tribespeople during the day, ensuring that they would not go hungry. Upon his return to the tribe, Yuan relayed the information he had learned from Su Yin to the shaman, who reacted with astonishment, his expression one of disbelief as for how the shaman of the Deer Tribe and Yuan would respond to Su Yin's statements. That was of no concern to Su Yin for the time being. The more pressing matter was the integration and absorption of the Tiger tribe. The Serpent and Tiger tribes were busy preparing for a grand sacrificial event, marking the first time the two tribes would jointly hold such a ceremony. Su Yin, the Serpent shaman, and the Tiger shaman meticulously established the ceremonial procedures. The Tiger tribe had moved to the vicinity of the Serpent tribe over 10 days ago, during which they had grown accustomed to their new way of life. Daily meals were prepared and consumed as households, with an abundance of food that seemed never-ending. They could not drink directly from the river. The water had to be boiled first, and they had designated locations for personal hygiene, necessitating regular visits to the riverbank for sanitation. These new customs starkly contrasted with the Tiger tribe's previous lifestyle, and some practices were perceived as bothersome, such as the requirement to drink boiled water. Initially, the newly relocated members of the Tiger tribe struggled to comprehend the necessity of such a rule, believing that water could simply be consumed as is. However, they soon learned from the Serpent tribe that drinking boiled water helped prevent illness. No one wished to fall ill, for in this era, sickness often meant death, especially for those with weak constitutions, such as children. Consequently, the Tiger tribe quickly adapted to the practice of drinking boiled water. Even complex regulations would be swiftly accepted by the people of the Tiger tribe. In comparison to their prior existence, the lives of the Tiger tribe members now seemed to be on an entirely different plane. Initially, the Tiger shaman had felt anxious about the Serpent tribe's kindness towards the Tiger tribe, contemplating the establishment of a new settlement adjacent to the Serpent tribe's residence. Even though the relationship between the two tribes had tightened due to their collaboration, such a complete amalgamation was unexpected. The bonds between the members of the two tribes grew stronger, almost indistinguishable, and had it not been for the language barrier, outsiders might have considered them a single tribe. The Tiger shaman understood that this situation could lead to undesirable consequences and was already scheming to have Biao lead the tribe in constructing a new settlement beside that of the Serpent tribe. However, Su Yan's assertions temporarily set the Tiger shaman's plans aside. The proclamation that all tribes worship the same deity was earth-shattering for the Tiger shaman, who had never received divine guidance from the god of his own tribe. If the Tiger shaman could receive divine revelation, it would be a different matter. He could dismiss Su Yan's claims. Yet, he found himself unable to obtain such divine insight and could only rely on the knowledge passed down from previous shamans of the Tiger tribe and his own understanding to form his judgments. Unfortunately, the Tiger shaman's knowledge paled in comparison to Su Yan's, rendering him an inadequate opponent. When confronted with the singular deity system created by Su Yan, the Tiger shaman found himself unable to devise a counterargument. Of course, there are exceptions. For instance, a person with a deeply entrenched mindset may remain steadfast and unperturbed by external opinions. However, the Tiger shaman was evidently not such a person. After 5 days, Su Yan managed to convince the Tiger shaman to accept the singular deity system. The Tiger tribe could still honor their original tiger totem, but their perspective needed to shift. The tiger was merely one of the manifestations of the dragon god. Moving forward, both the Tiger and Serpent shamans would labor tirelessly for the upcoming grand sacrificial ceremony, particularly in the crafting of the dragon totem, requiring the direct involvement of both shamans. Moreover, the Tiger shaman needed to learn the divine script and language. As a result, the Tiger shaman found himself with little time to ponder his previously devised plan. Perhaps during moments of leisure, the thought would cross his mind, but for now, it was of little significance to him. In preparation for the sacrificial event, construction efforts within the Serpent tribe were temporarily halted. With all activities yielding to the impending ceremony, tasks proceeded in an orderly fashion, and as the dragon totem neared completion, the food and other offerings required for the ceremony were also nearing readiness. After confirming the date for the ceremony, over the next 3 days, she led a team of 15 swift individuals to visit the Deer tribe, Rabbit tribe, and Mountain tribe, inviting them to attend the grand sacrificial ceremony hosted jointly by the Serpent and Tiger tribes. This was unprecedented. However, the Rabbit and Mountain tribes, aware of the Serpent tribe's formidable strength, were reluctant to offend them and accepted the invitation. As for the Deer tribe, after careful consideration, the Deer shaman also accepted the Serpent tribe's invitation on behalf of his people. In the days that followed, Yuan's statements continued to influence the Deer shaman, who wished to send Yuan to the Serpent tribe to investigate the situation and report back. 2 days had passed since Ji's visit to the Deer tribe, and today marked the day of the sacrificial ceremony between the Serpent and Tiger tribes. Early in the morning, Yuan led the Deer tribe's hunting team towards the Serpent tribe's residence, although it was another tribe hosting the ceremony. Yuan and the other members of the hunting team had taken the time to cleanse themselves the previous day. Around the same time, the leaders of the Rabbit and Mountain tribes also led their respective hunting teams towards the Serpent tribe's residence. At the Serpent tribe's dwelling, the members of both the Serpent and Tiger tribes had risen early, Having eaten breakfast, groups from both tribes made their way to the riverbank to wash their faces and hands. Bathing and washing their fur pelts had been accomplished the previous day. After completing their washing, they tidied up the already neat and clean surroundings of the Serpent tribe's residence as a sign of respect for the divine. Once everything was concluded, a space was cleared in the center of the Serpent tribe's dwelling, where members transported firewood to erect a massive pyre, under the direction of the Serpent and Tiger shamans. The Dragon Totem, Serpent Totem, and Tiger Totem were moved to the northern side of the pyre, with the tallest Dragon Totem placed in the center, flanked by the slightly shorter Serpent Totem and Tiger Totem on either side. It was evident that the Grand Dragon Totem was adorned with the image of a fierce dragon, predominantly red and black, depicted in a manner that suggested it was poised to strike. This dragon was illustrated by the Serpent and Tiger shamans based on the depiction on a stone tablet and Su Yan's descriptions. Chapter 71. The Sacrifice to the Dragon God. Part 2. Su Yan could not help but acknowledge that the artistic skills of the Serpent and Tiger shamans surpassed his own by several degrees. The dragon he had meticulously drawn over half a year paled in comparison to the dragon illustrated by the Serpent and Tiger shamans in just 15 days. This was not surprising. The Serpent and Tiger shamans frequently engaged in the art of drawing and writing, and after years of practice, their skills naturally eclipsed Su Yan's. Once the totems were properly arranged, the Serpent and Tiger shamans personally placed various offerings for the deity beneath the totem poles, including roasted game, fish, fruits, a bear's head, a wild boar's head, a live golden pheasant, fishing nets, pottery, and clay bricks. Some of these offerings were intended as sustenance for the divine, while others were artifacts bestowed upon the Serpent tribe by the deity through Su Yan. Notably, the live golden pheasant offered to the deity had been captured by Biao and the hunting team during an expedition 2 days prior. After being brought back to the tribe, it was tethered by Su Yan. However, it refused to consume the food he provided and was on the verge of starvation as the morning wore on. Yuan and the Deer tribe's hunting team were the first to arrive at the Serpent tribe's residence, followed by the members of the Rabbit and Mountain tribes within the hour. Ji and his team welcomed the guests from the 3 tribes, ultimately arranging them in the spectator areas on either side. The visitors from the Deer, Rabbit, and Mountain tribes were there as witnesses, ready to bear witness to the union of the Serpent and Tiger tribes. Before long, all members of the Serpent and Tiger tribes gathered at the southern side of the pyre. With individuals from each tribe occupying half of the area, the pyre was ignited, and a great fire blazed forth as the sacrificial ceremony officially commenced. The Snake Shaman and the Tiger Shaman approached the center of the arena from opposite sides, both adorned with alternating red and white stripes, which extended even to their faces. Their hair was embellished with feathers, flowers, leaves, and other ornaments, and they wielded towering wooden staffs. With their staffs raised, they danced exuberantly around the bonfire and totem pole, uttering incomprehensible phrases. These words were neither the tongue of the Snake tribe nor that of the Tiger tribe. Perhaps they were a divine language concocted by the shamans of the 2 tribes in ages past. Regardless, Su Yan could not understand, nor could the tribespeople of either faction. That it was uncertain whether the shamans themselves grasped the meaning of their utterances. After a period of frenetic movement, the Snake and Tiger shamans halted and fixed their gaze upon Su Yan. In the next moment, he took the stage, the divine Envoy, with their left hands placed diagonally across their chests. The shamans bowed deeply to Su Yan, conveying their reverence for him. The Su Yan nodded gently, and then, in the language of dragons, the language of the divine, addressed the shamans. Go forth and deliver the divine decree to your people. Yes, they replied, moving past Su Yan to stand before their respective tribes. The members of the Snake and Tiger tribes turned their attention to the shamans. The divine speaks. There is but one God in this world, the Dragon God, the deities worshipped by our tribes. And indeed all tribes are but incarnations of the Dragon God. He possesses boundless power and myriad forms. He may manifest as flora and fauna, yet regardless of the differing images of the Dragon God across tribes, they are all manifestations of the same divine essence. The shamans conveyed the decree in their tribe's native tongues, leaving the tribe's people astonished, their mouths agape. Only Shi and Biao, standing at the forefront, remained composed, having already been privy to this revelation. While the tribe's people were taken aback by the shaman's words, they were quicker to accept this truth than Ji and Biao had been. After all, a shaman capable of communicating with the divine could not possibly deceive them. They needed only to believe in the shaman's words. Blessings of the Dragon God. Upon the conclusion of the shaman's proclamation, Ji and Biao led the way, kneeling before Su Yan and the dragon totem, loudly chanting in the dragon tongue. This was a prearranged step by Su Yan, the Snake Shaman, and the Tiger Shaman. Blessings of the Dragon God. The tribespeople, witnessing their leader's actions, followed suit, kneeling before Su Yin and the dragon totem. Some adults encouraged slower-reacting children to kneel as well. The tiger tribe members, still unfamiliar with the dragon tongue, imitated the sounds of their leader and the snake tribe members. Only Su Yin, the snake shaman, the tiger shaman, and the guests from the 3 tribes on either side remained standing. The sight of the kneeling members of the snake and tiger tribes left the guests from the deer, rabbit, and mountain tribes in awe, their mouths agape. Due to the language barrier, they could not comprehend what had transpired. Though they could infer some details, the deer tribe boasted a mere 120 inhabitants, the rabbit tribe around 90, and the mountain tribe approximately 70. In contrast, the snake tribe had close to 200 members. While the tiger tribe exceeded 100. Together, the snake and tiger tribes formed a coalition of approximately 300 individuals, far surpassing the combined populations of the deer, rabbit, and mountain tribes. Though the snake and tiger tribes had not yet merged into one. Their alliance introduced a formidable force in the region. Fortunately, they were not malevolent, or the neighboring tribes would be in peril. Having concluded the ceremony, Su Yin convened with the leaders of the 3 tribes. Yuan of the rabbit tribe and the leader of the mountain tribe, who maintained a respectful demeanor upon encountering Su Yin, the snake shaman, and the tiger shaman. Su Yin gestured, expressing gratitude for their presence at the ceremony and presenting them with a gift. Ji beckoned, and soon members of the snake tribe brought forth large ceramic vessels filled with fish, caught by the women of the snake and tiger tribes the previous day along the riverbank. Upon receiving the gift, Yuan, the rabbit tribe leader, and the mountain tribe leader displayed expressions of delight, repeatedly gesturing their thanks to Su Yin. Their attendance at the ceremony had impeded their tribe's daily hunting activities. And as they returned from the snake tribe's dwelling, they would need to hunt along the way. A full day of hunting often yielded little, let alone half a day. They had not anticipated receiving food in return for their participation in the ceremony. The fish, once salted and roasted, were a delightful treat. Su Yin smiled, graciously accepting the leader's gratitude, and continued, should your tribes encounter danger, you may seek our assistance at any time. We all worship the same God and ought to support one another. What? The rabbit tribe leader and the mountain tribe leader gasped in astonishment, their mouths agape. How could it be that the deity they worshipped was the same as that of the snake tribe? When their appearances differed, Yuan, on the other hand, was less surprised. Having already heard of the singular deity, Su Yin declared, I have received a divine revelation. The god of this world is the dragon god. The deity we worship, the deities of your tribes, all are but manifestations of the dragon god. He possesses boundless power and myriad forms, appearing as flora and fauna alike, though the image of the dragon god varies among tribes. They are all incarnations of the same divine essence. The leaders of the rabbit tribe and the mountain tribe wore expressions of disbelief, and even the second time hearing Su Yin's explanation, Yuan displayed a look of astonishment. The deer shaman did not provide Yuan with a definitive answer, and at times, Yuan found himself pondering the matter, his mind wandering through various thoughts. Almost every medium-sized tribe worshipped a deity, with shamans preserving the knowledge and traditions of their tribes. Each medium-sized tribe was almost a self-contained system. Su Yin's assertions undoubtedly left Yuan, the leader of the rabbit tribe, and the leader of the mountain tribe struggling to accept them. Yet, upon reflection, certain statements made by Su Yin resonated with a sense of truth, suggesting that the deity worshipped by their tribes could indeed be the embodiment of the one true God in this world. Ultimately, Yuan, along with the leaders of the rabbit and mountain tribes, left the serpent tribe, burdened with thoughts, accompanied by their tribesmen and the gifts bestowed by the snake tribe. Before departing, Su Yin reiterated that the 3 tribes could seek assistance from the Serpent-Tiger Alliance whenever they encountered danger. With the guests gone, the sacrificial rites held by the serpent and tiger tribes concluded, and both tribes returned to their normal routines. The adult women of the 2 tribes, equipped with fish nets and woven baskets, ventured to the riverbanks to fish, while several adult men sought clay to prepare bricks. The construction project, which had stalled for half a month, resumed, as Su Yin planned to erect more houses within the Serpent tribe's settlement in preparation for the future. Following this grand ceremony, the integration between the 2 tribes had taken a significant step forward. The bonds between the people of the Serpent tribe and the Tiger tribe strengthened, as they came to believe in the words of the divine emissary and their respective shamans, affirming that the deities worshipped by both tribes were indeed the singular god of this world. Furthermore, the people of the Tiger tribe even took the initiative to learn the dragon language from the Serpent tribe. This marked a promising beginning. When the members of the Serpent and Tiger tribes communicated using the same language and script, their ties would deepen, rendering the notion of tribal alliances unnecessary. The integration of the 2 tribes would unfold naturally, without the need for overly aggressive methods. Many tribes on the path of growth often pursued radical approaches, conquering others through force and coercing them into submission, which only sowed the seeds of hidden crises within their own communities. Moreover, such conquests often resulted in casualties among their own members. In Su Yan's eyes, shaped by 2 lifetimes, every tribesman was invaluable. Thus, military conquest was not a viable option for the time being, until Su Yan reached maturity. Fostering a natural integration of other tribes with the Serpent tribe would be the most prudent course of action. Chapter 73, Surnames and Names, Part 1. The alliance between the Serpent tribe and the Tiger tribe birthed a formidable force in the region. Fortunately, neither of these tribes was malevolent. Otherwise, neighboring tribes would have contemplated migration. Yuan, along with the leaders of the Rabbit and Mountain tribes, returned to their own tribes, bringing back gifts, food from the Serpent tribe, that elicited cheers from their people. For primitive folk, having enough to eat was the epitome of happiness. Upon their return, the tribesmen recounted the events that transpired in the Serpent tribe, revealing to their kin that they had a powerful neighbor residing in extraordinary dwellings. Utilizing marvelous pottery and possessing an abundance of food, many tribesmen harbored thoughts of wishing their own tribe could be as splendid, while others felt a yearning for the Serpent tribe, the 3 leaders. However, were not preoccupied with the thoughts of their people. Their first act upon returning was to approach the shaman and share their experiences from the Serpent tribe. The emergence of such a powerful force left the 3 shamans in silence, and the proclamations of the singular god astonished the Rabbit shaman and the Mountain shaman, while the Deer shaman remained reticent. For the time being, the singular god's influence had yet to reach the Deer, Rabbit, and Mountain tribes, but the seed had been sown in the hearts of the shamans and leaders of these 3 tribes, awaiting the future to take root and flourish into a towering tree. As days turned into weeks, spring came to an end, and the rainy season began, with various primitive tribes continuing their lives, apart from the occasional encounters between hunting parties from the 2 tribes in the jungle. Only the Deer tribe and the Serpent tribe engaged in trade every 10 days to half a month. Both the Serpent tribe and the Tiger tribe shared a common adversary, and as the last month of winter passed, followed by spring, this foe had not reappeared, bringing a sigh of relief to the leadership of both tribes. An unknown and potentially dangerous tribe posed a significant threat to the Serpent and Tiger tribes, especially since the Tiger tribe had suffered substantial losses due to this foe. The Serpent tribe had eliminated dozens of adult males from this tribe, and a deep-seated enmity had developed between the Serpent-Tiger alliance and this menacing force. At the Serpent tribe's settlement, during ordinary times, the people of both tribes continued their diligent labor, contributing their efforts to the community. The members of the Serpent and Tiger tribes had embraced the concept of the singular god, and Su Yan continued to teach his 20 or so students the dragon language and script. The Tiger shaman and his disciples spent their days alongside the Serpent shaman and Xiao Dai, learning the dragon language and script. The Tiger tribe had its own spoken language, and the status of the Tiger shaman was equivalent to that of the Serpent shaman. The Tiger shaman held pride and would never deign to learn the spoken language of the Serpent tribe. However, the dragon language and script were different, being the language and script of the divine. As a shaman, one must learn them, despite the Tiger shaman never having received divine revelations. Not only they, but also other members of the Tiger tribe were learning the dragon language from the people of the Serpent tribe. Within the Serpent tribe, the dragon language had nearly supplanted the spoken language of the Serpent tribe. A standardized language and script would greatly aid a tribe's development. As life returned to a relatively tranquil state, Su Yan found himself slightly more at ease, teaching the sisters Xiao Hua and Xiao Yu, along with other students, in the mornings, and practicing Su family fist with the sisters in the afternoons. Based on his physical development, it was anticipated that by next year, Su Yan could begin to practice internal cultivation. Su Yan kept himself occupied, dedicating the remaining time each day to another endeavor, naming. He had begun this process long ago and had never ceased, assigning names such as Ji, Yuan, Biao, and Jian. Primitive people lack names, and Su Yan's naming served merely to facilitate better identification. He never disclosed these names to them, as they typically referred to one another using pronouns. Consider the situation. When 2 groups were at a considerable distance, one could call out to the other and be heard, without names. If someone in the first group wished to speak to someone in the second group, they would have to walk over to converse directly. If both parties had names, they could simply call out to one another, eliminating the need to approach. Now that the dragon language was spreading within the Serpent-Tiger alliance, Su Yan decided it was time to assign names to everyone and inform them that they could address one another by name, rather than using pronouns. First, he needed to explain surnames, given names, and courtesy names. Surname. A surname signifies an individual's familial lineage, a mark and symbol of their ancestry. descendants of the same ancestor are referred to as a clan. The origins of surnames trace back to the names of tribes or their leaders, serving primarily to distinguish the offspring of different clans within a tribe, facilitating interclan marriages. Thus, the advent of surnames heralded a shift from communal marriage systems to lineage-based marriage practices, marking a significant milestone in human civilization. Once established, surnames are typically passed down through generations and remain relatively stable, while given names may change with titles and positions, resulting in individuals having multiple names across generations. Since ancient times, the descendants of Huaxia have regarded surnames as the hallmark of familial continuity. A surname serves as a clan identifier, while a given name is a branch of the surname. Since the Qin and Han dynasties, surnames have been unified. Throughout history, both ancient and modern societies have held a preference for sons over daughters. Many cherish their daughters but long to bear sons. From a modern genetic perspective, while both sons and daughters can carry on one's bloodline, daughters' descendants cannot inherit the surname, while sons' descendants can. This underscores the significance of surnames. Given name. A given name is a designation for people and things. All entities in the world should possess a name, and humans are no exception. Courtesy name. A courtesy name refers to an additional name given to denote virtue or the meaning of one's original name. In ancient times, men received their courtesy names at 20 and women at 15, as it was deemed inappropriate to address them directly by their given names. Thus, an alternative name related to the original name's meaning was adopted as a courtesy name. Reflecting virtue, it became customary for people to refer to one another using these courtesy names, which later became known simply as courtesy names. The practice of courtesy names originated in the Shang dynasty, flourished during the Zhou dynasty, and evolved into a system that persists even in modern times among many scholars and cultural figures, such as Hu Shi, whose courtesy name was Shi Ji, and Sun Wan, whose courtesy name was Zhi Zhi. In contemporary society, apart from prominent figures in academia and culture, very few ordinary people utilize courtesy names. However, with a population of over 1 billion in China, the incidence of identical names and surnames is exceedingly high, prompting a cultural revival of the courtesy name system. Chapter 74. Surnames and Names, Part 2. Surnames, Given Names, and Courtesy Names. Su Yin temporarily set aside the notion of courtesy names as they may emerge in the future, but not at present. What remained were the surname and given name. Surnames could easily be formed by using the names of tribes or totems. Thus, the surname of the Serpent tribe was Serpent, and the surname of the Tiger tribe was Tigered. In Chinese tradition, the 12 zodiac signs are all surnames. It is not unusual for a surname to be derived from an animal name. For instance, surnames like Niu, ox, and Ma, horse, are quite common, while Shi, snake, and Hu, tiger, are less so. In the future, it is conceivable that the snake tribe and the tiger tribe may merge into a single entity, possibly forming the dragon tribe. In that time, the surnames Shi and Hu would serve as historical evidence of the former existence of the snake and tiger tribes. Su Yin, born into the snake tribe, would typically bear the surname Shi. However, given his identity as a divine messenger, he chose to adopt the surname Long, dragon, to reflect his esteemed position within both tribes, while the surname is simple. The given name is more complex. Initially, Su Yin assigned names to many individuals within the snake tribe, using names like Xiaohua, Xiaoyu, Xiaodai, Dezue, Xionglian, Duyin, Kuaitui, alongside more formal names such as Ji, Biao, and Yuan. The former names resemble nicknames rather than true names, with Xiaohua and Xiaoyu being acceptable, while names like Dezue and Xionglian lack elegance. Eventually, Su Yin grew weary of naming and resorted to using numbers. The latter names, such as Ji, Biao, and Yuan, were more formal, and ideally, he intended to follow this standard for all. After deciding to name everyone, Su Yin instructed his tribesmen to gather relatively thin shards of pottery. From a pile of shards, he selected a piece the size of an adult's palm, roughly squared. He then ground this shard against a stone until it became more uniform, with its sharp edges softened. Using a sharp stone, he engraved the character Long on one side and Yin on the other. Thus, his name became Long Yin. Although Su Yin was his name from a past life, the significance of that name had diminished over the years. And while surnames could change, given names were less likely to. Approximately 20 minutes later, the world's first identification card emerged. Though it bore only a name and no additional records, it had left its mark as a witness to history. The pottery shard identification card was somewhat cumbersome and inconvenient, prone to breaking if dropped. A wooden card would have been preferable, but the absence of metal tools made that impossible. Nevertheless, the use of a pottery shard was adequate. as Su Yan did not intend for it to serve as a true identification card at this stage. Among the tribes of the snake and tiger, only 1/10 recognized the character for dragon or were learning it. The majority were illiterate to ensure they could remember his name. Creating such a plaque was an excellent choice. Despite Su Yan's remarkable memory, he could not recall everyone's name at once to be why distributing a name plaque to each person. They could consult those who knew the characters when they forgot, which was the primary purpose of Su Yan's initiative. After crafting his identification card, Su Yan did not rush to create another. Shaping a suitable pottery shard was time-consuming. During the rainy season, it rained almost every few days, compelling the tribesmen to remain indoors. However, they could still engage in productive activities such as weaving grass ropes, crafting fish traps, and making rattan shoes. Su Yan instructed several tribesmen to prepare pottery shards for him, either square or rectangular, roughly the size of an adult's palm, while he would handle the engraving himself. The next day brought clear skies and warm temperatures. Su Yan collected the crafted plaques from his tribesmen, starting with the identification cards for the snake and tiger shamans. Each plaque bore the character Wu on one side, while one displayed Hu and the other Shi. The term represented their profession and also served as their name. Following that, he prepared cards for the leaders Ji and Biao, and then for the sisters Xiao Hua and Xiao Yu, as well as his foster mother. While Xiao Hua and Xiao Yu were acceptable as names, they lacked sophistication, so Su Yan expanded them to Mei Hua, Plum Blossom, and Yu, Eyebrow Moon. The plum blossom, in traditional Chinese culture, symbolizes purity, resilience, and humility, inspiring ambition. Blooming first among flowers in the harsh winter, it stands alone in spring. Yu, referring to the crescent moon resembling eyebrows, perfectly encapsulated Xiao Yu's name, derived from her crescent-shaped eyes when she smiled. Although their names became Mei Hua and Yu, referring to them as Xiao Hua and Xiao Yu felt more endearing for his foster mother. Su Yan ultimately chose the character Ci, representing kindness and compassion. Setting aside the other plaques, Su Yan took the cards for the snake and tiger shamans, along with 2 blank ones, and proceeded to the snake shaman's dwelling. Upon reaching the entrance, he observed the tiger shaman and his disciple studying the dragon language and characters with the snake shaman. Noticing Su Yan's presence, the 4 individuals quickly stood up, placing their hands across their chests and bowing slightly. Su Yan waved his hand to indicate they could rise, and they complied. Entering the dwelling, he handed the plaques to the snake and tiger shamans. Upon receiving them, the shamans examined the plaques with puzzled expressions, unsure of Su Yan's intentions. "These are name plaques," he explained, "one side inscribed with your surname and the other with your given name." "What is surname?" asked the snake shaman. "And what is name?" The terms for surname and name had not been taught to them previously. Su Yan had only imparted characters and language relevant to everyday life. Taking a few steps forward, he moved aside as the 4 individuals made way for him at the end of the outer room. He picked up a sharp stone from the ground and etched the words for surname and name onto a stone slab. Name encompasses all things in the world: stone, wood, grass, flowers, water, fire. All hold names. You, I, and he all possess names. I am Yin, you are Wu. Chapter 75, Surnames and Names, Part 2. Name encompasses all things in the world: stone, wood, grass, flowers, water, fire. All hold names. You, I, and he all possess names. I am Yin, you are Wu. When I call Wu, you respond, which signifies your name is Wu. Upon hearing Su Yan's definition of names, both the snake and tiger shamans nodded, indicating their understanding. Su Yan continued, "As for surname, although both of you share the name Wu, you do not belong to the same tribe. Your tribe venerates the dragon deity Serpent incarnation. Hence your tribe is known as the snake tribe, with Shi as your surname. Your full name is Shi Wu. Your tribe venerates the dragon deity's tiger incarnation, thus your tribe is called the tiger tribe. With Hu as your surname, your full name is Hu Wu." The snake and tiger shamans nodded again in acknowledgement, their comprehension perhaps slightly different. I in the snake shaman's mind. The understanding of his identity was that he was the shaman of the snake tribe, while the tiger shaman's understanding was similar but not entirely the same. Su Yan then turned his attention to Xiao Dai and the tiger shaman's disciple, who was slightly older and had already reached adulthood. Emulating his teacher's daily habits, "You two may choose names for yourselves." Upon hearing Su Yan's words, Xiao Dai and the tiger shaman's disciple appeared puzzled. Having just grasped the concept of names, the task of naming themselves was evidently daunting. Su Yan, feeling helpless, decided to take the initiative. After a moment's thought, he said, "You shall be named Mu and you shall be Xing." Mu corresponds to Xiao Dai, as his vacuous demeanor aligns with the essence of wood, while Xing was merely a spontaneous choice for the tiger shaman's disciple. Afterward, Su Yan swiftly engraved the names onto the 2 blank plaques, completing the task in merely 2 minutes, and he handed the plaques to Mu and Exine, who respectfully accepted them from Su Yan's hands. After spending a little more time in the snake shaman's dwelling, Su Yan instructed the four on the writing of the characters for surname and name before departing. Upon returning to his own residence, he found that Xiao Hua and Xiao Yu had already returned, having practiced Su's martial arts in the afternoon before venturing off to play, and were only just back now that as Xiao Hua approached the cusp of adulthood. In the snake tribe, children nearing maturity typically assist adults by sharing a portion of the workload, effectively becoming half or a third of a laborer. However, due to Su Yan's influence, both she and Xiao Yu, along with their foster mother, had elevated their status within the tribe, no longer regarded as mere ordinary tribespeople. While other children approaching adulthood would certainly face reprimands from adults for idleness, none dared to scold Xiao Hua. And neither Ji nor Wu would intervene. Xiao Hua had the freedom to choose between play and work. Su Yan beckoned to the sisters, who obediently approached him. He presented the 2 previously engraved plaques to them. "Brother, what are these?" Xiao Hua inquired, her curiosity piqued. "These bear your surname and name." Su Yan reiterated what he had explained to the snake and tiger shamans. The sisters, Xiao Hua and Xiao Yu, had only spent a few months learning the dragon language and its characters, and consequently, they had not fully grasped the commonly used dragon characters in their daily lives. They vaguely understood that their surname was Snake, and their given name was Plum Blossom, Eud. They had not yet learned the characters for Mei, as well as their surname and given name. Su Yan dedicated some time to teach these 4 characters to the sisters, following the previous guidance. The sisters were now earnest in their studies whenever Su Yan imparted knowledge to them. As evening approached, Su Yan presented the nameplates to Ci, Ji, and Biao. At Ci, I could only speak a few words in dragon language and did not recognize the characters. Su Yan found it challenging to explain the significance of names to his adoptive mother, so he simply informed her that Ci represented herself and that she should respond when called by that name. When it came to Ji and Biao, Su Yan handed them their nameplates. Ji, being relatively clever, grasped the meaning of names to some extent, while Biao struggled initially but eventually understood through their mutual address. Ji, you are Biao. Biao, you are Ji. Ji, Ji and Biao are good brothers. Biao, Brao and Ji are good brothers. He found this concept of names quite intriguing. He was accustomed to addressing others in a vague manner, using you, I, or he, which made direct communication challenging. With names, one could simply call out to another and be recognized. The Snake and Tiger Tribe Alliance comprised 300 individuals, yet only 10 possessed identification cards. Su Yan felt a great deal of frustration at the prospect of ensuring that all 300 members had their own identification. Naming was a task that could only be undertaken by Su Yan himself. Those who had studied the dragon characters understood the concept of names, but assigning names to others was a complex endeavor that required them to learn and contemplate Su Yan's naming methodology. Learning and contemplation were, after all, 2 essential steps in human advancement. In the subsequent days, Su Yan continued to craft nameplates for other tribe members. Starting with those who had learned or were currently studying the dragon characters, Su Yan needed to explicate the meaning of names to them specifically. Given their existing knowledge, they quickly grasped the significance of names and learned to recognize and write their own. The majority of the ordinary tribe members in the Snake and Tiger Tribe Alliance, however, did not know the dragon characters. Su Yan did not intend to explain the meaning of names to them in detail. He simply conveyed that the surname represented their tribe and the given name represented themselves. A straightforward explanation that allowed them to quickly comprehend the significance of names. The individuals from the Snake tribe were somewhat better off as they were accustomed to conversing in dragon language, while those from the Tiger tribe were still in the process of learning. Fortunately, Su Yan did not require them to write their names. He only needed them to pronounce their names correctly so they could inform others of their identities. If they were unaware of how to pronounce their own names, they would be unable to communicate their identities to others. As the members of the Snake and Tiger Tribe Alliance acquired their own names, some aspects of daily life became more convenient. There was no longer a need for face-to-face communication. They could simply call each other's names from a distance. As days passed, the relationship between the Snake and Tiger tribes grew ever more intimate. The members of both tribes spoke the dragon language. Adult men ventured out together for hunting. Adult women gathered to fish by the river, and children played together, resembling one cohesive tribe. The Tiger Shaman appeared to have abandoned the idea of re-establishing the Tiger tribe's home near the Snake tribe's dwelling, thanks in part to Su Yan's ongoing influence over the past few months, reinforcing the notion that the Tiger surname represented the Tiger tribe, and as long as the surname existed, the tribe would endure. By autumn, the population of the Snake and Tiger Tribe Alliance swelled significantly with the birth of numerous infants. However, hunting expeditions did not yield prey every day. the fish in the river remained the primary food source for the Alliance. For many years, the Snake tribe had relied on this river for fishing, and particularly in the past 2 years, especially this year, the Alliance had been catching more fish than ever, yet the fish population showed no signs of depletion. Su Yin speculated that the river might connect to a larger lake or be a tributary of a grand river, that it was also possible that the fish in the river were migrating from the lake or the larger river. And regardless of how much the Snake and Tiger Tribe Alliance fished, the fish in the river remained abundant. This was fortuitous, for food was undeniably the most critical resource for primitive peoples. Sufficient food was essential for the survival and development of their tribes, and the abundance of fish in the river meant that the Snake and Tiger Tribe Alliance would not be compelled to relocate due to food shortages. Relocation posed a significant threat to primitive tribes, and they would not do so unless absolutely necessary. Even if they needed to move, they would carefully select a new location beforehand. The river's plentiful supply of fish was advantageous. Yet another issue troubled the Snake and Tiger Tribe Alliance. The intervals between trades with the Deer Tribe had lengthened from 10 days to about a month. This was likely due to the Deer Tribe having acquired an ample supply of pottery from the Snake Tribe, leading to a decrease in trading frequency. Previously, the Snake Tribe had managed without salt, but with the Deer Tribe introducing salt into their lives, its importance had surged. Salt not only served as a seasoning but also enabled the tribe's people to labor for extended periods. Although the quantity of salt traded remained relatively stable, the lengthening intervals meant that the Snake Tribe would receive less salt each year. Last year, the Snake Tribe had exchanged a significant amount of salt with the Deer Tribe. And after consumption and preservation, they had managed to stockpile a considerable reserve. This year, with the arrival of the Tiger Tribe, the trading intervals extended further, and although the salt acquired was still sufficient, Su Yin recognized the growing importance of this issue. Understanding the significance of salt, Su Yin instructed Ji to lead a hunting team to search for salt while hunting, using the salt acquired from the Deer Tribe as a reference. After extensive efforts, Ji had yet to locate a source of impure salt, but had discovered several salt-rich areas. However, the salt content of these soils was far inferior to that of impure salt, requiring a minimum of 10 individuals to devote considerable time and effort to refine it into usable salt. The search for salt persisted, with Ji and Biao keeping an eye out while leading the hunting team. But they had yet to find a high-yield salt source. Rather than expending energy searching, Su Yin had greater faith in the salt flats held by the Deer Tribe that produced impure salt. He had considered having Ji investigate the Deer Tribe's salt flats, but regrettably, this effort had failed, as the salt flats were likely located further away, beyond the reach of the hunting team even after a swift half-day's journey. An idea began to form in Su Yan's mind. The most effective means of acquiring these salt flats would be to absorb the Deer Tribe, not only gaining access to the salt flats, but also increasing their own population. Unfortunately, the Snake Tribe and Tiger Tribe had yet to merge, let alone consider the prospect of absorbing the Deer Tribe. Once the Snake and Tiger Tribes unified as one, coercing or militarily conquering the Deer Tribe would become feasible. Currently, if the Deer Tribe continued to reduce the trading frequency between the two tribes, resulting in insufficient salt to meet the daily needs of the Snake and Tiger Tribe Alliance, they would be compelled to excavate salt-rich soil from the nearest source to purify it for consumption. As summer drew to a close, fruits capable of lasting longer began to ripen. The Snake and Tiger Tribe's hunting team reduced their outings, joining the adult women in foraging for fruits to store for winter sustenance. Although some fruits, such as apricots and cherries, had ripened earlier in the summer, they could not be stored for long and were typically consumed immediately. From late summer to early winter, the primary task for both tribes was to gather ample food for the winter. With even the older children participating in the efforts, numerous fruits were carefully transported back by the adult men using woven baskets and ropes, while the children, enticed by the sweet and tangy fruits, hesitated to reach for them. The late summer and autumn months were the busiest time of the year, not only for gathering winter provisions, but also as many pregnant women were due to give birth during this period. Within and around their dwelling, most members of the tribes were industriously occupied, with only evenings offering a brief respite. However, with some women giving birth at night, a portion of the tribe remained restless. Fortunately, there was no need to hold the unveiling ceremony this year. Had it been scheduled, it would have consumed valuable time and further taxed the tribe's efforts. With winter approaching and temperatures rapidly dropping, meat could be preserved for longer durations. The adults shifted their focus from fruit gathering to hunting, while fishing teams spent their days along the river, striving to catch as many fish as possible before the water froze. In the eyes of primitive humans, pickled food pales in comparison to fresh provisions. However, the Serpent tribe has long engaged in the art of food preservation. The reason is simple. Pickled food can be stored for extended periods. When inclement weather strikes, preventing hunting and fishing. These preserved foods become essential sustenance. As the year progresses into winter, the Serpent tribe has amassed a significant stockpile of pickled goods, complemented by the bounty gathered from late summer to early autumn. Both the Serpent and Tiger tribes find themselves well equipped with ample food supplies, ensuring that even in the face of a prolonged winter, hunger will not plague them. Moreover, in the frigid embrace of winter, firewood becomes paramount for warmth. Fortunately, the vicinity of the Serpent tribe's dwelling is replete with easily accessible firewood. Chapter 77. The Mating Cultivation Plan, continued. As snowflakes drift gently to the ground, children from the Serpent tribe frolic in an open area, their little faces and hands flushed with cold. If they become too chilled, they scurry back to their homes to warm themselves by the hearth. The Tiger tribe has finally come to experience genuine happiness. Nothing compares to the comfort of a warm abode during the biting cold of winter, where they can enjoy hearty meals without the looming threat of hostile tribes or wild beasts. In the eyes of the Tiger tribe, their current existence is a stark contrast to the previous year's hardships. They have no desire to return to a life marked by cold, hunger, and danger. The people of the Serpent tribe cannot forget the third month of last winter when they were ambushed by foes, a memory that haunts the Tiger tribe as well, recalling the enemy that decimated their ranks. A year has passed, and after suffering heavy losses, this enemy has not reappeared, but with winter's return, the likelihood of their resurgence has increased significantly. Analyzing various clues, Su Yin suspects that this malevolent enemy may belong to a cannibal tribe. Known for attacking other primitive tribes in search of food when their own resources dwindle, cannibal tribes are among the most savage, consuming their enemies and, in dire circumstances, even resorting to eating their own kin. This brutal approach allows them to endure periods of scarcity more effectively than ordinary tribes, who primarily engage in warfare to expand their population without resorting to cannibalism. If the enemy encountered by the Tiger tribe was not from a cannibal tribe, they would not have launched a direct assault upon encountering the Tiger tribe's hunting party. Likewise, if the enemy that ambushed the Serpent tribe were not cannibals, they would not have attempted a sneak attack. This winter, as the cannibal tribe's food supply dwindles, they are likely to strike again. In preparation for potential threats, the Alliance of the Serpent and Tiger tribes has taken precautions. Digging traps in the open ground outside their walls is the most effective defensive strategy. Unfortunately, the lack of tools such as shovels and hoes makes this task exceedingly challenging, and the heavy snowfall could potentially collapse the traps. Upon reflection, the means available for defense are limited, primarily relying on vigilance. Last winter, Su Yin instructed Ji to address the visual blind spots near the walls and caves, significantly reducing the areas where enemies could approach unnoticed, should any adversaries attempt to sneak up again. As long as the sentinels remain alert, they will surely detect the enemy in advance. The watchmen stationed behind the walls consist of 3 groups, totaling 6 individuals, who maintain a continuous watch day and night. During the day, there are 2 shifts, one in the morning and another in the afternoon, while at night the shifts increase to 4, that each group comprises 1 adult male and 1 adult female, preferably a married couple. While on duty, they wrap themselves in thick animal skins, ensuring that every exposed area is covered. If one skin is insufficient, they layer several, as animal skins do not decay as rapidly as meat does. With proper treatment, these skins can last for years, allowing both the Serpent and Tiger tribes to accumulate a substantial supply over time. Outside, the snow falls heavily, while inside, the hearth radiates warmth, effectively shielding them from winter's chill. Among those most comfortable are Su Yin, the Serpent shaman, the Tiger shaman, Ji, and Biao, who reside in a specially designated dwelling, reclining on a bed of thick grass and animal hides, with an additional skin for warmth. They remain oblivious to the harshness of winter. Initially, the Serpent tribe had only 3 such special houses, but following the relocation of the Tiger tribe, 2 more were constructed before summer had completely waned. The Tiger shaman, Exine, Biao, and several of Biao's spouses and children moved into these new dwellings. Lying on the bed, the dimly lit room offers little brightness. Having sufficiently rested, Su Yin devotes his leisure time to further instructing the sisters Xiao Hua and Xiao Yu. Over the past year, the sisters have learned to utilize the dragon language in their daily lives, facilitating Su Yin's continued teachings. The training primarily consists of Su Yin outlining the rules, which the sisters then memorize. After several repetitions, they are asked to recite what they have learned. If they are unable to do so, they receive a gentle reprimand with a small wooden stick on their palms. As the first month of winter concludes, Xiao Yu has experienced very few reprimands, while her elder sister Xiao Hua has encountered even fewer. Given Xiao Hua's height, she is on the cusp of adulthood and has become increasingly composed. Although Xiao Yu, being 2 years younger, remains playful, Su Yan's training over the past year has instilled a degree of maturity in her as well. Under Su Yan's guidance, the sisters have adopted various practices, maintaining personal hygiene, bathing regularly, and keeping their hair neat, walking deliberately instead of running, and chewing their food thoroughly to minimize noise at mealtimes. Su Yan endeavors to cultivate the sisters in accordance with the standards of refined young ladies. However, given their current environment, transforming them into true ladies is as challenging as elevating the Serpent tribe to become one of the most powerful tribes in the world. Su Yan does not intend to mold them into mere ladies, for he also imparts the principles of Su's martial arts to them. In comparison to their peers, the sisters have undergone significant transformations, setting them apart from other children who are increasingly reluctant to associate with them. This shift is partly due to their close relationship with the divine envoy. It is essential for ordinary tribespeople to maintain a sense of reverence in the presence of shamans, and the same applies when interacting with the disciples of shamans. Su Yan's status exceeds that of the shamans, and the influence on the sisters is palpable that a year's worth of training is insufficient for Xiaohua and Xiaoyu. The years ahead will require continued guidance from Su Yan. Chapter 78. The Wolf Tribe. In a distant western land lies a formidable tribe, which we shall refer to as the Wolf Tribe. This large tribe boasts a population exceeding 350 individuals, surpassing that of the Serpent and Tiger tribes combined. More astonishing is the composition of the Wolf Tribe. It is devoid of elders, the sick, or young girls. Only adult males, adult females, and young boys. A glaring question arises: if there are no young girls, whence come the adult females? The answer is dishearteningly straightforward. The Wolf Tribe has abducted women from other primitive tribes. In the eyes of the adult males of the Wolf Tribe, women have never held the status of true tribespeople. They are merely breeding vessels, the lowest form of slaves. Even female infants born to adult females are denied the right to belong to the Wolf Tribe, often deprived of the very right to live. The Wolf Tribe is not only a savage tribe. The skeletal remains scattered throughout their territory attest to their cannibalistic nature. They are fierce warriors, merciless and bloodthirsty, reveling in the assault of other primitive tribes, regarding their kin as mere sustenance. They capture adult females to serve as slaves, reproductive tools, or reserves of food. The ground of the Wolf Tribe's dwelling is littered with bones, which they use as decorative ornaments throughout their community, especially favoring skulls. In truth, cannibal tribes share many similarities with ordinary primitive tribes. They possess shamans, knowledge passing down through generations, deities they revere, and engage in the excavation of caves and the construction of rudimentary shelters. As autumn approaches, they too gather provisions for winter. Yet, when it comes to food collection, cannibal tribes often lag behind their non-cannibal counterparts. By the middle of winter, many cannibal tribes face food shortages, compelling them to venture out in search of sustenance. If they fail to secure food for several days, they resort to slaughtering their own adult females for nourishment. The cannibal tribes exhibit a penchant for hunting their own kind rather than wild beasts, often adorning themselves with the bones of their fellow tribespeople. Once, the Wolf Tribe inhabited an even more remote western region, continuously attacking every primitive tribe they encountered, leading to the demise of numerous weaker tribes. After the surrounding primitive tribes were annihilated, the Wolf Tribe gradually began its migration eastward, in search of new primitive tribes to target for attack. Countless years passed, and the Wolf Tribe settled near the territory of the Tiger Tribe. A journey of less than a day. As winter approached and half the season had passed, the Wolf Tribe found itself in yet another food crisis. Most of the adult males formed 3 hunting parties, scattering in a frenzied pursuit of sustenance, hunting not only beasts but also members of their own kind. When encountering both beasts and fellow tribesmen, they prioritized the latter, for in the eyes of the Wolf Tribe, aside from their adult males and boys, all others of their kind could be considered as food. The flesh of their own kind was far more delectable than that of beasts. Unbeknownst to the Tiger Tribe, they had gained a ferocious neighbor. The Tiger Tribe, too, faced a food crisis and braved the harsh winter to hunt. Their hunting party unexpectedly crossed paths with that of the Wolf Tribe. Disaster struck the Tiger Tribe. Upon spotting their kind, the Wolf Tribe's hunters eagerly pursued them. In a desperate bid for survival, Biao severed his own arm, managing to escape alongside 10 other adult males, while the remaining 9 fell prey to the Wolf Tribe. Yet, the saga did not end there. The hunting parties of the Wolf Tribe expanded their range, inadvertently including the Tiger Tribe's dwelling within their hunting grounds. Though they had yet to discover it, fortuitously, Biao spotted the Wolf Tribe's hunters a day in advance, leading his people to migrate to distant lands. By the following afternoon, a hunting party from the Wolf Tribe arrived at the vacated Tiger Tribe dwelling. only to find an empty cave. For a primitive tribe, a cave was a precious asset, as they lacked the means to construct fully waterproof and insulated shelters. Thus, the cave became the wolf tribe's new base and potential home. Originally, the wolf tribe intended to continue pursuing the tiger tribe along their migration trail, but a heavy snowfall obscured all traces. The hunters could only follow the previously discovered tracks. The tiger tribe's migration was slow, hindered by the presence of pregnant women and children, and the blizzard caused the wolf tribe's hunters to lose their way. In a serendipitous turn, they stumbled upon the dwelling of the snake tribe, who, alerted by the presence of the intruders, stood ready behind their walls. Unaware of the snake tribe's strength, the wolf tribe's hunters, numbering nearly 40 adult males, believed that any tribe, unless overwhelmingly powerful, could not withstand their sudden assault. Even if they faced a formidable foe, they could retreat swiftly with minimal casualties. The hunting party leader resolved to attack the snake tribe, maneuvering to launch a surprise assault from behind their settlement. However, fortune did not favor them this time. Had they encountered another primitive tribe, they might have retreated with few losses, but they were met with the snake tribe. After a brutal confrontation, the hunting party leader managed to escape with a mere handful of tribesmen, over half of whom bore wounds, including the leader himself. The grim scene did not conclude there. The scent of blood attracted beasts, and as the leader and the remaining tribesmen fled for their lives, only 6, including the leader, survived, while the rest fell prey to the lurking predators. A day later, the hunting party leader returned to the wolf tribe's dwelling with 5 survivors. His esteemed position, second only to the shaman and the chief, was now marred by a grave mistake, leading to his demotion to a mere ordinary tribesman. It was the first time in a decade that the wolf tribe had suffered such significant losses among their adult males, igniting a desire for revenge in the chief's heart. The shaman intervened, cautioning against immediate action due to the unknown strength of the snake tribe and the wolf tribe's diminished capabilities. A year passed, and once more, the wolf tribe found itself in dire need of sustenance. They faced 3 choices: consume their reserves, adult females, venture out to hunt beasts, or attack another primitive tribe. Ultimately, the shaman and chief determined that hunting beasts was the most prudent course of action, with a possibility of turning on their kind should they discover any traces of them. At this juncture, one tribe member proposed a suggestion, recalling the location of another tribe. If we eradicate this tribe, we shall have a bounty of food, he declared. This individual was the disgraced leader of a nearly annihilated hunting party, who bore a grudge that others had long forgotten. His words rekindled a flame of vengeance in the chief's heart. As the losses from the previous winter weighed heavily upon him, now, faced with another food crisis, perhaps it was time to test the strength of this enemy. If they proved weak, they could be swiftly eliminated. After deliberation, the shaman and chief finalized their plan to attack the snake tribe. The wolf tribe, excluding the shaman and his apprentice, consisted of 107 adult males, with 20 remaining to guard their dwelling. The chief would lead 87 men into a formidable hunting party against the snake tribe. There was no concern about locating the snake tribe's territory, as primitive peoples marked their paths with symbols carved into trees. The markings from the previous winter remained intact, guiding them toward their destination. On the morning of the second day, after a hearty breakfast, the hunting party set forth, with the former hunting party leader at the forefront. They hunted as they advanced toward the former tiger tribe's territory, taking more than a day and a half to reach their destination. On the third day, the wolf tribe's hunters took their time, splitting into 4 groups to hunt around the former tiger tribe's area, preparing for the impending conflict by replenishing their strength. That night, a heavy snowfall descended, lasting 2 nights and a day until it finally ceased on the 5th morning. During the day, the hunters continued their efforts in the vicinity of the former tiger tribe, for the recent blizzard had rendered hunting nearly impossible, leaving them with insufficient provisions. On the 6th morning, having filled their bellies, the hunters, led by the former hunting party leader, made their way toward the snake tribe's dwelling. Meanwhile, the snake tribe's settlement came into view, with plumes of smoke rising from chimneys, drifting with the wind. The landscape was unique, and while no one could ascertain whether more advanced tribes existed beyond the horizon, the alliance of the snake and tiger tribes was the dominant force in the area. With the arrival of many newborns, both tribes saw a significant population increase, enhancing their labor force for the future. Due to the recent heavy snowfall, both tribes had remained indoors, only venturing out for cooking and other necessities. Once the snow ceased, both adults and children rushed outside for fresh air. Despite the chill, children gathered to play, engaging in snowball fights and building snowmen, a pastime inspired by Su Yan's ingenuity the previous year. While snowman building was more favored by the girls, boys reveled in snowball fights, honing their skills in speed, technique, and evasion. Meanwhile, the adults engaged in their own physical activities, wrestling in the snow in small groups. relishing the safety of the thick blanket of snow that cushioned their falls and provided a chance to refine their combat skills. Regardless of the time, within the primal tribes, strength and combat skills hold immense significance for adult males. It is through these attributes that they can vanquish their peers and ascend to higher status within the tribe. Each fierce clash between Biao and Dali draws the attention of numerous clansmen. In the absence of salt, wisdom could triumph over brawn. However, with the advent of salt, the likelihood of wisdom prevailing in battles against the strong diminishes. This holds true for the encounters between Ji and Biao as well. To maintain his authority within the snake tribe, Ji refrains from engaging in combat with Dali or Biao. A single defeat could severely undermine his standing, having previously emerged victorious on countless occasions. The clansmen remain oblivious to the effects of salt, and none can compel Ji, their leader, to fight, thereby preserving his authority. Biao, who relishes combat, shifts his focus to Dali, the second most formidable member of the snake tribe. However, Dali's true strength now surpasses even Ji's. Consequently, Biao finds himself consistently defeated in his encounters with Dali. Biao, not particularly astute, engages in direct confrontations with Dali, whose superior strength leads to Biao's frequent losses. Nonetheless, Biao has developed an addiction to combat and seeks out Dali whenever he has free time. Although both are powerhouses, their repeated skirmishes have refined their fighting techniques to some extent. Ji may abstain from participating in these battles. Yet he often observes Biao and Dali's contests, occasionally offering guidance. While Ji's strength pales in comparison to Biao and Dali, his combat skills far exceed theirs. Chapter 80. The Battle, Part 1. In the woods to the west of the snake tribe's dwelling. A formidable hunting party from the wolf tribe stealthily approached, with the leader included. This extensive hunting party numbered 87. The one member had unfortunately perished during the hunt. The combined force of all adult males from the snake and tiger tribe alliance barely exceeded 50. Highlighting a substantial disparity, the former hunting team leader arrived at the edge of the woods, listening intently to the faint sounds emanating from the snake tribe settlement, yet failing to detect the watchful members of the snake and tiger tribe alliance concealed behind the walls. After a brief moment, the leader joined the former hunting team leader. There lies the tribe, the leader acknowledged with a nod. The former hunting team leader continued recounting last winter's assault on the snake tribe. Detailing the sequence of events, upon concluding his narrative, the leader gazed toward the snake tribe's dwelling, lost in contemplation. As the most powerful individual within the wolf tribe, his prowess was unquestionable, complemented by a keen intellect. Perhaps not rivaling Ji's, but certainly surpassing Biao's. The snake tribe's settlement was fortified with towering walls on both sides and around, imposing in height. However, snow had accumulated at the base, allowing individuals to climb the walls if someone was positioned beneath. The last attempt by the former hunting team leader involved a flanking maneuver from behind, which ultimately failed. Thus, such a strategy was deemed inadvisable. Instead, they resolved to launch a direct assault from the front, potentially achieving an element of surprise. After thorough reflection, the leader devised a final battle plan, instructing the party to stealthily approach the snake tribe's dwelling from the west. Should they be discovered, they would hasten their advance and assault the brick wall. If the enemy proved too formidable, they would retreat immediately. Soon, the battle plans were disseminated, informing all members. The leader gestured, and the hunting party members emerged from the woods, forming a loose line of approximately 20 rows. Bent low and armed with stone spears, axes, rocks, and wooden clubs as they crept toward the snake tribe's residence. Just as the wolf tribe's hunting party burst from the trees, Jian and his mate, hidden behind the western brick wall of the snake tribe, spotted the incoming foes. The distance between the brick wall and the woods was over 100 meters, with no large trees obstructing the line of sight, allowing the sentinels atop the wall to swiftly identify the approaching enemy. With the sound of wooden sticks clashing, Jian and his partner shouted out to the tribe, "Enemies! Enemies! There are many enemies! Many enemies!" Upon hearing the alarm and Jian's cries, every individual in the settlement ceased their activities. "Quickly, grab your weapons and head to the western wall," Ji commanded, seizing a stone spear and rushing toward the western barrier. In truth, Ji's command was unnecessary, as the adult tribesmen were already instinctively grabbing nearby weapons and advancing toward the wall upon hearing the alarm. The commonly used weapons among the tribesmen included stone spears and axes. Beneath the three walls encircling the snake tribe settlement, there were small compartments constructed from earthen bricks, filled with numerous short spears and stones of varying sizes. As the adults of the snake and tiger tribe alliance reached the western wall, they retrieved short spears and stones from the compartments, awaiting Ji's command to engage in battle. Ji stood atop the low wall, observing the enemy advancing across the snowy terrain. It appeared that the adversaries had realized their presence. A figure, presumably the leader, shouted an unintelligible command. In the next moment, the enemy surged forward, some of them yelling incoherently as they ran. Witnessing the unfolding situation, Xi's brow furrowed. There were far too many enemies, significantly outnumbering the adult males of the snake and tiger tribes. Fortunately, the two tribes also had a considerable number of adult females ready to fight, and being on the defensive favored their position. As the enemy quickly approached the snake tribe's settlement, they had yet to reach the range of the short spears and stones. All able-bodied adults in the snake tribe had gathered, with some near-adult children positioned at the rear to support the battle. Should the need arise, they too would engage in combat, while the younger children had retreated into caves for safety. This entire setup had been meticulously planned and rehearsed multiple times under Su Yan's guidance. Now, with the enemy truly upon them, everything proceeded in an orderly fashion, save for a few areas that exhibited slight disarray due to the unexpected arrival of Xi commanded, and all adult males, armed with short spears or stones, ascended the low wall. They maintained a safe distance between each other, ensuring ample space for effective throwing. Up again, dozens of adult females climbed the wall, positioned on the left flank, while the front line was manned by the adult males. Though both tribes had practiced throwing techniques, not everyone could master the skill, particularly against moving targets. At this juncture, employing numbers to compensate for individual skill proved advantageous. As late summer transitioned into autumn, many pregnant women had given birth, and even those currently expecting could partake in tasks such as passing short spears and stones. The non-pregnant adult females could also join the fray, alongside near-adult children aiding in delivering weapons to those on the wall. Consequently, the number of combatants atop the low wall exceeded 80, with an equal number assisting from below. Charge, kill, the wolf tribe leader bellowed from the rear, urging his clansmen to hasten toward the enemy, to press forward and dismantle them. The wolf tribe had obliterated countless primitive tribes through this very method, and the leader was resolute that this time would be no different. As the strongest individual in the wolf tribe, he faced constant challenges from others eager to dethrone him, even in moments when he bore injuries. Thus, he always commanded from the rear, avoiding serious harm. A slight wound was manageable, but a grave injury could jeopardize his position as leader. The former hunting team leader, now merely a common tribesman, found himself positioned at the front of the line. He could clearly see the silhouettes emerging from the wall, and haunting memories of past horrors resurfaced. A mix of anxiety and fear gripped his heart as he worried about a repeat of previous failures. However, retreat was not an option. Within the wolf tribe, fleeing equated to death. Charge, kill. Chapter 81. The Battle, Part 2, Behind the Wall. Over 80 adults from the snake and tiger tribes gripped their short spears or stones, preparing to launch their projectiles. The distance between the enemies and the brick wall diminished rapidly, allowing both sides to discern each other's features. Biao squinted at a figure in the foremost line of the enemy, eyes widening in recognition. He would not forget that silhouette. He distinctly remembered this individual from last winter when he pursued the tiger tribe's hunting party, who had even hurled a spear at him. With a swift motion, Biao launched a spear with great force toward that detestable foe, now certain that the faction assaulting the snake and tiger tribe alliance was the very same that had inflicted significant losses upon the tiger tribe the previous year. The spear flew rapidly, but the distance was considerable, making it exceedingly challenging for Biao to strike his target effectively. Despite his strength, the spear lacked sufficient velocity, and even if it connected, it would scarcely inflict any harm. The former hunting team leader, charging forward, felt an unsettling sensation as he spotted an individual behind the brick wall hurling a short spear in his direction. He effortlessly evaded the feeble projectile and grew increasingly cautious, poised to dodge any incoming spears. Having failed to hit his mark, Biao ceased his assaults, biding his time until the enemy ventured within the effective range of his weapon, outside the residence of the snake tribe. An invisible line marked the maximum range for spears and stones. Any projectile launched beyond this boundary would scarcely inflict harm. Only when the adversary crossed this threshold could those behind the wall unleash their volleys. As the first enemy crossed that unseen line, more followed suit. Prepare, throw. With this command, Xi and Biao were the first to launch their spears at the advancing foes. Within a breath, over 80 adults behind the wall propelled their projectiles at the enemies who dared to tread over that invisible boundary. After casting their weapons, they swiftly turned to retrieve more from their kin behind the low wall, continuing their relentless barrage of spears and stones. The wolf tribe's hunting party pressed forward, the foremost line nearing the danger zone. Suddenly, a multitude of lethal spears and stones rained down upon them, yet they maintained their rapid advance, well aware that retreat was forbidden until their leader commanded otherwise. Closer and closer they approached. The deadly projectiles, akin to lightning, traversed the distance of several meters, colliding with the front line of the wolf tribe. The onslaught was overwhelming. The sheer number of spears and stones, over 80, far exceeded the 20 or so members in the first line of the wolf tribe, resulting in nearly every individual receiving multiple projectiles. Some managed to evade the incoming assault, while others were not so fortunate, succumbing to the piercing thrusts of spears or the crushing blows of stones. Cries of anguish echoed as some fell, gravely wounded, while others, though still standing, bore painful injuries that rendered them vocal in their suffering. Yet amidst the chaos, many remained unscathed, including the former hunting team leader, who was the target of concentrated fire from 7 adversaries, including Biao. By sheer fortune and skill, he dodged all 7 incoming projectiles, though he rolled in the snow, his spears slipping from his grasp. Becoming covered in snow, the assault was far from over. Those uninjured continued their advance, only to be met with another wave of spears and stones. The former hunting team leader remained a primary target. As the frenzy of bloodshed drove his comrades wild, the cannibal tribe thrived on chaos, their very nature steeped in violence. Even as allies fell, their resolve to press forward remained unbroken as the two sides clashed once more. The wolf tribe suffered losses, yet the unscathed pressed on. The former hunting team leader once again managed to evade concentrated fire. The distance between the combatants continued to diminish, enhancing the accuracy of the snake and tiger tribes as their projectiles found their marks more frequently. The wolf tribe continued to fall, though some retaliated, hurling their spears and stones toward the brick wall. However, fatigue plagued the wolf tribe, which had advanced hastily. Their ability to launch effective counterattacks dwindled. Meanwhile, the snake and tiger tribes stood behind their towering defenses, easily avoiding incoming projectiles by merely crouching down. The leader of the wolf tribe, sensing his comrades' faltering resolve, slowed his pace, disbelief washing over him as he beheld the carnage before him, though they had yet to engage in close combat. The enemy's projectiles had already inflicted grievous wounds upon his ranks. The relentless barrage of spears and stones continued. Many from the wolf tribe fell in the snow. The closer they drew to the wall, the greater the likelihood of being struck. In an ironic twist, the former hunting team leader, amidst numerous assaults, was fortunate to suffer only a superficial wound to his arm, feigning death in the snow to avoid further detection. The snake and tiger tribes, believing him slain, redirected their focus to other foes. In a mere instant, more than half of the wolf tribe's hunting party lay in the snow, yet they remained a distance of over 10 meters from the wall. Witnessing their comrades fall to the spears and stones, fear gripped them, and they disregarded the tribe's code against retreating. They turned and fled. The leader of the wolf tribe, realizing the dire situation, shouted, "Run, flee." This marked the first time the wolf tribe faced such a battle, as their enemies employed ranged weaponry rather than engaging in close combat. The number of warriors adept with throwing weapons among the wolf tribe was limited, and with their spears now cast aside, they found themselves ill-equipped for melee. Upon hearing their leader's command, the former hunting team leader sprang to his feet and dashed away, followed closely by others who hesitated between advancing and retreating. Yet, exposing one's back to the enemy was perilous. Facing them allowed for evasive maneuvers against incoming projectiles, while retreating rendered them vulnerable. As another wave of spears and stones was hurled, more members of the wolf tribe fell in the snow. Biao, noticing a fleeing adversary whom he thought to be dead, realized he was merely pretending. With fury, he launched a spear at the retreating figure. Sensing imminent danger, the former hunting team leader narrowly evaded, but not before suffering a gash to his arm. In his heart, he felt rage, anger towards himself for drawing the tribe into this conflict and for not having the speed to escape more effectively. Just as Biao prepared to throw another spear, he noticed that the enemy had crossed the invisible line. Frustrated, he seized a nearby stone axe, pressed against the wall, and vaulted over, pursuing the fleeing adversary. Witnessing their leader's boldness, the tiger tribe warriors followed suit, leaping from the wall to chase the enemy. "Let us all join in," she commanded the snake tribe, who promptly followed him over the wall in pursuit of the retreating foes. At the cave entrance, Su Yin watched as his warriors leaped over the wall, seething with frustration. The adult labor force of the snake and tiger tribes was limited, necessitating a careful approach to combat. Pre-battle strategies had emphasized maintaining a defensive stance behind the wall, utilizing spears and stones only when enemies approached. Pursuing the fleeing adversaries now risked ambush, potentially incurring losses even in a favorable position. In the fragile alliance of the snake and tiger tribes, every adult laborer held immense value. Yet, despite their prior agreements, the warriors charged after their foes. Su Yin resolved that, regardless of the outcome, those who defied the battle plan would face consequences. Back on the battlefield, Biao led the charge, with over 80 members of the snake and tiger tribes pursuing the dwindling enemy, now numbering less than 40, many injured, some still impaled by spears. The contrast between the salt-fed warriors of the snake and tiger tribes and their unsalted adversaries was stark. The latter's strength faltered as they had traversed considerable distances. Running ahead, Biao effortlessly caught up with a fleeing enemy, whose injured leg hindered his speed compared to others. Biao ruthlessly struck the enemy's head with an axe, causing him to collapse in the snow. His skull shattered. The Snake-Tiger Alliance pursued from behind. Members of the wolf tribe, panicked, desperately sprinted forward, but their stamina was nearly exhausted. They could not outrun the Snake-Tiger Alliance. And one by one, they fell victim to the chase, pierced by stone spears or struck by stone axes, ultimately collapsing helplessly in the snow. Some members of the wolf tribe, realizing their escape was futile, turned back to mount a frantic counterattack against the pursuing Snake-Tiger Alliance, inadvertently injuring some of their attackers. Caution prevailed, and pairs formed to face the enemy. Ji, calm and composed, issued commands. Upon hearing Ji's orders, the pursuers from the Snake-Tiger Alliance paired up to confront the enemy, leaving only Biao at the forefront, unable to join a team. Enemy after enemy fell to the relentless Snake-Tiger Alliance, with only about 20 adversaries remaining ahead. The fleeing enemy's stamina waned rapidly, their pace diminishing. If this continued, they would inevitably be caught and slain. The leader of the wolf tribe, feeling his remaining strength dwindle, understood that escape was no longer possible. In such dire circumstances, he could only sacrifice a limb for survival. While running, the wolf tribe leader shouted to his kin behind him, "We cannot escape. You must stop and obstruct the enemy." Hearing their leader's voice, some tribesmen hesitated but ultimately turned to face the enemy, choosing to risk their lives for a chance at survival for their K.I.N.T. That moment, fewer than 20 remained in the wolf tribe's hunting team. After the leader's command, only 12 stopped, while the rest, including the former hunting team leader, continued to flee desperately. Biao charged forward, smashing an enemy with his axe. Those who ran faster behind him finally caught up, and together they advanced against the enemy. One side was nearly exhausted, while the other still had ample stamina. It was a one-sided slaughter. Yet, unforeseen incidents occurred, with some members of the Snake-Tiger Alliance also suffering injuries from the enemy's desperate retaliation. In less than 10 breaths of time, the rear guard of enemies was completely annihilated, and the Snake-Tiger Alliance continued to pursue the fewer than 10 remaining foes. Due to this brief interval, Biao and others had reunited with the main force led by Ji, forming an arc-shaped formation as they advanced toward the remaining enemies. In less than 20 breaths, the last enemy fell, pierced by a spear. A minute later, the former hunting team leader met his end at the hands of Biao's axe. 2 minutes later, the last enemy, the leader of the wolf tribe, was beaten to death. The battle concluded. It was an almost flawless victory, with the enemy entirely obliterated and minimal losses incurred by the Snake-Tiger Alliance. The members of the Snake-Tiger Alliance severed the heads of their enemies and constructed a mound at the southern gate of the snake tribe's dwelling, consisting of over 80 heads. Originally, this mound was to be placed before the totem pole, but Su Yin vetoed this, opting instead for its placement at the gate, anticipating that it would instill great fear when inviting other tribes for the upcoming grand festival. Chapter 83. Retribution. The Snake-Tiger Alliance had eradicated 87 enemies, sustaining 2 fatalities and 1 serious injury among their ranks. The deceased, a man and a woman, were both members of the tiger tribe who had followed Biao to the front lines. One was fatally wounded by an enemy strike, while the other succumbed to excessive blood loss. The seriously injured individual was a male from the snake tribe. Even after healing, he would be left disabled, unable to perform heavy labor. Upon returning to the tribe, he was promptly carried into a dwelling to receive rudimentary treatment from the snake and tiger shamans, given the severity of his injuries. With 2 broken bones, recovery under current medical conditions would be exceedingly challenging, relying heavily on his own resilience and luck. For those with minor injuries, including Biao, nearly 10 experienced only slight wounds. The invading enemies were completely vanquished, and the Snake-Tiger Alliance suffered minimal losses. It was, in essence, a nearly perfect victory. However, upon Ji and Biao's return to the tribe, Su Yin unleashed his fury upon them. "What have I told you before? Do not pursue the enemy. What did you take my words for? They should not have died." As Su Yin scolded Ji and Biao, his gaze shifted to the snow-covered ground. There lay the bodies of 2 fallen members of the tiger tribe, surrounded by their grieving families. Tears fell into the snow, and a somber atmosphere enveloped the snake tribe's dwelling. Death was a natural occurrence. Every time a tribesman fell, there would be sorrow and tears. Yet this time, the casualties were unnecessary. No one ought to have perished. No one should mourn. Observing the lifeless bodies and grieving kin, Biao, who had initially felt elated by the prospect of revenge, fell silent. Indeed, they should not have died. His impulsiveness had cost them their lives. Divine Messenger, it is my fault. I failed to reign in Biao, Ji admitted, bowing his head in contrition. Hearing Ji's words, Biao, with reddened eyes, interjected, no, it is not Ji's fault. It is mine that I should not have acted impulsively. This is all my doing. I have brought them harm. Ji insisted, no, it is my fault. Biao responded, it is my fault. Su Yin interjected. Enough. Both of you cease. You are both at fault and must face punishment. Biao's transgression is the most severe. 10 lashes. Ji, next in line. 5 lashes. Both Ji and Biao lowered their heads deeply, offering no rebuttal. Su Yin commanded several tribesmen to bring forth the 3 totem poles of the Snake-Tiger Alliance and summoned all the members of both tribes. Under the watchful eyes of all, Ji and Biao knelt before the totem poles, their animal hides removed from their torsos. Su Yan's gaze surveyed the assembly before resting on Ji and Biao, speaking slowly. Today should have been a day of celebration. The Snake-Tiger Alliance has triumphed over a ferocious foe. However, Biao disregarded regulations and pursued the enemy, while she failed to restrain him, leading to the deaths of 2 tribesmen and serious injury to another, with several others sustaining minor wounds. This battle should not have resulted in casualties. It is all due to the violations of Biao and Zhi.as leaders of the Snake and Tiger tribes. They too must face punishment. Dali, step forward. Yes, Divine Messenger. Dali entered the circle with a long wooden stick, roughly the thickness of his wrist, approaching Ji and Biao. Su Yin continued. Ji has failed in his duty by not stopping Biao. 5 lashes. As soon as Su Yin finished speaking, Dali raised the thick wooden stick and struck Ji's back. Bang! Ugh! Ji grunted as the blow landed, leaving a bright red mark on his back. The snake shaman contemplated pleading for leniency, but ultimately decided against it. Bang! 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 With each strike from Dali, Ji emitted a muffled grunt, ultimately receiving 5 vivid red marks on his back. Dali had tempered his strength. Had he swung with full force, he could have caused Ji to bleed. The members of both the Snake and Tiger tribes watched with trepidation as Ji faced punishment. If their leaders were to be penalized for violations, no ordinary tribesman would be exempt from the same fate. Su Yin declared. Brao violated regulations by pursuing the enemy, a grave mistake. 10 lashes. Dali raised the thick wooden stick once more, aiming for Biao's back. Each impact elicited a muffled grunt from Biao, who, like she, endured the pain. The Tiger shaman considered interceding, but, seeing that the Snake shaman had refrained from doing so, abandoned the thought. Soon, the 10 lashes concluded, leaving Biao's back marked red and even seeping a hint of blood. Already nursing slight injuries, the additional strikes exacerbated his condition slightly, yet Biao was sturdier than Ji. With some herbal remedies and a few days of rest, he would likely recover. Whether 5 or 10 lashes, the punishment was not overly severe for either Ji or Biao. It served more as a reminder of the lesson learned. One must never allow anger to cloud judgment. The tribe has its laws, and as leaders, they must not flout established regulations. Once more, Su Yin spoke. I hope all tribesmen remember this lesson in this vast land. The Snake-Tiger Alliance is not yet formidable. Each tribe member is invaluable to us that we must do everything possible to avoid unnecessary casualties. The Dragon God has always protected us, but we cannot court our own demise. Yes, Divine Messenger, the assembly replied in unison. Su Yin waved his hand, dismissing everyone. Nearly 10 individuals had sustained minor injuries in the battle. Even without treatment, their physical resilience would lead to swift recovery, though there remained a risk of infection. Su Yin applied some herbal ointment to their wounds and provided them with a decoction of honeysuckle, significantly reducing the likelihood of inflammation. Since discovering honeysuckle, Su Yin had also identified several herbs among the plants brought back by adult tribesmen, mainly used for crafting ropes or flooring, including some that could treat external wounds and reduce inflammation. However, the limited variety of herbs in Su Yan's possession meant that more serious ailments could not be treated. He would need to venture into the woods himself to gather diverse medicinal plants, as relying on tribesmen to seek out herbs was a challenging task, given that most plants were not suitable for medicinal use. Regardless of the circumstances, human life remains paramount, followed closely by sustenance and weaponry. With food, one is spared from starvation. With weapons, one can safeguard oneself. In Su Yan's perspective, the fourth most vital element is medical knowledge. For it is only through the art of healing that the mortality rate among primitive people can continue to decline, preventing disabilities and deaths caused by ailments. Su Yin possesses medical expertise, yet his solitary capabilities are insufficient. Thus, he imparts basic treatment techniques to the Snake Shaman, Tiger Shaman, their disciples, as well as the sisters Xiao Hua and Xiao Yu, with plans to teach many more in the future. Chapter 84. Defensive Strategy. The battle has concluded, marking the second triumph of the snake tribe over this brutal adversary, even annihilating the second wave of enemies. During this frigid winter, the Alliance of the Snake and Tiger tribes has no intention of completely eradicating this savage faction. Last winter, the Snake tribe eliminated over 20 foes. This winter, the Alliance has dispatched a staggering 87 enemies, totaling over 110 adult males. It is crucial to note that this figure is a conservative estimate, as the true population of this fierce tribe remains uncertain, with its numbers likely exceeding 300. Sun understands the principle of uprooting the threat entirely, yet the specifics of this enemy are ambiguous. Especially in the perilous winter season, the only course is to venture westward in search of them. The timing of such an encounter remains unpredictable, as does the potential cost and losses, should they locate the enemy's dwelling. If the opponent has sustained significant losses, the Snake-Tiger Alliance may succeed in obliterating them, capturing adult females and young girls to integrate into their tribes, and potentially enslaving adult males and boys. However, it is also possible that, despite the loss of over 100 adult laborers, the enemy may still possess strength comparable to or even exceeding that of the Snake-Tiger Alliance. In such a scenario, the hunting party from the Alliance could find itself in grave danger. Assessing the demographics of the Snake and Tiger tribes, excluding shamans, disciples, and leaders, there are approximately 50 adult males and 90 adult females combined. In stark contrast, the enemy has already lost over 110 adult males in their encounters with the Alliance, highlighting the formidable nature of this adversary. Were it not for the protective mountain and brick walls surrounding the Snake tribe's residence, the outcome could have been dire, as the 87 enemies could have charged forth, inflicting severe casualties even if the Alliance managed to repel them. The Snake-Tiger Alliance is not a powerful force. Indeed, the strength of the enemy that has attacked them twice is likely superior. Given these circumstances, Sun formulates a defensive strategy for the Alliance, emphasizing a defensive posture at all times and cautioning against initiating any offensive actions. For instance, when the enemy assaulted the Snake tribe, the Alliance members should remain behind the brick walls, hurling spears and stones at the attackers. Unless the enemy possesses overwhelming numbers, it would be exceedingly difficult for them to breach the walls, incurring substantial losses in the process. Should the enemy be repelled, it is imperative not to pursue them, as the woods may harbor further ambushes. Even in the absence of lurking foes, should the enemy genuinely retreat, pursuit is ill-advised. Close combat, regardless of the Alliance's advantages, could lead to significant casualties. For the Snake-Tiger Alliance, every life is precious. However, pursuit may be considered under certain conditions, confirming the enemy's intention to flee, ensuring the Alliance's overwhelming strength, arming all members with shields, and coordinating the chase collectively. During the initial phases of the Wolf tribe's assault, their execution was commendable. However, in the latter stages, Biao disregarded protocol by being the first to leap over the wall in pursuit, prompting his kin to follow suit. Ideally, the Alliance should have advanced collectively under Zhi's command. Moreover, they ventured over the wall armed solely with offensive weapons, neglecting defensive gear. The shields could have averted fatal blows, as self-preservation must always take precedence. Though the absence of shields contributed to their downfall, the Snake-Tiger Alliance made several critical errors during the pursuit, resulting in 2 fatalities and 1 severe injury. Had they adhered strictly to Sun's combat regulations, even a single injury would have been an anomaly. Learning from this experience, should another enemy invade, it is likely the Alliance will perform even more adeptly. Returning to the day the Wolf tribe's leader departed with the hunting party, the Wolf shaman felt an inexplicable unease as he watched them depart, silently praying for their safe and fruitful return. He etched a mark on a blank stone slab within the cave, signifying the first day of their departure. On the second day, a second hunting party consisting of 10 adult males, 10 adult females, and 5 near-adult children set forth, hunting beasts in the surrounding area. As provisions for the Wolf tribe dwindled, the uncertainty of the leader's return loomed large, necessitating a solution for the sustenance of those remaining behind. On the third night, a heavy snowfall unexpectedly fell, further delaying the hunting party's return. Days passed, and with each mark etched by the Wolf shaman, his anxiety intensified. By the 11th day, another snowfall occurred. With every new mark, his trepidation deepened. After etching a total of 20 marks, the absence of the hunting party became painfully clear. The leader and the entire hunting group were unlikely to return, having likely encountered a formidable foe. With little hope for survival, the Wolf shaman acknowledged that the Wolf tribe had provoked a powerful enemy. However, relocation was unnecessary, as this adversary resided far from their territory and would not easily locate them. Before the Wolf totem pillar, the shaman conducted a small-scale ritual, and the remaining 19 adult males of the tribe elected a new leader through combat. The shaman crowned the new chief, despite significant losses. The wolf tribe retained a measure of resilience. With the arrival of spring, approximately 10 of the children would reach adulthood, and given a few years, the wolf tribe could once again metamorphose into the fearsome cannibalistic faction it once was. Chapter 85. A year as the ice and snow melted, the first hints of green emerged anew upon the earth. Heralding the arrival of a new year, Su-Yin stepped outside, inhaling the essence of spring with a resolute glint in his eye. It was time to commence. Calculating from the year of Su-Yin's birth, he is now 12 years old. Not 11. A year has passed since the wolf tribe's second assault on the snake tribe's residence. And 2 years since the alliance between the snake and tiger tribes was forged. In early spring of the previous year, the snake and tiger tribes held a grand ceremony, inviting the deer, rabbit, and mountain tribes to partake. Enticed by the formidable strength of the snake-tiger alliance and the potential rewards from their participation, the leaders of the deer, rabbit, and mountain tribes eagerly brought their people to the ceremony. Upon their arrival at the snake tribe's dwelling, the visitors were struck with horror at the sight of a gate constructed from human skulls. Why so many heads? Has the snake-tiger alliance transformed into a malevolent force? What shall I do? The leaders, Yuan of the rabbit tribe and the chief of the mountain tribe, were engulfed in panic. At this moment, she stepped forward to inform them of the alliance's recent triumph over a vicious enemy during winter. He exaggerated the threat posed by this adversary, causing the leaders to tremble with fear, contemplating whether their tribes could withstand such an assault. Clearly, they could not. Even the strongest among them, the deer tribe, would be unable to resist this formidable foe, let alone the weaker rabbit and mountain tribes. The fact that the snake-tiger alliance had utterly obliterated this enemy only served to underscore their own vulnerability, cementing the realization that even a coalition of the deer, rabbit, and mountain tribes would be incapable of opposing the might of the snake-tiger alliance. The sacrificial rites concluded, and the visitors from the 3 tribes departed with gifts from the Serpent-Tiger Tribe Alliance, sufficient fish to satisfy the appetites of all 3 tribes for 2 hearty meals. The grandeur and affluence of the Serpent-Tiger Tribe Alliance left a profound impression on all the guests who participated in the rituals. Some could not help but muse on the strength and prosperity of the alliance, wishing their own tribe could attain similar stature. With the rites behind them, the Serpent-Tiger Tribe Alliance returned to their quotidian existence. This year, their primary task was the construction of dwellings. In the spring of the 10th year, the Tiger Tribe relocated to the Serpent Tribe's territory. The existing houses could not accommodate all the members of both tribes, leading the Serpent Tribe to vacate 2 of their homes, allowing the Tiger Tribe to settle in. Those Serpent Tribe members who had previously resided in those houses temporarily moved to caves, returning to new homes before the end of spring. By the spring of the 11th year, the number of houses in the Serpent Tribe's territory had reached 26, including 5 special structures, adequately housing all members of the Serpent-Tiger Tribe Alliance. However, Su-Yin felt this number insufficient and continued to advocate for more construction. Given the dimensions of the Serpent Tribe's territory, a maximum of 50 houses could be built, covering approximately half of the area, beyond which it would become overcrowded. By the end of the 11th year, the number of houses had risen to 41, with 36 of those accommodating over 600 individuals. Even if the neighboring deer tribe, rabbit tribe, and mountain tribe moved in, the housing needs would still be met. It is noteworthy to mention the population figures of the Serpent and Tiger tribes. At the end of the 10th year, excluding shamans, their disciples, and the tribe's leaders, the adult male population of the Serpent tribe numbered 34, adult females 59, minors exceeding 100 at 107, and 10 elderly or infirm, totaling 214 people. The Tiger tribe had 17 adult males, 33 adult females, 54 minors, and 3 elderly or infirm, summing to 107 individuals. Thus, the total population of the Serpent-Tiger Tribe Alliance reached 321. By the conclusion of the 11th year, the Serpent tribe's adult males increased to 38, adult females to 61, minors to 123, and elderly or infirm to 9, totaling 235. The Tiger tribe's adult males rose to 20, adult females to 35, minors to 63, and elderly or infirm to 2, culminating in a total of 120. Consequently, the overall population of the Serpent-Tiger Tribe Alliance reached 355. The annual growth rate of the population hovered around 10%, with minors constituting more than half of the total. While minors contribute little to the tribe's sustenance, roughly considered half or a third of an adult's labor, it remains imperative for adults to gather food for their survival. An excessive number of minors can burden a tribe significantly, yet they also represent the tribe's potential, provided that their kin do not face hunger. Each tribe strives to bear offspring. The Serpent-Tiger Tribe Alliance, abundant in resources, naturally yearned for more progeny, envisioning a future where their strength would burgeon as their offspring matured. Speaking of procreation, an event in the autumn of the 11th year further solidified the bond between the serpent and tiger tribes. During this season, unmarried adults from both tribes began to select mates from one another, with serpent tribe males choosing tiger tribe females and vice versa. This unprecedented occurrence left the shamans, serpent shaman, tiger shaman, Ji, and Biao, at a loss regarding its implications. Ultimately, Su Yin decreed that females would join the male's tribe, meaning if a serpent tribe male chose a tiger tribe female, she would henceforth belong to the serpent tribe, with their children inheriting the serpent surname. Additionally, the identity tokens would require slight alterations. A tiger female marrying a serpent male would have a serpent prefix added to her surname, following Su Yan's decision. Some tiger tribe women became members of the serpent tribe, while some serpent women joined the tiger tribe. Living in close proximity, with comparable standards of living, these transitions did not engender significant discomfort. Life continued seamlessly as if it were a natural progression. Observing this, Su Yin sensed the opportune moment for the two tribes to merge into one. In Chapter 86, titled Dragon Tribe, Clan, King, 5 individuals, Su Yin, Serpent Shaman, Tiger Shaman, Ji, and Biao gathered before 3 totem poles in a cave. Positioned at the forefront, Su Yin addressed the others gravely. I have received a divine oracle. The dragon god commands the union of the serpent tribe and the tiger tribe, forming a new tribe, the dragon tribe. Henceforth, the serpent tribe shall cease to exist, replaced by the serpent lineage of the dragon tribe. Similarly, the tiger tribe shall vanish, replaced by the tiger lineage of the dragon tribe. What are your thoughts? The serpent shaman and Ji paused momentarily before bowing to Su Yin and the totem poles, stating, "We shall abide by the divine oracle." The merging of the serpent and tiger tribes had long been contemplated, and although the oracle's appearance was unexpected, both were inclined to accept it without further contemplation. However, the tiger shaman and Biao hesitated, for this decision bore significant implications for the tiger tribe. The amalgamation into a new entity meant the dissolution of the tiger tribe. And even if it came as a divine command, they felt it prudent to deliberate before responding. Observing their uncertainty, Su Yin reassured them. Tiger shaman, Biao, there is no cause for concern. The formation of the new tribe may entail a change in nomenclature, yet the essence remains unchanged. The tiger lineage will continue to embody the heritage and bloodlines of the tiger tribe, and in this new alliance, both tribes will unite, striving together to establish the dragon tribe as the most formidable tribe in existence. Listening to Su Yan's words, the tiger shaman reflected on the shared experiences of the past 2 years, where the tiger tribe had adopted the language of the dragon tribe, and its members worked side by side with those of the serpent tribe in fishing and hunting. Resembling one cohesive tribe, the transition from 2 tribes to one would not drastically alter their way of life. The tiger tribe would transform into the tiger lineage, retaining its identity. In light of these contemplations, the tiger shaman ultimately reached a decision, bowing to Su Yin and the totem poles, proclaiming, "We shall abide by the divine oracle." Biao, witnessing the tiger shaman's acquiescence, promptly followed suit, with both the tiger shaman and Biao in agreement regarding the merger. A smile graced Su Yan's lips. The serpent-tiger tribe alliance, after all, was merely an alliance, destined to dissolve one day. The true triumph lay in the unification into a single tribe. Observing the daily lives of the serpent tribe and tiger tribe members, it was evident that as long as the leadership did not oppose the merger, the tribes would embrace the change, accustomed as they were to a shared existence in labor and sustenance. With the leaders of both tribes consenting to the amalgamation into the new dragon tribe, the 3, Ji, Biao, and the shamans, pondered who should lead this nascent entity. The serpent shaman mused that neither she nor the tiger shaman could assume leadership. It would likely fall to either Ji or Biao, with the serpent tribe's strength overshadowing that of the tiger tribe. Given Ji's purported superiority, he feared Ji would be appointed as the leader. While also considering the sentiments of the tiger tribe, Ji shared similar thoughts but harbored concerns that should he ascend to leadership, he might show favoritism towards the serpent lineage. At this juncture, Su Yin's words alleviated the tiger shaman's apprehensions, garnering tacit approval from the serpent shaman and Ji. You, serpent shaman and Ji, shall remain as the shamans and leaders of the serpent lineage within the dragon tribe. You, tiger shaman and Biao, shall be the shamans and leaders of the tiger lineage. I shall assume the role of the dragon tribe's leader. You may refer to me as king. In Su Yan's perspective, the fusion of the serpent tribe and the tiger tribe into the new dragon tribe necessitated a leader who could command respect and hold the highest status. As a divine envoy who had reached the age of maturity in the serpent tribe, Su Yin was the quintessential candidate. Initially, when Su Yin had become the divine envoy, he was but a youth. While the serpent shaman and Ji outwardly expressed reverence, the true nature of their sentiments remained ambiguous. In the days that followed, Su Yan's influence over the serpent tribe grew increasingly profound. The Serpent Shaman and the Wise Man developed a genuine respect for Su Yin, and gradually, every significant matter within the tribe began to seek his counsel. Eventually, Su Yin acquired dominion over the Serpent tribe, commanding both the Serpent Shaman and the Wise Man to execute his wishes, while the Wise Man ostensibly managed the affairs of the tribe. The true authority had quietly shifted from the Shaman to Su Yin himself. When the Serpent tribe formed an alliance with the Tiger tribe, Su Yin further asserted his control over the development of the Serpent-Tiger coalition by issuing commands to the leaders of both tribes. Among the members of the Serpent and Tiger tribes, only Su Yin was deemed worthy of ascending to the leadership of the Dragon tribe. However, Su Yin had little affinity for the title of leader. In the primitive tribal hierarchy, the shaman represented the highest authority, overseeing the tribe's development, while the leader was more akin to a puppet, toiling daily to lead the people in hunts, and as the strongest individual, often facing enemies head-on. The mortality rate of a tribe's leader was notably higher than that of an ordinary adult member. Upon the leader's demise, the shaman would orchestrate a combat competition to select a new leader. While the shaman, who remained within the tribe, seldom faced such threats, often enjoying the longest lifespans, the tiger bore the character on its forehead, signifying its status as the king of beasts. This character, composed of 3 horizontal lines and 1 vertical line, symbolized a connection between heaven, earth, and humanity, thus defining kingship. In ancient times, the supreme rulers of the Xia, Shang, and Zhou dynasties were referred to as kings, and the chieftain of a tribal alliance could likewise hold this title. To Su Yan's perspective, the title of king undoubtedly surpassed that of leader. The Serpent Shaman, Tiger Shaman, Wise Man, and Biao collectively grasped the essence of kingship. The Serpent and Tiger Shamans had already learned the practical applications of the character for dragon, while the Wise Man and Biao, as the nominal leaders of their respective tribes, were slowly learning it, albeit at a more leisurely pace due to their numerous responsibilities that in unison. The Serpent Shaman, Tiger Shaman, Wise Man, and Biao bowed to Su Yan. Proclaiming, King, Biao, slightly delayed in his reaction, observed the others and hastily followed suit. Thus, all 4 acknowledged their allegiance to Su Yan. Subsequently, Su Yan convened with the Serpent Shaman, Tiger Shaman, Wise Man, and Biao to deliberate on the amalgamation of the 2 tribes. Having coexisted in proximity for 2 years, the 2 tribes were well acquainted, and the merger posed minimal challenges. However, the fusion of the Serpent and Tiger tribes necessitated a process, including a grand sacrificial ceremony. After considerable discussion, the 5 established a plan for the merger, and they departed the cave. The Serpent Shaman and Wise Man, along with the Tiger Shaman and Biao, summoned their respective tribes to announce the impending union. The tribesfolk, upon learning of the merger, expressed only mild surprise, accepting the news as though it were inconsequential. Their nonchalant reaction stemmed from 2 primary reasons. First, they had grown accustomed to the shared lifestyle of the Serpent and Tiger tribes, with intermarriages occurring, and second, being ordinary tribespeople, they were accustomed to obeying the commands of the shaman and leader. With the shaman and leader affirming the merger, compliance was the natural response. Preparations for the sacrificial ceremony commenced. Slated to be more grandiose than previous observances, that it had become customary to invite the Deer tribe, Rabbit tribe, and Mountain tribe, and had distance not been a factor, even more tribes would have been invited. On the 4th day of spring, preparations were well underway, and after discussions among Su Yin, the Serpent Shaman, and the Tiger Shaman, they decided to hold the ceremony in 5 days. Uncertainty loomed regarding potential rain or snow on the day of the ceremony, as previous sacrificial events had encountered such weather, leading to a reduction in the ceremony's proceedings and the relocation to a cave if necessary. With the date confirmed, the Wise Man embarked on a mission to inform the Deer, Rabbit, and Mountain tribes of the merger into the Dragon tribe and the forthcoming ceremony, inviting them to participate. During the day, the leaders of these tribes were typically engaged in hunting, and upon the Wise Man's visits, they were received by their shamans. Upon relaying the news to the Deer, Rabbit, and Mountain shamans, astonishment was palpable. The Deer shaman, experienced and worldly, maintained a slightly less shocked demeanor than the others, yet internally, he was profoundly taken aback. Unlike the shamans of the shorter-lived tribes, the Deer shaman had witnessed the Deer tribe at its zenith, rivaling the strength of the Serpent-Tiger alliance. He understood the complexities involved in merging 2 tribes. Given that a tribe could grow in 2 ways, through peaceful means or aggressive conquest, benevolent tribes refrain from attacking others, offering assistance in times of need, while malevolent tribes often expand by raiding, slaughtering men, and enslaving women. While aggressive tribes may grow swiftly, they also face greater risks, as fierce resistance from weaker tribes can lead to substantial losses. The Deer tribe, having developed into a large benevolent tribe through natural population growth, ultimately faced decline due to disease and external attacks, now existing at a moderate level among medium-sized tribes. Although the deer shaman was aware of the alliance between the serpent and tiger tribes, the prospect of their merger was utterly astounding. How could two distinct tribes become one? As the wise man departed, the deer shaman contemplated a crucial realization. The two tribes worshipped different deities and held disparate beliefs, making their merger exceedingly challenging. Yet, having engaged with both tribes, he learned that they now revered the same dragon deity, suggesting that their union was indeed feasible. Nevertheless, the prospect of the merger also filled him with trepidation. Tribal alliances primarily served defensive purposes, and any aggression could lead to significant losses, potentially fracturing the alliance. That a powerful tribe in proximity to the deer tribe was not a promising development, prompting the deer shaman to consider relocating once more. As dusk approached, Yuan returned with the hunting party, and the deer shaman relayed the news of the impending merger to him. Yuan was taken aback, but, being familiar with the harmonious coexistence of the serpent and tiger tribes, quickly accepted the news. Following this, the deer shaman expressed his concerns to Yuan, who reassured him, asserting that the serpent and tiger tribes were not malevolent and that their merger would not dramatically alter their dynamics. The notion of relocating weighed heavily on the deer shaman's mind. Having spent years establishing a new home, ultimately, under Yuan's counsel, he temporarily set aside thoughts of moving again. Chapter 88. Equal treatment. 12 years have passed. And on the 9th day of the first month of spring, the weather was splendid. Witnessed by the guests from the deer, rabbit, and mountain tribes, the snake and tiger tribes officially merged to form the dragon tribe. From this day forth, there would be no more snake tribe, only the snake clan of the dragon tribe. No more tiger tribe, only the tiger clan of the dragon tribe. Ji became the chief of the snake clan, Yao the chief of the tiger clan, and Su Yin personally assumed the role of the leader of the dragon tribe, hailed as the king. The title of king is distinct from that of chief, as there exists a shaman above the chief, with the king reigning supreme. To signify his status, Su Yin chose not to adorn himself with feathers and ornaments like Ji and Biao, but instead had several female clanswomen craft an entire set of clothing from animal hides to in the dragon tribe. Clothing is made from two materials, animal hides and plant leaves. When the weather is warm, garments made from plant leaves are worn, while during colder times, animal hides are donned. Notably, wearing animal hides entails wrapping oneself in a single piece of hide, covering from the underarms down to the ankles. With arms and shoulders left bare. To facilitate movement, individuals would slightly tailor their hides. Now, Su Yan's attire had evolved towards that of modern clothing: a long-sleeved top, long trousers, a pair of shorts, animal hide shoes, and a hide hat. Though the finished ensemble appeared quite rudimentary, it was a remarkable achievement. The needles were crafted from bone, the thread from hair, and the cutting tools from stone. To create this complete outfit, 3 large pieces of animal hide were utilized. If others had wasted such materials, they would have faced reprimand. But for Su Yin, the king, it was a different matter, standing proudly in his 5-piece set. He appeared to his clansmen as a king unlike any other, and the people cheered for him and the dragon tribe with fervor, observing the formal merger of the snake and tiger tribes into the dragon tribe. The leaders of the deer, rabbit, and mountain tribes felt a surge of emotion. A powerful tribe had emerged, destined to be among the mightiest in their region. What struck them most was not only the strength of the dragon tribe, but its abundance. Each member could enjoy ample food, a feat difficult to achieve in their own tribes. They understood that the dragon tribe thrived on fish caught from the nearby river, while the other 3 tribes had struggled to access fish-rich waters, being distanced from such resources. Moreover, they lacked the skill to weave fishing nets, as the snake tribe had never traded nets with others, and crafting functional nets was a challenge for them. They could only use sharpened sticks to catch fish, a method far less efficient than hunting game or foraging for wild vegetables and roots. The ordinary members of the 3 tribes looked upon the dragon tribe's existence with envy. However, despite their admiration, they found it impossible to leave their current tribes and join the dragon tribe. After the ceremony concluded, Su Yin met with the leaders of the deer, rabbit, and mountain tribes in a gesture of respect. They bowed to Su Yin, acknowledging him as the king of the dragon tribe. The frequent exchanges between the tribes allowed the 3 leaders to grasp some of the dragon language, enabling Su Yin to easily convey his thoughts through gestures and words. Su Yin expressed, "It is my honor to have you participate in the dragon tribe's ceremony. This is the dragon tribe's return gesture." With a wave of his hand, clansmen swiftly brought forth large clay pots filled with fish. The sight of the fish brought smiles to the faces of the leaders from the 3 tribes, knowing that the entire tribe would be well fed for tonight's and tomorrow morning's meals. With a stroke of luck, they might even hunt additional game on their way home. In gratitude for Su Yan's generous gift, the leaders bowed once more. Yet, the conversation was far from over. Su Yin continued. The dragon tribe is both powerful and prosperous, that we possess the strength to defend ourselves against any adversary, ensuring that our clansmen are well fed each day. The leaders nodded in agreement, recognizing the truth in Su Yan's words. You have witnessed the merger of the snake and tiger tribes into the dragon tribe. Now, as the king of the dragon tribe, I extend an invitation to your 3 tribes to join us, transforming as the snake and tiger tribes have done into clans within the dragon tribe. I assure you that the members of your tribes will be treated equally and will receive protection, ensuring every day they have sufficient food to eat. The 3 leaders were taken aback, their mouths agape in astonishment. They had anticipated Su Yin would merely offer assistance during times of danger, but now he was inviting them to join the dragon tribe. They were momentarily speechless, their thoughts swirling in confusion. They understood that integrating their tribes into the dragon tribe would be a monumental challenge, primarily due to differing beliefs. Though they were the leaders, the true decision-makers were the shamans of their respective tribes. And they lacked the authority to represent their tribes in such a union. That Su Yin was aware of this reality as well. Before the 3 leaders could respond, he spoke again. I understand that you are unable to make a decision now. Please take the time to contemplate this upon your return. By joining the dragon tribe, your clansmen will not only enjoy daily meals, but also evade numerous dangers. Hearing Su Yan's words, the leaders stiffly bowed again before bidding farewell, taking the dragon tribe's gifts with them on their journey home. Watching the departing procession of the 3 tribes, Su Yan's expression remained unchanged. The likelihood of their immediate integration into the dragon tribe was minimal. However, the dragon tribe had only just been established, and in time, the deer, rabbit, and mountain tribes would undoubtedly become clans within the dragon tribe. Chapter 89. Internal Power and Plans, as mentioned in the synopsis. This text will involve the introduction of internal energy. After so many chapters, those who dislike this theme should no longer be present. I reiterate that this book will not delve into immortal cultivation, nor will it reach the heights of martial prowess. Perhaps one might contend with 100 foes, but anything beyond that is unlikely. With the ceremony concluded, the members of the dragon tribe resumed their normal lives, fishing, crafting ropes, and aside from the children, few engaged in play. As afternoon approached, Su Yin led the sisters Xiao Hua and Xiao Yu to an open space. They arranged themselves in a triangular formation, with Su Yin at the front and the sisters behind. All 3 assumed the same stance, feet shoulder-width apart, fists clenched, executing the starting posture of the Su-style boxing. Subsequently, they performed a sequence of movements, gradually increasing in speed, creating a visually pleasing spectacle. Su Yin had been teaching the sisters the Su-style boxing for 2 years, and under his careful guidance, they had begun to grasp the fundamentals. After completing a round of the boxing routine, the sisters continued their practice, while Su Yin transitioned to martial techniques, channeling internal energy from his dantian through his limbs, showcasing powerful martial moves. Unlike the gentle style of the literary boxing, the martial style emphasized the application of force and technique, greatly enhanced by the flow of internal energy. The more robust the internal energy, the greater the martial prowess. Last year, Su Yan's physical development reached the threshold necessary for practicing internal energy. And upon feeling the first stirrings of internal energy within him, he was overwhelmed with excitement, realizing that the environment of this world indeed permitted the cultivation of internal energy, confirming his previous speculations. Although he could practice internal energy, Su Yin did not devote all his time to it. He understood the necessity of a gradual approach, especially since his body was still developing rapidly. Overexerting himself with internal cultivation could adversely affect his growth. Additionally, practicing internal energy required a substantial intake of meat and various herbs for medicinal cuisine and baths. While the dragon tribe was abundant in meat, it lacked the necessary herbs. Therefore, Su Yin refrained from teaching the sisters the martial techniques, as novices in martial practice could easily suffer internal injuries. If left untreated, such injuries could cause significant harm to the body. Now, a year had passed, and even with a slow pace in his internal cultivation, Su Yin's abilities had nonetheless increased to a considerable extent. If Su Yin were to engage in combat with others, he could single-handedly take on 3 or even more peers among the adult males of the dragon tribe. Su Yin felt confident that he could surpass more than a third of them. The trio of the most formidable warriors in the dragon tribe, Shi, Biao, and Dali, though they had not trained in internal martial arts, had spent years hunting and battling wild beasts, effectively honing their external skills through a diet rich in meat. The distinction between internal and external training lies in the fact that internal practice cultivates breath control, while external training strengthens the muscles and skin. Both methods enhance one's capabilities without a clear hierarchy. Taking Dali, the strongest among the dragon tribe, as an example, His might was such that a full-force punch could shatter a tree trunk as thick as his wrist. And he could engage a full-grown wolf in hand-to-hand combat, ultimately defeating it at the cost of sustaining injuries. Su Yan practiced internal martial arts, but recognized that defeating Ji, Biao, and Li would likely require at least 5 years. Primarily due to his body not yet being fully developed. Each day, Su Yan, along with the two sisters, Xiaohua and Xiaoyu, practiced martial arts for about 1.5 to 2 hours before attending to their respective duties. Xiaohua had already reached adult height, and Xiaoyu was expected to achieve the same by the following year, despite their elevated status within the dragon tribe due to Su Yan, which exempted them from labor. Both sisters chose to contribute to the tribe. During the morning, they would teach underage members the dragon script and language, a responsibility that had transitioned from Su Yan to them. Apart from the shaman and their disciples, Xiaohua and Xiaoyu were among the few well-versed in the dragon script, making them capable educators in the remaining daylight hours after their martial practice. The sisters would join adult women of the tribe in crafting grass ropes, fish nets, and rattan shoes. As for Su Yan's earlier guidance for the sisters, it had been discontinued after 2 years of instruction. They had begun to grow in the direction Su Yan envisioned. Time was on their side, and his mentorship would continue. Should they err, Su Yan would not hesitate to impose consequences to prevent them from reverting to the ordinary growth path of adult women in the tribe. After the sisters departed for their tasks, Su Yan returned to his abode, contemplating before 3 stone slabs in the outer room. He realized it was time to take action, for now that he had reached adulthood and possessed certain strength, it was imperative to address several matters in his mind, for key projects emerged as priorities: agriculture, animal husbandry, metallurgy, and medicinal herbs. As for agriculture, he pondered the potential for high-yield crops like sweet potatoes and potatoes. Uncertain whether his world was Earth or another realm, however, the discovery of even a single crop would herald the dawn of an agricultural era for the dragon tribe, enabling extensive cultivation and ensuring food security even without fishing. Additionally, grains could be stored for several years if properly preserved, far surpassing the longevity of preserved foods. Animal husbandry would transform wild beasts into livestock, domesticating wolves into guard dogs, training oxen for plowing, and breeding pigs and sheep for meat would all serve to enhance their food supply. Currently, the dragon tribe primarily consumed fish, with hunting parties venturing out daily to secure prey. The advent of agriculture would shift their staple food source. And as the population grew, the need for meat would escalate, making the domestication of livestock a straightforward solution. Metallurgy, involving the smelting of copper and iron to forge weapons and tools, was crucial. Stone tools were far less effective and prone to wear compared to their metal counterparts. The importance of metallurgy surpassed even that of agriculture and animal husbandry. Lastly, while medicinal herbs were a secondary concern, Su Yan's medical expertise allowed him to treat most ailments provided he had access to sufficient herbs. Chapter 90. Su Yan's Debut. Part 1. Su Yan had identified the 4 most urgent projects for the dragon tribe: agriculture, animal husbandry, metallurgy, and medicinal herbs. For the past few years, he had focused on ensuring the tribe's basic needs: food, shelter, weapons, and reducing mortality rates, introducing innovations like fish nets, homes, and rattan shields, while enforcing the practice of boiling water before consumption. Now, his efforts would pivot towards sustenance, weaponry, and further reducing mortality risks, with housing concerns set aside until the tribe's population warranted such considerations. The 4 projects could be pursued simultaneously, yet they required Su Yan's direct involvement. He needed to venture from the dragon tribe settlement into the surrounding wilderness, as the search for crops, minerals, and herbs could not rely solely on the tribe's members. They would likely find only a few herbs, and discovering crops or mineral deposits was improbable without his personal initiative. However, allowing Su Yan to leave the dragon tribe settlement posed a significant challenge. In the past, the tribe's shamans seldom ventured out, their wisdom and lack of combat prowess rendering them vulnerable outside. As the king of the dragon tribe, Su Yan embodied a blend of both shamanic and leadership roles. Recognized as the tribe's nominal and actual leader, with no shaman above him in authority, others perceived Su Yan, newly emerged into adulthood, as lacking in strength, believing he should remain within the settlement to guide the tribe's progress. Should he express a desire to explore the perilous wilderness, the shamans and the trio of Ji, Biao, and Li would likely dissuade him. They might ultimately consent to his departure, but would restrict him to a limited radius and send a considerable escort for protection. Su Yan, however, would not confine himself to such narrow borders. A comprehensive search for crops, herbs, and minerals required broader exploration. Having a large escort would impede other tribal activities. Suddenly, Su Yan rose from his contemplative state. Having made a firm decision to demonstrate his strength to his people, Clenching his right fist and waving it twice, he exited his dwelling and headed southward toward the settlement. It was already the latter part of the afternoon. And due to a festival celebrating the Dragon Tribe's establishment, the hunting party had not gone out. Instead, they assisted the fishing team. After gathering ample fish, they engaged in friendly sparring on an open space. With spectators observing and learning from their techniques that Su Yan approached, the warriors, including Ji and Biao, greeted him with slight bows, and those engaged in combat paused to pay their respects. Su Yan waved his hand in acknowledgement and strode confidently to the center of the arena. Seeing their enjoyment, Su Yan declared, "I too wish to stretch my limbs. Gon, come forth." He pointed to Gon, a member of the group he had taught 2 years prior, who had reached adulthood the previous year and had spent a year in the hunting party. Su Yan chose not to challenge the newly adult warriors or those of greater strength, finding Gon to be a fitting initial opponent. Upon hearing his name, Gon stood momentarily frozen, unsure of what to do next. Until nudged by those behind him, he stumbled into the center of the arena before Su Yan stepped forward, placing his hand on Gon's shoulder, saying, "Gon, I have come to test my abilities. Fight with me as you would normally." Gon beamed with delight at the king's friendly gesture, feeling a mix of excitement and nervousness at the prospect of battling Su Yan, the Dragon Tribe. Combat was a common activity among males, akin to wrestling, where the objective was to bring the opponent to the ground. Striking was rare, as the likelihood of injury was minimal, making it a favored pastime that also honed their fighting skills. Su Yan was clad in a 5-piece ensemble, and given his current state, engaging in combat with others could easily result in his hair-threaded garments being torn. Thus, he decided to remove 3 pieces of the ensemble, revealing his bronze skin and robust physique, leaving only his leather shorts and shoes. Standing in opposition to Gon, he slightly bent forward, their eyes locking. "Gon, do not harm the king," Ji shouted from the sidelines. Originally, this admonition should have come from Biao, but considering Biao's intellect, he would hardly think of it, leaving Ji to remind Gon instead. "Understood," Gon replied loudly, resolving to hold back. Neither Ji nor Biao intervened to halt the bout between Su Yan and Gon. Such contests were common in both the snake and tiger tribes, with adult males engaging in combat to hone their skills, while children emulated them. Su Yan, in his youth, had participated in such matches. And injuries were rare unless there was a significant disparity in strength. It was precisely due to the low risk associated with these contests that no one objected to Su Yan's desire to fight Gon. "Your move, king," Gon said. "Very well." In the next moment, Su Yan sprang into action, refraining from using his inner strength. He stepped forward, wrapped his arms around Gon's waist, and effortlessly threw him to the ground. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. They had expected the king to be the one thrown down, given that Gon had matured a year earlier and had more experience honing his combat skills in the jungle. How could Gon be so easily bested? Perhaps he had held back too much. Ji watched the scene, speechless in the eyes of the gathered crowd. Even if the king lost, it would not diminish their respect for him, akin to their understanding that the shaman was relatively weak. Yet they continued to honor him. However, should the king possess formidable strength, their reverence would only intensify. The spectators were astonished as Su Yan swiftly brought Gon down. Despite their surprise, they believed Gon was stronger than the king. Attributing his fall to a lack of preparedness or excessive restraint, Gon likely shared this sentiment as he lay on the ground. Su Yan extended a hand to help Gon up, saying, "Rise, let us try again. My strength is not as feeble as you imagine. This time, do not hold back. I understand, king." Once more, Su Yan and Gon faced each other. Their gazes locked for a moment. Su Yan feigned some movements, prompting Gon to adjust his stance to conceal his vulnerabilities. Swift as the wind and quick as lightning, Su Yan moved again, stepping forward with his left foot while sweeping Gon's left leg from behind with his right foot, pushing firmly on Gon's shoulder. The next instant, Gon fell heavily to the ground. Stunned, he was certain he was now fighting seriously, yet the king's speed was overwhelming. His body could not keep pace with his mind. And in less than a breath, he had made no significant attempt at resistance before being thrown down once more. The onlookers, witnessing Gon fall again, were less surprised than before. After all, he had already been bested once. This time, it was likely Gon had again held back, or perhaps the king's strength surpassed his own. Regardless of their thoughts, the crowd's reaction to Gon's second fall was markedly different from the first. As more and more spectators gathered, drawn by the news of the king's impending bout, those with nothing to do came to witness his prowess, primarily adult males, along with a few adult females and children not engaged in labor. "Get up. This time, you take the initiative," Su Yan said, pulling Gon to his feet. "Very well." Acknowledging the king's strength, Gon conceded to take the first move. After a brief exchange, Gon was swiftly defeated again, crashing to the ground as Su Yin helped him up. Shaking his head, Gon admitted, "King, you are stronger than I concede." The crowd erupted in astonishment at Gon's admission of defeat, realizing the king's strength surpassed Gon's. "Shou, come here." Su Yin beckoned to Shou, who had matured a year earlier than Gon and had significantly developed his strength during that time. With Gon stepping down, Shou took his place, and the spectators fell silent, eagerly watching the impending clash. "You go first," Su Yin offered. "All right." Shou, having witnessed Gon's defeat, understood the king's strength was beyond his previous assumptions. The bout commenced. Within moments, Su Yin deliberately exposed a weakness, allowing Shou to seize the opportunity and launch an attack. In a swift counter, Su Yin brought Shou down to the ground, pulling Shou back up. The next round began. After a brief struggle, Shou found himself heavily thrown down once more. "I concede." "King," he said, surrendering voluntarily. The onlookers were deeply moved, particularly the adult males, who had hunted alongside both Gon and Shou, were astounded by Su Yan's successive victories over them, especially considering he had only just reached adulthood. "King," cried out a recently matured youth, prompting others to join in the chant, and soon the entire gathering reverberated with calls for the king. Their admiration for a powerful king only deepened. After several rounds of applause, Su Yin raised his hand to silence the crowd, selecting a slightly older and stronger opponent to continue the matches. With the precedent of Gon and Shou's defeats, each subsequent challenger approached Su Yin with utmost seriousness, determined to give their all. Yet, Su Yan's strength exceeded their expectations, as one by one, he triumphed, eliciting cheers from the spectators. Each victory intensified the applause, drawing even the snake and tiger shamans to the scene. The fervor for the king grew as Su Yin, a recently matured youth, continued to overpower older adversaries. His ability to communicate with the dragon god further solidified his status and earned him the respect and admiration of his people. In his third match, Su Yin began to tap into his inner strength, gradually increasing its use as the opponents grew in strength. By the time he defeated his seventh opponent, his inner energy was nearly depleted. He gestured for the crowd to disperse, declaring the day's combat concluded. Having defeated 7 adversaries, he had sufficiently demonstrated his strength and solidified his position, for people inherently revere the powerful. The crowd once again chanted "King," with Xi and Biao joining in. Xi, who was ostensibly the strongest in the dragon tribe, reflected on his own youth, recalling that he had only marginally surpassed his peers upon reaching adulthood, and had merely managed to match the weakest individual from the previous year's cohort. Yet here was Su Yin, who had just matured, triumphing over one older opponent after another. The final adversary he faced ranked in the lower tier among adults, and she found it hard to believe Su Yin could defeat him. It was nothing short of miraculous, leaving Xi pondering the future. If the king's strength had already reached such heights, where would he be in a few years? Xi dared not imagine, suspecting that in time, Su Yin could become the most formidable warrior in the dragon tribe. Watching Su Yin's continuous victories, the snake and tiger shamans considered, the king's ability to communicate with the dragon god must surely be a blessing, endowing him with unparalleled power. As the sun set, drawing close to evening, it was time to prepare dinner. Su Yin dismissed the spectators and found a quiet spot to rest, having expended considerable energy after his relentless triumphs. The 4 leaders of the dragon tribe, snake shaman, tiger shaman, Xi, and Biao, gathered, left with an indelible impression by Su Yan's ability to vanquish opponents far larger than himself. Observing the approaching leaders, Su Yin suddenly declared, "Tomorrow, I shall join the hunting party." The trio of snake shaman, tiger shaman, and Xi immediately opposed him. "No, you mustn't. The outside world is fraught with peril. You should remain within the tribe," Xi advised, attempting to dissuade Su Yin from his intention. "I am stronger than they are. Why should I not venture out?" Su Yin retorted. Xi hesitated. Strength was indeed the ultimate proof. Had Su Yin not showcased his true capabilities, she could have used that as an excuse to prevent him from leaving. But after defeating 7 adult males, Su Yan's stature among the tribe's men was undoubtedly elevated. Neither the snake nor the tiger shaman spoke. Their understanding of the outside world was limited, having ventured beyond their tribal home only a few times in their lives. Tiger shaman, having spent some time outside due to the tiger tribe's migrations, had more experience than snake shaman, who had never been away for long. After some contemplation, Xi finally spoke. "King, your strength is sufficient. But you have never ventured into the outside world. There are many taboos beyond our borders that you must understand before you can safely explore them. Wisdom holds truth. Indeed, the outside world harbors many taboos. One must tread carefully to avoid toxic insects on the ground, and even on plants. Be wary of poisonous flora and ferocious beasts. To navigate the jungle. Extensive knowledge is imperative in both the tiger tribe and the snake tribe. Newly matured males are nearly unable to join the hunting party and depart from their tribal abode. They are but novices in the ways of survival within the wilderness. They must acquire a wealth of knowledge before the elders permit them to accompany the hunting team. And even then, the elders continue to impart wisdom in the jungle, a process that often spans over a year. In the eyes of wisdom, Su Yin is a newcomer with scant experience in wilderness survival. A sentiment he shares himself. Throughout both his past and present lives, he has not amassed much knowledge regarding survival in the wild, which indeed constitutes a flaw. Compromising, Su Yin concedes, "Very well, I shall not accompany the hunting party." Upon hearing these words, the snake shaman, tiger shaman, and wisdom all exhaled in relief. However, Su Yin had yet to finish his statement. "But I wish to traverse the jungles surrounding our tribal residence. The dragon god has bestowed upon me certain knowledge. And if I can utilize this knowledge, the dragon tribe will grow even stronger. Yet, there are some things that must be sought beyond our borders, and I must personally embark on this quest." In his desire to venture forth, Su Yin even invoked the dragon god, acknowledging his own insufficient strength. Were he to possess adequate power now, to become the mightiest within the dragon tribe, who would dare obstruct him? He mused that should anyone attempt to hinder him, he would simply confront them directly. Su Yin contemplated searching the nearby jungles, hoping luck would guide him to what he sought. If fortune did not favor him, he would continue exploring further afield. Alongside this exploration, he would also learn about survival skills from his kin, for preserving his life is of utmost importance. The snake shaman, tiger shaman, and wisdom exchanged glances. Both the snake and tiger shamans were not well versed in the matters of the jungle, leaving the decision to wisdom. After careful consideration, wisdom deemed it permissible for the king to explore the nearby jungles. As they posed minimal danger, the king possessed a degree of strength, and with additional guardians assigned to protect him, it was highly unlikely he would encounter peril. Furthermore, with the king being the highest-ranking individual in the tribe and endowed with knowledge from the dragon god, wisdom ultimately arrived at a decision. "Your Majesty, you may traverse the nearby jungles, but you must not stray too far from the tribal abode. Additionally, there must always be individuals to safeguard you." "Very well." Su Yin replied without hesitation. With this initial step taken, further steps would surely follow. Once his strength was sufficiently formidable, no one would be able to impede him. Wisdom finally relaxed. Had the king been adamant about joining the hunting party, it would have proven to be a troublesome endeavor to obstruct him. It seemed that any attempt to venture out required the consensus of others, though Su Yin appeared to struggle with his role as king. He did not perceive it that way himself. The shaman is the wise one, though lacking in martial prowess, while the chief is the strongest. However, the shaman possesses knowledge that surpasses that of the chief. The king embodies a synthesis of both shaman and chief, endowed with the most knowledge while being the tribe's strongest, thus establishing an ultimate authority. In this moment, the king commanded absolute power within the tribe, with no one daring to contest or obstruct him. At present, Su Yin was not the mightiest individual. He resembled an emperor of ancient times. When an emperor sought to undertake something, ministers would often intervene with various objections. And even the emperor's desire to venture beyond the palace became a cumbersome affair. The emperor's excursions could be likened to Su Yin's wish to explore the nearby jungles. Fortunately, he possessed a degree of strength. And ultimately, his ministers acquiesced to his desire to leave the palace. As night fell, Su Yin lay on his bed contemplating the morrow's expedition. Images of rice, steamed buns, and noodles floated through his mind. As a member of the gluttonous empire, his foremost thought, regardless of the circumstances, remained food. Shaking his head, he dismissed the culinary visions and earnestly pondered. Crops are indeed of utmost importance. The grains and other agricultural products. Discovering even one would constitute a monumental gain. Identifying a single crop could usher the dragon tribe into the agricultural era. Crops represent the finest solution to the issue of sustenance. As the population increases, there will come a day when beasts are hunted to extinction, and rivers will yield only small fish. Yet cultivation can persist indefinitely. As the population rises and food becomes scarce, more land can be cultivated. However, seeking modern agricultural products within the jungles surrounding the dragon tribe's abode would prove an arduous task, likely no easier than locating a metal vein. Conversely, foraging for medicinal herbs would be a straightforward endeavor. Traces of herbs could even be found among the weeds collected from his kin. The jungles surrounding the residence undoubtedly harbored a plethora of medicinal flora. It is said that before the efficacy of an herb is discovered, it remains merely a weed, of little concern. Yet once its properties are unveiled, its value skyrockets, inciting humanity to harvest it recklessly, leading to the near extinction of wild herbs, necessitating artificial cultivation. In this primitive era, the jungles undoubtedly teem with untamed herbs. Chapter 93. Abundant wealth. Platigo, gray vegetables, ground dragon, gastrodia as Su Yin ventured into the jungles near the dragon tribe's abode. Various herbs presented themselves before him. In this era, prior to the discovery of their medicinal properties, a multitude of herbs flourished in every nook and cranny. Now, it was the morning after the sacrificial rites. And after breakfast, Wisdom and Biao led the hunting party into the wilderness. However, compared to usual, the number of hunters had significantly dwindled, with only 25 individuals, including Wisdom and Biao, around half an hour after the hunting party departed. Su Yin, accompanied by 9 adult male guardians led by Jian, stepped into the jungle. This marked Su Yan's first foray beyond the confines of the dragon tribe's abode, while others of his age might revel in the sights. Su Yin approached the expedition with purpose, diligently searching for what he required. Lacking extensive experience in the jungle, Su Yin took every precaution, donning non-combat apparel and binding the cuffs and hems of his clothing with rope to prevent toxic insects from infiltrating. Fortunately, the proximity to the dragon tribe's abode made it rare for beasts to encroach upon this area, except during winter. With Jian and his 9 tribesmen ensuring his safety, the likelihood of encountering danger was greatly diminished. During this inaugural venture into the jungle, Su Yin remained steadfast in his objective, to seek out crops suitable for large-scale cultivation, while also searching for metal veins, with herb gathering being a tertiary pursuit. The first 2 objectives largely depended on luck, whereas gathering herbs became the simplest task. Observing the myriad herbs flourishing in abundance, a slight smile crept upon Su Yan's lips, with ample medicinal herbs. Most ailments would pose no threat to the lives of his kin. Platigo, a herbaceous plant of the Platigo family, possesses a sweet flavor and a cooling nature, exhibiting diuretic properties, clearing heat, enhancing vision, and expelling phlegm. It treats conditions such as urinary obstruction, turbid urine, leukorrhea, hematuria, jaundice, edema, heat dysentery, diarrhea, nasal bleeding, red and swollen eyes, throat phlegm, cough, and skin ulcers. Its young shoots are edible. Harvested in April and May, they can be boiled briefly, served cold, dipped in sauce. Stir-fried, made into fillings, soups, or steamed with dough. Gray vegetables can be used as a vegetable in their youthful state, while their stems and leaves can feed livestock. The whole plant also serves medicinal purposes. Effective against diarrhea and itching, and can treat dysentery and diarrhea. When combined with wild chrysanthemum in a decoction for external washing, it can remedy skin dampness and itching. In addition to planago and gray vegetables, other common herbs such as purslane, dandelion, and motherwort possess varying degrees of medicinal efficacy. However, as it was still early spring, many herbs had only just begun to sprout, necessitating several months of waiting before they could be harvested. Su Yin remained unperturbed. This was merely his first foray into the jungle, primarily to familiarize himself with the surroundings that he could return for herb gathering at a later time. After walking several dozen meters, Su Yin inadvertently noticed a plant growing beneath a large tree to his right. He approached it, crouched down, and examined it closely. He could confirm that it was a ginseng plant. Ginseng, the king of herbs, is a perennial herb with a fleshy main root. Cylindrical or spindle-shaped, slender fibrous roots, erect stems that taper at the end, and berries that are either round or kidney-shaped, turning bright red when ripe. It is renowned for revitalizing energy, restoring vitality, strengthening the spleen and lungs, quenching thirst, calming the mind, and enhancing intellect. In modern society, cultivated ginseng is not particularly valuable. However, wild ginseng, merely 10 years old, can fetch thousands. And a wild ginseng over 100 years old can command prices exceeding $1 million. Primarily due to the disparity in medicinal potency, the high value of wild ginseng underscores its rarity. For Su Yin, ginseng serves not only as a remedy for ailments, but also as an aid for martial training and enhancing internal cultivation efficiency. Of course, the notion that consuming a century-old ginseng root could grant decades of prowess is utterly implausible. Su Yin traced a circle around the discovered ginseng with his finger and instructed his guardians behind him. "You shall dig downwards following my mark and extract this plant." "Understood," Jian replied, accepting the command. Su Yin stepped aside as Jian, accompanied by 2 tribe members, crouched down around the ginseng, using stone shards to dig into the earth. The remaining tribe members stood guard nearby while Su Yin observed Jian and the others excavating the ginseng. To prevent any accidental harm to the ginseng during the digging, Su Yin had drawn a relatively large circle around it. As Jian and his companions worked diligently, they soon unearthed the ginseng root, enveloped in thick layers of soil. Su Yin waved the 3 away and approached to gently scrape off the heavy dirt with a stone. After considerable effort, a chicken leg-shaped ginseng weighing over 2 taels emerged before Su Yin. He scrutinized it carefully, estimating its age to be over 50 years, though determining the exact age proved challenging. He delicately placed the ginseng into a vine basket carried by one of the tribe members, and the group continued onward. The day's mission was not solely to collect herbs. The discovery of this ginseng had piqued Su Yan's interest, and he deemed this single find sufficient, avoiding any further time spent on herb gathering. It must be noted that the primitive era was abundant with wealth. Along their journey, Su Yan encountered various herbs, common yet plentiful herbs of low value, as well as rare, valuable herbs in limited quantities. By the end of the morning, they had identified several precious herbs, including ginseng and reishi mushrooms, although Su Yan did not wish to waste time collecting them. Instead, he marked the locations for future reference, within a radius of 500 meters centered around the dragon tribe's dwelling. Such a wealth of herbs was astonishing. If this were the modern world, it would undoubtedly constitute a significant fortune. Reflecting on his past life, Su Yan sighed unconsciously. Even in this new existence, remnants of his previous memories lingered, and the emotions from that life were not easily forgotten. Shaking his head gently, he dismissed the distractions and focused on observing the surrounding flora and soil. Studying the plants could lead to the discovery of herbs and crops, while examining the soil could uncover metallic veins. The ancient method of seeking metal deposits was laid out as follows. First, ochre soil on the mountains indicates the presence of iron beneath. Second, the presence of magnetite suggests copper. Third, lead signifies silver below. Fourth, cinnabar suggests the existence of gold. Fifth, limestone indicates lead, tin, and copper. Sixth, silver implies the presence of cinnabar beneath, lacking modern instruments and chemical reagents. Su Yan had no choice but to rely on these ancient observations to locate metal veins. As afternoon waned, Su Yan and his party returned to the tribe after spending much of the day in the jungle without encountering any dangers. Only a few tribe members had received minor bites from non-venomous or mildly venomous insects. The expedition yielded both rewards and regrets. The precious ginseng, alongside several other medicinal herbs discovered but not collected, and the abundance of ordinary herbs that could also serve as vegetables. The dragon tribe, situated near a small river, relied on fishing for sustenance, leading to a lack of wild vegetables in their diet. Many plants in the jungle were toxic, and for a tribe to find edible wild greens and roots, they would likely pay a heavy price in lives lost, as was the case with the deer tribe. However, mastering even a few edible wild plants could effectively alleviate the tribe's food scarcity. The dragon tribe had no such pressures, thus avoiding the risks associated with foraging for edible greens and roots. Su Yan now contemplated incorporating some edible vegetables into the dragon tribe's diet, enhancing the flavor of stews by adding vegetables. As for the regrets of this outing, it was the failure to find crops suitable for large-scale cultivation or metallic veins. Yet, Su Yan understood that such discoveries were not easily made, especially considering he had only ventured about 500 meters from the dragon tribe's settlement within a vast jungle. He reassured himself that though they had not found them today, they would eventually do so. Upon returning to the tribe, Su Yan tended to the ginseng briefly before turning his attention to an idea that had struck him during their exploration. He highlighted 4 key projects: cultivating crops, smelting metals, gathering herbs, and domesticating wild beasts. While he was actively pursuing the first 3, he acknowledged that he could not engage in the domestication of beasts personally. However, he could delegate this task to Ji and Biao. The first step in domestication was, of course, capturing wild beasts. Although the hunting team excelled at hunting, capturing beasts unharmed was a much more complicated endeavor. To facilitate this, Su Yan decided to provide the hunting team with a special weapon, a net. By weaving a large net from grass ropes, they could ensnare beasts without harm. Su Yan gathered 6 women who were pregnant and unable to perform heavy labor, along with some grass ropes and a fish trap, and led them to a clearing. Oh, you know how to weave fish traps? He inquired, pointing to the trap. Yes, came the uneven chorus of replies. Nodding, Su Yan set to work. First, he marked out a 3-meter square on the ground with thicker ropes. Second, he used slightly thinner ropes to weave several mesh squares according to the framework. He then assigned the task of weaving the mesh to the 6 tribe members, Su Yan, as the leader. Wisely refrained from exhausting himself with such tasks and instead directed the tribe members. You will weave the net to match the size of this mesh. Can you manage that? He asked. Yes, they responded in unison. Then begin. After observing their progress and noting their skill, he departed. The nets for capturing beasts differed significantly from those for catching fish, given the vast disparity in size and strength between the two. The mesh for fish nets could be smaller and the ropes thinner. Utilizing a fish trap net for capturing beasts would likely result in it being torn apart. Thus, the net for beasts required thicker ropes, and the mesh could be larger, making the weaving process significantly easier. As evening approached, the hunting team returned, though their luck had not been favorable, bringing back only a single cat-sized creature, the name of which Su Yan did not know. His expertise lay in traditional medicine, not veterinary science. By this time, The net was nearly completed, and Su Yan led Ji and Biao to inspect it. Upon seeing the large net on the ground, Ji appeared puzzled about its purpose. "This is a weapon. You can use it to capture prey while hunting," Su Yan explained, observing their confusion. Biao, however, was the first to voice a question. "My king, isn't it sufficient to kill the prey directly during the hunt? Why capture it?" Su Yan replied, "Consider this, Brow. The hunting team ventures out daily. Sometimes they return with plentiful game, while other times, they bring little if we did not have fishing to supplement our food. The tribe might face a feast or famine existence." Biao, though not the sharpest, grasped Su Yan's reasoning and nodded in agreement. "However, bringing back live prey changes everything. We can keep these animals in the tribe, and they will reproduce, providing us with an ever-growing supply of beasts that we can consume without the need for constant hunting." As he spoke, Su Yan illustrated on the ground. "One sheep becomes two become four, and four become eight." Without needing to continue, Biao visualized the exponential growth of the sheep in his mind. Both Biao and Ji comprehended Su Yan's intent. "My king, I understand now. From now on, we will capture prey and raise them in the tribe, ensuring an endless supply of meat," Biao exclaimed, dancing with excitement, though his robust figure made the display somewhat comical. "Good. I'm glad you understand. Tomorrow, as you go hunting, try using this net to capture prey. But remember, not all beasts can be brought back. Carnivorous animals like tigers, wolves, and leopards are off limits. Focus on herbivores like cattle, sheep, and pigs." Su Yan instructed. "I understand, my king. The hunting team will swiftly capture live prey," Biao assured him. The net's purpose was straightforward. It could simply be thrown over the animal. With several nets, the hunting team could work together to intercept prey, enhancing their daily hunting efficiency. Su Yan briefly outlined the plan, and both Ji and Biao understood how to utilize this unique weapon. As they sat down for dinner, Su Yan contemplated another issue. If the hunting team were to bring wild beasts back, there needed to be a suitable place for their care. Newly captured beasts would be extremely skittish and likely to refuse food, so it would be best to keep them somewhat distanced from the tribe. After some thought, Su Yan decided to build several larger enclosures outside the southern wall, using bricks to create spaces for raising the captured beasts. The construction of the animal enclosure will have to be postponed until tomorrow, as the fishing team must first finish their morning catch before personnel can be allocated for the task. This matter of the animal enclosure led Su Yan to ponder the situation of the dragon tribe's habitat. Currently, the population of the dragon tribe exceeds 350 individuals, and with this increase, the living space is becoming increasingly cramped. It may soon be necessary to consider expanding the boundaries of their dwelling. However, enlarging the living area is no trivial undertaking. The dragon tribe settlement is surrounded by tall brick walls that effectively ward off wild beasts and other primitive tribes to extend the living area. New walls would need to be constructed, and these would undoubtedly need to be significantly larger than the existing ones. Su Yan sighed in resignation, recognizing the shortage of manpower. The following day, the hunting team set off with newly acquired specialized nets, embarking on an important mission to capture wild beasts. After Su Yan's thorough explanation, Ji and Biao understood the benefits of taming wild animals. If they could successfully domesticate these creatures, the tribe would no longer need to hunt externally for substantial meat supplies. A crucial advantage for the dragon tribe. Yet, capturing wild beasts is no simple task. Success relies heavily on luck, and without it, the team may return empty-handed. Shortly after the hunting team departed, Su Yan assigned the tasks of weaving nets and constructing the animal enclosure, then ventured into the nearby jungle with a protective group of 10, including Jian. Yesterday, Su Yan had entered the jungle primarily to observe and scout, without intending to collect anything. Today, however, he added the collection of herbs to his agenda. While also searching for crops and metallic veins. As the day progressed, Su Yan returned without having discovered any crops or metal deposits, having only gathered a selection of herbs. Meanwhile, the hunting team returned with a significant haul: a leopard, a roe deer, and several wild chickens and rabbits. Interestingly, the roe deer had initially been the leopard's prey, but it was instead caught by the hunting team. The day's catch was sufficient for every member of the dragon tribe to enjoy a portion of meat. Though regrettably, the team did not bring back any live captures. On the third day, both the hunting team and Su Yan's exploration group remained at home due to overcast skies that threatened rain. Instead, they assisted the fishing team by the river. On the fourth day, both teams resumed their regular activities. The hunting team now possessed 5 large nets, having acquired more, but still lacking proficiency in their use. Just past noon, the hunting team returned with a half-grown male deer. As the afternoon waned, the exploration team also arrived back, and Su Yan observed the deer brought by the hunting team with a sense of silence. In Su Yan's understanding, pigs, cattle, sheep, chickens, ducks, and geese are commonly domesticated livestock, while deer are rarely kept, as they do not lend themselves well to large-scale domestication. Nevertheless, having captured a deer, it would be prudent to attempt its domestication. If that fails, they could simply consume it. Thus, the half-grown male deer became the inaugural resident of the animal enclosure, with Su Yan assigning an adult female to tend to its feeding daily. Time flew by, and the first month of spring came to an end, marking 20 days since the spring sacrifice. During this time, the exploration team had yielded little, failing to locate crops or metal deposits. But they had collected some herbs, which were vital for healing and sustenance. In contrast, the hunting team's fortunes were more bountiful, as the number of animals in the enclosures outside the southern brick wall had increased. In addition to the previously captured deer, there were now 3 wild boars, 1 adult female deer, a half-grown female roe deer, and 4 pheasants. They had also captured a rabbit, but it was consumed that very night. As its burrowing nature made it likely to escape, the newly captured animals were initially skittish and reluctant to eat, but after enduring a few hunger pangs, they began to graze. The dragon tribe had made significant strides towards domestication. Over these 20 days, the dragon tribe had developed steadily, yet one matter had raised concern among the tribe's leaders. It had been over 30 days since the deer tribe had last visited to trade. This was a serious issue, as the deer tribe was a crucial source of salt. Although the dragon tribe had discovered some salt flats from which they could extract refined salt, the impurities present in the salt traded from the deer tribe required much less effort to process. Initially, the deer tribe had traded with the snake tribe approximately every 10 to 15 days, which had dwindled to once a month last year. Was the deer tribe now unwilling to trade with the snake tribe? Or had they encountered some peril? Given the importance of salt, Ji led a team to the deer tribe's settlement the following day. Upon arrival, they found no signs of trouble, and the deer shaman personally greeted Ji, assuring him that in a few days, they would bring salt to trade with the dragon tribe. Ji returned with this good news, but Su Yan remained troubled. Salt was of utmost importance to the dragon tribe, and they had yet to identify any salt flats comparable to those of the deer tribe. The significance of salt in the deer tribe weighed heavily on Su Yan's mind. Life is fleeting, and he did not wish for the dragon tribe to rely solely on slow population growth for development, which would take far too long. That if he continued on this path, it was unlikely that the dragon tribe's population would ever reach 10,000 by the time of his passing. Initially, the snake tribe had been too weak to grow rapidly, necessitating a gradual integration of tribes. However, the dragon tribe now possessed a measure of strength, boasting over 50 adult males and improved weaponry, enabling them to expand swiftly by conquering weaker tribes. Consequently, Su Yan resolved to regard the deer tribe as the first target for future conquest. 3 days later, the deer tribe's hunting team arrived at the dragon tribe's settlement, bringing a quantity of impure salt comparable to previous transactions. Upon concluding their trade, the deer tribe departed with a complete large ceramic pot, 10 ceramic bowls, and enough fish for their entire tribe to enjoy 2 meals. The food trade had commenced last year, and through numerous exchanges, the deer tribe had accumulated a surplus of flawed large pots and various ceramic bowls and dishes, though they lacked complete large pots. However, the dragon tribe had few complete large pots as well, making it impossible for the deer tribe to acquire them with every transaction. Woven goods had also been used as trade items, and fish had now become a commodity. With their knowledge passed down through generations, the deer tribe foraged for various wild vegetables and root plants as sustenance. Yet, some members of the deer tribe still faced hunger from time to time, as ensuring that all tribe members were well fed daily was a formidable challenge. This was especially true on the days when they traded with the dragon tribe, as the likelihood of obtaining prey significantly diminished. Thus, trading fish from the dragon tribe for food was a favorable option, where approximately 1/10 of the amount of impure salt could be exchanged for enough fish to feed the entire deer tribe. Su Yan stood behind the brick wall, watching the deer tribe's hunting team depart, his desire to conquer them growing stronger. However, he recognized that immediate action was unwise. The dragon tribe had only been established for less than a month, and it would take at least a spring season for both clans to acclimate to their new identities as members of the dragon tribe. Perhaps a day in the midst of summer would be the opportune time for the dragon tribe to march against the deer tribe. The first trade of the year between the dragon tribe and the deer tribe had now concluded, while Ji and Biao remained in the jungle with the hunting team, equipped with nets. The hunting team had gradually discovered various methods of use, significantly enhancing their efficiency. Nearly every day, they would secure at least 1 medium-sized prey. Initially, when the nets were first introduced, the hunting team followed Su Yan's instructions to simply cover the beast with the nets, which did not markedly improve their efficiency. Afterward, Ji made some modifications to the method, having two individuals wield a net and surround the prey, effectively increasing their success rate. Currently, she instructed the tribe members to weave nets measuring 2 meters in width and over 4 meters in length. The hunting team would stretch these nets, anchoring both ends to large trees, creating a semicircular trap with several nets, leaving just a few members to guard it while the remainder circled around. Upon spotting prey, the hunting team would drive the animals towards the trap, where in their panic, the prey would easily collide with it. This hunting technique had significantly improved their success rate, ensuring that even without fishing from the small river, the dragon tribe could procure ample food through hunting. In this primordial era, various beasts roamed the earth in densities far surpassing those of the modern age. After the rise of humanity, with an exponential increase in population, countless wild creatures were hunted to near extinction. Today, the remaining fauna struggles to survive only under human protection. If humanity so desired, they could eradicate all beasts at any moment. Perhaps it is the unique elements present in the air that allow Su Yin to cultivate inner strength, rendering the primitive humans significantly stronger than their modern counterparts. Similarly, the beasts of the ancient world boast greater size, strength, and speed than those Su Yin has encountered in contemporary times. Both the primitive humans and the beasts have experienced boosts in their capabilities due to these extraordinary elements. However, the scant population of primitive humans, armed with rudimentary weapons, renders it nearly impossible for them to procure sufficient food through hunting alone. That a mighty individual could crush a beast with a stone the size of their fist, but only if it strikes the creature's skull, which may merely result in severe injury rather than death. For an adult male in the dragon tribe, throwing a stone accurately enough to hit a beast is a formidable challenge. Even if successful, the impact may not be sufficient to incapacitate the creature, allowing it to escape. Traps serve as a more effective method of hunting, yet the common perception of traps involves digging pits filled with spikes, an impossible task for the dragon tribe with their stone tools. The time required to excavate a pit large enough to ensnare a beast is beyond comprehension. Conversely, traps constructed with nets are far simpler to set up. Currently, the hunting efforts of the dragon tribe can be characterized as encirclement, pursuing and cornering prey, which typically demands a large number of participants. However, by employing traps to replace manpower, the number of individuals required for such encirclement activities diminishes significantly, sometimes allowing for the capture of multiple animals in one go. Previously reliant on fish as their primary sustenance, the tribe has now shifted towards a diet dominated by beast meat, significantly reducing the consumption of fish. Consequently, the fishing team spends considerably less time on their daily catches, and the hunting team returns earlier due to increased efficiency. This method of encirclement enables the dragon tribe to acquire substantial quantities of beast meat daily, leading to a rise in the number of beasts within their enclosures. Presently, the tribe engages in the rudimentary husbandry of pigs, deer, roe deer, and golden pheasants, but the prospect of domesticating these wild animals into livestock remains a distant goal. One only needs to consider the vast differences in appearance between wild boars and domesticated pigs to grasp this reality. Nevertheless, the path of domestication must be traversed. Moreover, Su Yin has resolved to expand the living area of the dragon tribe. The eastern, western, and southern walls will each extend approximately 50 meters, effectively quadrupling the area of habitation. The construction of the new walls will require about twice the effort of the old ones. Work on the new brick walls begins from the south, with the fishing and hunting teams dedicating their remaining daylight hours to building. The production of earthen bricks necessitates considerable amounts of clay, prompting the dragon tribe to venture upstream and downstream along the small river to excavate clay from its banks, leaving numerous pits in their wake. At times, Su Yin contemplates dispatching individuals to explore the conditions upstream or downstream of the river, ideally identifying its source. As the population of the dragon tribe increases, this small river may no longer suffice to meet their needs. The most dire scenario would be to face a year of drought. If the river were to run dry, it would spell disaster for the tribe. However, the current scarcity of adult laborers leaves them overwhelmed with daily tasks, precluding the possibility of sending anyone to seek the river's source. Moreover, sending too few individuals may result in dangerous encounters, compelling them to temporarily abandon this endeavor. Chapter 97. The laying of eggs. A month swiftly passed. With all activities progressing in an orderly fashion, the new walls were rapidly rising, and the hunting team occasionally returned with live prey to attempt domestication, while Su Yin and the exploration team gathered a wealth of herbs. Over the past month, 2 infants under 1 year of age fell ill, and 1 adult suffered from poisoning. Fortunately, Su Yin managed to heal 2 of the 3 individuals, though 1 infant tragically did not survive. Without Su Yin's medical skills and the availability of herbs, the chances of survival for the 2 infants would have been slim, and the poisoned adult would likely have been left with lifelong ailments. Thankfully, both were restored to health. As every member of the seemingly fragile dragon tribe is of paramount importance, Su Yan's daily activities have settled into a routine, dedicating half to 3/4 of his daylight hours to exploring the jungle in search of crops and mineral veins. While also amassing a bounty of herbs, upon returning to the tribe, he practices his martial arts, during which the sisters Xiaohua and Xiaoyu often join him. The remaining hours of the day are primarily devoted to caring for the animals the tribe has begun to domesticate. A month prior, the tribe was raising pigs, deer, roe deer, and golden pheasants. Now, with the exception of the roe deer, the numbers of the other 3 species have increased to varying degrees, with the golden pheasant population rising most significantly to 8. Additionally, the tribe has introduced 3 sheep, 1 male and 2 females, into their husbandry efforts that in fact, other animals such as rabbits and monkeys have also been captured by the hunting team for potential domestication. However, these creatures are currently unsuitable for husbandry and were consumed on the day of capture. Each animal enclosure is relatively spacious, yet they appear constricted when compared to the vast jungle, causing the newly confined beasts to panic and yearn for the freedom of the wild. Nevertheless, the sturdy earthen enclosures are high and robust, preventing even a full-grown wild boar from breaching their walls, while deer find themselves equally powerless to escape. As for the flying golden pheasants, a large net placed above their enclosure suffices to contain them. After enduring the initial days of panic, the captured animals gradually acclimate to their new lives. Food is readily provided, shelter protects them from the elements, and they no longer need to fear predators. They enjoy a blissful existence of eating and sleeping, resulting in noticeable weight gain. One day, upon returning from his jungle explorations, Su Yan instinctively approached the animal enclosures to inspect the creatures within. All appeared well until he reached the enclosure of the golden pheasants, where he noticed something unusual in the nest constructed by the birds. It was an egg. The golden pheasant had laid an egg. Upon confirming the presence of the egg, Su Yan felt an inexplicable surge of joy. He instructed a tribe member to retrieve the egg from the nest, inspecting it carefully and ultimately discovering just 1 golden pheasant egg. The egg was oval, with a shell that was white with a hint of pale pink, slightly smaller than a typical chicken egg. Boiled egg, egg custard, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stir-fried eggs with cucumbers. He gazed upon the golden pheasant egg. Su Yan's thoughts turned to the various ways he could prepare it, rather than waiting for the golden pheasant to incubate it and expand the flock. The fact that the golden pheasant had laid an egg indicated that it had adapted to its current lifestyle and was content, suggesting that more eggs would follow. Consuming a few eggs was entirely reasonable, especially since the hunting team would likely return with more golden pheasants. Su Yan was eager to savor the taste of the golden pheasant egg. He fetched a ceramic bowl and filled it with water, placing it on the stove. After washing the singular golden pheasant egg, he placed it in the bowl and ignited the fire to boil it. After approximately 6 or 7 minutes, the golden pheasant egg was ready. Su Yan patiently waited for it to cool before lifting the perfectly boiled egg. A wave of emotion washed over him, leaving him teary-eyed. He was unsure whether it was the nostalgia of memories from his past life or the excitement of eating a boiled egg for the first time in this life. But his heart raced with exhilaration. With only 1 golden pheasant egg, it was scarcely enough for a single bite, and Su Yan had no intention of sharing it with anyone. Gently tapping the egg against the stove, he began to peel away its shell, revealing the tender golden pheasant egg within. Bringing it to his lips, he took a delicate bite, allowing a third of the egg to enter his mouth as he savored its flavor. Eating a golden pheasant egg was akin to enjoying a boiled egg, yet the taste was incomparably superior to that of the eggs produced in modern farms. Su Yan was no gourmet, and could not articulate the exquisite flavor of the golden pheasant egg. But he knew it was delicious and found himself yearning for a second. Alas, he would have to wait until the next day for another. Boiled eggs, egg custard, scrambled eggs, various preparations danced through his mind, and he resolved to try each method in due course. Eating is one of life's great joys, and Su Yan was determined to make the dragon tribe stronger. Once they flourished, he could indulge in fine food, drink, and comfort. Modern life often revolves around the pursuit of wealth, driven by the desire to enjoy a beautiful existence. Working hard for sustenance is not a flaw in the days to come. The anticipation of consuming golden pheasant eggs became the highlight of Su Yan's daily routine. On days when the golden pheasants did not lay eggs, he even contemplated the drastic measure of consuming one of them. Fortunately, the golden pheasants had settled into their new routine after the first egg was laid. 2 more followed suit. It seemed that each golden pheasant could only produce a fixed number of eggs per clutch, and as long as the eggs were collected daily, the birds would continue to lay. Much like domesticated hens, every day, Su Yan was fortunate enough to obtain 3 exquisite golden chicken eggs, indulging in various culinary delights such as boiled eggs, scrambled eggs, and eggs stir-fried with wild vegetables. He continued this delightful regimen until he felt slightly weary of the eggs, at which point he ceased to collect any more from the golden chickens, intending instead to allow them to incubate their own eggs. Within the dragon tribe, only Su Yin had the privilege of enjoying the golden chicken eggs, with the sisters Xiao Hua and Xiao Yu benefiting from a small share. They were accustomed to consuming fish and beast meat. And though the addition of eggs offered a pleasant change of flavor, the sisters did not exhibit a particular fondness for them. Golden chicken eggs were not entirely unfamiliar within the tribe. Occasionally, the hunting teams would stumble upon nests of birds, bringing back an assortment of eggs. Generally, these eggs were consumed raw, and while the children showed some interest in this avian delicacy, the adults preferred fish and beast meat. Currently, the number of golden chickens raised in the dragon tribe was limited. However, as their population grew, so too would the yield of their eggs, potentially altering the tribe's perception of them. Chapter 98. The First Crop. Yi, dig it out, Su Yin instructed the two individuals behind him. Understood, they replied, approaching and kneeling to excavate the soil with stone tools, aiming to retrieve the medicinal herb intact. Su Yan's focus shifted elsewhere as he continued his exploration. As spring was nearing its end, the range of the exploration team had expanded beyond 500 meters, even surpassing 1,000. Within this territory, Su Yin led the team in search of crops and metal veins, while also gathering various herbs. In the third month of spring, the team made a commendable discovery, a plant that, while not a conventional crop, served both as a medicinal herb and a spice, known as Sichuan pepper. Sichuan pepper, a deciduous shrub belonging to the Rutaceae family, can reach heights of 7 meters. Its branches bear short thorns, and the young shoots are covered with fine hairs. The leaves are pinnate, with narrow leaflets that are oval, elliptical, or occasionally lanceolate, edged with fine serrations and dotted with oil glands. The flowers bloom in clusters, typically yellowish-green, while the fruit ripens to a purplish-red hue, dotted with minute, raised oil spots. The flowering period is from April to May, with fruiting occurring from August to October. The utility of Sichuan pepper is manifold. It can serve as a protective thorny hedge, its rind is a flavorful seasoning, and it can be processed into aromatic oil or used medicinally. Its seeds are edible and can even be transformed into soap. Medicinally, Sichuan pepper is known for its warming properties, promoting digestion, alleviating pain, and combating pests, while its aromatic qualities can enhance the flavor of various meats. Su Yin regarded it as a fortuitous find rather than a necessity. He yearned for crops that could genuinely address food shortages, such as corn, potatoes, sweet potatoes, wheat, and rice. Sichuan pepper was merely an unexpected bonus. Having marked the location of the Sichuan pepper, Su Yin intended to return for harvesting once it matured, with plans for large-scale cultivation in mind, as it represented a significant spice, the only seasoning currently available to the dragon tribe being salt. And Yi successfully extracted the herb and carefully placed it in the woven basket on their backs, prompting the exploration team to advance further. A few steps ahead, a patch of plants adorned with yellow-green flowers caught Su Yan's eye, prompting him to investigate. This upright herbaceous plant stood over a meter tall, with grooves along its stems densely covered in grayish-white hairs. Its leaves were palmate and deeply lobed, with the longest lobes being lanceolate or linear. The surface of the leaves was deep green and slightly rough, while the undersides were initially covered with fine grayish hairs that later fell away. The edges were serrated with coarse teeth, and the midrib and lateral veins were slightly sunken on the upper side and prominent on the underside. Flax. Su Yin recognized the plant. Flax is one of China's ancient crops, its seeds capable of staving off hunger, thus classified as a grain, although it has fallen out of favor as a staple food. It has long been utilized in autumnal rituals. Primarily, flax serves agricultural purposes. Its seeds are edible, akin to roasted soybeans, and slightly smaller than mung beans, primarily processed for oil extraction. The oil, pale green in color, is an excellent culinary oil. The stem's bark, when processed, can be made into ropes, clothing, or paper, all remarkably durable. Even the stripped stems can be used as firewood or for construction, possessing a somewhat woody quality. Furthermore, flax fibers can be refined to produce high-quality paper, such as Xian paper. As Su Yin surveyed the small patch of flax, a wave of joy surged within him. Were it not for his status as the king of the dragon tribe and the presence of 10 clan members by his side, he would have laughed heartily. Faced with the choice between flax and Sichuan pepper, the decision was unequivocal. Flax was the superior option, offering far more utility, encompassing clothing, food, and shelter, while Sichuan pepper primarily served as a spice. Although flax seeds can be consumed, their yield is relatively low compared to other crops, making oil extraction the preferred use. Su Yin placed particular emphasis on the stem's bark, which, after processing, could be fashioned into ropes and clothing. Flax ropes surpass grass ropes in quality, suitable for weaving fishing nets capable of capturing more fish in rivers, as opposed to the less effective grass ropes. Concerning flax clothing, while it may not provide adequate warmth compared to beast skins, it could replace leaves during the hot summer months, thus eliminating the need for garments crafted from foliage. Su Yin meticulously circled the area where flax grew twice to ensure he had not made an error, then marked the site on a nearby tree. Today's task is complete. Let us return, Su Yin said with a smile to the 10 guardians accompanying him. Understood. As they embarked on the journey back to the dragon tribe's dwelling, Su Yin's thoughts remained preoccupied with flax, contemplating its edible seeds and oil extraction, as well as the potential for large-scale cultivation in the future. Although he did not vocalize his joy, the smile on his face deepened, signaling his contentment to those around him. However, after walking a few hundred meters, his smile faded, replaced by a contemplative expression as he confronted a serious concern. The discoveries thus far had only yielded wild Sichuan pepper and wild flax, the flavors of which remained uncertain. Achieving the desired quality would likely require years of selective cultivation. The yield of wild flax seeds would be low, and the oil content similarly scarce, while the flavor of wild Sichuan pepper would likely be subpar. The silver lining was that the utility of wild flax's stem bark for making ropes and clothing would remain largely unaffected. Nonetheless, for someone like Su Yin, who cherished good food, the quality of sustenance felt paramount. Initially reliant on salt, then incorporating wild vegetables into meat broths, followed by boiled and scrambled eggs, he had been striving to enhance his diet with herbal concoctions. The rapid changes in Su Yin's expression did not go unnoticed by his protectors, who remained oblivious to the reasons behind his shifting demeanor. They lacked the standing to question their king and could only silently safeguard him. Approaching the dragon tribe settlement, Su Yin gradually liberated himself from disappointment. Although the flavors of wild flax seeds and Sichuan pepper may not be ideal, they could potentially suffice, and he comforted himself with this thought. Chapter 99. Reflection and Resolution. The discovery of Sichuan pepper had filled Su Yin with delight. But the revelation of flax brought him sheer ecstasy. The presence of flax would significantly contribute to the dragon tribe's development, propelling them into the agricultural era. Su Yin even contemplated hosting a grand ceremony to share his joy with all the tribe members. Yet now, the exuberance on his face had vanished, replaced by silence as he pondered the efficacy of wild Sichuan pepper and flax. The true potential of these discoveries would only be revealed upon their maturation, prompting him to reconsider the ceremony. Upon returning to the tribe's dwelling, Su Yin bypassed the animal pens and retreated directly to his home, lying on the heated bed while deep in thought. He recognized that he had become somewhat complacent, presuming that everything would unfold as he envisioned, believing that the dragon tribe would swiftly flourish. His plans included the cultivation of crops, the exploration of metal veins for smelting, the domestication of wild beasts, and the gathering of herbs. These 4 priorities were crucial for the tribe's advancement. As long as these initiatives progressed smoothly, the dragon tribe would thrive. With his presence, herb collection seemed feasible. And while the domestication of wild beasts was a distant goal, simple husbandry was attainable. The remaining 2 tasks, however, proved to be significant challenges. The search for cultivable crops had yielded 2 potential candidates, and with the forthcoming year's land cultivation, the dragon tribe would be one step closer to the agricultural age, albeit these crops did not primarily produce grains. Nonetheless, this was a promising start. Yet, when it came time to cultivate, substantial issues arose, the first being the lack of tools for land cultivation. The second, the insufficient adult labor force within the tribe made large-scale planting of flax and Sichuan pepper exceedingly challenging. Moreover, neither flax nor Sichuan pepper served as staple food sources, necessitating the tribe to continue procuring food through traditional methods. The tools for land cultivation can be approached in 2 distinct manners. The first method involves crafting rudimentary implements using stone and wooden sticks, which is anticipated to yield a relatively low efficiency in land cultivation. The second approach entails the exploration of metallic or deposits for smelting metals, thereby creating tools that would significantly enhance the efficiency of agricultural endeavors compared to the former tools. The first method, albeit a makeshift solution, may suffice initially. Given that the dragon tribe has a limited adult workforce, they might start by cultivating a smaller portion of land, gradually expanding their efforts as the tribe's population grows, potentially discovering staple crops in the process. However, the endeavor of locating metallic or deposits for smelting proves to be an exceptionally cumbersome task. Even if a metal vein is discovered, the extraction process poses considerable challenges. Firstly, due to the dragon tribe's circumstances, it is impossible to mine deeply buried ore deposits. Only surface-level deposits, or those no more than 2 meters deep, can be considered. Secondly, the tools required for mining are non-existent, as there are no metallic implements available prior to the extraction of ore, forcing reliance on primitive stone tools. which are woefully inefficient. Most critically, the issue of manpower looms large. With the current adult workforce of the dragon tribe being insufficient, daily hunting and fishing activities consume the available labor, even if a viable ore deposit is found. The number of individuals that can be mobilized for mining is minimal, leading to a meager collection of ore within a month, and subsequently a limited amount of smelted metal. Regardless of whether it pertains to farming or mining, the overarching issue remains the same: manpower. The dragon tribe's adult labor force is alarmingly small. Presently, the total population of the dragon tribe exceeds 350 individuals, excluding the leadership figures such as Su Yan and Wu. There are 58 adult males and 96 adult females, but when accounting for pregnant women who cannot perform heavy labor, the count of capable adult females drops to fewer than 60. Thus, the total adult workforce stands at barely 120 individuals. While this number may seem substantial compared to neighboring tribes like the Deer Tribe, Mountain Tribe, and Rabbit Tribe, it is far from adequate for Su Yan's aspirations for rapid development. The extraction of metallic ores alone demands a significant labor force. The once weak Snake Tribe has surpassed its initial limitations, yet Su Yan perceives the Dragon Tribe as still comparatively feeble in the eyes of other primitive tribes. However, the Dragon Tribe stands as one of the strongest in its region, second only to the Wolf Tribe. With no exposure to other formidable tribes, cautious development during weakness and proactive conquest of other tribes for population growth are essential for the Dragon Tribe's advancement. It is time for the Dragon Tribe to abandon the guise of benevolence. Under Su Yan's leadership, conquering and assimilating weaker tribes emerges as the most prudent course of action. The first target will be the Deer Tribe. Su Yan has resolved to make the Deer Tribe the first target for conquest. Among the three neighboring tribes, the Deer Tribe possesses the greatest strength, and while conventional wisdom suggests starting with the weakest tribe, the risk of causing the Deer Tribe to flee necessitates this choice. Though the Deer Tribe is formidable, they are by no means a match for the Dragon Tribe, especially considering their control over vital salt resources. The first trade with the Deer Tribe this year occurred over a month ago, and the second transaction followed a further interval of 1.5 months. If this trend continues, the salt acquired from the Deer Tribe will be inadequate for the Dragon Tribe's daily needs. The scarcity of salt is the primary reason for targeting the Deer Tribe for conquest. Once the Deer Tribe is successfully integrated into the Dragon Tribe, the weaker Rabbit and Mountain tribes will follow, potentially elevating the Dragon Tribe's population to over 600 individuals. A tribe of this size would undoubtedly rank among the most powerful in this era. As the afternoon waned, Ji and Biao returned with the hunting party, bringing back substantial provisions, including a mature wild boar and a young Su Yan convened snake shaman, tiger shaman, Ji, and Biao in the cave. Prompting their curiosity about the king's intentions. I have decided to initiate a war to conquer the Deer Tribe, Su Yan declared. The gravity of his proclamation left the four in shock. Both the Snake and Tiger tribes, having merged into the Dragon Tribe, were known for their benevolent nature and had little history of aggressive confrontations. The prospect of an offensive action was difficult for them to accept. Yet, their allegiance to Su Yan compelled them to comply with this command. Observing their astonished expressions, Su Yan continued, "The Deer Tribe possesses salt, a resource of paramount importance to us. Last year, they traded with us approximately every 30 days, but this year, over 35 days have passed since our first transaction, with the second not occurring until over 45 days later. If this pattern persists, the intervals between trades will only lengthen, leaving us unable to meet our salt requirements. Can you endure a life without salt?" The four shook their heads in unison, well aware of salt's significance. Not only does it enhance the flavor of food, but it also sustains their energy levels, which is crucial for the Dragon Tribe's survival. While Su Yan chose to omit the recent discovery of salt deposits from their discussion, the others remained oblivious to this information. Even if they recalled the salt discovery, they would be uncertain about how to extract pure salt from the brine, as the differences between the salt from the deposits and the impure salt obtained from the Deer Tribe were vast. The urgency surrounding the salt issue quickly swayed their thoughts toward the necessity of war, particularly for Ji, who valued the tribe's welfare above personal friendships. "Ji, you have frequently visited the Deer Tribe. How many individuals do they currently number? What is the breakdown of adult males and females?" Su Yan inquired. After some reflection, Ji replied, "The Deer Tribe comprises approximately 130 individuals, with around 20 adult males and over 40 adult females. The disparity in strength between the Deer Tribe and ours is substantial. We can easily conquer them, but warfare is a last resort. Engaging in battle inevitably results in casualties on both sides. While we are aware of our capabilities, the Deer Tribe is equally cognizant of theirs. We can compel them to surrender through the demonstration of our strength, thereby minimizing our own losses," Su Yan articulated. The others nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in his approach. For the sake of salt, this war is unavoidable. In 10 days, I shall lead the charge against the deer tribe myself. The group acknowledged his command with a BOWI in the nascent days of the dragon tribe. Such a decision might have met with resistance from snake shaman, tiger shaman, Ji, and Biao. However, Su Yan had since proven his martial prowess and survival knowledge, earning their trust and acceptance. The war against the deer tribe was set in motion, and Su Yan announced this development to all the tribe members. The response was subdued. As the tribe absorbed the news with a calm demeanor, Su Yan comprehended their tranquility. The snake and tiger tribes were inherently benevolent and had rarely engaged in aggression. As the dragon tribe prepared for the impending conflict, the importance of provisions became paramount. The anticipated duration of the war was 2 to 3 days, necessitating the preparation of 3 to 4 meals. As well as considering the rations for the deer tribe members. In terms of personnel, Su Yan would lead the charge with Ji as his aide. A total of 45 adult males from the dragon tribe would be mobilized, alongside 30 adult females who would primarily assist by carrying food and some weaponry, with the possibility of joining the fight if necessary. Snake shaman, tiger shaman, and Biao would remain in the tribe to ensure a sufficient number of adults were present to address any unforeseen circumstances. Assigned to remain in the tribe, Biao felt a sense of reluctance, for he favored the thrill of battle over the monotony of waiting to console him. Su Yan promised that he would be included in any future conflicts with unfamiliar tribes. Biao's impulsive nature posed a concern, particularly as the impending conflict between the dragon tribe and the deer tribe was primarily driven by coercion. Should the deer tribe refuse to surrender under the formidable pressure exerted by the dragon tribe, a genuine war would ensue. Integrating the reckless Biao into the equation would significantly heighten the likelihood of direct confrontation between the two tribes, and with the inevitability of casualties in war. It was prudent to avoid conflict until the dragon tribe had amassed greater strength. The selection of warriors to confront the deer tribe had been finalized, comprising 45 male and 30 female members. Consequently, the dragon tribe temporarily suspended hunting expeditions. Su Yan and Ji guided the chosen 75 tribespeople through various tactical drills, including encirclement, stealth, and cautious advancement. Most primitive tribes developed their strategies through personal experience, with malevolent tribes possessing a broader array of tactics due to their frequent engagements in warfare. In contrast, benevolent tribes primarily focused on defense. Nonetheless, some hunting strategies employed by the hunting parties in the jungle could be adapted for use against adversaries. Although Su Yan lacked formal military training, he had perused texts such as The Art of War and the 36 Stratagems, supplemented by insights gleaned from television and film, thus acquiring a modicum of tactical understanding. Furthermore, given that their opponents were also primitive humans, the dragon tribe's tactical demands were not overly complex, emphasizing cooperation above all. As days turned into weeks, the preparations for war against the deer tribe neared completion. With the conclusion of spring and the advent of summer, rainfall increased significantly. On the morning of the third day, following the season's first heavy downpour, Su Yan and Ji, accompanied by the 75 tribespeople,